Subscribe for more videos.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with me trying to preserve my life with a can of embalming fluid.
Well, here he is, Commissioner.
Good morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I suppose I pulled you right out of a big deal, as usual.
No, it was all very innocent this time. Matter of fact, I was walking a baby in the park.
What?
Honest.
Yeah, some baby.
And that's what I thought.
I have your plane ticket at my desk when you're ready, Steve.
Thanks, Rose. Well, where to this time, Commissioner?
Your plane leaves for Latin America in 1 hour.
Latin America. Good. I can polish up my rumba.
That's a good idea. You'll probably need it when the bullets start coming your way.
You always make things sound so dandy. Okay, what's the deal?
Steve, you know a man named Slaga?
I don't know him, but I sure know the name. Foreign agent, isn't he?
Yes, he's tough and tricky.
What about him?
He wants to give himself up to us.
Are you kidding?
No, apparently he double-crossed the boys he's working for, and now they're out to kill him.
Look, since when have I been playing bodyguard to foreign agents?
Steve, we stand to gain a great deal out of this situation.
How so?
We've been after Slager for a long time. As you know, he used to operate here in the States. We managed to pin a minor charge on him that meant a 2-year jail sentence, but he flew the coop on us. Now he's willing to come back here and serve his sentence. And more important, he's willing to give us complete information on the Latin American organization of the outfit he's been working for.
Sure, I see his point. That way he gets protection from the boys who are trying to kill him.
Right. All you have to do is get him out and bring him back here.
Get him out of where?
Now, take a look at this map of Latin America. See
Huh?
this country here?
Oh, that's where he's hiding?
Yes, in the capital of that country.
Oh, so all I have to do is get him out of there, huh?
Yes, they're a dictator who doesn't seem to like us much, and that makes it tough on you. You'll be bucking the local law.
To say nothing of the outfit that's trying to kill him. Lucky Mitchell, right in the middle again.
Slager's gotten word to us that he'll meet you at the Rio Gordo Bridge outside the capital tomorrow night at midnight.
Just a minute, Commissioner. After I meet Slaga, how am I supposed to get him out of there? Do I carry him piggyback, stuff him in a suitcase, or what?
Your plane will get you to the capital city tomorrow afternoon. At 8 tomorrow night, be in the Juarez Bar. You'll be contacted there by a man who can make arrangements for a small plane. Now, Steve, it's vital that we get the information Slager's willing to give us. Get down there, contact him, and get him out of the country. Yeah, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Meet a guy named Slaga in a slightly unfriendly country, then get him out of there before he gets killed. I've got a strong hunch that the same guys who are after him will be tossing more than bouquets in my direction, too. It's Wednesday afternoon when the plan leads in Latin America, and already I've got a reception committee of one waiting for me at the airport.
Senor Mitchell.
Hmm?
Mr. Holt.
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Eduardo Escobar of the military.
Oh, well, I guess I don't have to introduce myself. You seem to have me pegged already.
Indeed, I have, Senor Mitchell.
You don't sound like you're here to extend me the key to the city.
No, but I am here to extend what you may call an official greeting.
What is it?
It is known why you came to this country.
Is it?
You're after a dangerous and subversive agent named Slaga, who is rumored to be hiding in or near the city. Is this not true?
Well, you seem to be doing most of the talking, Escobar. Why don't we keep it that way, huh?
I see. In that case, although we do not see fit to forbid your presence here,
Gee, thanks.
I warn you, stay out of my way in this matter.
Just a minute. Does that warning come from your government or from you personally?
That is not for you to ask. To me has been granted the high honor of tracking Slaga down.
I see. It'd be quite a feather in your cap, I suppose.
I am not thinking of personal glory, but of the welfare of my government.
Oh, sure. Well, Escobar, looks like we're both hunting the same pigeon, but with one important difference.
And what is that?
I gather you don't much care whether you take Slaga dead or alive.
I would prefer him dead.
That's what I thought. What does that get you, a headline or maybe a promotion, huh?
You're being impertinent.
Sorry, but you see, I want Slaga alive. He's got information that would benefit all of us, and I want to get that information out of him.
Senor Mitchell, I am not here to discuss this with you. I am here to...
Here to warn me to keep out of your way. Okay, Escobar, so you've warned me. Now, if you'll excuse me,
But where are you going?
Look, what is this information, please? I'm going to a hotel if it's okay with you.
And then what?
Well, I tell you, that's for you to figure out.
Let me assure you, you will regret your attitude, Mitchell.
Yeah. See you around, Escobar.
Indeed you will, Mitchell. Frequently.
This is your room, senor. The best in a hotel.
Brother, I wonder what the worst looks like.
Huh, I can show you that. It's just down the hall. It's lousy.
Never mind. Say, I didn't realize it gets this cold down here. You got any heat in this room?
Sí, a gas heater. I was just about to light it.
Yeah.
There. Now, will there be anything else? Huh?
Yeah. Where's the Juarez bar?
Oh, 2 blocks down the street.
Okay, I've got to be there at 8 tonight, so give me a call about 7:30. I'm going to get a little shut-eye in the meantime.
Shut eye?
Siesta.
Oh, you miss sack time, huh?
Yeah. I see you've spent a little time in the States.
Oh, nada, senor. No. But my brother up there, he write to me letters. He has made me, how do you call it? Happy. Sweet dreams, senor.
It's just about dark when I stretch out on the rickety bed. I check over the timetable for the evening in my mind. At 8, go to the Juarez bar and be contacted by somebody who'll tell me how to get Slaga out of here. Then, at midnight, meet Slaga at the Rio Gordo Bridge outside of the city. And in between, try to keep Lieutenant Escobar out of my hair, to say nothing of the outfit Slaga used to work for. Sounds like a nice, peaceful evening. Well, fine, I doze off. I don't know how long I've been asleep when a sound registers. A window. A sudden warning flashes across my brain. I try to snap awake, but I have a hard time coming out of it. I get my eyes open, but the room's swimming in front of them, and my chest hurts. Then it registers. Gas. The whole room is full of gas. A sudden whip of fresh air hits me, and my eyes clear for a second. The window. There's a guy in the window with a knife. I managed to roll off the bed just in time. The knife plunks into the headboard. I stagger to the window, but the guy is gone. At this point, I don't care much. I'm more interested in filling my lungs with fresh air. My head starts clearing. I turn off the gas heater and head for the door. And there, standing in the hall, is the bellboy.
Senor, what's the matter?
You come back to see whether you'd done a good job on me?
I heard a noise. Hey, that's gas. Your room is full of gas.
Yeah, don't tell me that surprises you.
No, caray, don't surprise me at all.
What?
These haters, you can never depend on them.
Oh, so your story is it was just an accident, huh?
Huh? What do you mean, senor?
You said you were a pretty hep kid. Yeah, maybe you're more hep than I realized at the time.
I do not understand you. You saw me light the heater.
You knew I was going to take a nap. You could have sneaked back into the room and blown out the flame.
But, senor, I have not been near your room. These gas pipes, they're all clogged up. This happens a lot, that the flame goes out. Yeah, we lose more gas that way.
Okay, so that's your story, and I suppose it's very hard to prove anything different.
Hey, indeed it would be, senor. Of course, there's always the possibility that somebody entered your room. I would not know about that.
Okay, for the time being, we'll leave it that way. Maybe you're telling the truth, maybe you're lying. Sooner or later, I'll find out which.
Sí, senor, sí. I'm quite certain that you will.
I head to the Juarez bar thinking about the deal on the way. I never thought I'd be glad to see the day when 2 different outfits are trying to kill me, but I am now. One outfit tries to gas me, and my life is saved because the other outfit sends a guy to open my window and throw a knife at me. Safety in numbers yet. Well, the bar is pretty deserted when I get there. A fat little gent is wandering around, picking away at his guitar. I don't have any idea who's supposed to contact me, so I sit at the corner table, and pretty soon girl sidles over to my table, and she could be the contact.
Hello.
Hi.
I could sit down.
Sure.
You are an American?
Yeah, that means something to you?
Si.
You've been waiting for me to come in?
Si. All evening.
Good. You got a message for me?
Si.
What is it?
I am nice girl, Felicia. You are rich American. So I think you buy Felicia a few drinks.
Oh, great. Wrong party. I think we've been talking about two different things. Look, maybe you just better run along.
Okay. It is your loss, not mine.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Well, good evening, Senor Mitchell.
Ah, Lieutenant Escobar. What are you doing here?
I was about to ask you the same question, Senor.
Me? I just dropped in for a drink.
Very well. I hope you will enjoy your drink, because I intend to make certain that it is the only reason you came in here.
What do you mean?
You see the table in the center of the room?
What about it? It's vacant.
It will not be vacant for long, because I intend to sit there, Senor Mitchell, with my eyes on you. And that way I am quite certain you will not be meeting anyone here.
Well, suit yourself, Escobar. Now, isn't that just dandy?
Good evening, senor.
Huh?
Would you like for me to play a little song especially for you on my guitar?
No, thanks.
But I play good.
No.
Come on. For $1 I play anything you want to hear. Something to bring romance into your big heart. A tear into your eyes.
Ah, some other time.
Oh, but just listen to a sample of my playing.
Look, will you beat it?
Okay, I beat it right to the bar. Pretty good, huh?
Hey, you knocked my drink over into my lap.
Are you enjoying your drink now, Mitchell?
I'd drop dead, will you?
Oh, senor, I am so sorry. I was carried away by my playing.
You sure were, Buster.
Here, let me help to dry you in my handkerchief.
Look, just let me alone, will you?
But they're on the pocket, senor. Here, let me dry
Take
it.
your hands. Oh,
There. Now, everything is all right, senor?
yeah. Everything's fine all of a sudden. I'll see you later. I slip out of the bar in a hurry, and what's made everything fine all of a sudden is that the little guitar player slipped a piece of paper into my pocket while he was drying me off. I get down the street, stop under a street light, and take a quick look at it. It's the map of a cow pasture outside the city where a small plane will be waiting for me tomorrow. Good. Then I see Escobar come out of the bar. So I duck into an alley and take a few assorted side streets out of the city to the Rio Gordo Bridge. Slaga is due there at midnight. I get there 5 minutes before and spot the meeting place, a clump of bushes underneath the bridge. I wait there a couple of minutes, and then I hear a rustle. I step out. But just in time, I see the glint of moonlight along a gun barrel, and I dive back.
Sunday afternoon means mystery and action with the chimes over most of these NBC stations. Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon, brings his suave and romantic touch to a perilous mystery each Sunday, followed by the widely acclaimed dramatic series High Adventure. Then the big guy steps in, the big guy who likes to tell stories of mystery and intrigue, only the big guy's stories are not make-believe. And then a new kind of private eye. Charlie Wilde concludes your Sunday mystery lineup with a few casual homicides. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
The shots keep whistling over my head, so I know the guy can't see me. I inch backwards up the slope and start circling. Pretty soon, I spot the sniper hurrying up the slope, too. I wait until he's about 4 feet away, and then I jump him. A girl. Okay, drop that gun, sister.
No,
I said drop it.
No!
That's better.
Who are you?
The guy you were just shooting at, lady.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But I thought that was Slaga.
What?
So, he's gotten away from me again.
Wait a minute. What's this about Slaga?
I thought you were Slaga. Is he I want to kill?
Brother, you too, huh?
Oh, what do you mean? You also wish to kill Slaga?
No, but right now it looks like I'm the only guy who doesn't. Escobar, the outfit Slaga used to work for, and now you. What's your beef with him? And incidentally, who are you?
Maria Peralta. I used to think I was in love with Slaga until I found out what kind of man he was. Then I stopped seeing him. I met a good man, I married him. But when Slaga found himself trapped in this city, he came to me for help.
I see, and you refused?
I say, of course. Then Slaga started hitting me. My husband, he came in just then and tried to stop him. Slaga killed my husband.
I see.
Tonight I follow him here to the bridge. Then I lost him. When you step out of those bushes, I thought you were Slaga.
Well, it's a cinch if Slaga was around here. He's not now. Those shots probably scared him away. And speaking of shots, Maria...
Oh, see, I know. When I think I almost kill you. Oh, senor, you can forgive me?
Yeah, well, I guess the only thing left for me to do is to head back to town and wait for some word from him.
Senor, I have spoiled some plan of yours.
You sure have, Maria.
Well, can I in some way make up for it?
You got a car?
See, parked down the road.
You can drive me back to the city. That'll make up for a lot. Because I'm not hankering to walk all that distance again.
See, of course, I will be glad to drive you. You come. Huh? There is the building where I am stopped up ahead, Senor Mitchell. However, I can drop you anywhere you like.
No, that's okay, Maria. I'll get out here. Hey, this looks like a mortuary.
The body of my husband is here.
Oh?
I must make the final arrangements. You see, in the morning, I take his body back to the little town where he was born. He will be buried in the family graveyard.
I see.
Senor Mitchell, I am afraid.
What of?
Slaga, he probably knows I tried to kill him. I'm afraid he may come after me.
Well, I doubt it. Slaga probably realizes he's pretty hot by this time. The only person he'll be coming after is me, so if you'll just go back home and lock yourself in, I'll probably have him on ice by morning.
But if you should not... Senor Mitchell, I know I have no right to ask your protection almost after shooting you, but if you could meet me here at the mortuary tomorrow morning and stay with me until I leave with my husband's body, I would feel ever so much safer.
Come to think of it, that's not a bad idea. If Slaga does decide to come after you, that would be his last chance, wouldn't it?
Ah, see. Once the mortician drive me and the coffin to the railroad depot, I'm sure I'd be safe.
What time are you due here in the morning?
At 8.
Okay. If I haven't grabbed Slaga by then, it's possible that he may turn up here at the mortuary in the morning. If he does, I'll be here waiting for him. No. Well, okay. Yeah?
Mitchell?
Yeah, who's this?
Slaga.
Slaga? Hey, why didn't you show up at the bridge at midnight?
I heard shots.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Where are you?
I'm safe for the time being, but these interests I used to work for, they are closing in on me.
I don't doubt it.
Mitchell, listen to me. You must hide me, protect me. Get me out of the country.
Look, Slaga, that's why I'm here. I've got a plane waiting for us in a cow pasture, but before I can protect you or get you out of here, I've got to get with you.
Very well. It is 3 a.m. In 1 hour, be on the Santo Tomas Highway outside the city, exactly 1 mile past the bridge. Park your car there and wait, and come alone.
I slip 5 pesos to a sleepy cab driver outside the hotel, and he lets me borrow his cab. I head out Santo Tomas Highway and arrive at the rendezvous spot 20 minutes early, which is just the way I want it. I climb out of the cab and into the bushes, and then I wait. 5 minutes later, the car comes poking along the road and stops. A man gets out and pokes a flashlight into my car. At first, I think it's Slaga, and I start out of the bushes. Then I see it's Lieutenant Escobar. This is just great, a fat chance I've got of contacting Slaga with Escobar hanging around. Suddenly, another car rounds the bend and comes down the highway fast. Then I get it. This whole deal is a trap. Escobar, get down, quick!
Where are you?
I said get down!
Mitchell, what is the meaning of this?
That other car, get down!
That car?
Yeah, bristling with machine guns. If I hadn't made with a flying tackle, you'd be looking like a Swiss cheese right now.
Oh, indeed? And how do I know that this whole thing was not arranged by you?
Oh, sure. I arrange an ambush, and then I run out into the firing line to grab you. Look, Escobar, this is the 3rd time I've been shot at in 11 hours. I'm in no mood.
You have only yourself to blame, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
I warned you to remain out of this affair. Next time, perhaps you will heed my warning.
I'll tell you one thing you can count on, Escobar. Next time I'll stay in the bushes and let you collect a few more holes in the head than you've already got, if that's possible. I head back to my hotel. By now, I've just about had it. Not only is Escobar sticking to me like a mustard plaster, lousing up my chances of contacting Slaga, but the outfit Slaga used to work for is now thinking up quaint little traps to kill me, too. Obviously, they were the ones who rigged that fake rendezvous on the highway. I know now my only chance of contacting Slaga will be if he comes after Maria at the mortuary. She told me she'd be there at 8 in the morning, so I'm there 10 minutes early. The door is partly open, and I walk in, but the joint is deserted. No mortician, no hearse, no coffin, and no Maria. I head for the back room. A whiff of embalming fluid almost knocks me down. There are cans of it spilled all over the floor. The whole room's torn apart. Then I hear a sound. It's coming from the closet. I unlock the door. Inside, there's a guy trussed up with rope and a strip of tape across his mouth.
Thank you. I heard you come in, but I was afraid you would not hear me pounding on the door.
Who are you?
The mortician's assistant.
Here, let me get you untied.
Yes, please.
Brother, that embalming fluid is killing me. Even in the closet here. What happened?
I am not certain. I opened up a little earlier than usual this morning because we were expecting Senora Maria Peralta to come at 8 o'clock for the body of her husband.
There, that unties your legs.
Yes.
Brother, no wonder that fluid smells so strong in here. You've got some of it on your shoes. Go on with your story.
Yes. A few minutes before 8, a man walked in with a gun. He tied me up here in the closet.
What happened after that?
I know only what I could hear through the door. The mortician and the senora must have arrived at the same time. Apparently, this man with the gun was hiding behind the drapes. When he confronted the senora, I heard her scream, Sla something.
Slaga?
Yes, that's it, Slaga.
Oh, great. Well, you're untied. Come on, let's get some windows open and air out the joint.
Good.
What else did you hear?
Well, there were the sounds of a fight. Furniture overturned and cans of embalming fluid spilled. Then Slaga must have gotten the upper hand again. He laughed and said a very strange thing.
What do you mean?
Something about a coffin being a very convenient place to travel.
I see.
Then he ordered the mortician and the senor into the hearse and told them to drive out to the Santo Tomas Highway. Apparently, his plan is to escape in that coffin.
Sounds like a pretty neat plan, too. The whole deal.
They left but a moment or two before you arrived. If you hurry, you may be able to overtake them.
You know, I've got a better idea.
What do you mean?
I'm about to take some advice that was given to me earlier.
I do not understand.
Lieutenant Escobar speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Who is this?
Your old friend, Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell. Where are you?
Yeah, I know. You've been looking for me, as usual. Lieutenant, I'm about to give you that headline that you've been bucking for.
What do you mean?
I'm down at a mortuary. The assistant here tells me that Slaga is heading along the Santo Tomas Highway in a hearse.
What? I'll throw up a roadblock. Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Escobar? Don't you know a good break when you see one?
Why are you giving me this information, Mitchell?
You've told me several times to keep out of your way in this deal, haven't you?
So, you have finally gotten smart.
Yeah. You hit it right on the head, Lieutenant. I've finally gotten smart. I'll see you around.
But, Mr. Mitchell, I do not understand.
What don't you understand, Buster?
As soon as you gave your name over the phone just now, I recognized it. When Maria was here last night making the final arrangements about her husband's body, she mentioned meeting you. She said you were very anxious to get to this Slaga.
That's right.
Well, then why aren't you chasing him right now? Why did you call the police?
Escobar wants me to stay out of his way. And I also want him to stay out of mine.
What?
You happen to know anything about this guy, Slaga?
How could I? I never saw him before this morning.
And let me tell you a couple of things about him, and I think you'll see my point. You see, Slaga's a pretty sharp boy, sharper than I realized.
I do not follow.
It could go together, something like this. Slaga double-crosses the outfit he used to work for, so they're after him. He gets in touch with us, and he tells us he's willing to give us information and serve a prison sentence in the States if we'll come down here and fish him out.
Oh, but what has all this to do with...
Just let me finish. Yeah, that's the deal that Slaga presents to us. And it sounds good, but this is where Slaga gets sharp, or thinks he does. He has no intention of coming back to the States with me. He's just playing both ends against the middle and using us to get himself out of the hole he's in here.
You mean that is why this Slaga is escaping in the coffin?
I mean, that's why Slaga isn't in that coffin.
What? But I do not understand.
Don't you?
It works, Slaga. They are all chasing the hearse.
Maria, you fool!
It doesn't matter, Slaga. I had you pegged right from this time I untied you. That's why I kept hanging around here. I figured your little partner would be doubling back to meet you.
Oh, so you had me pegged. Then be sure you have this pegged.
Yeah, I figured you were holding that gun on me in your pocket the whole time.
Slaga, shoot.
In a moment.
It was a pretty neat deal, kids. Maria comes to me with a fake story about you killing her husband to set up this coffin gag. Then the story you give me this morning about Slaga driving away in the hearse. I'm supposed to fall for that and go chasing after the hearse while you and Maria leave for parts unknown.
Quite right, quite right. But you were not convinced, Mitchell. May I ask how you found me out?
Sure, it wasn't too tough, Slaga. When I untied you, you told me that after you'd been put in the closet, you heard a fight in the other room with cans of embalming fluid being spilled. But there was some of the fluid on your shoes. Probably got there when you were making the room look like there had been a fight.
I see. Rather stupid of me, wasn't it?
Yeah. Look, Slaga, you're not quite as sharp as you figure in this deal.
How do you mean?
You can't get away with it. The outfit you used to work for is all out to kill you, so is Escobar. One of them will get you sooner or later.
So, you paint a discouraging picture, Mitchell. What would you suggest as a solution?
My offer still stands. I'll get you out of here and back to the States. You'd be smart to take me up on it, Slaga. I've got a plane waiting in a cow pasture north of town. We can still make it.
Oh, don't misunderstand me, Mr. Mitchell. I intend to take you up on part of your bargain.
What do you mean?
The part about the aeroplane. You see, I intend to leave this country with your help.
That's better.
Only without you.
Oh?
Where exactly is that plane, Mitchell?
Sorry?
Very well. I will count 3. If you have not told me by then...
Look, Slaga.
1.
You can't get away with it.
That should not concern you. You will be dead. 2.
Okay.
That's much more sensible.
Looks like I lose all the way around.
Someone has to. It could not very well be myself. Now, the location of that plane.
Here's a map telling you how to get there.
Thank you, Mitchell. You have been most cooperative.
He and Maria take their eyes off me a second to look at the map. It's my one chance. There's an open can of embalming fluid on the table in front of me. I get one hand on it.
And now, Mitchell, I'm afraid you have outlived your usefulness.
You can't shoot without eyes. The slug whistles past my ear. By the time Slag can get his eyes open again, I'm...
Get back, Mitchell!
I got a better idea. You get back.
I will...
I'll take that gun, Maria. Let's have it.
No!
Now, sit down.
You...
Sit down.
No! What are you going to do?
This is what I came here for. I'm going to take Slaga back with me.
Oh, he will never go. He will never tell you anything.
No? You think he'd rather I turn him over to Lieutenant Escobar?
Oh, no, you must not.
You see? That's just what Slaga's going to say when I put it up to him. And that's why he'll give me all the information I want. You know, some people sing for their supper. But just think how hard Slaga's going to sing for his life.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music composed and conducted by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. This week, friends of Dangerous Assignment get a bonus in good listening, for Dangerous Assignment will be heard again Friday. That's day after tomorrow, Friday, September 29th at 8:30 New York time, when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
The Cavalcade of America. DuPont, one of America's oldest industries, presents The Cavalcade of America, a series of episodes from American history, stories showing the qualities of mind and spirit that have made America and the American people what they are today. Distinguished educators, prominent in the American Historical Association, have cooperated in this series to achieve historical accuracy. Throughout this pageant of American life, listeners will find the inspiration that accounts for the forward march of American industry, agriculture, science, and art. In the realm of research chemistry, where the name of DuPont is known the world over, the will to achieve, to build and rebuild, to produce better things for better living is but a reflection of traditional American spirit. Tonight we are pleased to announce as our star player a favorite of the stage and screen, a man who is not only an actor but a distinguished playwright and director, Mr. Frank Craven, who will be heard in the first episode as Josiah Quimby, a resident of Sacramento, and in the second as Henry Fowler, a Western farmer of the present day.
Tonight, the Cavalcade of America recreates two outstanding examples of the will to rebuild, events characteristic of thousands of similar happenings in American history. The spotlight swings back through the mists of time, back through 83 years. Our Cavalcade Orchestra takes us back to California in the early years of the Gold Rush with the 1849 Overture. November 1852. 4 years have passed since the cry of gold, gold went ringing round the world. But still the mad rush to California continues. On the Sacramento River stands a flourishing young town, the town of Sacramento. On this day in November 1852, a newcomer in front of the Avalanche Hotel stares curiously at the curbstones along the main street.
What's the idea of curbstones as high as a man's head?
Well, that's to keep the water from washing the buildings away.
Huh?
Well, in the spring, you see, these streets here is all rivers.
Them dust heaps? Rivers?
I know you don't believe me, but it's right. You go look in the backyards of all the houses along here. You'll find a rowboat in every one of them, ready and waiting.
Oh, now, listen. That's too much to swallow.
I know. I laughed like that myself when I first came here. I didn't think it was so funny the next spring, though, when I see my tent and my bed and all my worldly goods go disappearing downstream with me a-following on a plank.
You mean to tell me that...
All I know is that when the spring rains commenced and the snows began to melt in the mountains, the old Sacramento just naturally forgot she ever had any banks.
I see.
This wasn't a city anymore, just a great sea of muddy water. full of debris and cattle and struggling people.
The water rose right over these buildings?
No, not these buildings. These is all new buildings. Well, so we had more sense that time. We didn't build them out of adobe. We built them out of wood. And we built them higher up in the bank, too.
And built curbstones 6 foot high.
Yes, we built more than that. We built a levee. A $250,000 levee. I don't know how we ever managed to raise the money with half the folks in town ruined. But we did, somehow.
Well, at least now you don't fear any more floods.
Well, we've taken all the precautions we know how. There's no telling, though. I said there was a boat in every backyard, didn't I?
I'm surprised that anybody stays here at all, if that's the case.
It'll take more than a little inconvenience like a flood to discourage the folks of Sacramento. Only gets the dander up. Makes the place grow. Oh, we've got great plans for Sacramento. We're going to lay out parks here one of these days, build schools.
There goes the school bell now.
Hey, that's no school bell. That's the fire bell.
Fire?
I can see it. Look. Yonder, see those sparks shooting up?
They're blowing this way, too, right across the town.
Good Lord. Quick, come on, let's go.
For many hours, they struggled against the devastating flames. Building after building fell to the ground in spite of their efforts. Josiah Quimby and the others stood watching Sacramento become a mass of smoldering ruins.
There goes the last block of buildings.
While we stand here watching.
There's nothing else we can do.
Yeah, there's plenty we can do. We can be making plans.
Plans?
Plans for rebuilding the town.
Yeah, might be a good idea to let the fire burn itself out, mightn't it? Before we start talking about rebuilding?
If we rebuild at all.
What do you mean, Jim Hapgood, if we rebuild? Of course we're going to.
This ain't the first time that Sacramento's been destroyed.
No.
Twice already the town's been wiped out by floods, and now comes this fire.
Well, Jim, sometimes the Lord has a way of trying our souls to see what stuff we're made of.
And he's going to find out, too, pronto. He's going to see the city of Sacramento rise up out of these ashes bigger and finer and stronger than ever.
Well, we've got no time to lose. Cold weather will be on us before we know it. We ought to start rebuilding just as fast as we can get the debris cleared away.
Well, we can get lumber up here from San Francisco in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we'll need more than lumber than San Francisco's got to rebuild all of Sacramento.
Well, there's big supplies in Stockton, Marysville, Nevada City.
We'll need all of them. All the lumber we can lay our hands on. Hundreds of thousands of feet of it.
Hundreds of thousands? At $70 a thousand?
That's the price they're asking in the market now. But just let them hear what's happened. Let them find out that Sacramento's been destroyed by fire, that we need lumber the worst way in the world, no matter what it costs.
Yell loud enough, and perhaps they will hear about it down in San Francisco. But keep quiet till after we've put our order through.
How can you keep a thing like this quiet? The burning of one of the biggest cities in California, the news will travel like lightning.
You know how slow the mails are. If we start out right now, tonight, and stop for nothing, we ought to get to San Francisco and the rest of these places before anybody else traveling that way carries the news to them.
And if they do hear of it before you get there...
Well, then that'll be just one more piece of hard luck for Sacramento. But at least we can try.
In the offices of Wilson and King, lumber merchants, San Francisco.
There you are, Mr. Quimby. There's your order. The biggest order, I don't mind telling you, that we've had the pleasure of filling since we started our business here in San Francisco.
And if you'd had any more lumber you could have sold me, I'd have bought that, too.
You're a speculator?
No, I'm just acting as agent.
Do you mind telling me for who?
Some folks in Sacramento.
That's funny. There's another fellow in town today, you understand, from Sacramento, doing the same thing.
The same thing?
Buying lumber. Ordered a raft of it from one of our rivals.
You don't say.
You folks must have a lot of faith in the future of Sacramento if you figure on using all this stuff.
Yes, we have.
Well, I hope you don't get stuck with it.
No, I don't think we will. Not now. Where is it you want me to sign this order?
Right there, where I made that pencil mark.
I see. And your signature goes underneath.
That's right.
I see. 100,000 feet, $70 a thousand.
Yep.
All right. There. There you are.
Now, if you just give me the pen, I'll put my John Hancock under it. There you are.
Hey, Mr. King. Mr. King.
What's the idea of rushing in here like a wild bull, Tom? Anybody think the city was on fire?
Well, it is. I mean, it has been. There has been a fire.
What?
No, not here. Sacramento's been destroyed. Burned to the ground.
You sure? Who told you?
A couple of prospectors. The city's wiped out, they say. Not a house left standing.
This gentleman here has just come from Sacramento.
Oh, sure. There's a bunch of gentlemen just come from Sacramento. They bought up all the lumber in the market at 70 a thousand.
Well, they're not buying it from us at any such price. This order's canceled, Mr. Quimby.
Don't you dare tear up that order.
It's canceled, I tell you.
You signed it.
You got me to sign it under false pretenses. You didn't tell me what you wanted all that lumber for.
Are you in the habit of making your customers tell you what they're going to do with the lumber that they buy from you?
You took an unfair advantage of me. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know Sacramento had burned.
No, you didn't know that the city was destroyed, that its people were homeless, that they'd lost their houses, their places of business, everything they owned. But now that you do know, you're going to try and profit by it. You're going to hit them when they're down. You're going to charge them an outrageous and exorbitant price for the lumber that they need so desperately to put roofs over their heads. Well, we're not asking you to give us this lumber, Mr. King. We're only asking you to sell it to us at a fair price.
Well, what do you think, Mr. King?
All right, Mr. Quimby. Your order stands.
Through the years, to the present day, Americans in many communities have demonstrated many times that the will to rebuild is a trait deep set in the American character. The American cavalcade moves onward. The will to rebuild is as strong today as it ever was. It is spring 1935, and over the Great Plains region of America, for months, no rain has fallen. Starved livestock grub the parched fields. Trees and grain choke for moisture. Farmers scan the skies prayerfully, hopeful that rain will soon come to end the rising dust. One afternoon in March of this year, Henry Fowler, played by Frank Craven, a farmer of the blighted region, and his small son Jimmy are making family purchases in a general store.
Will there be anything else, Henry?
No, I guess not, Tom. That's all your mother wanted, wasn't it, Jimmy?
Yes, but you said I could have a chocolate bar, Dad.
So I did. Well, give the boy a chocolate bar, Tom.
That's right, Jimmy. Don't you let your pa forget that. Yeah. Here you are.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Beats all how it don't rain, Henry.
Oh, it's bound to rain before long. I'm looking for a good year this year.
Your pa's optimistic, Jimmy. I don't know what folks will do if the dust don't let up pretty soon.
One good rain will fix the dust. Here's your money, Tom. Come on, Jim. We've got to get us for home. So long, Tom.
So long. Bye-bye, Jimmy.
Bye, Mr. Wilson.
Bye, little man.
Hop in, Jimmy. Getting dustier than ever.
Gee, Dad, what did he mean?
What did who mean, Jimmy?
Mr. Wilson in the store, when he said he didn't know what folks would do if the dust doesn't quit.
Well, he meant it to be pretty bad for the crops if the dust gets bad.
Nothing will grow? On our farm either?
Well, not if it gets real bad.
Oh, that's all right. We can buy stuff at the store, can't we, Dad?
Huh? Yes, sure, son, yes. We can buy stuff at the store.
Getting dark. Dad, quick, look.
What? What is it?
That big black cloud. Maybe it's going to rain.
No such luck, Jimmy. That's dust.
Dust?
Quick, roll up that window. I'll turn on the light.
Getting just like night out.
Now, don't get scared, son. We're almost home.
I'm not scared, Dad.
Getting worse by the minute. Hold your cap to your face, Jimmy.
All right, Dad. Are you scared, Dad?
No. No, but we won't be able to see the road if I hope your mother is...
The car stopped, Dad.
Huh. I can't budge it. It's stopped by the dust. Well, we'll have to leave it here. Come on, get out and climb up on my back. Come on.
All right. Gee, Dad. Dust hurt my eyes.
We'll be there in just a minute, son. Hang on.
I see a house, I think. I see a light.
Hold on tight now. We'll make it.
Look, Dad. Something in the road. It's Spotty. Spotty, pick him up, Dad.
Come on, Spotty. Come here. Come on, get up here. Come on. We'll carry you, too.
It's all right, Spotty. We'll soon be home.
There's your mother in the window, son. We'll make it now. Mary! Open the door! Mary!
March 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, March 29th. 5 endless days and nights a dust storm rages, the worst in the history of the Southwest. Helpless to combat it, unable to save the crops or livestock, the Fowler family huddle in the house. March 30th.
Henry, what are we going to do?
Well, there's nothing we can do, Mary. Just sit and wait. That's all. That's all there is to do.
Dad, you mean I can't ever go to school again?
Sure, Jimmy. Just as soon as the storm dies down.
Just as soon as the storm dies down. Just as soon as the storm dies down.
Mary.
I'm sorry, Henry. I can't stand it much.
You won't have to, Mary. Can't last forever, you know.
Oh, I suppose not. In 5 days. Oh, look at this house. Dust everywhere. Comes in the windows even when they're open.
Well, don't forget we're not the only ones. We've got a roof over our heads anyway.
I feel sorry for the cattle and sheep and dogs like Spotty if they're outside.
Don't you think you ought to go to bed, Jimmy?
Oh, no. I can't sleep anyway with that old dust on my nose. Golly, I wish I could look out of the window. Ain't it funny to have the lamps lit all the time, in the daytime even?
Henry, do you think the farm's gone?
Well, don't be discouraged, Mary. I know it's bad, but we've just got to make the best of it.
But we had the crops all in.
Well, we'll put them in again. Then if we get just one good soaking rain...
If we get a good rain. Oh, if we could only have a little rain.
Next morning, the wind has died a little, but the air is still loaded with choking dust. There has been no dawn, no sun.
Did you get any sleep, Mary?
Yes, a little, Henry. It's so hard to breathe. Oh, of course, the wet paws hurt. Oh, I wish I could do something. Anything except just sit here.
I can see out of the window. Ooh, look at that cherry tree. The whole trunk is buried. Can I go to school today, Dad?
School? Huh. Mary? That gives me an idea.
What?
Wait a minute. What's Tom's number?
Why?
Tom, I know. Hello. Central? Are the lines open? Good. Central. Call 74, ring 2. Yeah. Hello? Hello, Tom? This is Henry. Is anybody getting through to town? A few, huh? Well, look. Can you be at the schoolhouse in 2 hours? Fine. Tom, phone some of the neighbors on your line, and I'll call the folks around here. Yes. Tell them to be at the schoolhouse in 2 hours. Well, tell them to get through somehow. I'll see you later.
Oh, but you can't do it, Henry. You know the car's broken down.
Well, then I'll make it on foot. Hello, Central. 87, ring 1. How many are there here, Tom?
About 25, I reckon. See, the lights west of here is all down, Central told me. I couldn't get a soul west of here.
What's the matter with the lights?
All the lights in the village went bust 2 days ago. I brought some candles from the store. Here, I'll get them lit up. You got a match, Henry?
What's the idea, Henry? What's the good of a meeting?
Listen, you men. I can't see you much, but I think I know who most of you are, even with those dust masks on. Listen, I was sick and tired sitting in the house helpless. I know you are, too. I thought if we got together, we'd find out who needs help the most. I thought it might give us courage to go on if we decided to do something about this thing.
I done mine this morning. I shot 4 head of the finest cattle ever raised. Starving there was.
I seen the wind blow seeds right out of my land. What can you do about that?
Yeah. George and me had to shut down our feed mill. We was grinding sand in the flour.
Well, I know what I'm going to do. And right quick. I'm going to take my wife and kids and get out of here. The dust has got my farm. It can keep it. Well, where will you go?
Well, there's no dust further north of here, they tell me.
John, there's been 18 million acres of land in the southwest hit by dust storms in the last 2 years. Anyway, any place else than here is not our country, John.
Well, I guess that's right, Henry.
Our homes are here. It's where we were born and raised, most of us.
Yes, and it's good land, dust or no dust.
We'd fight, wouldn't we, if anybody tried to drive us out?
Well, that's what the dust is trying to do.
Well, are we going to let it?
No.
Are we going to let a few days of a dust storm make quitters out of us? We've had to eat dust. Are we going to let it beat us?
No.
You bet we're not. But what we want to do now, boys, is to check up the damage that's been done. Some of us have been harder hit than others, and we've got to pitch in and help them first.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, now, you see, the wind died down last night. In a few weeks, we'll be
What's the matter?
Look, it's getting lighter outside.
Huh?
The sun's coming out. The sun's coming out. I told you, boys.
And so, on the morning of March 30th, hope comes to the stricken country. But for 2 months more, the dust clouds continue. Not until May does rain bring a relief. Ever hopeful, the farmers put in another planting, care for their livestock, hold courage in their hearts, and finally reap a full harvest. And so, one day this fall, Henry Fowler and Jimmy are jogging again over the same road toward the general store.
Dad, you're not forgetting you promised me a chocolate bar, are you?
No. No, I won't forget, Jimmy.
Remember the time when you bought me one just before the dust storm came up?
Uh-huh.
I'm glad we didn't move away. Aren't you?
You bet I am.
Will I own a farm someday when I grow up?
Of course you will. Just like your grandpa and me.
Will there be dust storms then too, Dad?
Maybe not, Jimmy. Maybe by the time you own the farm, we'll have found some way to prevent them.
Yeah. I wouldn't care if there were. I'd stay. Just the way you and Mom did.
Sure you would. And when you grow up, you'll understand the reason you'll stay. We're the sticking kind, Jimmy. Like your grandpa and my grandpa. What we struggle to get, we fight to keep. That's our heritage. You can't understand that word yet. But someday you will, Jimmy. Someday you will.
And that belief, passed on from father to son, has become one of America's real riches. We salute their courage, both the fathers who have handed down the will to rebuild to their sons, and their descendants, who today are carrying on this outstanding attribute. Heroes in the cavalcade of America.
And here's another short story of rebuilding. The story of an amazing conquest in the realm of agriculture. Growing things need nitrogen, and plants take it out of the soil faster than nature can replace it. This was a challenge to the skill of man to improve on nature's method of rebuilding the soil. Turn back the years to 1898, to a day in September in Bristol, England. The British Association for the Advancement of Science is holding its annual meeting. Sir William Crookes, one of the foremost scientists of all time, rises to issue a solemn warning, charging chemists with a vital duty to mankind.
Are we to go hungry and to know the trial of scarcity? That is the poignant question. Let us remember that plants create nothing. There's nothing in bread that is not absorbed from the soil in the air. And unless nitrogen is returned to the soil, its fertility must ultimately be exhausted. The fixation of atmospheric nitrogen, therefore, is one of the great discoveries awaiting the ingenuity of chemists. It is deeply important in its practical bearings on the future welfare and happiness of the civilized races of mankind.
Sir William gave this warning to the world because he feared the natural deposits of nitrates in South America would be exhausted unless some other source was found. Fortunately, chemists accepted his challenge, rolled up their sleeves, and went to work. By 1902, they actually had succeeded in capturing the nitrogen from the air, experimentally to be sure. But the job of rebuilding the soil was on its way. American chemists were pioneers in the first stages of this work. In 1926, in our own country, the DuPont Company started the production of fixed nitrogen on a really commercial scale. And today, DuPont is producing quantities of this vital compound for the needs of America's agricultural land. And the amazing thing is that this vital substance is made, with the aid of coal, from the most abundant of all raw materials, air and water. Thus, chemistry safeguards the very life of mankind by ensuring a continued supply of fertilizer essential to food crops. And today, as yesterday, research chemists are working out problems which are equally important for tomorrow. For it is the aim of DuPont to provide better things for better living through chemistry. On tonight's program, you have heard Frank Craven, favorite star of stage and screen. Next week at this time, DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future,
Adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, The Reluctant Heroes by Frank M. Robinson. Only Chapman was awake. The others sprawled on bunks 20 inches wide with clearance of 24 inches between layers. They breathed heavily, taking in air that had been breathed for 18 months, subject to certain modifications to remove carbon dioxide and replenish oxygen by the catalytic action of the Harcourt King unit on silicon dioxide. Outside the single quartzite port, the lunar dawn was breaking. The dead black shadows moved across the crater as the green haze of Earthlight gave way to the blinding white of the sun. The telegraph key, which linked the research bunker to the space station in orbit around Earth, chattered as Chapman copied the message into the log pad.
Yeah. Yeah. In a pig's eye. Miserable, no good.
What do they want?
They want me to stay till the next relief ship lands. Go back to sleep.
It's my turn for breakfast. You gonna stay?
Sure, 3 years on the moon, they figure I'll be glad to stay for more. Just raise my salary or give me a bonus.
Every man has his price.
Mm-hmm. They probably figure I like it here.
Chapman, you found a home here on the moon.
Sure. Canned coffee, canned beans, canned pills, and canned air till your insides feel like they're plated with tin. The little scientific home of tomorrow. 10 steps in any direction. A charming place where you can't take a shower, you can't brush your teeth, and your insides don't even work right.
Why did you tell him?
No.
You kept it short.
Check the oxy cycle before you turn on the stove.
What's the matter? You sore or something, Chapman?
Why shouldn't I be?
All I'm trying to do is get a good man to stay on a job a while longer.
Well, they got a fat chance.
They figure you found a home here, right, Dole?
Why don't you guys shut up till morning? Some of us have to stay here, you know. Some of us aren't going back today.
All right. You might as well get up and get a day's work today before the relief rockets do. I got the coffee ready.
Coffee? Been in a can so long I can taste the glue on the label.
Why don't they send up an oil can? These elbow joints make me feel like the Tin Woodman in The Wizard of Oz.
You can't lubricate vacuum seal joinings. Let it squeak. At least it doesn't leak air.
Get that back, that Doug, for me, will you, Donnelly?
Lean over, you fat slob. You put on 3 more pounds, you won't get off the moon. You won't get through the airlock.
Yeah. Hey, chap, do you think we ought to radio the space station and see if they've left there yet?
I talked to them on the last call. The relief ship left 12 hours ago. They should get here in about 6.5 hours.
Chap, you know what I'm thinking? You've been here twice as long as the rest of us. What's the first thing you're going to do once you get back?
I don't know. I guess I was trying not to think about that.
I haven't been here 3 years like you have, but I've got plans. What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to rent a room in a Hotel Astor over Times Square and just sit at the window and watch the people on the street. And I think I'll see somebody.
What somebody?
Oh, just somebody. What are you going to do, Donnelly?
Well, I'm going to do something practical. First of all, I'm going to turn over my geological samples to the government. Then I'm going to sell my life story to the movies. And I think I'll get drunk.
How about you, Julius?
Well, first, I'll get rid of my allocations to the expedition. And then I think I'll go home and see my wife. Then I'll take off my spacesuit.
I thought all members of the groups were supposed to be single.
They are, and I can see the reasons for it, but Who could pass up the money the commission was paying?
If I had to do it all over again, me.
Hand me a fishbowl.
You know, chap, it won't seem like the same old moon without you on it. Like they say in the Army, you never had it so good. You found a home here.
All right, button up. And remember to check your suits for leaks and check the valves of your oxygen tanks.
I've gone out at least 500 times. You've checked me every time.
And I'd check you 500 more. It only takes one mistake. And watch out for blisters under the pumice crust. You go through one of those, and that's it, brother.
Okay, I'll check.
Klein, I never knew you were married.
There wasn't much sense in talking about it. You just get to thinking, and there's nothing you can do about it. If you talk about it, it just makes it worse.
She let you go without any fuss,
No, she didn't make any fuss. I don't think she'd like to see me go either. At least I hope she didn't. You got a girl back home?
Yes.
No, you never mentioned that either.
For the same reason you didn't mention your wife. You get to thinking about it.
You got to get married when you get back?
Yeah.
Hurry up, will you, Klein? I'm sweating. Somebody ought to build in underarm sprays and spacesuits.
Chap, why does somebody have to stay here for stopover?
Lots of reasons. You can't get a whole relief crew and let them take over cold. They have to know where things are, how things work, what to watch out for. Then, because you've been here for a year and a half and you know the ropes, you have to watch them to see that they stay alive in spite of themselves.
Why was it you on the first trip? You're not a scientist.
No, I was the pilot on the first ship. When it occurred to us that someone was going to have to stay over, I volunteered. I thought the others were so important that it was better they take their samples and data back to Earth when the first relief ship came.
You wouldn't do it again, though, would you?
No.
You think Dole will do as good a job as you did?
He volunteered.
Yeah, he volunteered because he thought it would make him look like a hero.
I've lost 3 years up here, and I don't intend to lose any more.
Okay.
Check your valve.
All right, check.
I checked Geiger, CR, Oxy, and scintilla readings. Everything okay. You packing, chap?
Yeah. Oh, listen, Dole, I've got 3 or 4 shirts here that are a little too big. I got them from Dreisbach in the first group. You want them?
Chap, do you think they'll ever have relief ships up here more often than 18 months? I mean, considering the advance of...
No, I don't. Not for 10 years. Fuel's too expensive and the trip's too hazardous. Why, on freight charges alone, you're worth your weight in platinum when they send you up here. Won't be so bad. There'll be new men up here. You'll pass a lot of time just getting to know them.
Yeah. Listen, chap, I'm engaged back home, you know. Nice girl. You'd like her if you knew her. Here, let me show you. This is a picture of Alice taken at a picnic when we were together.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's a kind of bad angle because she's really got a better figure than that. But, well, we expected to get married when I got back. I never told her about stopover. She thinks I'll be home tomorrow. I kept thinking that somehow
You want to trade places with me, don't you? You thought I might stay for stopover again in your place.
Well, chap, I know you want to go home, but I couldn't ask any of the others. You're the only one who was qualified. Look, you know my father's pretty well fixed. Chap, we could make it worth your while. It would mean 18 more months, but they'd be well-paid months.
Forget it, Dole. You're staying and I'm going home.
Klein. Hey, Klein.
Yo.
Where are you?
About 10 yards off the trail.
Well, come out of the shadow.
I've got a meter jammed over here.
You know the regulations. Chapman will kick like a steer. Keep in sight at all times.
I'll only be a minute. I've got a short circuit in my instrument.
Time for 10-minute check.
I've got my hands full. My valves are all right.
I know it. You know it. But the book says valve and leak check every 10 minutes.
Hey.
Come out. What?
You see a flash?
Where?
Past Camel's Hump. There.
What is that, Northern Lights?
No. No, come over here, you fat geologist.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
That's the relief rocket. Come on.
Hey, where you going?
I'm going over to the ship. Breathe some air that's a little less used.
You think we ought to? Chapman said to stay.
Forget Chapman. We're going home. I want to see that beautiful ship. Come on.
Well, how about the 10-minute check?
Just a formality. Forget it. This is Christmas and 4th of July roll into one.
Okay, let's go. I can just taste some clean, fresh air.
Oh, yeah, see it when we top the hump.
Well, maybe we better check. Wait a minute. I'll swing my gauge up. Donnelly.
Yeah?
How long have we been out?
Oh, about a half hour.
Yeah? Well, look at your gauge.
Well, what do you want? Oh.
If we'd started for the rocket, we never would have made it. We would have strangled halfway down the hump. Come on, we better get back to the bunker.
Check the lock seal.
Okay.
All right, open the inner door. Close the lock.
Get me out of this fish bowl. It's down. The relief rocket, it's down on the other side of Camel's Hump.
Oh, what a beautiful-looking ship. What a beautiful ship.
They must be on their way over here now.
Chap, they're on their way. We're going home today. Get your RA unit out of that suit and into the dryer.
All right. Okay. What's eating you, Dole?
Listen, just because the relief rocket lands, it doesn't mean your RA unit is going to dry up by itself. That goes for you, too, Donnelly.
Okay. Hey, Chapman.
Yeah?
He's taking it pretty hard.
He volunteered.
Yeah, he volunteered.
What a beautiful, beautiful ship.
Hey, listen, what happened to Pittsburgh in the series? That's all I want to know.
Washington
But Halstead still teaching at the university, who took over a seminar at the A's.
Hey, look what we got here. Chap, come here.
What's the matter?
Hey, look what this one's got, a box.
Yeah?
Look inside, dirt. Ordinary dirt with grass.
Grass. Hey, fellas, it feels like grass.
That's right. It's real grass.
Yeah, and real valuable. Do you realize at current freight rates up here, it's worth about $10 a blade?
Oh, shut up.
Hey, Bud, you mind if I chew a blade?
Mr. Chapman.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Chapman. My name's Eberline, captain of the relief ship. I understand you're in charge here.
Yeah, you might say so. They didn't have a captain on the first ship, just a pilot and crew. Dole, turn up the oxycycle in the Harcourt unit.
Well, things have advanced somewhat, huh? Look, Mr. Chapman, is there any place where we can talk together privately?
Well, come around the corner of my locker. It's about as private as we can get.
Oh, good.
What's on your mind?
I've always wanted to meet the man who spent more time here than anybody else. You mind if I smoke?
You better ask Dole. He's in charge now.
Oh. You know, we have big plans for the research station here.
Oh? I haven't heard of any.
Oh, yes, big plans, big plans. They're working on unmanned open-side rockets now that can carry cargo. Sheet steel for more bunkers like this.
Mm-hmm.
Enable us to enlarge the unit. Have a series of bunkers all linked together. Make good laboratories and good living quarters for you people. Have a little privacy for a change.
Well, they could use a little privacy up here.
Oh, they could. Well, that's one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you, Chapman. The commission talked it over, and they'd like to see you stay. They feel if they're going to enlarge it, add more bunkers, and have more men up here, that a man of practical experience should be running things. They figure you're the only man who's capable and has had that experience.
Is that all?
Well, naturally, you'd be paid well. I don't imagine any man would like being here all the time. They're prepared to double your salary, maybe even a bonus in addition. They want you to have full charge. You'd be director of Lunar Laboratories.
Oh, a title, too.
Well, the commission said they'd be willing to consider anything else you had in mind. If it's more money...
The answer is no. I'm not interested in more money for staying because I'm not interested in staying. Money can't buy it, Captain.
Look,
I'm sorry. I'm afraid you'd have to stay up here to appreciate that.
I'm afraid you don't understand the importance
Captain,
of this.
Come over here to the port.
Yes?
Now look out there about 100 yards.
You mean where that mound of stones?
That's right. We made that cross out of condensed milk cans slid over iron bars. When you get out there, you can still see the footprints in the pumice where we gathered around. It's more than 18 months ago, but there's been no wind to wear those tracks away. They'll be there forever.
Oh, I see. Well, who was it? Dreisbach? Or Dixon?
Dixon. We never got Dreisbach out of the crevasse in Taco.
What happened?
You want to know? I can give it to you in detail. Sit down and listen.
Well, what do you mean?
Just wait a minute and I'll show you.
Why? What is it?
Regulations. When someone goes out alone, we have to monitor his radio, tape recorded. We had the recorder open when Dixon went out. I want you to hear it.
Well, all right.
Got the tape right here. It's taken me a minute to thread it up.
Now, look, Chapman, you don't have
Listen. I want you to listen.
Moon, moon, great big silvery moon, won't you please shine down on me, moon, moon.
Regulations. He had to keep saying something so we know he was all right. Most of the guys just sing.
Gentlemen, I'm getting a lovely sonar reading. Hey, if anybody wants to set up a tombstone concession on the moon, this is the spot. Lovely marble, granite, and rock suitable for lobbies here. It's that old devil moon that...
He should have been making a 10-minute check on his oxygen level. He was a good kid, all wrapped up in science. Being on the moon was the opportunity of a lifetime. He thought so much about it that he forgot a lot of little things, like how to stay alive. This was the day before the second group came.
All right, gentlemen. I have 3 or 4 more readings to take, and I'll be right in. I'm doing fine. Fine. Little stuffy. It's almost as if... Hey, somebody get a fix on me, huh? How far am I from the bunker? Must have sprung a leak. When... Hey, when did I take the last 10-minute check? How far am I? It's down to 22.
We took a fix. He was a half hour out.
I can't
He couldn't
get the
make
valve
that.
closed. Listen, you gotta come out and get me. You gotta come out and get me. It's down to 22. Is somebody listening back there? Hey, is somebody listening? I figure I've got 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Listen, you can make it in 10 minutes. I'll meet you towards Camel's Hump. I'll start now. Come and get me, you hear? Come and get me. Chapman? Are you listening, Chapman? Can you hear me? I'm running. Camel's Hump. Hot. The heat. The RA unit's overloading. Can't dry it up. Gotta run. No use. I can't run. The unit heats up. Gauge is down to 15. I can't make it. I'm gonna sit down now. You'll find me at number 7 radiation meter, about 10 yards off the trail. I'm gonna sit down. Sit down next to a rock. Getting dizzy. Hey, remember we used to argue? Do you strangle from no oxy or pass out from CO2? Keep tuned to this channel, boys. You'll find out. It's that old devil moon that you... Oh, boy, the Earth's going around and around and around. Chap, you can't get me, can you?
We didn't have a chance by even 15 minutes. We didn't even go out. There wasn't any sense to it.
Well, did you record after that?
Yeah, it's on the tape, but you don't want to hear it. We've never played it back.
That's why we want you to stay, Chapman. We don't want any more like Dixon.
You don't get the point, Captain. I don't want to be the next Dixon. I'm going home now.
But you're...
Bob Dole is staying for stopover. If there's something important about the project or any changes, you better tell him before you go.
Mail call. Chap, here's one for you. Donnelly.
Yo.
Dole. Dole. Donnelly.
Yo.
Klein. Dole. Donnelly.
Yeah. Oh, boy, did I miss an opportunity. I could have had a year's subscription to the Ladies' Home Journal combined with the American Farmer, all for half price.
All right, men, all right. My departure time is an hour and a half.
Hey, my sister had twins.
Hey, chap, aren't you going to read your letter?
I read it. It's a short letter.
Is something wrong?
No, there's nothing wrong. Dole.
What is it, chap?
Get your stuff and leave with the others.
What? What do you mean?
What are you talking about, chap? Get your bag and let's go.
I'm not going back.
Well, what's the matter with you? Did you suddenly decide you don't like the blue sky and the trees? Come on, let's go.
Look, Julius, I'm not going back. I haven't got anything to go back for.
Was it the letter?
Yeah. Dear Joe, this isn't going to be a nice letter, but I thought it best you should know before you come home.
Oh.
Isn't very original, is it? 3 years is a long time, and 250,000 miles is a long distance. You know what, Julius? She can look up in the night sky now and tell him how she was once engaged to the man in the moon. That's a real conversation piece, isn't it? Very funny. Go ahead, Dole. Get going.
You're doing a much braver thing than you may think, Mr. Chapman.
Yeah, sure.
You like the looks of the moon going away from it, Mr. Dole?
It looks a lot better this way.
I suppose you'll be glad to get home.
I'd rather not talk about it. They were kidding Chapman this morning. They said he found a home on the moon.
If we'd stayed an hour or so more, he might have changed his mind and left after all.
I'd offered him money. I didn't want to stay for stopover. I was a coward, and I offered him money to stay in my place.
Well, we're all cowards once in a while. But your offer of money had nothing to do with his staying. He stayed because he had to stay. Because we made him stay.
I don't understand.
Chapman had a lot to go home for. He was engaged to be married.
I know.
We got her to write him a letter breaking it off. We knew that it meant that he'd lost one of his main reasons for wanting to go back. I think perhaps he still would have left if we'd stayed and argued him into going. But we left before he could change his mind.
That was a lousy thing to do.
We had no choice. We didn't use it except as a last resort.
I don't know of any girl who would have written such a letter if she was really in love with a guy like Chapman. No matter what your reasons.
There was only one girl who would have. Ginny Dixon. You see, Chapman's girl was Dixon's sister. She understood what we were trying to tell her. That the new shift had to be safe. That there had to be someone who had to take over and keep those boys alive. She understood that. Because her brother died up there.
You mean he's the only one? I couldn't have done the job?
Oh, look, Dole. Chapman knows how to live on the moon. He's like a trapper who spent all his time in the forest. He knows it like the palm of his hand. He never makes mistakes. He never fails to check things. And he isn't a scientist. He would never become so preoccupied with research that he'd fail to make checks, and he can watch out for those who do make mistakes. He understood that, too, all too well. It costs a lot of money to send ships up there and establish a colony. You have to have the best men for the job. You get them even if they don't want to do it. Personal lives and viewpoints are expendable. It's got to be that way. There's too much at stake.
It's a cold place, the moon.
You're an odd bunch of guys, you and the others in the groups. Few of you, Dole, come up for the glamour. I know. None of you really like it, and none of you are enthusiastic about it. You're all reluctant to come in the first place, for the most part. You're a bunch of pretty reluctant heroes.
18 months. He'll be up there 18 more months.
Personally, I don't feel happy about that. I don't like having to mess up other people's lives. I hope I won't have to again. Maybe somehow, some way, this one can be patched up. We'll try to.
18 months.
In the meantime, on behalf of the Commission and myself, I feel like a cheap, rotten heel.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features My Lady Greensleeves, a novelette by Frederick Pohl, which begins when a guard smelled trouble and knew it would come because he had been bred that way. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Reluctant Heroes, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Frank M. Robinson and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Mandel Kramer as Chapman, Jim Drummond as Klein, Bob Hastings as Dahl, Dick Hamilton as Donnelly, Jim Stevens as Dixon, and Dick Janiver as Eberline. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk. And those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5, preparing to fight off an attacking robot ship. Fire stern torpedo 1. Fire 1.
Surely you don't think I'm aboard this robot ship, Commander?
If your seconds pull the door, there won't be a ship. Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target.
The ship's protected by a force field. Our torpedoes explode when they hit the field.
That's right. Keep firing if you like. You can't stop this robot ship.
It's gaining on us, sir.
If you don't act quickly, it'll ram us and blow us to bits. We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Come and get it! Come and get the coolest, most refreshing, most delicious glass of chocolate milk ever. Space Patrollers, that's Nestle's Quick. There's nothing in this universe that tastes so good, mixes so fast, and cools so well. Nestle's Quick has the same terrific flavor as your favorite Nestle's chocolate bars. But smooth, velvety chocolate. And it's so easy, Quick just about makes itself. Listen, first you pour out your big frosty glass of milk. Then you just drop in 2 teaspoons of Nestle's Quick. Swish it around for a second, and there it is, your Quick Me Up. Packed with nourishment, full to the brim with cool refreshment. Just what you want in this hot weather. So be sure you get Mom to bring home the big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick, so you can make yourself a glass of Quick anytime you like. And remember, this is the sound of good things coming. Come and get it! Come and get your Martian totem head, too. Boy, you'd better hurry, because this offer is almost over. You can have tons of fun with your totem head because it's got magic forehead vision. You can see out, but nobody can see in. They send the lid or a tracing of the label from a can of Nestle's Quick, together with your name, address, and 25 cents, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri, and hurry! And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Commander Corey is waging a battle of wits against Polidor, the invisible mastermind behind a series of daring crimes. Although Buzz and Happy have captured several of Polidor's agents, the identity of the super criminal remains a mystery. Right now, the Commander and Cadet Happy are in the office of Neil Channing, Chief Chemist of the Solfex Products Company in Lowell City on the planet Mars. Channing's staff has just completed the laboratory analysis of a complex mixture of chemicals provided him by the Commander.
Here you are, Commander. It's as complete and detailed as we can make.
Well, thanks, Johnny. I'll check it over now.
Oh, go ahead. Well, you'll probably notice that in most of the items, our reports merely confirm the findings of your Space Patrol Security Lab experts. I'm sorry we weren't able to supply much new information.
I don't expect miracles, Channing. At any rate, your independent tests cut down the margin of error. Oh, this paragraph on component 11. You've got data here that we don't have.
Well, we should have. After all, it's a product we make here at Solfex. We intend to market it under the trade name Lumaplex.
Lumaplex?
It's a synthetic mineral with several unusual properties. For one thing, it amplifies light.
Lumaplex? That's a new one on me.
Channing, I believe you said you intend to put it on the market.
Yes, it's still in the experimental state.
Well, aren't you surprised that we should bring you a sample of it for analysis?
Not especially. It's our policy here at Solfex to let small independent researchers experiment with our new products. Why, we even have high school chemistry students on our trial and error shipping it. Pays off, too. Some of our best commercial ideas have come from Andrew.
Mr. Channing, did you ever hear of someone called Polidor?
Polidor? Oh, you don't mean this long-range ventriloquist who's been throwing his voice all over the solar system?
Yes. This sample of powdered chemicals is the remains of the gadget he uses to project his voice.
He calls it a detectoscope.
For the materials you found in this sample, Channing, could you construct a device that would act as a spaceophone and viewscope combined?
Some orbit.
You could make it so compact that it's the size of a half-credit coin and only twice as thick.
Definitely not. I don't say it's impossible, but it's beyond the scope of our know-how here at Solfex.
Well, it's not beyond Polidor's know-how.
We can find the man who put your Lumaplex to work. Might help us locate Polidor. To your knowledge, how many outsiders are working on Lumaplex?
At least 10 individuals or firms. I can give you a list.
Good. I'm not overlooking the possibility that someone here at Solfex might have found out more about Lumaplex than his Polish employers.
Pleasant thought. I'm sure my employees are loyal, but I admit it's an angle we'll have to consider, Commander. Say, maybe it's none of my business, but do you intend to question everybody on that list I mentioned?
Our agents will. Why?
Well, it would help you if you had a little background on these experimenters, the general direction of their research.
It certainly would.
Then Gannett's your man. Rudolph Gannett. He's an amateur astronomer, and he keeps in touch with a lot of the small fry experimenters, crackpots and all.
Would an astronomer know much about electronics and its Lumaplex?
Gannett might. Remember I said he was an amateur astronomer. He was a research chemist before he retired. Now he's got a nice place outside Lowell City where he putters around making his own telescopes and all the paraphernalia that goes with them. Even molds and grinds his own lenses. Every new plastic that comes out, he makes optical tests on.
He might be interested in work on Lumaplex because of its light amplifying properties.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since we're here in Lowell City, we'll have a talk with him.
Well, I'll tell you how to find his place. But I'm warning you, Commander, you'll be lucky if you can get Gannett's head out of the Milky Way long enough to talk to him. His mind is usually a million light years out in space.
We'll take a chance. Thanks, Channing.
Outward bound from Terra, a private cruiser follows a vector that avoids the regular space lanes. Its pilot, Chad Tessick, keeps a wary eye on the viewscope screens as he speaks into the spaceophone.
Everything's set, Polidor. Not a hitch.
If you're sure you're not being followed, proceed to headquarters. I have another job for you. It involves tremendous Corey.
Coria? I thought Janik drew that detail.
Yes, but unfortunately, an unforeseen move on Corey's part to Janikov's schedule. I want you to dispose of Corey before 1600 hours tomorrow.
It's pretty short notice, isn't it?
Perhaps. But I want Corey out of the way when our device puts the telecommunications center out of commission.
Maybe we could figure a way to have Corey at the center when our gadget does its work.
Yes, it would give me great satisfaction for Corey to be unhinged and the entire nerve center of his precious space patrol is burned out.
The Omicron radiation would finish Corey, just like it's going to take care of everybody in the communications building.
It's a tempting thought, but an attempt to maneuver Corey into the center at the second 1600 hours might arise his suspicions and upset our plan.
That shouldn't be hard. Corey's headquarters isn't far from communications.
No, but Corey isn't on Terra.
No, where is he?
In Lowell City. It appears to me, Tessie, that Commander Corey's unhappy face will be among the important messages that the communication center will be unable to transmit. Hold it around.
On a high hill some 60 miles from Lowell City is the home of Rudolph Gannett. It is not a spectacular residence. Its only unique feature being a small dome, unmistakably identifies it as an observatory. In a library adjoining the dome, Gannett looks up from the list of names Commander Corey has just handed him.
I see you have Professor Arlington's name.
You know him?
Oh, quite well. I don't wish to seem unkind, but you might as well trust his name off to me.
And you don't think he's working with Lumaplex?
Playing with Lumaplex is more in Arlington's line, Commander. Please don't misunderstand me. Arlington is competent in his field. A good instructor, but not an original research man.
That's it. Having just two names as being likely to experiment with Lumaplex along the lines I mentioned. James Hollister of Jupiter and Lawrence Earhart of Mystery City.
Yes, Commander.
Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Gannett.
Oh, you're not leaving. I was hoping to show you my observatory.
I'm sorry, but we've got to get back to Lowell City. Later, when we aren't so rushed, Captain and I'd be delighted to see you.
Well, we sure would, Mr. Gannett. Oh, you men who search for criminals are always in a rush. That's why I like astronomy. There are no criminals in the heavens. The stars all obey the law.
Maybe that's because they're old enough to know they can't get away with disobeying the law. So long, Mr. Gannett.
Goodbye, Mr. Gannett, and thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Goodbye, gentlemen. Tessie, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Orienta I just left. Keep out of sight.
I took care of their surface car. All right.
Give them 10 minutes to start. Then take my car and trail them. This time we've got to make sure.
Commander Corey at the wheel, the Space Patrol surface car moves swiftly over the deserted road to Lowell City. The many turns and grades in this stretch through the mountains keep Buzz and Happy from noticing the car following, a mile behind.
Hey, we're making good time for this kind of road.
What time is it?
Well, I've got 11:16, but my watch is slow.
That Happy's watch isn't correct at a split second?
I noticed it at Gannett's place, sir. I checked it with his clock, and I'm a half a minute behind.
Well, an astronomer would certainly have the correct time. I don't want to take my eyes off the road, Hap. What does my watch say?
Why, well, that's funny. Yours is the same as mine. We both can't be off the same amount.
Yeah, right now, 30 seconds can't make any difference.
That's right. We'll still make Lowell City by 1200. Say, wouldn't it be a joke on Gannett, the well-ordered astronomer, if his clock was wrong?
I just happened to think an observatory would have several clocks, keeping different kinds of time. Universal start time, local start time.
Oh, sure. The clock I saw was probably on Mars sun time. Hey, Commander, our windshield is fogging up.
Fog in this dry Martian atmosphere? Something is clouding the windshield.
What's wrong with that automatic gizmo? That electronic field is supposed to repel dust and
Hap,
vapor.
I can't see. Look out the side and guide me.
Commander, you're too close to the edge. A little to the left.
Hey, we're going over!
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, Space Patroller.
Hi, Captain Tufeld.
Hey, see, you got another keen man from Mars totem head in the morning mail. How many you got now?
3 and 4 more to come. Just wait. I'm going to have the biggest totem pole in the whole universe. Because I'm sending for totem heads just as fast as I can get box tops.
Smart boy. And Space Patrollers, if you haven't started your totem head collection, you better get going right now. Because this terrific offer ends soon.
And you don't want to miss out on the fun you can have with these neat totem heads. Wear them over your head, and from head to shoulders, you're in disguise. A man from Mars totem head is more than 12 inches high, and every one of them has magic forehead vision.
Yes, sir, magic forehead vision. That's the special secret eye plate. You can see out, but nobody else can see in.
When you get lots of totem heads, you can build yourself an honest-to-goodness totem pole in your room or in your backyard, like I'm doing.
Each totem head has a face in front and one in back, too. A beak-like nose, fang-like teeth, and ears that flop. And wait till you see those bright Martian colors, red and yellow, green and black.
Hurry, gang. Get your box top in your quarter and send for yours now.
Remember, Space Patrollers, this offer soon ends. So for every totem head you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Race Against Time. Buzz and Happy are in the surface car driving through a mountainous region of Mars after interviewing an amateur astronomer named Rudolph Gannett. Suddenly, the windshield of the car clouded up, and before Buzz could bring the car to a stop, it careened over the edge of an embankment. Now the car is tumbled to a stop in the soft dirt just a few feet from a straight drop-off. A moment later, another surface car rounds the bend and stops at the scene. A man gets out and ascends the slope toward the wreck. The two Space Patrollers lie motionless in a battered surface car. Then Happy moans and stirs. Suddenly, he's aware of a quick, firm grasp on his arm. A pressure that in 1 second tells Happy, even in his dazed condition, that Buzz wants him to remain quiet and feign unconsciousness. An instant later, the car door is yanked open.
Yeah. They need job.
Not quite neat enough, Happy. One of them is still alive. I heard him moan.
Oh, they're both out cold. I can finish them off easy.
Keep your hands off the car. We don't want fingerprints.
Okay, Porter. I'll be careful.
When you coated the windshield, we used 2 thinner solutions. It should have clouded up instantly when I transmitted the energizing field from the observatory.
Well, it worked okay. The windshield is clear now. It looked like Corey lost control and tumbled over the cliff.
No, if he hadn't had time to slow down, he'd have gone completely down to the bottom. Anyway, Corey won't be able to stop our little surprise for the Ontario at 1600.
Well, look, why don't I drag him out and toss him over the ledge? It looked like they were thrown out of the car.
It's an excellent suggestion. At first, dispose of the detective stone.
Can't you destroy it with the disintegrator impulse?
Naturally. But you don't think I want Space Patrol investigators to find the powder in the car, do you?
Yeah, that's right. They know the wreck wasn't an accident.
Or find out that Janet and Polydor are the same. Now, before you dispose of these two, throw the detectoscope over the ledge. I'll disintegrate it in midair, and the powder will never be found. But remember, leave no clues. Be careful. Polydor out.
Okay, Polydor. Here goes. Now let's get all these together. Come on, Corey. You're going over the cliff.
I'll take over from here, Teddy.
Need some help, Commander? No.
Except to carry Tessig up to his car.
Oh, we got Polydor and he thought we were.
Maybe. They can attach the Texas.
No, sir. Now we know who Polydor is.
Since he disintegrated the detectoscope, he doesn't know we made him yet.
You sure were right when you pegged Gannett as a phony.
I'll notify Lowell City headquarters to send a couple of the patrol ships to Gannett's observatory. That is, if our car space is dead.
Maybe there's one in Tessig's car.
There's also a hidden detectoscope. Whether we use the spacephone or not, Polydor will be tipped off if we're still alive.
I guess a surprise attack on his observatory is impossible.
We'll take Tessig to Lowell City. Then we'll send patrol ships to the observatory while I work on Tessig. I've got to find out what Polydor meant by a surprise party on Terra at 1600.
Yeah, I heard that.
It sure can't be anything good.
Remember, as we get near Tessig's car, not a word about Polidor, Tessig, or Terra. Maybe we can't keep him from seeing us with his detectascope, but we can keep him on a hot seat, worrying about what we're going to do.
After a fast and silent trip to Lowell City, Buzz dispatches 2 patrol ships to Polidor's observatory. Then, in the Space Patrol headquarters of the Mars capital, he questions Chad Tessig.
Once more, Tessig, what's Polidor planning to do on Terra at 1600? Polidor? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. All right, then. Gannett. I heard the whole conversation back at the wreck. Polidor is Gannett, and you're working with him. You've been working too hard, Commander. You're imagining things. I'm through wasting time, Tessig. I'm giving you a brainograph test.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Hampton?
The patrol just reported in from the observatory.
Polidor was gone, I suppose.
Yes, and so was that small atmosphere ship we saw parked near the house. The agents are searching the place from top to bottom looking for evidence. Get anything out of Tessig?
No. The brainograph is fixed down.
Oh, another thing, sir. The local lab men went over to Tessig's car and found some more powder. Polidor had a detectascope in there, all right.
Now get this, Tessig. If anything serious happens on Terra in the next few hours, we're going to hold you personally responsible.
You can't do that. It's not fair. Huh. Look who's talking about fairness.
Tessig, I know Polidor has planned a catastrophe for 1600 on Terra. You can help prevent it. If you don't, you'll take the consequences, and Polidor can't protect you.
All right. It's a Terra Communications Center. It's going to be put out of commission. The whole works.
How?
1600 hours. A surge of high-voltage current is going to be sent over the regular power lines. It'll burn out every bit of equipment in the place. Spacephones, viewscopes, computers, relay transmitters, recording equipment, everything.
Well, how about the voltage regulators? They'll automatically break the circuits if there's an overload.
Not with the higher frequency current we're using. It'll jump every fuse and relay you've got. That whole center will be burned out. It'll be completely useless.
Where's this device planted? What part of the building?
Power section 4. It's well hidden where no one could plant it unless they knew it was there.
Tell me where it is and how to shut it off. I'll spacephone instructions to Terra.
It's not that easy. Polidor made sure it'd be a thorough job. It'll not only burn out all the equipment, but it'll take care of every living man in the building.
How?
Omicron radiation. When that charge hits, every light in the building, whether it's turned on or off, will throw out deadly Omicron rays.
Smoking rockets.
You're going under the brainograph, Tessig. We're going to find out how to shut off that machine.
Yeah, you lick, Corey, because I don't know. You can bet that the men who installed it are scattered all over the solar system by now.
Gee, Commander, what are we going to do?
You can't do anything.
Tessig, if that machine were right in front of you, could you figure out how to shut it off?
I think so. I'm on Mars, and the machine's on Terra.
That can be fixed. I'm taking you to Terra.
But you can't make it by 1600.
Going to try. Come on, Hap. Let's get into the ship.
With Tessig locked securely in an aft compartment, the Terra 5 roars toward Terra. For the 10th time in the past hour, Atlee has recomputed their vector, weighing space against time in endless calculations.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
What do you figure now, Hap? What's our ETA?
15:50 and 25 seconds.
Less than 10 minutes to get from the spaceport to the communications center.
And we don't know how much time Tessig will need to shut that thing off.
We could take more acceleration, but I don't know about Tessig back there. We've got to keep him healthy and alert.
When we drag him into communications, he'll be alert enough. He'll have to be to save his own skin.
I'll increase acceleration a little. We can cut down our travel time another 5 minutes. Hap, look at the rear view scope.
A spaceship on our tail, and it's gaining on us.
Looks like trouble.
Polidor. The acceleration must be terrific.
It's probably under robot control. I'll challenge him and find out. Vanacori aboard Terra 5, calling spaceship. Now 5D uses stern on our vector, following Space Meridian 125. Request identification. Acknowledged. Have you stand by to fire space torpedoes.
Standing by, sir. Still coming on.
Corey aboard Terra 5 to unidentified cruiser. You're on a collision course with this ship. Unless you acknowledge and change vector, you'll be fired upon.
Very well, Commander. Go ahead and fire. It's Polidor, all right.
Polidor, we've changed vector, and your ship is still tailing us. I'm giving you one more chance.
I'm on target, sir.
Fire stern torpedo 1.
Fire 1. Surely you don't think I'm aboard the ship, Commander? In a few seconds, there won't be a ship. Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target. Something must have been wrong with the proximity fuse.
No, Cadet. This ship is protected by a force field. Your cosmic torpedoes will never reach me.
Commander, can we try it again?
It'd be a waste of time. The proximity fuses react to the force field instead of the actual hull of the ship.
That's right. Keep firing if you like. Meanwhile, this robot ship will pursue you and ram you.
If we time it right, and wait till he gets real close.
No, we destroy by our own torpedo.
Exactly. You may as well face it, Corey. You will never reach Terra. And as you probably know by now, the communication center will be destroyed at 1600 hours. In a moment, Commander, my use-code screen will go blank. And I'll know that you and the Terra-5 have been flashed into business. Goodbye, Commander.
Sir, what can we do? Evasive tactics are no good. Polidor's robot keeps right on our tail.
Hap, put on a spacesuit, then shove a cosmic torpedo out of the cargo hatch. I'll cut down our acceleration.
Yes, sir, but what good will that do? The torpedo will have the same velocity as the ship. It'll stay right with us.
That's the idea. Hurry. Get that suit on. When you're ready to shove the torpedo out, signal me on your suit spaceophone. Now get...
Happy to Commander Corey.
Go ahead, Hap.
The hatch is open. Torpedo's ready.
Have you disconnected the proximity fuse?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going to cut our acceleration. Push the torpedo out, but take it easy. It'll explode on contact.
That's clear of the ship, sir. But it's floating right along under us.
Good. The robot ship is gaining fast. Brace yourself and keep clear of that hatch. I'm blasting ahead on all rockets.
Okay, Commander.
Everything all right back there, Hap?
Yes, sir. But there was a big flash of light astern.
That was Polidor's robot ship colliding with a torpedo. When I accelerated, we pulled ahead fast and left the torpedo behind.
And the robot smacked it instead of us.
Check on Tessic before you come forward. I want him in good shape when we reach Terra.
It's 15:48 by the ship's chronometer when the Terra-5 roars to the Terra space lock. Buzz and Happy are rushed to the communications building in a surface car, holding the panic-stricken Tessic between them. A swift elevator drops them down to Power Section 4, where the infernal device is poised to hurl destructive current and deadly radiation through the huge building.
Come on, Tessic. Where is it?
It's in this room, there behind that panel.
Get to work and shut it off.
Make it snappy. It's awful close to 1600.
There it is.
It's already started. We're too late.
It's just building up potential. We won't throw the current into the mainline until the power's up. But don't just stand there. Shut it off.
Commander, I can't remember. I can't think straight. Let's get out of here.
There isn't time to get out. The only way you can save your own neck is to save everybody else. Now get to work.
Hey, I think this is the switcher.
Nothing happened.
That must be for one of the preliminary operations. Once it's underway, it can't be stopped. I can't think. I can't think. I can't think. If I turn the wrong switch, it would throw the power on ahead of time.
Tessic, you've only got a few seconds.
Quiet, Hap. Don't rattle him any more than he is.
You might as well all relax, gentlemen. There is nothing you can do.
There's a detectoscope in here, too.
I don't suppose, Commander, you'd like to spend your final minute of existence in explaining how you avoided my robot ship. When the viewscope went blank, I thought I had you.
Think of shut up. Let me think.
Now, how can Poli make me shut up when I'm safely on board?
Polidor, tell me how to stop this machine. Please.
He's not going to tell you. You've got to do it yourself, and you've got just 10 seconds.
Seconds? But, Commander...
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
I can't
3, 2, 1. Something's gone wrong.
It's not going to go off.
Those fools, those bungling fools. There's only one thing that could be wrong. They forgot to set the final locking switch.
The locking switch?
Which one is that?
This one, right here. But it's in position.
That's all I wanted to know.
It's off. I don't understand. It was on before. Why didn't it work?
Happy, what time do you have?
Exactly 1600. Hey, my watch must be slow.
Polidor, if you're still listening, what time do you have?
35 seconds past 1600.
Right. By Mars local sun time. I was hoping you'd be too excited to remember there's 30 seconds difference.
But, Commander, you were counting off the seconds.
By Mars sun time. The machine was set by Universal Star time. Polidor thought his machine was out of order and obligingly told us how to fix it.
Next time, Poli, you won't be so lucky.
We'll meet again soon, Polidor. And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Polidor. And next time, we'll fix your clock. Ha!
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages.
Say, gang, are you walking around without your head?
Oh, Hap, how can anybody do that?
Smoking rockets, Commander. I mean the totem head. That's the greatest thing since heads were first invented.
Oh, I get it. And Space Patrollers, you want to get one of these spooky totem heads. You can see out, but nobody can see in. You've got to act right away. There's very little time left, and when this offer ends, it'll never be made again.
Don't be without your head when it's so easy to get a totem head. You just send your name and address and 25 cents, together with the lid from a can of Nestle's Quick, or a tracing of the front of the Quick label, or a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
Got that, boys and girls? It's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri.
Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to get out of a huge castle on the planet Venus, where Polidor is holding them prisoners. The two Space Patrollers are struggling, trying to open a heavy door.
It's locked. But in a castle this size, there must be more doors.
The chances are Polidor has them all locked.
Yeah, by electronic control. Commander, something smells strange.
I noticed it, too.
My eyes are burning.
Gotta find Polidor and take our chances. He's filling the castle with poison gas.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Robot of Vorcana. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol! Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program in your local ABC television station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Space Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. We've been having labor trouble. Our pet vampire, Oscar, a member of local Ooh, has been complaining about unfair haunting conditions. He wants longer nights and fatter victims. And then there's also a jurisdictional dispute going on between Oscar and Harry, the demon hangman. Oscar says that Harry should keep his news out of other people's business. Oh, by the way, let me tell you about our latest guest. Used to be an income tax consultant. One day, he deducted his wife's head from her body with a hatchet. Sort of a decapita gains act.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Flame of Death, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan, and stars Charlotte Holland in the role of Norma, with Les Tremaine as George.
Well, now, you folks ready for tonight's gory gambit? Oh, you want to leave? Well, go ahead. Over my dead body. Like angry ghosts, the thoughts of fear and death stalk uneasily through the dark and torturous labyrinth of the human mind. They are ghosts that cannot be denied. Ghosts that distort everyday living into an unreasoning, shuddering existence.
He comes into my room and screams he won't let me alone. You say it can't be, George, but I know. He isn't really dead.
These are the things a woman says to her doctor. The woman is Mrs. Norma Loring, and the doctor's a close friend, George Haynes. Inside Norma Loring's mind, there's a cold, frightening despair. A doctor can help sometimes. A doctor can probe into the human mind. But how deep? How deep?
You must rest. Sleep is very important.
Sleep. Oh, I tried, George. I tried, but I can't. I can't do anything but think of David and the way he died in that fire.
You've got to put those thoughts out of your mind. It's been 6 months since your husband died.
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Norma.
It was last night. Every night it happens all over again. Every night I see those flames. See him looking out of that locked window in the cabin, hearing him screaming for me to help him. And then he laughs at me and he says he'll punish me for not helping him.
You did all you could.
No. I should have gone in and tried to save him. He'll return just as he says he will. He'll return and make me die in the flames like he did.
Norma, stop it.
I can't escape him.
Stop
I
it.
can't.
And listen to me. I'm a doctor. I know about these
I
things.
killed him. I killed my husband.
No. You're just torturing yourself with a guilt fantasy. You probably couldn't have saved David even if you'd tried. But deep in your mind, you feel you could have.
But David was sick. I should never have let him alone, George. I don't want to die. You mustn't let the fire kill me, George.
You've got to calm yourself. I can't help you if you don't cooperate.
Yes. Well,
Now, I sent Miss Freely for your coat. It's a nice, brisk day. You and I are going for a walk, all right?
Yes. All right, George, all right.
Feel like having a cigarette?
Yes, cigarette would be fine.
Here you are.
Thank you. George!
What is it?
David, he's here. He's looking at me.
Norma, don't.
He's in that flame.
Norma, this is just a lit match.
Take him away from me. Don't bring him near me. Please, don't.
All right. There. Match is out. There's nothing to be afraid of now.
Don't ever let him in again. Promise me you won't, George. Promise me.
Here's Mrs. Loring's coat, Doctor.
Thank you, Miss Freeling.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Loring, this letter is for you.
A letter for me?
Well, go ahead, Norma. Open it. Then we can get started on our walk.
All right. George.
What's the matter?
Look what was in the envelope.
Why, it's part of a photograph of you.
It was taken outside the cabin at Tallwood 3 years ago.
Strange. Wonder what it's about.
You said the dead don't return.
Huh?
Look in this envelope, the rest of my photograph. Charred paper and ashes.
Miss Freely, where did you get this envelope?
Why, it was in the mailbox, Doctor. Very peculiar, isn't it?
There's something even more peculiar.
What do you mean?
The cabin in which Mr. Loring was burnt to death was located at Tallwood. This envelope is postmarked Tallwood. Norma, I wish you wouldn't come with me. I'll phone you after I get the information at the post office.
No, George. You'll try to keep things from me, and I want to hear the truth. I've got... Oh, George, wait.
What is it?
Coming across the street. That's Ralph, my postman.
Good. He should be able to help us. Good morning, Mrs. Loring.
Ralph, this is Dr. Haynes' friend. We want to talk to you.
Oh, sure. It's about this envelope.
You delivered it to my house this morning.
You'll notice that the address is typewritten and it's postmarked Tallwood. Oh, yeah, I see, Tallwood. How can we trace this envelope to the sender? You can't trace it, Doctor. Can't? Why not? It came by regular mail this morning. You yourself delivered it.
Well, not me. I'm making my first morning delivery now.
Well, then how did this envelope get in the mailbox?
You got me, Doctor. Maybe somebody's playing tricks on Mrs. Loring.
David, put it there.
Come on, Norma. I'm taking you back to the house.
Oh, just a minute, Mrs. Loring. I got a letter for you. This one's through regular channels here. It's a funny thing, though. This one's got the same postmark, too. Tallwood.
I'll take that letter.
It's for Mrs. Loring.
No, it's all right, Ralph.
Okay, Mrs. Loring, as long as you say so.
This envelope is from David, too. He's come back. I'm going to die. And there's nothing anyone can do to save me.
No, Norma. Someone is playing rotten tricks to make you suffer. Somehow I'll prove it to you. Now, here. We'll open this envelope and see what it is this time.
Letter with burnt edges.
Yes. Norma, the flames and I are at Tallwood, waiting for you. David.
It's from him. He's waiting for me.
He's not there. Can't you see how obvious it is now?
No.
Dead men don't write and mail letters. It's just as I told you, a trick.
No, it isn't. David sent that letter. There's no mistake. That's his handwriting.
Mrs. Loring, you should listen to Dr. Haynes. It isn't wise for you to make this trip.
It's no use, Miss Freely. Her mind's made up.
You don't understand, either one of you. I have to go to Tallwood. I can't escape him. It's better this way. Up here, maybe he'll forgive me.
But, Mrs. Loring, your husband died 6 months ago. You're just making things difficult for yourself.
He's not dead. Not the way you think he is.
Perhaps, Norma, it is best you insisted on coming up here tonight. It'll give me a chance to prove something to you.
Is it much farther, Doctor?
No, we're almost there. The cabin in which Mr. Loring was burnt to death was located just around this bend in the road. In a few seconds, Norma, you'll see for yourself how things really are. And then...
What's the matter, Doctor? Why did you stop so suddenly?
Miss Freely, you stay here in the car with Mrs. Loring.
George, look at it.
Doctor, what is it?
That cabin over there with the lights. Can't be. When I saw it last, it was just ashes. But now it's just the way it was before the fire.
George, please take me away from here before it's too late. Please.
Oh, wait. Door's open. Come on, Norma.
George, do you smell it?
Yes.
The odor of burning wood.
Well, they probably forgot to put the fire out in the fireplace.
But there's no wood in the fireplace. It's empty. David is here. He's here waiting for me.
No, Norma, no.
This cabin, it's just the way it was the night of the fire. The 2 chairs were just this way. His coat was on this bench right here where it is now. And this newspaper on the table, this paper, look at it. Look at the date.
September 16th, 1948.
The 16th of September. That was the night this cabin burned out and the night he died in the flames.
I'm taking you back to the car, Norma. And then...
George!
What is it?
Look at the window, his face.
Well, there's nothing at the window.
He disappeared. He didn't want you to see him. The dead can do that. He's out there waiting for me, waiting to...
Probably Miss Freely.
No. It's David. Don't let him in, George. He's going to kill me, George. Please, if you love me, if you want to save me, George.
Hello, Norma. It's been a long time, hasn't it? A very long time. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Norma?
You.
Nice of you to remember.
Norma, who is this man?
I'm Carl Loring.
Loring?
He's David's brother.
I didn't know David had a brother.
I guess I'm the kind of family talks about in hushed tones. You know, one in every family closet.
What's this all about, Loring?
I don't believe I caught your name.
It's Dr. Haynes. Now tell me, what are you up to?
I might ask you to the same thing.
Carl, David is here.
He said he would be.
Then you know?
Oh, cut it out, Norma. Why did you send me the letter?
What letter?
This one. With the burnt edges and the handwriting of my dear departed brother.
He wrote to you, too?
Look, Loring, I don't know what your game is, but Norma has been made very sick by your rotten trickery.
Mine?
It's obvious that you're behind this. That cabin door was locked, but you had the key to open it.
I don't have to make explanations to you, but just to set you straight, these keys were sent to me in the mail. Here, you can keep them. You can keep this box they were mailed to me in.
George, the address on this box. It's in David's handwriting.
Come on, Norma. I'm taking you back to the car.
Car? What car are you talking about?
Why, mine. It's parked down the road a few yards.
Well, I just came up the road. I didn't see any car.
Miss Freely.
Who's Miss Freely?
Norma's nurse. She was in the car waiting for us.
George, you've got to find her.
Will you help me look for her, Loring?
All right.
You stay here, Norma.
Oh, no, George, wait.
Yes. What is it?
Don't make me stay here alone.
You'll be all right.
No,
We'll be back as soon as possible. Let's go, Loring.
George!
Take the woods on the other side of the city.
Mrs. Loring. I'm sorry I frightened you that way.
Miss Freely, we thought something had happened to you. They aren't looking for you. I'll call them back.
No, don't. I want to talk to you alone.
What?
It's about your husband. There's something out back in the woodshed. I want to show it to you.
I don't understand.
Your husband's death in the fire. I don't think it was an accident. There's something in the woodshed that makes me think it was murder. It's just inside the door here, Mrs. Loring. I'll switch on the flashlight so you can see it. There. That can.
What is it?
Look at the label.
Magnesium.
An incendiary powder. That's why the cabin went up in flames so quickly, before you had a chance to get in and save your husband.
David was murdered. That's why he's come back. He thinks I did it.
No, Mrs. Loring. Your husband hasn't come back. I know what it is now. The real murderer is trying to drive you mad.
But how did you find this powder?
I saw a man come up the road when you and Dr. Haynes went into the cabin.
Yeah?
I hid the car in the woods. Then I followed the man. He had a package under his arm, this can. He put it here in the woodshed. Then he went over to the cabin. He was the man who left with Dr. Haynes.
Carl. Yes, he hated David.
I'll stay here, Mrs. Loring. You'll have to work fast before they return.
What should I do?
There's a phone in the cabin. Get back there as quickly as you can and call the police. Here, take the flashlight. Now, hurry.
All right, Miss Freely.
Dr. Haynes? Dr. Haynes, is that you? It's so dark I can't see. Dr. Haynes, please answer me. Is it...
Hello. Operator. Hello.
What's the matter, Norma?
Oh, George.
What are you doing at the phone?
What? I was trying to get the police, but the operator doesn't answer.
The police? Why?
Well, something Miss Freely told me.
Miss Freely? You've seen her?
Yes, she's out in the back. She told me
Wait
about...
a minute.
What is it, Judge?
Those keys Carl Loring put on the table here, they're gone.
But they were here when you both left.
Yes, I know.
George, that's Miss Freely.
Come on. Norma, look. Woodshed's on fire.
Oh, hurry, George. Miss Freely's in that woodshed.
Look at this, Norma.
A burned lock.
I found it in the ashes. This lock is the reason Miss Freely didn't have a chance. The door to that shed was locked from the outside. She was trapped.
The same way David was trapped. She was murdered the same way David was. She found out about David. That's why she was killed.
What did she tell you about David?
Yes, Norma. What about David?
Carl.
Loring, where did you come from?
I was standing back there watching the fire. Quite a blaze, wasn't it?
A woman died in that fire. Miss Freely.
Oh?
She was locked in there. Murdered.
By David's ghost?
I only know this, Loring. The keys you put on the table in the cabin are missing. A killer, ghost or otherwise, must have locked the door with one of those keys. Now, if we can find...
You haven't far to look for them, Dr. Haynes.
What do you mean?
There, at your feet in the dirt. There are the keys.
George, why are you slowing down?
That diner just ahead. I'll call the police from there.
I thought you were going to drive right into the village to give the sheriff the story.
I've changed my mind. I decided this way would be better.
Okay, you're the doctor.
I'll be out in a minute.
Oh, George, let me go with you.
No, there's nothing to worry about. You're all right now.
George!
I won't be long.
You're afraid of me, aren't you, Norma? Afraid to be alone with me. How long have you known Haynes?
A year?
Well, I'm going to tell you things about Haynes you didn't know. And you're lucky I'm here to tell them to you. Haynes is a murderer.
What?
He killed your nurse. I don't know why. Probably because she was getting in his way.
No.
He told you he tried to call the police from the cabin, but the line was cut. He lied. I tried it. It was alive.
No, you're not telling the truth. George is in there now calling the police.
Don't fool yourself. He's not calling the police. It's just a stall. I've been following him. I saw everything he did up at the cabin. He's a crazy killer, Norma.
What are you doing?
He'll try to get you first and then me. I'm taking you to a place where he won't look for you. We're going back to the cabin. And just in case he does come back, we'll have the police waiting there for him.
This is Dr. George Haynes. May I speak to the sheriff, please?
Sheriff ain't here. He's out.
How soon will he be back?
I can't say.
This is very important. Please try to get a message to him as soon as possible.
I'll try. What's the message?
Tell him I'm bringing in a pyromaniac.
Pyro what?
A fire-mad killer. I'm calling from a diner on the Craig River Road. Tell the sheriff that in case something goes wrong, I may need his help to hold on to the murderer.
Why are we waiting, Carl?
There's nothing to worry about now, Norma. You're here in the cabin, and I'm with you.
But he might come back here looking for me. You said we'd call the police as soon as we got here.
Oh, the police. That's right. Go ahead, Norma. You call them.
Yes. All right, Carl. Carl.
Hmm?
There's no buzz on the wire.
That's right. There couldn't be a buzz if the line is dead. What's the matter, Norma? Why are you looking at me that way?
The line. George said it was dead.
Is that what George said? Oh, yes, so he did.
Then
what, Norma?
Then it was you, not George, who...
That's right, Norma, me.
You're the murderer.
Forgive me for lying to you, but I just had to get you alone this way so we could talk. It's nice to talk, Norma, before you come to unpleasant things.
No, please, Carl, please let me go.
After all my trouble, I wouldn't think of it. That letter from David and the photograph, I sent them to you.
You?
And this cabin, I rebuilt it just for you. I thought you would appreciate reliving a few moments here. I wanted you to have some pleasant memories of the past.
You murdered your own brother.
Oh, did I? Now, let's see. How did David die? Oh, yes. Magnesium powder. The door was locked from the outside. It was very simple, wasn't it? When everything was arranged, all that had to be done was strike a match. Like this.
No, don't!
It's so easy, too. Just strike a match. So simple, isn't it, Norma? Just a little match.
No, not again. Please don't.
Why are you afraid of fire, Norma?
I don't know.
You hate it, don't you? You're afraid of fire like a frightened animal in the forest.
Carl, don't look at me like that.
David was afraid of fire, too. Petrified of it ever since he was a little boy. When he was 6 years old, he burned his hand. He was so frightened he couldn't move a muscle. He couldn't take his hand out of the fire.
Carl, please.
It was that way the night the cabin burned down. I can see him now. He was like a child again, terrified, lost at the first sight of fire. I can see him.
You were here that night?
I said I can see him tonight. It's simple enough to murder anybody who's that afraid of fire. Anybody like David? You.
No, don't come near me, don't.
Don't be afraid, Norma. You'll make it much too easy for me. You'll be petrified like David when I light this fire.
No, put that match down!
Run away, Norma. Go ahead, run before it's too late.
No, Carl, please, put it out.
Well, why don't you run? You can't, can you? You're paralyzed with fear just like David. Just like he was that night.
No, he wasn't afraid. He wasn't. He didn't even know.
Why did you kill him, Norma?
Who?
David.
Huh? Dave? I don't know. I don't remember exactly. The thought came to me when I saw David light his pipe. It was the flame. I didn't want to kill him, but I couldn't stop myself.
And Miss Freely. Do you remember about her?
Miss Freely. Yes. Miss Freely would have told on me. She found out about the magnesium powder. I'd be punished.
I brought that powder up here.
Oh, no, I put that powder there.
That was 6 months ago. I found it in the woodshed after David's death. I knew you killed him. I had to prove it. That's why Dr. Haynes let me bring you back here.
You were right about her, Loring.
George.
You better put on your coat, Norma.
George.
I want you to come with me.
Where, George? Where are we going?
Well, we'll have to go to the police first and tell them.
The police? Why, what's wrong?
What you did, Norma.
Oh, but that was a dream. It didn't really happen.
Norma, please.
David isn't really dead. I got those letters from him. The fire was just a dream.
Come, Norma.
tell me? Why don't you tell me? It was just a dream, wasn't it?
Yes, Norma. In a way, it was a dream. A nightmare.
Well, that extinguishes tonight's fiery little fable. Now you can see how a ghost turns out to be just a false alarm. You know, Norma Loring's flame-throwing act brings to mind a ringing verse by an engine-chasing Hottentot. Now, let's see, how's it go? Oh, yes. Some flames burn red, while Bunsen's burn blue. But light up your spouse for that multicolored hue. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are standing in a lonely canyon in the shadows of Superstition Mountain. While facing you, tempers ragged, guns drawn, are three men who at your first move toward hidden treasure will kill you.
Today, with Paul Dubov, starred as Pascal, we escape to the Arizona desert and a lost treasure of $1 million, as Ralph Bates told it in his most unusual story, When the Man Comes, Follow Him.
I was wrong. I know that now. But what good's it do? How could you tell dead men that it's all your fault and you're sorry? No matter what you tell them, they're still dead. So what's the use? It never would have happened if we hadn't got mixed up in this superstition business. We was going along fine. All the other boys in Frisco respected us. Stayed out of our territory, at least most of the time. That was on account of the boss, Mr. Heineman. He was too smart for him, and they knew it. Smart, and a great guy along with it. Of course, some people might call him an ordinary racketeer, but he wasn't like that. Nobody could have treated me no better. And he was cultured, too, loved music. Played the violin almost as good as this fellow, Heifetz, or whatever his name is. Why, one time he sent me clear to New York to pick up a Stradivarius he'd heard about. And I had to hang around the dealer's store for 2 weeks before I got a chance to lift it. He wouldn't have trusted a job like that to any of the rest of the boys. He trusted me more than any of them. Me, Pascal. That's how come I feel so bad about what's happened. Because he trusted me. And he had to trust somebody, you understand. Because for 15 years, the boss had been stone blind.
Come on, Pascal. Eyes, man. Give me eyes.
But it's foggy down there, boss. I can't see the bay at all, just the end of the bridge. And out toward the Golden Gate, there's nothing but just fog. I guess it's gonna rain.
What about the street below us, Pascal? What's going on down there?
Nothing. Just streetcars and taxis going up and down and a few people. Not very many. I tell you, boss, there's nothing doing at all. It's a very dull day.
All right, forget it. You can come away from the window.
Why don't you play the violin a while?
No, not today. I'm too restless. Something is going to happen, I think.
Happen? What's going to happen?
I don't know. Something. Are any of the boys here?
Brian and Daly in the next apartment playing gin rummy. You want I should call them?
No. I wonder if you know what it's like, Pascal, to live always in pitch darkness, depending on somebody else to tell you what's going on around you.
Ah, forget it, boss. You got me. I'm the eyes, you're the brain. We're doing all right.
Maybe, only sometimes I wonder...
I'll get it, boss. I'll get it. Mr. Heineman's apartment. Who? Well, I'm not sure whether Mr. Heineman...
Who is it?
Oh, I see. All right, thanks. That was the manager. Your brother's here from Phoenix.
Mark? He's downstairs?
Yeah. He's on his way up. The manager couldn't stop him. He says he looks like he's in pretty bad shape.
Ever see a desert rat that didn't?
No.
Well, so I'm to be honored by a visit from my sanctimonious brother.
I wonder what he wants.
Oh, money as usual, $300 or $400 to finance another 6 months of prospecting, and he'll repay it by telling me what an evil man I am.
I wouldn't give it to him, boss.
Why not? As long as it keeps him over there on the Arizona desert, most of the year, I can stand 1 or 2 visits from him. I can hear the elevator stopping. Better open the door.
I still say you ought to crack down on him.
Open the door. Hello, Mark.
Help.
Come in.
Me.
Boss, he's hurt or something.
Me.
What is it? Eyes, Pascal. Quick.
Hasn't shaved for 4 or 5 days. He's weak, trembling. Holding on to the doorframe with his right hand, holding his chest with the other hand. I think he's been shot, boss.
Yes. Shot.
Come here.
Help
Get
me.
inside.
Take it easy, take it easy. Here, come on. Come on.
Over on the couch.
Okay, come on. Here we are, boss.
Easy now. There. What happened, Mark?
I had to get here. I want you to have it. So he can't.
He's out of his head.
Get Brian and Daly over here. Brian knows a lot about gunshot wounds.
All right, boss.
What happened, Mark? Who shot you?
Shot.
Connect me with 907.
Had to
Come
get
on,
here.
Come on. Hello, Brian.
All that
The boss wants you
glitters
to come over
is
here right away.
all that fools. Oh, fools. Treasures of kings and princes dying.
Mark, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Dying. Had to get here. You get it instead of him. Watch out for him.
Who, Mark?
Map. Old map and a new map.
He doesn't even make sense.
Quiet.
Look.
Eyes, Pascal. What's he doing?
He's raised up a little. He's pointing with his finger at the carpet about 4 feet away.
When you get there, watch for it. When the man comes, follow him. Understand?
Sure, Mark. When the man comes, follow him.
Yes. When the man comes, follow him.
What's he mean?
I don't know.
Follow him.
What's up, boss? Pascal said you wanted me.
Come in, Brian. This is my brother. He's been shot. See what you can do for him.
Yeah, let's have a look.
I've got to think. What could he possibly have stumbled into?
Yeah, this happened a couple of days ago at least. Should have had a doctor right away.
He wanted to get here for some reason, but why?
Here's Daly, boss.
Hey, what's coming off in here? You're not cooking up something and leaving little Daly out of it. Ain't I in this, Mom?
Stop your barking, Daly, before I throw you a can of Strong Hot.
Don't get so smart now, Pascal. I got as much right to talk around here as you have.
I said shut up. The boss's brother is here. He's been shot. He's in bad shape.
Yeah, you're not kidding, Pascal. Matter of fact, he's about in as bad shape as he'll ever be. Boss, he's dead.
That was the start of the thing. When the doc came, he said Mark should have died 24 hours earlier. Said he stayed alive long enough to get to Frisco on sheer nerve, nothing else. Mr. Heineman, he don't say much. He let the doctor take charge of everything. There was a wallet and some other stuff in Mark's pockets. Mr. Heineman, he took it with him and went into his own room and stayed there. After a while, the other boys drifted back to their rummy game, and finally, about 10 o'clock, I went to bed. At 2 in the morning, I woke up to find Heineman shaking my arm.
Pascal, can you hear me? Pascal, come on, wake up.
Okay, boss. I'm awake. What's the matter?
I've been thinking. Got some ideas I'd like to talk about.
All right, I'm listening.
It's about Mark, the things he said. They begin to make sense.
Well, maybe to you, but not to me.
Look, is this what I think it is?
Oh, wait a minute, boss. Let me give it some light.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a map of a mountain range, I think. There's a lot of wavy lines like they use for valleys and ridges. There's some faded writing on it, brown ink. I think it's pretty old.
60 or 70 years at least, judging by the feel of the paper. Go on, Pascal. Describe it to me.
Well, what looks like a road runs across the bottom along the base of the mountains. And there's a spot on it marked Red Hill. And there's a wavy line starts there and runs about halfway up the map. It runs past some dots marked 3 trees. And off on one side is a little drawing of a shovel with a broken handle. And it ends at another spot marked camp.
It's probably a trail.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, the camp is beside a line that looks like the edge of a ridge or a cliff, and there's some writing that says, if no answer, go down.
If no answer, go down. What else?
Well, about a third of the way to the left from the camp, there's an X marked, and it says, man lives here. Up toward the top, there's another X. That's marked Thunder Peak, and at the very top, there's the word superstition. I guess that's about all.
Good. Later, I'll have you take my finger and trace over the whole thing until I know it by heart. But this is enough to start on.
To start what on?
A search for whatever caused my brother's death. Something rather valuable, if my thinking is correct.
All right. Only, how do we go about finding it?
Mark told us how. When the man comes, follow him.
You know what it means?
Not yet.
Well, if the map's 60 years old or more, how do you figure this guy's going to be there?
Because my brother found him and followed him and then died for it. We're going to follow him, too. You and I and Bryant and Daly. We're going to Phoenix.
Boss, I think maybe it's kind of a mistake to take Daly along.
Why?
Well, because he's a double-crosser. That's why I've been trying to tell you can't trust him.
Don't worry. I can handle him. He's not the one who has to be watched.
Then who is? Bryant?
Let's leave it for now. Call the ticket office and get 4 reservations on the next plane out. I've got the feeling we'd better move fast.
By the next afternoon, we checked into the Hotel Westwood Ho in Phoenix and started trying to get a line on Mark Heineman's recent activities. After 2 days, we still didn't have much to go on. He'd apparently hooked up with some new partner about 6 months before and gone into the desert. No one had seen anything of him since. An old man who ran a hardware store where Mark had bought tools and supplies finally gave us the tip-off without knowing it.
You see, Mr. Heineman, your brother was one of the fellows around here who believed in the legend of the Lost Dutchman mine. I figure that's what he was really prospecting for.
And what is the Lost Dutchman mine?
Well, it's supposed to be a deposit of gold. Richer than any's ever been found. A real treasure of kings.
Treasure of kings? Boss, that's what he said.
Quiet, Pascal.
Okay. According to the stories, there's supposed to be a map in existence somewhere showing the exact location of the mine, drawn by the Dutchman himself. During the last 50 years or so, a lot of prospectors have gone back into the superstitions looking for it, but none of them...
What do you mean by superstitions?
Superstition Mountains, out on the desert east of town. That's where the mine's supposed to be located.
Why are they called superstitions?
Yes, because so many fellas have gone up into them and never come back. There's supposed to be an Apache curse on anybody goes in there. The range used to be sacred to the Indian god of thunder.
I see. And why do you think these men never came back?
Heat, thirst, got lost, snake bite. Oh, it's awful rough country, and there's no water. Then, too, there might be a kind of curse on the place at that. The double cross.
Meaning?
Well, blazing sun and a lust for gold can be a bad combination on a man's nerves. A lot of partners have come back out of those hills alone.
Double cross, huh? At least that's one curse that isn't limited to the superstitions. You find it in a lot of places. Well, we'd better go. Many thanks for your information.
Well, not at all, Mr. Heineman. Sorry I couldn't be of more help.
So that's what Mark found, a gold mine.
A rich one, maybe?
It must be. Mark was dying and he knew it, and yet all he talked about was treasure of kings. Gold, in other words. He didn't even tell us who shot him.
Maybe his partner did it.
Maybe. Pascal.
Yeah?
I want you to buy a pair of binoculars and rent a car.
Uh-huh.
We're going to drive out and try to locate that red hill this afternoon.
All right, boss.
The one thing we've got to watch out for is that curse. That's what happened to Mark.
It's only an Indian superstition.
I'm talking about the double cross. Mark wasn't the first man to die from it, and I don't think he'll be the last. Here, Pascal, let me take your arm.
I rented a Nash sedan from the garage at the hotel, and we headed out across the desert east of town. It was late afternoon before we finally found it. The only red hill on the east slope of the superstitions. Mr. Heineman told me to take the binoculars and try to locate the 3 trees that were marked on the map. I left the car, worked my way around the far side of the hill, and almost to the top before I could see the trees standing close together on the shoulder of the ridge about 6 miles away. Just the way they were shown on Mark Heineman's map. I stared up at the pale blue peaks in the distance, watched the lightning flashes from near the tops of them, and shivered a little. Finally, I turned and started back to the road. Dusk had fallen fast, like it does in the desert, and it was nearly dark when I reached the car and opened the door. Mr. Heineman was slumped over in the seat with blood running from a cut in his forehead. He was unconscious.
In just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, Ozzie and Harriet are back on CBS, coming to you on most of these same stations every Sunday evening, just before the Jack Benny Show. You'll find them more delightful, more welcome than ever. Ozzie and Harriet's own two boys, Ricky and David, are now playing themselves in the CBS series. So make it a family party with Ozzie and Harriet tomorrow night. And now, with our star, Paul Dubov, as Pascal, and with Herb Butterfield as Mr. Heineman, we return to the second act of Escape and... When the man comes, follow him.
Boss, come on, now wake up. You're not hurt bad. It's only a little cut in your scalp. Come on, boss.
Pascal?
Yeah, it's me. I'm here with you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Pascal. Did you see him?
No, I didn't see anybody. Who was it? What happened?
A man. Talked with a Texas straw, wearing heavy boots with hobnails. Came up on the side of the car next to the hill and poked a gun in my face. He knew who I was and that I was blind. He wanted the map.
Did he get it?
No. I put it under the floor mat when I heard him coming.
Good.
Tried to grab his gun. He slugged me. Started going through my pockets. Ran off in the rocks when he heard you coming.
Well, it's dark up there now. No good trying to follow him.
Well, never mind. I know who he is.
Oh, did he tell you?
No, but it fits together. Mark had a partner.
This guy?
Sure. Who else could he be?
Then this is the guy who shot Mark.
I think so. I imagine there was a double cross and he got even, but... Wait. No, of course not.
What's the matter, boss?
Oh, what a fool I've been.
What do you mean?
I had it figured all along that Mark double-crossed his partner and got shot for it. It was the other way round.
Oh.
It was Mark's map. And this partner doesn't know the secret of it. He probably knows where the man lives, but 10 to 1 he doesn't know about following him. Pascal.
Yeah, boss?
Get the car started and head back for the hotel. We've got to get an outfit together and start up that trail tomorrow morning. There's no time to lose. Let's go.
At 9 o'clock the next morning, the four of us passed the Red Hill and started up the rocky trail that led toward the far-off heights of Thunder Peak. Brian and Daly each led 2 mules loaded with food and kegs of water, and I took care of Mr. Heineman. It was already hot, even at that time of morning, and boy, it got hotter. The line drawn on the map followed the crest of a ridge, but there wasn't really any trail. We wound around through tumble masses of rocks and boulders, climbed over cliffs and gullies, and stumbled across crumbling slopes of debris that slid away beneath our feet and crashed down into the ravine. By noon, we were stopping to rest every 10 minutes. Even the rest didn't do no good, because there wasn't any shade. By late afternoon, we'd covered only 6 miles, and we were done in. None of us had known how hot a desert sun could get. We were ready to turn back or fight one another at the least excuse.
Yeah. Come on. Move, you four-legged devil. It's no worse for you than it is for me.
What's the matter, Daly? Your tongue's hanging out.
Let it hang. When I get back to Frisco, I never want to see the sun again.
It's good for you.
Nuts.
It'll give you a tan. Get rid of that fish belly San Quentin complexion of yours.
How would you like to have a bullet in the stomach, Pascal?
Go ahead and draw if you feel lucky.
Pascal, Daly, that's enough now. Cut it out.
Pascal started.
I don't care who started. That's enough. We're too close to $1 million worth of gold to have the whole thing loused up because somebody lost his temper.
You said $1 million?
That's right, Brian. According to the story, that's how much the Dutchman is supposed to have dug out of the mine and hidden before he was killed by Apaches without ever getting back to bring it out.
$1 million. Boy, what a man could do with $1 million.
Not $1 million, Daly. 25% of $1 million. That's the amount of your share, you know.
Yeah, sure. I know. I was just thinking.
Hey, look. Right ahead of us. We couldn't see him on account of the ridge.
Trees! 3 trees!
Oh, boy, a little shade will sure keep...
What's wrong? Eyes, Pascal, what is it?
The trees, boss. The ones marked on the map. Only they're dead. Been dead for years, they look like.
Yeah.
There's not a square foot of shade under all 3 of them.
Well, can't be helped. At least it means we're on the right trail. Well, it's still the easiest way I know to get $1 million. Let's push on.
2 hours later, we came across a shovel with a broken handle stuck on the top of a pile of rocks, so we knew we were still heading in the right direction. The shovel had been drawn on the map. We stopped there for the night. A while after dark, the boss heard somebody in the rocks, so we put out the fire we'd built and took turns standing guard. And later, when the moon was up, I thought I saw something moving a short way off, but I couldn't be sure. Yeah, it was a creepy feeling, thinking I was being watched, not seeing anybody. All night long, I could see the flares of lightning and hear the low thunder from the top of the shadowy peak ahead of us. Was I glad when dawn finally came and we hit that trail again. But 2 hours later, I was wishing for sundown again. It was even hotter than the day before. And on top of it, all of us were so stiff and sore we could hardly move. We cursed and sweated and stumbled through the long, blazing day. Finally, at dusk, we reached the spot marked camp on the map. It was close to the edge of a straight-walled cliff that yawned over a deep box canyon below. There were signs of campfires and burro tracks. This place had been used before. Yeah, we were too tired to care. Not even bothering to unsaddle the mules, we drank from one of the kegs and dropped down in the shade of a rock ledge, not able to move any further. After about an hour, the sun slipped behind the ridges to the west and left us in a shadow. The boss got us onto our feet, put Brian to search for something to use for a fire, and told Daly to unpack the mules. He took me with him to scout along the rim of the cliff and try to find out what was meant by the words on the map. If no answer, go down. After half an hour, we found nothing, and we were ready to decide there was no way to go down that 1,000-foot rock wall when suddenly...
What, Pascal? That was a shot. You see anything?
No, it was back toward camp, but there's a ridge between us. I can't see a sign of any...
Come on, Pascal.
Yeah.
Take hold of my arm.
Okay.
Let's get back there fast.
Who is it? Come on, speak up or I'll shoot.
Relax, Brian. It's us.
That's Pascal and the boss. Did you see anybody?
No. What happened?
Somebody took a shot at Daly, and he got all spooked up and fired off half a clip.
It was that guy that's been following us, boss. I saw him there in the rocks not more than 100 feet away.
And you missed him, I suppose.
Well, it was dark.
Hey, what happened to the mules? They're gone.
Yeah, they stampeded when Daly fired off that gun in their ears.
That's great. We'll have a fine time packing 5 kegs of water and all the supplies on our backs.
Yeah, well...
Boss, we don't have 5 kegs of water. There's only one here.
What?
I hadn't unpacked the mules yet, boss. I was going as soon as it got a little cooler.
You fool, you stupid, lazy, blundering fool.
That's what I've been telling you, boss. All the brains this dope's got...
You shut up, Pascal. One more crack and
That's
help me.
Daly, I could kill you and love it. I could stand here and pump bullets into you and love it. Do you know how long a man can live up here without water? 24 hours at the most.
But we still got 5 gallons of water. I didn't know they were going to run off. How could I...
Shut up! It's done. That's that. Go see if there's any chance of finding them. And try to keep from getting yourself shot. Better go with him, Brian.
Okay, boss. Come on, smart boy.
If you don't find them in 20 minutes, come on back. 5 gallons of water for 4 men. It'll take us a full day to get down into that canyon and find the spot where the man lives. Another day to get back here, if we're lucky. Then 2 more days back to the road. I guess we can just barely make it.
There's only one thing, boss. There's no way to get down into that canyon.
I think I've got the answer there. At least that's one thing that shooting did. Listen. Hello! Hello!
Sure. It's an echo.
If no answer, go down. Yeah. I think we'll find a spot someplace along the rim of that cliff where there's no echo. When we do, I think there'll be some way to get down to the bottom. We'll try it in the morning. And one other thing, Pascal, before they come back.
Yeah, boss?
From here on, keep an eye on Bryant. I think that gold is beginning to look pretty big to him.
I think maybe you're making a mistake. I think Daly's a lot more likely to try something. He's a born double-crosser.
No. He's a fool and a coward. But Bryant's the one who's dangerous. And you do as I tell you. And watch out for him. Do you understand?
All right. Sure, boss. Whatever you say. An hour after dawn the next morning, we found a spot on the edge of the cliffs where there was no echo. Slanting downward from it was a narrow, steep crack in the wall. The 4 of us took turns packing our one last keg of water and inched our way down toward the canyon floor 1,000 feet below. We made it finally, rested, then struck out to the west following the map. Great chunks of rock lay tossed about it. Those giants had played there, and thorn and cactus grew everywhere among them. The sunlight curled and blistered on the surface of the boulders, and always from above us and nearer now came the sullen and ominous roll of thunder. At noon, we stumbled across the bed of the ravine, nearly missing it from being half blinded by the heat. And 3 hours later, we found the place where the man lives. It was marked by a monument built of broken rocks stacked up higher than our heads. Mr. Heineman felt all over the surface of it with his hands and then told us he knew the meaning of the words, "When the man comes, follow him." But he said it wasn't time yet. We'd have to wait. We sat there by the pile of stones, not talking much. Just waiting. 2 hours passed. I think it was Daly who noticed it first.
Look. Look there on the ground.
There's somebody here. He's behind us.
Hit the dirt!
I don't see any. So that's it.
Boys, I'm a little disappointed in you. Scared by a shadow.
Oh, well,
Look at it. It's the shadow of that pile of rocks. Looks just like a man with a hat on holding a gun.
Yeah. The rock pile don't look like a man, but the shadow does.
Well, since he's apparently come now, I guess we'd better follow him.
Huh?
How do you mean follow him?
The sun's going down. The shadow must be getting longer, stretching out over the ground. So get going. Follow the direction it's pointing.
Yeah.
Pascal will stay here with me and keep you on line. Watch for signs of something buried, rocks laid over it, a cleared space, something of that kind.
Okay.
We're not more than a few feet from $1 million. Let's get it.
The two of them worked their way along through the rocks while I stood by the monument and waved them toward one side or the other. Part of the time, they were out of sight behind a ledge of boulder. An army could have hidden in that broken mess and never been noticed. I kept describing everything that was happening to the boss. And about 20 minutes went by before I heard Daly shout.
We found it! Gold! It's here! We found
He
it!
scrambled over a ledge and came running toward us, calling out and holding something in his hand. Then about 100 feet away from us, he stopped suddenly and drew his gun.
Pascal, what is it? What's happening?
Daly's pulled a gun on us, boss. Drop it, Daly! Drop it or I'll shoot!
No, Pascal! He's in between us, you fool! He's hiding in the rocks!
All right, Daly, you asked for it.
Pascal, no!
I got him, boss. The dirty double-crosser.
You fool!
He was going to kill us, boss. He was coming at us with a... Wait. Somebody staggered out of the rocks there and fell. Somebody I never saw before.
My brother's partner, the man who's been following us.
But then Daly killed him, and I killed Daly. Boss, I thought Daly was shooting at us. I didn't know there was anybody else there.
Well, you know now. I told you to keep an eye on Bryant. What's happened to him? Pascal, where's Bryant?
Right behind you, suckers.
Look out, boss! Lousy shooting, Bryant! I got him, boss. He missed me, and I got him.
Good. Only he didn't miss me.
Boss! No, boss.
Pascal, you hear the thunder?
Yeah, sure. It's real loud.
That's funny. Same old curse. Double cross.
It's my fault, boss. I should have done like you told me and watched Bryant.
$1 million in gold for somebody else.
Don't talk like that. It's for us, for you and me. I'll get you out, boss. You're not really hit bad, you know?
Bad? I'm dying. And you too, Pascal.
What?
You're going to die too.
What? What do you mean?
The water keg. Bryant's bullet smashed it. I heard the water running out.
Huh? No.
Am I right?
Yeah. It's all gone.
It's 3 days out to the highway, Pascal. And you don't have any water. You poor devil. You don't have one single drop of water.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have presented transcribed When the Man Comes, Follow Him by Ralph Bates, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Starred as Pascal was Paul Dubov, with Herb Butterfield as Mr. Heineman. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Jeff Corey, Barney Phillips, and Junius Matthews. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week,
you are standing on the rolling deck of a pirate junk in the China Seas, and facing you is the sinister figure of the most feared man in the Orient, a general who has just doomed you to death.
Next week, we escape with an unusual story, The General Died at Dawn by Charles Booth. Be sure to tune in at the same time next week when once again we offer you Escape. It's wonderful, truly amazing, how much you can get from just one radio program. The unbounded passion of the world's greatest Don Juan, the unrivaled music of the world's most eminent soloist, an unsurpassed lesson in philanthropy. Also, some of the greatest laughter you'll ever hear. For the program is The Jack Benny Show. Be sure to hear Jack Benny and his gang again Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern Time over these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for 5 minutes of the latest news, to be followed by the Let's Pretend program over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 9th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans in Alias Jimmy Valentine with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, Alan Jenkins, and William Frawley. Our guests, Melvin Purvis, greatest G-man in history, and Carolyn Newell, showgirl. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To the visible audience with us tonight in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, and to our unseen listeners the world over, greetings and good wishes from Lux. And now, a brief word to the ladies. Suppose you had spent millions of dollars just for clothes. Wouldn't it be logical for you to spare nothing to safeguard so huge an investment? Well, that's exactly the position motion pictures are in. Yet, go to all the leading studios here in Hollywood, and you'll find they use inexpensive Lux Flakes. Try a box tomorrow. Your clothes will wear longer and look newer when cared for in these gentle, marvelously effective flakes. And now, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play came out of the darkest chapter in the life of O. Henry. Under his real name, William Sidney Porter, O. Henry served a term in the Ohio State Penitentiary. While there, he met Jimmy Connor, the safecracker, who told the author the history of his life, which O. Henry wrote into a short story, and from this, Paul Armstrong fashioned our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine. Tonight's Jimmy Valentine, Pat O'Brien, made his debut on the stage as an angel in a Christmas pageant. A rather disastrous beginning because his wings kept falling off. Years later, Pat landed on Broadway and came to Hollywood as Hildy Johnson, the star reporter of The Front Page. Pat has remained a headliner ever since and is seen next in The Great O'Malley. Madge Evans made her screen debut at the age of 3. She has been chosen by 69 universities as the typical American college girl, but she never went to college. Madge, whose current picture is Piccadilly Jim, is heard tonight as Mary Lane. Besides Pat, there are 2 other Irishmen on our program. Alan Jenkins, heard as Red, and William Frawley as Doyle the detective. And here goes the curtain as the Lux Radio Theater presents Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien in the title role and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Our story begins behind the grim, forbidding walls of Sing Sing Prison, Ossining, New York. In the gray light of early morning, an endless line of men plods steadily through an endless corridor. Somewhere in that line is a quiet, easy-mannered young prisoner, Jimmy Valentine, number 87403, serving a term for safecracking. As the men near the entrance to the jute mill, the guards keep careful watch.
Halt! Number 87403. Step out, 87403.
Here.
The warden wants to see you, Valentine. Go to his office.
Right away?
Right away.
Thanks.
Ready? Out!
Oh, come in, Valentine.
Yes, sir. Guard said you wanted to see me.
Yes. I suppose you know what it's about.
Pardon?
It came through last night. You'll be leaving tomorrow.
Well, that's certainly good news.
3 years off. I told you to behave yourself in here.
Yes, sir.
It also pays to behave yourself when you're out.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do, Valentine?
Get a job, I hope.
A steady one?
If I can.
Good. I'm not going to give you the usual talk, Valentine. I don't think you need it. You're smart enough to know your way around, and nothing I can say is going to make much difference. Just remember that from now on, it's up to you. You can go straight, or you can crack a couple of safes and land back here with a second offender's sentence. Now, which is it going to be?
Oh, I'm going straight.
Sure of that?
Positive.
That'll be all. You can report to Wilson now over at the jute mill. Tell him I said you're to be off all duty today.
Thank you, sir.
See you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Well, Valentine?
Warden said to report to you. I'm off duty today.
Oh, you're going to leave us, eh?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, take your last look at the jute mill.
Oh, thanks. I've seen enough of it right now.
I just wanted you to remember what it's like so you won't be itching to get back.
Don't worry. I'll be hearing this noise in my sleep for the next 10 years. I'm going to get a job in a nice, quiet office where they even put silencers on the pencil sharpeners.
Well, lots of luck.
You seem to know what it's all about, Valentine. You think you could hold down a job like this? Pretty important.
Well, I'd certainly like to try.
Well, I'm almost tempted to let you. Where'd you work last?
Why, I haven't had a job for a long time, Mr. Nolan. You see...
Well?
I've been in prison.
Prison?
Yes, I thought I'd better tell the truth about it and maybe...
Prison? I'm afraid that killed your chances, Valentine.
Oh, but I'm straight now. If you only let me out...
I'm sorry. I appreciate your telling the truth, but we won't be able to take you on. Good morning.
Had to come back today, Mr. Sharp. I thought it was all set.
Well, it was. But I've been doing a little investigating, Valentine. You're not the man for the job.
Oh, I get it.
Why didn't you tell me you'd served time?
Would it have made any difference?
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry, Valentine.
All right. Thanks, anyway. Oh, there must be some mistake. Mr. Woodley told me he was completely satisfied.
All I know is that he doesn't want to see you. You're to get your check from the cashier.
Fired, huh?
I'm afraid so. You see, there was a man in yesterday, a detective, and, well...
Sure, I know. Checking up on me. Okay. Give me a little time to clean up my desk.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Valentine. Maybe you'll get another job, soon.
Yeah. Maybe.
May I have some ham and egg toast and coffee? And let me have it hurry.
Was it black coffee you wanted, mister?
That's right.
Anything else? There's toast on the breakfast.
No, don't bother.
Yes, sir?
Hello, Valentine.
Huh? Well, if it isn't Mr. Doyle. How's the detective business, Doyle?
Fine. You mind if I sit down?
Suit yourself.
Thanks. I saw you come in here, Valentine, and thought I'd come over and pass the time of day.
Yeah, well, that's nice of you. What time is it?
Oh, still a smart guy, huh? I guess being in the big house ain't changed you any. Who sprung you?
I beg your pardon?
You know what I'm talking about. Who got you out of stir?
Oh, the governor. He pardoned me.
When?
About a month ago.
That's great.
Yeah, you don't seem very pleased, Doyle.
Why should I be? I had enough trouble putting you up there.
Sure you did on framed evidence.
What do you mean, framed evidence?
Just what I said. I didn't pull that bank job in Danville, and you know it. But you bribed a couple of double-crossing stool pigeons to swear they saw me in Danville the night the bank was cracked. You weren't smart enough to get me on your own, Doyle. You had to frame me.
Why, you cheap little crook. I ought to sock you right on the chin.
Oh, sure you ought to. But I wouldn't if I were you. You haven't got me in the jug now. I'm a decent, law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, well, you won't be for long. I'll slap a big stretch on you if I have to follow you to China.
Yeah, but you'll have to get something on me first.
I'll take care of that, mister. Wait till you pull your next job.
How do you know I'm going to pull one?
How do I know? I get you. You're going to hand me that line about going straight, huh? Well, I'd like to believe you, Valentine. I'd be the first guy to give you a break. But guys like you can't go straight. It's in your blood. You'll be cracking another safe inside of a month. And when you do, I'll be right behind you with a pair of bracelets.
All right, copper. But you get this. Until that time comes, I want you to lay off of me. Let me alone.
Oh, no. I'm going to keep my eye on you, Valentine. I'm going to watch every move you make.
Still, what a nice, pleasant guy you are. Man's got a swell chance to go straight with a flatfoot like you tailing him every minute. I've done my bit, haven't I?
Yeah, part of it.
What are you talking about? I just told you I was pardoned.
I wasn't thinking about the stretch you did for the Danville job.
Oh.
What I meant was that you never served a day for cracking that safe in Springfield.
Springfield?
Now, don't play innocent, Valentine. No one ever did find out who was responsible for that job. But we've been digging up a little more evidence lately, and it looks like you.
You're daffy. I was never in Springfield in my life.
Which Springfield?
No Springfield.
Wait a minute. I happen to know you were, see? In Springfield, Mass. You were there the same night the job was pulled.
Yeah, but you've got to prove that, mister.
Don't worry, I will. It may take a little time, a year, maybe 5 years. But as long as we're both alive, I'll be working on it. So long, Valentine. I'll see you in the DA's office.
Rat. Waitress,
Yes, sir?
give me a check, will you, please?
Okay. Orange juice and 2 cups of coffee. 35 cents.
All right. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
Adam and Eve on a ramp. All right, let's go.
Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy! How are you, fella? Red.
Better than ever. Gee, it's good to see you, Jimmy.
Oh, and that goes double for you, kid.
You're looking swell. No fooling.
Well, I feel all right. I didn't think you were going to come, Red. I've been waiting inside all morning.
Yeah, the train was 2 hours late. I just got in about 15 minutes ago. Then I seen Flatfoot Doyle sitting with you, so I stayed out here.
Oh, come on, we can't talk here. We'll go up to my place.
Sure.
Well, here we are, Red. Not much, but it'll do.
This place is okay. They like the old one, though.
No, the bankroll's not like the old one either. Sit down.
Yeah. Say, what did Doyle want with you anyway?
Doyle? Oh, nothing much, I guess. Just trying to put the screws on me, that's all.
He would.
Says he's got some new evidence about that Springfield business.
You don't think he has, do you?
No, I don't think so. Mostly bluff, I guess. Well, Red, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've been doing all right. Little jobs here and there out on the coast. Nothing much to speak of. I've been kind of waiting for you.
Yeah.
Say, that reminds me. What was all that junk about you going straight?
What's that?
You know, all that stuff you wrote in the letter about getting a job and going straight.
Oh, yeah, that. Forget it, Red.
Sure. I knew you was only kidding.
You ever try to be honest, Red?
Oh, me? Well, no.
No? Well, it's a pretty thankless job. I came out of stir a month ago with a mind all made up to go on the straight and narrow. I was going to look for a position, a steady one.
Doing what?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't care much what I did. I was in the jug. I worked in the jute mill in the morning and on the books in the afternoon, you know, in the office. It taught me a lot about accounting. I thought maybe I could get something in that line.
Accounting, huh? Well,
I guess I should have known better. I haven't got a chance.
Yeah, jobs is kind of scarce.
No, Red, it isn't that so much. It's my record. My record and a couple of rats like Doyle. Keep hounding you every minute of the day, every day of the week.
Yeah, nice guys, them dicks.
Oh, it's not all of them, I guess. Most of the men on the force are all right. They got their jobs, and they do them just like you do yours. But you'll always find a few that are looking for a soft job behind a desk, and they don't care how they get it. Fellas like Doyle. He's hounding me now for something that happened 3 years ago. I told him I wanted to go straight, but what difference did it make? He'd like to send me up for life. He's going to follow me all over the map till he does.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to blow this town on the first rattler I can get.
Where you going?
I don't know. Sticks, probably, where nobody knows me. I'll change my name, keep on the move till Doyle gets tired of looking for me.
Well, what name you going to use, Jimmy? I ought to know in case I want to reach you.
Randall. Lee Randall.
Randall, go on.
And I'm going to pull a job. Just one, Red. But it's going to be a pep.
Now you're talking.
I'll make enough in one haul to set me up for life. Catch the first boat for Europe and spend the rest of my days making mud pies on the French Riviera.
Swell. When do we leave for the States?
Me?
Sure. You ain't going to crack no safe without me, are you?
Oh, I'm afraid I'll have to.
All tickets, please. Have your tickets ready. Tickets, mister.
Here you are. What time do we arrive in Glendale, conductor?
4:58.
Thank you.
Tickets, please. Where's your ticket, lady?
My ticket? Well, I've been waiting for you to come through the train, conductor. You see, I haven't got a ticket.
You got on at Warrenstown, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I'm going to Glendale.
Glendale. Let me see now. Warrenstown to Glendale. Now, that'll be $7.32.
Oh, but don't you see, well, I haven't any money either.
What's that?
No, I lost my purse just before I got on the train. I left it on the counter at the information booth, and my ticket was in it, and, well, I thought perhaps I could explain it to you, and...
I'm sorry, miss, but I don't know just what I can do about it.
Well, my mother's meeting me at the station in Glendale. She'll give you the money then.
Well, we changed conductors 4 stations this side of Glendale. I don't know.
Conductor.
Yes, sir?
I'm getting off at Glendale. I'll pay the young lady's fare.
Oh, well, that'll be all right, then.
Oh, thank you, but I couldn't let you do that.
Please, it's quite all right. Your mother can pay me back when we arrive. See, I think you said 7:32, conductor?
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. 7:32 and 8 is 7.50, and 50 is $8.
Thank you.
Tickets? Have your tickets, please.
That was awfully nice of you.
No, that's all right.
I feel like a perfect fool.
Well, I've been in the same boat myself. I'll probably be in it again sometime.
Well, I only hope you'll meet someone as kind-hearted as you've been to me.
Thanks.
I don't know what I would have done, really. I haven't a penny with me. You see, I'm not used to being away from home very much.
You live in Glendale?
Oh, yes, I've always lived there. That's where I was born. I suppose I ought to introduce myself. My name is Mary Lane.
Well, how do you do, Miss Lane? My name is Randall. Lee Randall.
How do you do? I'm awfully glad to meet you. I guess I ought to be. You're going to Glendale, too, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been there before?
No, this will be my first visit.
I thought so.
Why?
Well, I've never seen you before. It's a very small town, and, well, you get to know everybody. Do you expect to stay long?
Well, that depends.
Oh, this is just a business trip.
Yes, in a way. You see, I have no business. I am just sort of looking around.
You want to invest in something?
No, not exactly. I'm going to look for a job.
Well, why go to Glendale?
Well, I don't know. I just thought I might have more of a chance in a small town.
Oh, I see what you mean. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Randall?
Well, I'm an accountant.
An accountant? Where did you work last?
Last?
Yes.
Well, I worked for the state. Yes, the state.
Oh, a government job.
Yes, you might call it that.
I hope you don't think I'm impertinent asking you questions like this.
Oh, not at all.
But you see, I have a reason. Well, when you said you were an accountant, I thought I might be able to help you.
Help me?
Oh, yes. Not directly, of course. But I think my father might be able to find you something. I'll speak to him tonight.
Oh, no, please, don't bother.
But I'd like to. You were so awfully nice to me, and I'd feel as though I were returning the favor. But at least I could introduce you to him, and even if he couldn't use you himself, it'd be a good contact for you. He's rather a prominent person in Glendale.
Oh, yes?
He's the president of the Farmers Bank.
Oh, I see.
Why, what's the matter? Wouldn't you care to work in a bank, Mr. Randall?
Oh, yes. I think I'd feel right at home working in a bank.
Sit down, Mr. Randall. Sit down.
Thank you.
My daughter tells me that you're looking for a job.
That's right, Mr. Lane. I've been looking for one for quite some time.
You're an accountant, eh?
That's right.
You ever work in a bank?
No, I haven't.
Mary seems to think that I ought to put you on.
Yes, I know. She told me she was going to speak to you. I asked her not to bother.
Well, you understand my position, Mr. Randall.
Why, of course I do. You don't know anything about me. That in itself would be enough reason for not giving me a job.
I'm glad you see it in that light.
Of course.
But on the other hand, the fact that I'm not acquainted with you is not evidence that you couldn't fill a position very satisfactorily. As a matter of fact, we need a teller right now. And I'm quite willing to see what I can do for you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
I suppose you have references?
Yes, I have. I brought them with me, if you'd like to look them over.
I'd like to very much.
The first one here is from the general manager of a firm I worked for several years ago. The Mohawk Lock Company.
The Mohawk Lock? Don't believe I've ever heard of it. What sort of a firm was it?
A manufacturing company. They manufactured safes. I was with the Mohawk Company for about 2 years, and then I got an offer from another firm to go out to Chicago and take over the office. Hello? Long distance? You told me I was connected with New York, but... Oh, I am. Thank you. Hello? Hello, Red? This is Jimmy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm up in Glendale, Red. Glendale. And listen, Red, I landed a job. Where do you hear? I'm a teller in a bank. Bank. B-A-N-K. Bank.
In a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans. But first, we'll take you to a pleasant home on Outpost Drive, not far from Hollywood Boulevard. 8-year-old Catherine is holding a stepladder while her mother fixes a picture which hangs crooked.
Mommy, do you have to wear old stockings around the house?
These aren't old, dear. I just seem to be unlucky about always getting runs.
I saw a funny in the paper yesterday about cutting down runs.
Oh, there isn't anything you can do about it.
But, Mommy, I have the paper right here. It says washing stockings with Lux cuts down runs because it says
The word is elasticity, darling.
Well, if Lux says it, Mommy, why don't you try some?
Well, maybe I should. In fact, I will. Let you and I go to the store and get some.
When stockings go into runs too quickly, it's extravagant to throw them away, a nuisance to mend them, and untidy to wear them around the house. That's why more and more women are taking to Lux for stockings. Lux preserves the elasticity of the silk, so stockings give without breaking into runs so easily under sudden strain. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali tend to weaken elasticity. Lux has no harmful alkali, saves elasticity. Make a note to buy some Lux tomorrow. See how it cuts down your run. And once more, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with our story, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. 6 months have passed. The little town of Glendale has gone peacefully on its way. For strangely enough, no burglar alarms have disturbed the quiet of the night, and the Farmers National Bank is still intact. We're in the living room of the Lane home, where Mary is carelessly turning over the pages of the town newspaper. Suddenly, she sees an interesting item in the social column and turns eagerly to her mother.
Look, Mother, it's in the Glendale News.
What, Mary?
About Lee. Listen. Mr. Lee Randall, a newcomer to Glendale, has been making quite a name for himself down at the Farmers Bank. We understand that Mr. Lane has given him 2 promotions within 6 months. More power to you, Mr. Randall. We are glad to have you in our midst. Isn't it marvelous, Mother?
Well, I should say so.
I wonder if Lee's seen it yet. I'll save it and show it to him when he comes.
You like Mr. Randall, don't you, Mary?
Why, yes. Everybody does.
Well, everybody isn't in love with him.
Mother.
Oh, you needn't be so shocked. You are in love with him, aren't you?
Well, Yes, a little bit.
I knew you were. Does he care for you, Mary?
I think so. He hasn't said very much, but...
But he manages to give that impression.
Yes.
Well, if I must lose you, I can't think of anyone I'd rather lose you to.
Oh, Mother, you're sweet.
Mother!
Yes, Kitty?
Bobby's making noises in the door. I am not. He's frightening me, Mother.
Bobby, you stop that. I'll be up there in a minute if you don't.
Archie, that's a big scissors.
Oh, those children.
I'll take it, Mother.
Hello? Hello, Lee? Yes. How are you? What? Why, what's the matter? Oh, I see. Tomorrow night? All right. I'll wait for you to call. Goodbye. What's the matter, dear?
Oh, he can't come over tonight. He has to stay home and entertain.
Entertain?
Yes. An old friend of his just arrived in town. I think Lee said he was from New York.
What's it all about, Jimmy? What's eating you anyhow?
I don't know myself, Red.
Don't give me that. There's something wrong. Here, I've been waiting to hear from you for the last 6 months.
I wrote to you, didn't I?
Yeah, nice little friendly letters about the weather up here and what a nice little town it is and whose pig had puppies. But nothing about pulling off the job. Not a word about cracking the bank.
What bank?
The Farmers National Bank.
I never said I was going to pull a job there.
Sure you did.
I did not. I told you I was working there, that's all.
Well, for crying out loud, ain't that why you took the job, so you could crack the vault?
No, maybe. But I changed my mind.
Well, now, ain't that noble? Wait a second. Is there a dame mixed up in this someplace?
Well,
is there?
Yes, but she's not a dame, Red. She's a girl.
I knew it. Whenever a guy starts calling a dame a girl, you can expect trouble. You ain't thinking of getting married to her.
Well, I'd like to someday.
You know, I think this country air is going to your head. Have you thought about Doyle?
What about him?
Suppose he catches up with you. He'd follow you to the South Pole if he thought he could hook the bracelets on you.
What for?
For that Springfield job. What do you think? He might have the evidence right now.
I'm not worried about the Springfield job.
Oh, no?
No. I got an alibi, Red. I've been working on it for the last 3 months, and it's a beaut.
All right, so you got an alibi. So what? Even if Doyle swallows it, you'll be in a soup anyway.
You mean he'll tell everyone about my record?
Sure. And I guess that'd be kind of a surprise to that dame. I mean, that girl of yours.
Well, it's a chance I'll have to take, Red. There's one thing I'm sure of. I'm staying here, and I'm staying straight.
And what about those mud pies on the French Riviera? That's out, huh?
Yeah, Red. That's out.
To me, it's very discouraging, Jimmy. Here you are, the best cracksman in the business, the only guy in the world who can open a safe without using tools and nitro. And you're throwing away your whole future for a skirt.
I'm not throwing it away, Red. I'm making it.
I don't suppose there's nothing I can say to.
You changed my mind? No. No, I got my chance now, Red. I'm not going to muff it.
Well, I guess that's that. I feel kind of bad, Jimmy. I mean, well, we've been pals for a long time.
Oh, well, gee, kid, can't we still be pals?
Yeah, a banker and a crook. That'll make a swell combination.
Well, wouldn't have to be a crook, Red.
Well?
You could go straight, too.
Nothing doing. I ain't gonna slave my life away in no regular job. 8 hours a day for chicken feed? Oh, no.
Oh, you've got the wrong idea, Red. You think a regular job is dull, uninteresting. Well, it isn't. There's a big kick in it.
Not for me, there wouldn't be.
Of course there would. I used to think exactly the same as you do, but look at me now.
Yeah, look at you now. A softy.
Well, all right. But I'm happy. Red, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Why don't you take a whirl at it, kid? I can get you a job up here.
In Glendale?
Sure, be right near each other. What do you say?
I don't know, Jimmy. There ain't nothing I can do anyhow.
If I sign something you can do, will you take it?
Well...
Will you, yes or no?
All right.
Swell.
But get this. I ain't doing it because I want to go straight, see? I'm doing it because you're asking me.
All right, then be tough.
You said it. Now, what do I do?
Well, if a fella's made up his mind to go straight, there's only one thing to do. Expose him to temptation right off the bat. And if he pulls through, he's all right.
Okay, spill it. What's the job?
Red, I'm going to make you a night watchman in the Farmers National Bank. Hello. Randall speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Williams. Well, you see, I just got to the office. I haven't had time to check on that yet. Suppose you drop in and see me this afternoon. All right. Bye.
Good morning, boss.
Hello, Red. Come on in. How's the night watchman?
I'm all right. Kind of tired, though.
Well, say, you ought to be. If you weren't, it might be a bad sign.
Hey, I ain't sleeping on the job, believe me.
What are you doing around here this time of the morning? You ought to be home in bed.
Yeah, but they're just finishing a new vault. I've been helping them put it in. You seen it yet?
No, only the blueprints. I hear it's a neat job.
It's a pip. Moves like clockwork and safe. Say, I couldn't open that vault inside of a month.
Well, see that you don't try, mister.
Oh, don't worry. I'm satisfied.
No kid. Now you're red on the level.
Yep. It's funny, ain't it? Sometimes I don't think I'm the same guy.
Yeah, a couple of years can make a big difference.
I'll say. Look at you. Assistant cashier and all set to marry the boss's daughter.
No, she's a great girl, Red.
You're telling me?
Hello. Oh, yes. Tell him I'll be out there in a couple of minutes.
May I come in?
Mary, how are you?
I just dropped by with Kitty and Bobby. They wanted to see Father. Hello, Mr. Davis.
Morning, Miss Lane.
I see they have the new vault in already.
Yeah, I was just telling Mr. Randall about it.
Father's out there now, giving it the once-over.
Yeah? Well, I'll ankle out and see if there's something I can do. Excuse me.
Well, how are you, darling?
All right.
Well, don't I get a kiss?
Think you deserve one?
What do you think? Oh, gee, I'm crazy about you, Mary.
Are you? I love you, too.
You know, honey, I can't wait for next month to roll around. Wonder what it's going to feel like waiting up there at the altar while you come walking down the aisle.
Stumbling down the aisle. I'll probably be so nervous I won't be able to stand. Look, I've been shopping this morning.
Good. What'd you get?
Wait till you see. There. How do you like it?
Say, that's swell. It's beautiful. What is it?
It's material for curtains.
I thought it was the bridal veil.
It has so, Bobby. It has not. It has so. I tell you, it has not.
Kitty, Bobby, what's the matter?
Oh, she says the new vault has a radio in it.
A radio?
Yes, it has, Mary. It has a round thing with numbers. She means a dial on the outside. Isn't that a radio? Isn't it, Mr. Randall?
Well, no, Kitty. I'm afraid it isn't, but I'll have one put in if you like it.
There you are, Smarty.
Bobby, behave yourself. I'm going in to see Father, and if you don't stop acting like a young hoodlum, I'll tell him.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, see that you don't.
Wait a second, Mary. I'll go with you. I want to speak to the teller a minute.
Bobby.
What?
Want to play something?
No.
Oh, Bobby, come on. Play something with me.
Well, all right. We'll play banker. I'll be Father and you be somebody that wants to borrow money.
No, I don't want to play that. Let's play elephant. You can be the elephant.
No. I'm going to be a banker.
Now, sit down, madam.
Why? Don't ask questions. Sit down.
All right.
I understand you wish a loan, madam.
Uh-huh.
Well, I thought so. Now, how much?
How much can I get?
No. You say a whole lot at first.
$50,000.
That's a great deal of money, madam.
Well, that's the most I could think of.
Don't talk that way. You'll be put out for saying things like that.
I suppose you've got some kind of security, madam.
Well, I don't know.
Sure you have. You got a farm, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I got a farm.
Well, how large a farm?
A big one.
Well, that's good. Now, what grows on this farm?
Potatoes.
Anything else?
Potatoes and vegetables.
That's silly. Potatoes are vegetables, too.
They are not.
They are, too.
I'm going to ask Mr. Randall. Mr. Randall. Go ahead and ask him. You'll see. Mr. Randall. Oh, Mr. Randall.
Oh, I told him I'd see him this afternoon, Smith. You better let me take care of it.
Yes, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Randall.
That'll be all, Smith.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Randall. Go ahead and ask him. Ask him.
Say now, what's going on here? Another argument?
Bobby says potatoes are vegetables.
Sure they are.
Are they, Mr. Randall?
Well, now, Kitty, that's a question that requires a lot of thought.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Fred?
I got to speak to you right away. Get rid of them kids.
Oh, all right. Now, listen, you youngsters. Run out and play, will you?
Sure. Come on, Kitty. I'll show you the new ball.
Bye, Mr. Randall. Bye.
All right, Red, what's the excitement?
Come into the office, quick. I got to speak to you.
Well, what's the matter?
Plenty. Doyle's here.
What?
Doyle, that copper. He's here.
Where?
In Mr. Lane's office. I seen him go in.
Holy.
He's after you, Jimmy. Sure he's shooting.
It's about the Springfield job. He said he was digging up new evidence.
He must have found it. Come on, Jimmy. Let's get out of
Wait
here.
a minute. Does he know you?
I don't think so.
All right, then sit tight. I'll handle Doyle.
What do you mean?
Just keep quiet and let me do the talking. I'm going to alibi that guy till he's dizzy.
Alibi?
Now, listen, you get this. I'm not Jimmy Valentine, Red. I never heard of him. I've been straight all my life, and I can prove it.
What are you talking about?
Come here. Let's see, where is that? Oh, yes, here we are. Here. See this book?
Yeah?
Scrapbook full of newspaper clippings. Every clipping is about Lee Randall.
Lee Randall? That's you.
Sure, but was also my cousin.
You had a cousin by that name?
That's right. He lived in San Francisco. Went to Alaska a couple of years ago, never came back. This was his book of newspaper clippings. Here, read this one.
San Francisco News, January 12th, 1929. Lee Randall, principal speaker at Club Banquet.
Take another look at that date line, Red.
January 12th.
Mean anything to you?
No.
No? Well, the Springfield job was pulled on January the 11th.
I get it. Oh, wait a minute. You could have grabbed a plane, couldn't you?
No, I checked on that, too. They didn't have 24-hour service in 1929.
That sounds good. But listen, Jimmy. Doyle knows you. He ain't gonna let you walk out under his nose just because you got some newspaper clippings.
No, I got more than clippings. Got a picture. Here. Look at this. Group picture, the banquet. The date on it. And my face right in the front row.
Holy gee, it is you. I don't get this, Jimmy.
Cinch. Had a photographer do a double negative job for me. Took out one of the other faces and put mine in its place. Fred, I've been waiting for this day. Hoping it would never come, but waiting for it just the same. I've been going straight now for almost 3 years. I got a chance to marry the swellest girl in the world. And I'm not going to let anything slip.
But can you get away with it? Will Doyle swallow all that stuff?
He's got to.
Yeah, but if he don't, what do you do then?
I do 10 more years in the jute mill.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, and our all-star cast resume the events of Alias Jimmy Valentine in a few moments. The girl we hear next never made the headlines, but she's an important part of Hollywood, the chorus girl. As captain of a group of Hollywood's fairest, all 12 of whom are in the audience tonight, she leaves this week on an airplane tour to exploit Warner Brothers' musical Gold Diggers of 1937. If you want to meet a screen showgirl, here's your chance. She's not only blonde, beautiful, shapely, but, I understand, capable of completing a whole sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carolyn Newell.
Oh, hello, Mr. DeMille. Gee, you're cute.
Well, you're not so bad. We're on the air, Miss Newell.
Oh, just like a radio program?
Practically the same.
And everybody hears whatever I say?
Yes, they do.
Oh, goody. Hello, Jack. Hello, Mortimer.
Just a
Hello,
minute.
Mr. Jacoby.
Just
Hello,
a
Ed.
minute.
Hello.
Don't say anything until I ask you a question. Then talk straight into this. This is a microphone, Miss Newell, see? Microphone.
But of course, an apparatus for converting audio energy into electrical energy. Anybody knows that.
Well, upon my word.
Microphone, it comes from the Greek word micros, meaning small.
Oh, you know a little Greek.
Not anymore. I haven't seen him in years. Oh, Nicholas.
Miss Newell, you're quite an enigma.
Oh, and I like you, too.
What I'm struggling to determine is how you got into pictures.
Well, when I was in high school...
You were in high school?
I'll thank you for not interrupting me, sir.
But how did you get into pictures?
Well, a Spanish boy I knew taught me to speak Spanish, and I got a job in a foreign language studio. After that, I was Gene Harlow's stand-in at Metro, and then I went to Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm. Are all showgirls like you, are they?
Mr. DeMille, you say the nicest things.
Oh, well. What are your latest pictures?
Stage Struck, Cain and Mabel, and now Gold Diggers.
Do you smoke or drink?
Thanks, but hadn't we better wait till we're through?
What's the showgirl's idea of marriage?
Well, it's like this. If a man came along with plenty of money, I think most of us would like to get married, providing we fell in love. That's important, too. But personally, if a man without money wanted to marry, I don't think it would be fair to either of us. You see, showgirls are really too independent to...
I'm afraid
right.
that the pilot of that plane is going to find himself in a spin with all you gold diggers aboard. Do you like the idea of flying?
Swell. The only trouble is that with 12 of us in one plane, there won't be much room left for clothes. But we know how to get around that.
How?
Did you ever hear of Lux Flakes?
Well, it sounds familiar.
They solve our problem. Each night when we stop off at a hotel, we do a little washing with Lux Flake. We use Lux all the time at the studio for our sweaters and costumes. And we use it on our trip, not only for convenience, but because we want to look our best always. You ought to try it sometime.
I will. Sounds like lots of fun.
Yes, indeed, Mr. DeMille. This has been lots of fun. If I haven't given the audience a very concrete idea of what a Hollywood showgirl is really like, maybe it's because we're actually no different than other girls. No smarter and, well, I guess no dumber. Just trying to make good and waiting for the right man. Thanks loads and good night.
Good night, Miss Newell. Back to our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. It's just a few minutes since Jimmy learned that Doyle was in the bank looking for him. Alone in his office, Jimmy is pacing the floor nervously. The door opens, and Mary enters hurriedly.
Lee.
Yes, Mary?
Lee, I just came from Father's office. There's a man there, a detective. He's been asking Father a lot of questions about you.
About me? Well,
He says you're not Lee Randall. He says your name is Jimmy Valentine.
Valentine?
Lee, what's wrong? What's it all about? I'm frightened.
Oh, now take it easy, Mary. Everything will be all right.
But he's going to arrest you. He said so. I sneaked out of the office to warn you. Lee,
I tell you, Mr. Doyle, this is ridiculous.
Maybe it is, and maybe it ain't.
Lee,
Yes, Mr. Lane?
this man has just been asking me some questions about you. He's a detective.
Oh, yes?
Says his name is Doyle, and
That's all right, Mr. Lane. You don't need an introduction to me, do you, Valentine?
Valentine? My name is Randall.
Oh, come on. I wasn't born yesterday. I know your face like I know my own.
Mr. Doyle, you're making a mistake.
No, I ain't. He's Jimmy Valentine, wanted in the state of Massachusetts for cracking a safe in Springfield. I got all the evidence I need.
Maybe you have, but you've got the wrong man.
of course you have. This is preposterous.
Now listen to me, all of you. I came all the way up here to put the bracelets on this bird, and I'm going to do it, see? Now, do you come peacefully, Valentine, or do I have to use force?
Oh, I wouldn't try that if I were you. You've evidently mistaken me for someone
No,
else.
I told you to can that stuff.
Why should I? I think I'm entitled to a chance to prove to you that I'm really Lee Randall.
Never mind that. How about proving you're not Jimmy Valentine?
He doesn't have to.
That's right, Mr. Lane. The burden of proof rests upon Mr. Doyle. He has to show beyond a reasonable doubt that I am Jimmy Valentine.
I'll do that when the right time comes.
Why don't you do it now?
All right, lady. Well, Valentine, suppose you tell us where you've been for the last 6 years or so.
No, of course, my name is Randall, but I don't mind answering your question. I came to Glendale 3 years ago. Before that, I spent the rest of my life in San Francisco.
You weren't doing a stretch about 3.5 years ago?
Of course not.
And I suppose you weren't in Springfield either on the night of January 11th, 1929.
I've answered that question. I was in San Francisco.
All right. Maybe you can prove that.
Yes, I think I can.
How?
Well, I don't know exactly, but... Wait a minute. I can prove it. Look. You see this scrapbook?
Well?
It's full of clippings about me. Let's see now. Maybe I can find something here. Sure, here we are. I think you said I was in prison 3.5 years ago. That would be 1932, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this ought to be close enough. Look. San Francisco Times, February 22nd, 1932. There's a list of names of people who attended the holiday ball. You'll find mine at the bottom. See it? See it? Lee Randall.
Yeah, I see it.
So you see, I was there all right. Well, now maybe I can find something around another time. 1929. January. No. Afraid I can't get the exact date. Wait a minute. Wait, here. You said January 11th, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a clipping from the 12th. I made a speech at a club banquet. There's a picture, too. Not in the paper, of course, but you can see it must have been the same banquet. The photographer even dated it. Let's see. Where am I in this? There I am, right in the front row.
Let me see. Well, I'll be...
Well, I guess that settles it, Mr. Doyle.
You certainly don't want any more proof, do you?
I don't know. I don't understand this.
Why not? It's very simple.
Yeah, that's just it. You know, you look enough like Valentine to be his twin brother.
It's a good thing I'm not. You seem pretty intent on catching up with him.
I've been after him for almost 3 years.
You must want him pretty badly.
Yeah. You see, he's the only man in the country who can open a safe by the sense of touch.
By the sense of touch? Impossible.
Not for him, it ain't. He rubs his fingers with sandpaper, see?
Sandpaper? Ooh,
Yeah. Scrapes the skin clean off them so they'll be more sensitive.
how terrible.
You don't really believe that, do you, Mr. Doyle?
Sure I do. Why not?
Well, I don't believe that any man could have so delicate a sense of touch.
Well, he has. And it's been the ambition of my life to see him work, to catch him with the goods.
Well, for the sake of the community, I hope you do.
Thanks.
What's that? Listen.
It's out near the cage.
Lane. Mr. Lane.
Hey, Red, what's the matter out there?
Something awful has happened.
What?
It's Kitty.
Kitty? What's the matter with her?
Talk up, man. What's happened?
She's locked in the vault.
What did you
She's
say?
in a new vault. She's locked in there.
Locked in the vault?
Quiet, Mary.
How did it happen?
Bobby, they were playing and he closed the door on her.
My baby, oh, God.
Take it easy, Mr. Lane. Where's the combination?
They haven't sent the combination yet. Nobody knows it.
Oh, Father.
Now, quiet, Mary, please.
I'm going out to the vault.
Stay where you are, Mr. Lane.
But she's locked in there.
You can't do her any good. Red, go out and clear the bank.
Okay, Mr. Randall.
Now, sit down, Mary, please, and be quiet.
Randall, what are you doing?
Hello, Miss Simpson. Give me the Globe Saving Vault Company right away. Might know the combination at the office.
Do you think so, Lee?
Take a chance.
How big is the vault she's in, Mr. Lane?
Oh, it's very small. It's full of safety boxes. Clear up to the ceiling.
That's not so good.
Why? What do you mean?
Shut up, Doyle.
Mr. Randall.
Well, Red.
They're clearing the bank. Peters is attending to it.
All right, sit tight for a minute. Here we are. Hello. Globe? Randall speaking. Farmers National Bank, Glendale. Listen, I've got to have the combination of that new vault right away. Yes, the new vault. What? Where is it? Oh, let's see. All right.
Lee, what did they say?
They can't get it.
What?
Only one man in the office knows what the combination is. He's out for the day.
Oh, good God.
What are we going to do?
There must be somebody who can open it. There must be somebody.
There's only one person I could think of, Jimmy Valentine. Too bad he ain't here now. Eh, Randall?
Shut up, will you?
She can't last much longer. There's not enough air. She's suffocating.
Oh, Father.
Oh, don't, Mary. We'll get her out of there.
But how? How, Lee?
I know a way. An awfully hard way for me, but I'll get her out.
Lee.
How you going to do it, Mr. Randall?
Stick around, Doyle, and watch. Red.
Yeah?
Red, go down to the workshop.
Yeah?
Bring me back 4 sheets of rough sandpaper.
Sandpaper? Well, that's a coincidence.
Mary, you must be quiet. You can't work if you do that.
Yes, Father.
How's it going for her?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Can't feel. Give me that sandpaper again, Red.
Here you are. Don't you think I've done enough of that?
Shut up and let me alone.
You're bleeding.
So what? Don't talk, I tell you. I heard it. Oh, missed it again. Fell it that time. I felt the dog lift. There it is.
21.
21, right. Remember that.
I got it.
Give me that paper.
Be quiet, miss. It's the only way you can work.
52 left.
52 left.
Now I'm getting there. I can feel every jar of it. How many bolts has the door got, Red?
12.
12? Here we are again. This is 11. I think I know this rotation.
11.
Right.
Randall, are you getting it?
In a minute, Mr. Lane.
What's that?
She's kicking the vent of the door again. Stop it, kid. Stop it.
Don't waste your lungs, Red. Keep your nerve. 42.
42.
That's what it ought to be. Now. 1.
1.
It's your rotation, all right. 10 off the first. On 2, 3, and back. Now. 1 more, Red.
Stop. She might be dead.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. Here it is.
Put it open. Get that door open.
Here it comes.
Kitty! Kitty!
Here she is on the floor.
Give it to me. She's dead.
No, she's breathing. She'll be all right. Get her down to the doctor's now. Quick.
Someone come with me.
Red, help carry her.
Sure. Let me take her, Mr. Lane. And don't worry. She'll be all right. Just take it easy now.
Oh, Lee. Look at your poor fingers.
Huh? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're all right.
That was a neat job opening that safe.
Yeah, wasn't it? Guess you win after all, Doyle. I'm ready to go with you.
Go where?
Massachusetts.
Oh, no. I ain't going to Massachusetts. I ain't going any place in particular, and neither are you. She needs you more than the state of Massachusetts.
What do you mean?
I mean that you were right, see? I made a big mistake a few minutes ago. I thought you were Jimmy Valentine. Ain't that a riot? Well, I guess I'll run along. I don't suppose we'll ever meet again, Mr. Randall. So I'll say goodbye for good. But wait a minute. Just to return your respect, Jimmy, don't think I fell for that double negative photograph. So long.
Well,
He's gone.
yes, but he knows who I am, Mary. So do you.
Yes, darling. Your name is Lee Randall.
Alias Jimmy Valentine.
Lee Randall. And we're going to be married next month.
You mean that?
Oh, you know I do.
Gee, that's funny. I told Red once I was going to crack one more safe. I guess that was it.
Jimmy Valentine's last job is finished, but not Pat O'Brien's. With Madge Evans, he returns shortly to the microphone. In the annals of law enforcement, no name struck greater fear in the hearts of criminals, or will be remembered by this nation with greater gratitude than that of Melvin Purvis. Mr. Purvis received his law degree from the University of his native South Carolina and practiced law before entering the Department of Justice. Though he was less than 5 feet 9 inches in height and weighed not quite 130 pounds, he became head of the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the powerful organization which waged a relentless battle against such wanton outlaws as Pretty Boy Floyd, Babyface Nelson, Vern Miller, the Toohey, Carpus, and Barker gangs, Vern Sankey, and John Dillinger. Today, Mr. Purvis is an attorney in San Francisco, as quiet and soft-spoken as when he proceeded to rid the country of its public enemies. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Melvin Purvis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've listened with interest to the story of the safecracker, Jimmy Valentine. Few of Jimmy Valentine's kind are left, but I remember one I met while running down a lead on John Dillinger. He had only the greatest scorn for bank robbers of today. Their greed for large hauls, their quickness on the trigger, and their wanton murders of innocent people thoroughly disgusted him.
Is it true that during the past several months, crime has been at a fortunate ebb?
Yes, but it must be emphasized that whatever gains law and order have attained over organized crime will be turned into disastrous defeat if any apathy is shown now by the public or by law enforcement officials. The last few years have demonstrated that crime can be successfully fought if intelligently fought.
Well, do you agree, Mr. Purvis, with those who think an American Scotland Yard would hold crime in greater check?
No, Mr. DeMille. Scotland Yard, although a highly efficient organization and one for which I have the utmost respect, is really nothing more than the Metropolitan Police Force of London. In 1935, there were 28 murders in Scotland Yard's territory. In the same year, 375 murders were committed in New York and 1,630 in Memphis, Tennessee. In other words, the Yard has never had to combat problems like ours.
Then what do you suggest as a means of halting crime?
First, it is the duty of Americans to see that the youth of our country is properly trained by giving more time and money to organizations that take boys off the street and out of dives. Second, modernization of local and state police. This can be done by giving our police at least as good equipment as the criminals have, by rewarding merit and weeding out incompetency. Third, our prison system must be improved. Few men emerge from prison without a Ph.D. in crime, and few fail to put this newly acquired knowledge into practice. Until prisoners are properly segregated in jail, until our parole and prison systems work hand in hand, the penitentiary will remain little more than a breeding place for more crime. Fourth, the public must cooperate with law enforcement officials at all times. Citizens who pay tribute
to racketeering thugs only tie the noose more tightly around their own necks. These, ladies and gentlemen, are problems which must be solved. And while the country has a breathing spell, is the time to do something about solving them. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, not only for your courtesy, but for the many hours of excellent entertainment provided by the Lux Radio Theater. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Purvis. And now, let's get our Irish up and bring Pat O'Brien back to the microphone with Madge Evans.
I guess there'll be no holding Pat, Mr. DeMille, since you told us the real Jimmy Valentine was named Connors, another Irishman.
Oh, I knew that all the time.
Speaking of the Fighting Irish, Pat, how did it happen that you played football for Marquette instead of Notre Dame?
Well, I'll tell you, after the one game I was in against the Fighting Irish, most people thought I did play for Notre Dame.
Why, I understood you ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
No, that was just the dream of a publicity man, Madge. To tell the truth, they carried me off after the first few plays. Took Marquette several years to climb back from where I left them, but look at them now. Unbeaten and untied, and how many of those are there?
It looks like Marquette for the Rose Bowl, Pat. Maybe.
They're practically on the field now. Yes, sir, I'm so happy I could sing.
I dare you to.
Oh, well, there are people listening.
I've never known an Irishman who wouldn't take a dare.
Well, what can a man do?
Well, Mr. O'Brien, what will it be?
Well, all right, then. I'll sing the Charlady's Ball. You asked for it, and you're going to get it. At the Charlady's Ball, people said one and all, you're the belle of the ball, Mrs. Mulligan. We'd 1 steps and 2 steps, and the devil knows what new steps. We swore that we'd never be dull again, bedad. We had wine, porter, and Jameson. We'd cocktails and cocoa and all. We'd rumbas and tangos, half steps and fandangos the night that we danced at the Charlady's Ball. I made it. Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Never dare an Irishman.
It was lovely, Pat. But before someone dares me to sing, I want to congratulate Lux for making Monday night my favorite evening at the radio, and to say good night.
Good night, Madge.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And listen, if you ever have any consideration for your audience, never let an actor sing again. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, me bye.
Thank you, Miss Evans and Mr. O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Next week's program will be announced shortly by Mr. DeMille. Mr. O'Brien, Miss Newell, and Mr. Jenkins appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Miss Evans, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Mr. DeMille and Mr. Frawley, Paramount. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for the new film Lloyds of London. 4.5-year-old Joan Field, who plays the part of Kitty, appeared through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg, her discoverer. And now, Mr. DeMille.
I look forward to next Monday night as a highlight in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. The event will be the presentation of Noel Coward's delightful romance, Conversation Piece, a musical and dramatic play which takes place in France and England during the Napoleonic era. Our stars, Miss Lily Pons of the Metropolitan Opera and Mr. Adolphe Mongeau. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Lily Pons and Adolphe Mongeau in Conversation Piece. Before closing, may I call your attention to the annual membership drive of the American Red Cross. Had it not been for this great Legion of Mercy, 131,000 families throughout the United States would be facing a tragic future today. The Red Cross has rebuilt and repaired homes, provided food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention for the victims of 105 disasters this year. Millions of Americans are enrolling in the Red Cross in order that its service may continue. Won't you please share in the Red Cross work? Contribute your dollar and enroll now through your local chapter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. A man and his wife are found dead in a rooming house. A dead parrot lies on the floor beside them. The killer set fire to the room to cover his tracks. Your job, get him.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different. Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, April 2nd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the early morning watch on a homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from communications, and it was 5:25 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hello?
Is this Miss Jones?
Yes, who is it?
This is Joe Friday. I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Jones. Is Lee there?
Oh, yes, Joe. Just a minute, I'll wake him. Lee. Lee, honey.
Yeah?
Lee, it's Joe Friday. He wants to talk to you.
Yeah, Joe, what is it?
I'm sorry to wake you. Can you come down right away?
What's the trouble?
Got a call from fire headquarters a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah?
They had a fire in a rooming house over on 7th Street. They found 2 dead bodies in one of the rooms.
Yeah? They suffocated?
Well, the battalion chief doesn't think so. They found both bodies on the bed. There was evidence of arson in the room.
What kind of proof they got?
The victims. That's why we called you.
What you got?
Fire department thinks they were dead before the fire started. 5:30 a.m. Romero and I drove out to the rooming house on 7th Street. It was a 2-story building in the middle of the block between South Grand and Toledo Avenue. On one side of it was a small transient hotel, and the other, a building which housed a bookbinding firm and studios for an acrobatic dancing school. When we got there, the salvage crew was still working. We were directed to the 2nd floor, where we met with a man in charge from the fire department, Battalion Chief Sullivan.
It's right down the hall here. Watch your step there.
Oh, yeah. You have the names of the victims, Chief?
We think it's Guthrie, Mr. and Mrs. Charles Guthrie. Old couple, lived here for some time, I understand. Here we are. We figure that's where it started, right under the bed over there.
Heat must have been terrific. Look at the walls, Joe. Yeah. This is where most of the damage was done, Chief?
No, rooms on both sides got it, too. Not as bad as this, though. Guthrie's had 2 rooms. This and the one adjoining. Through the door there.
Mm-hmm. When the fire starts, got any idea?
About 4:45, I'd say. Landlady smelled the smoke about 10 to 5, put in the alarm. Fire was out 3 minutes after 5.
Any other casualties besides the Guthries, I mean?
No, just the 2.
Okay.
Over on the bed here. worst I've seen.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Ben, you can see from the position of the two bodies, doesn't look to me like they suffocated. No evidence that they tried to get out of the room. Both relaxed. Looks like somebody did them in, then tried to cover with arson, huh?
Oh, Chief.
Yeah?
On the floor there.
Oh, yeah, a parrot. Somebody wrung its neck, looks like to me, and then threw it there on the floor.
There's the empty cage there in the corner, and door's open.
Chief? Yeah, why?
Schubert's still talking to the landlady?
He hasn't come back. Clyde'd like you to meet Friday and Rebello.
No.
Sorry, Friday and Romero homicide detail. This is Clyde Wine from the arson squad.
Hi,
How are you?
You want to show him that setup, Clyde? How it was touched off?
I'm glad to. You can take a look under the bed there. Tells most of the story. You see directly underneath there?
Let me see.
What is that, Wine? Pretty charred.
Rags and papers. Had a good soaking in kerosene before they were touched off. Strung out all under the bed here.
Yeah. Couldn't miss, huh?
Thorough guy, whoever set it up. Most of the carpeting in the room was doused with kerosene, too.
This much you can count on. The man who touched it off knew something about timing devices. Want to show him that rig, Clyde?
Right here.
Yeah?
Ordinary electric heater. This automatic timer was connected to it, then plugged in. Heater was placed under the bed right next to the rags and papers. Timer was set probably for about 4:45 a.m. Timer let go on schedule. Heater warmed up. Rags and papers caught fire, then the mattress. You can see the rest for yourself.
That timer pretty intricate, Wine?
The man who put it together was no amateur, as the chief said. He must have known something about clockwork.
Hi, see you a minute?
Yeah, Mac. Excuse me, I'll be back in a minute.
Too bad. Thanks very much.
You find anything else that might tie in, Chief?
Not in this room, no.
Dead parrot there. Door of the cage open.
Probably a pet. Might have been out of the cage at the time of the fire. Is it possible that the parrot could have suffocated, Chief?
Not from what I can see, no. As I say, it looks to me like somebody wrung the bird's neck. A few green feathers on the floor there. That's the adjoining room in there.
Okay.
I figure the Guthries used it as a sitting room.
Yeah.
You can see the fire didn't wipe out everything in here.
Hey, Joe, come here a minute.
Right.
This carpet here with a door. Dark stains.
Let me see.
What do you think?
Could be blood.
Heavy stains, sure enough of them.
Yeah. Looks like more of them by that desk there, and some on the wall, too.
Desk drawer's open here.
Yeah, I see that.
That's about it. You know as much as we do so far.
Yeah.
We know how the fire was touched off. We're satisfied it didn't kill those two people in there.
The boys from arson squad talking to the other roomers in the building?
Right now, you can check with them.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Chief.
I certainly appreciate it.
Not at all. The usual breaks, isn't it?
How's that?
This is Fire Prevention Week.
5:53 a.m. Lieutenant Lee Jones and the crew from the crime lab arrived. Davis, the photographer, Dean Bergman from Leighton Prince. Pictures were taken of both rooms, which made up Mr. and Mrs. Guthrie's living quarters. Photographs of the bodies were taken. Bergman processed for fingerprints. While Lee Jones continued his investigation, Ben and I went down the hall to the landlady's apartment, where we met with Ray Schubert, one of the men from the arson squad.
These men are from Homicide Division. Sergeant Friday, Sergeant Romero, Mrs. Stedman, that right?
Yes, Clara Stedman. How do you do? I manage the house here. Would either of you care for a cup of tea?
No, thank you.
I wouldn't care for it. When did you last see Mr. and Mrs. Guthrie, ma'am?
Well, now, let me see. Miss Guthrie, I saw her just before dinner last night, a little before 6. I went in to borrow an egg and a cup of flour. She was all right then.
Was there anyone with her?
No, she was alone.
What about Mr. Guthrie? When did you last see him?
About 7:30. I looked out my window and I saw him closing up the parking lot.
Did the Guthries have any visitors at all yesterday? Do you remember that?
Well, just what I know of. Jack Marshman. He's working for Mr. Guthrie about a year now.
When did Marshman visit the Guthries, do you know?
Around 4 yesterday afternoon. Yes, I was there, too. Mrs. Guthrie and Jack and I had a cup of tea together. Then Jack left to go back to work, and then I left.
And you didn't notice anyone else in or near the Guthries' rooms after that?
No. I had my dinner and listened to a radio play, and then I went off to bed.
Oh, I know you're upset, Mrs. Stedman, but can you think of anybody who might have wanted to do away with the Guthries? Anybody who had a reason to do them harm?
Oh, as far as I know, Sergeant, they didn't have an enemy in the world. I guess I was wrong. It's a terrible, terrible thing.
Yes, ma'am. We'll leave our card here with you.
All right.
If you want to contact us, don't hesitate to call anytime.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Stedman. Goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye.
What time you got?
6:15.
That's pretty early. They ought to be able to post the bodies for us this morning.
Say Friday?
Oh, yes, Chief.
Jones, your crime lab man's looking for you.
Thank you. Ben, you called the coroner, didn't you?
Yeah, he's on his way over.
Lee? Hi. I'm looking for you. Got a few things.
Yeah, what's that?
This hammer. Found it over in the corner under some of the rubble.
Yeah?
These stains on the metal handle here, on the head. Gave it the benzodine test. It's blood.
You figure it's a murder weapon?
I'll know more when I get the coroner's report. Bergman lifted a lot of nice prints. A lot of them all over everything.
Yeah.
On the handle of this hammer, on that timing contraption over there, the one that touched off the fire, even left some in the next room on that metal box in the drawer of the desk.
How do they look?
Got good prints from each room. They match. Go in the next room. Something else.
All right.
Yeah? Those stains on the carpet by the door. The stains on the carpet by the desk. Those on the wall. Blood stains, all of them. And you can see here, trail of stains, all leading through the door into the murder room.
You figure they were murdered in here, and then the killer took the bodies in the next room and put them on that bed, huh?
Then he set fire to cover up. That's my guess.
How about the prints on the box in that desk, Lee?
Might have been money in the box.
Possible burglary?
That's an angle. I'll take scrapings from these stains, run a biological precipitant when I get back to the lab. I'll let you know how it comes out. Better start finishing up here.
Right, Lee. Thanks very much. Well, looks like we're in fair shape. A hammer, a couple of fingerprints.
Righty. Romero?
Yes, Huber?
That fellow that worked for Mr. Guthrie in the parking lot, Jack Marshman, just got here.
Did you talk to him?
Wyatt and I have him in one of the empty rooms down the hall.
Thanks. Which way?
Down here. Seems pretty well broken up.
You talked to anyone besides you since he got here?
No, I told him the Guthries were dead, that's all. He's taking it pretty hard.
Which one?
Right here.
There's friends I had, Charlie and Bonner. I knew I should have stayed with them. I knew I should have.
These men are from homicide, Mr. Marshman.
Huh?
Sergeant Friday, Sergeant Romero.
Hello, Mr. Marshman.
How are you?
I don't know what I can tell you. I can't understand. Poor Charlie and boy. Well, what can I do to help?
I'd like to have you answer a few questions, if you don't mind, sir.
Certainly. Certainly anything to help out. But please, you got to find out whoever did it. You got to find out who killed them.
We're going to try, Mr. Marshman. Now, would you tell us the last time you saw the Guthries alive?
Sure. Maud. Mrs. Guthrie, about 4:15 yesterday afternoon. Me and Mrs. Stedman, she's a line lady, we had tea with her. And I went back to help Mr. Guthrie at the parking lot.
When's the last time you saw him?
Oh, it's about 6:30. That's when I get off duty at the lot. I said goodbye to Charlie. Never dawned on me it was the last time I'd see him alive. I just can't understand. It's such a vicious thing. Charlie and Marta. It's really terrible.
Yes, sir. You want to just sit down there, Mr. Marshman?
Oh, thanks very much.
Ray?
Yeah?
Are you sure you're the only one who talked to Marshman since he got here?
That's right. I met him at the door downstairs.
Well, the only thing you told him was that the Guthries were dead.
That's all he got from us.
Any chance he could have been in the room since the fire?
Not a chance.
Then how do you know somebody killed him?
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
Buy a pack. You'll find Fatimas now cost the same. Light a Fatima.
Ah, that's different.
What a difference.
Yes, friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Wednesday, April 2nd, 6:45 a.m. Lee Jones and his men completed their investigation and took their findings back to the crime lab for further examination. The deputy coroner arrived and removed the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Guthrie to the county morgue. Together with Clyde Wyant and Ray Schubert of the arson squad, Ben and I continued questioning the Guthrie's friend and employee, Jack Marshman. His answers got more confused, and he kept contradicting himself. In some ways, he seemed childlike. In others, a good deal more complex. We strung along. In order to keep up the pretense that he was not a suspect, we asked him to come along with us while we checked his living quarters, a 2-room basement apartment near Olympic and South Flower. We explained it as a routine check. Marshman was calm and self-assured.
Well, here it is, officers. You can see for yourself.
Yeah, Nice, comfortable place.
Oh, I like it. I've been here for about 3 years. Well, this room's where I do my living. Pull-down bed. It's a little gas plate over there. It's handy. Compact.
I see. What do you use this next room for here, Jack?
Oh, it's my shop. I like to put around. You care to see it?
Yeah, okay.
It's very nice. What's your hobby?
Watchmaking. Used to be a watchmaker. I haven't worked at it lately, though. Job's pretty hard to find.
Yeah. These parts here on the bench. You making something, Jack?
Oh, just fooling around. Old alarm clock there. I'm fixing it up for a friend.
All these wires and things. They all go into the works, huh?
More or less, yeah. Just something I was fooling around with. It keeps me busy, you know. I like a hobby. They say it's good for you.
That's what they say, yeah.
Where does this door go, Marshman?
Oh, it's my closet. Just some clothes and stuff in there. Just junk.
Don't mind if I look, do you?
Well, it's only a closet. They're just clothes and junk. There's nothing to see.
Say, Jack, do you usually keep this stuff around?
Huh? Oh.
It's kerosene, and it's pretty dangerous, a store like this. There's no cap on it.
Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me. I got to get a cap for that. I use it to wash up. My hands get dirty working around the bench.
This shirt, these trousers. Are yours, Jack?
I wish you wouldn't drag that stuff out. It gets my stuff all mixed up. Yeah, they're mine.
That's what I figured. The stains here is quite a few of them.
Some kind of paint I was using. I'm pretty sloppy with paint.
That's not paint, is it, Jack? It looked like blood to me.
Well, what difference does it make? They're working clothes.
I think your reason was in the day.
Oh, why don't you lay off? Who cares what kind of stain it is? You come in here snooping around, looking all around. I invited you in here. I didn't give you the place. This is my apartment, and this is my shop. Now, you can get out. You hear me? Both of you can get out.
What's the matter, Jack?
I said you can get out.
All right. You want to tell us before we go?
I'll tell you what.
Why you killed the Guthries.
What do you mean?
Why did you kill Mr. and Miss Guthrie?
No reason. I just did.
9 a.m. We put the stained clothing and the materials from the workbench in the car. Together with the suspect, we headed back for the office. On the way, Marshman was quiet. He asked for some breakfast. We stopped and bought him some ham and eggs. We tried to get him to talk. He refused. After breakfast, we dropped the stained clothing and the other things at the crime lab, and then we drove to the city hall. We parked the car in front of the Spring Street entrance and started up the stairs.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
I've been thinking.
Yeah?
It's all a mistake.
What is?
I didn't know what I was talking about. I didn't kill him.
9:47 a.m. Ben and I took the suspect into the interrogation room. We checked him through R&I. He had a record of 2 petty thefts the year before. We went back to the interrogation room and got on the phone. We called latent fingerprints.
We made them, Joe. The prints on the hammer, the timing device, and the metal box on the desk. They all belong to Marshman.
10:03 a.m. I called the county morgue.
Bodies identified as Mr. and Mrs. Charles Guthrie. Cause of death, Mrs. Guthrie. Multiple depressed fractures of the skull, subarachnoid hemorrhage, blunt instrument. Cause of death, Mr. Guthrie, about the same. Compressions of the brain in the occipital area around the brainstem.
10:25 a.m. I put in a call to Lee Jones at the crime lab.
The materials from the workbench are the same that went into that automatic timer, Joe. Piece together the cut ends of some of the wires. They match.
How about the stains on his clothes?
Human blood.
10:45 a.m. We laid it out for the suspect, step by step.
Let me rest a while. I'll feel better. Let me think.
We stayed with him. We waited. 11:20 a.m. The suspect opened his eyes.
Sergeant?
Yeah?
I want to talk about it.
11:25 a.m. Schubert and Wyatt from the arson squad joined us. We called in one of the stenographers to take Marshman's statement, Eleanor Eastlack. She automatically took down the time, the place, and those present.
Jack, this is Miss Eastlack. She's going to record your statement so there'll be no misunderstanding as to what you say at this time.
How do you do, man?
No. Joe, you want to handle the question?
All right. Jack, we've got a few preliminaries here for you.
Okay.
John Everett Marshman, is that your true name?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
122 and a half Morgan Place, apartment B.
What's your age?
37.
Occupation?
Watchmaker, when I'm working.
Well, now, Jack, you've indicated to us in a previous conversation that you're willing to make a statement setting forth the true facts surrounding the deaths of Mr. and Miss Charles Guthrie.
That's right, I'll tell you.
Were you in their home Tuesday, April 1st? That's yesterday.
Yeah, that's right, I was.
What time did you get there?
First time? About 5 minutes to 4 in the afternoon. Mrs. Guthrie was there, and so was the landlady, Mrs. Stedman. We had some tea.
Was anybody else present while you were there?
No, it's just the three of us.
How long did you stay there?
I left about 4:15, I guess. I was there about 20 minutes.
Where'd you go when you left?
Oh, back to the parking lot as usual. Charlie Guthrie left and went home to dinner. He got back about 6:15. I left at 6:30, quitting time.
And where'd you go after you left the parking lot?
Went around the block and then back to the Guthrie's place.
Why'd you go back there?
To get money. Charlie never paid me enough. Picked me up and expected me to work for nothing.
All right. Now, in your own words, will you tell us just what happened starting when you entered the Guthrie's apartment the second time?
Mrs. Guthrie opened the door and I went in. She gave me a cup of tea and I told her I wanted some money. She wouldn't give me any. I don't know why, but I was mad. I was sick and tired of both of them. They never gave me enough money.
Eleanor?
I'm getting it, Sergeant.
All right, go ahead, please.
Mrs. Guthrie went in the next room, and I went over to the desk and got the money from the box that they keep it in. I don't know how much. I grabbed all of it, and that parrot started squawking. Mrs. Guthrie came running in. She saw me with the money, and she says, "Jack." I picked up something and hit her. It was the hammer, and I kept hitting her.
Can you remember how many times you hit her, Marshman?
Oh, I don't know. She fell down. The parrot was still squawking, jumping around the cage, and I went over and opened the door of the cage and pulled the parrot out. It stopped moving, finally. I went in the bedroom and threw it on the floor, and then I dragged Mrs. Guthrie in the bedroom and put her on the bed, and I left.
Where'd you go?
No, I don't know. I walked around. Tried to think of something. It was cold. I got a bottle of wine, I drank it, and then I got to thinking about what Charlie'd do when he got home. I knew he'd be sure I did it. He always blamed me for everything. So I finally went back to the Guthrie's place and found the hammer that I used on her.
What'd you intend doing with the hammer?
Killed Charlie. If she had it coming, so did he. You can't blame me if they forced me into it. Anybody would have done the same.
What'd you do after you found the hammer again?
I picked it up and waited for Charlie to come home. I remember that. Wine made me feel pretty good. I stood there in the dark holding the hammer, watched out the window for Charlie. It was cold out, I remember that. There's a radio on down the hall, and I held on to the hammer and waited for Charlie. A neon light across the street that came through the windows. Old lady was on the bed in there. I could see the parrot on the floor. It was quiet. I had a smoke. Traffic kept going by outside. I could hear that. I held on to the hammer. It's windy out. I kept thinking Mrs. Guthrie was looking at me from the bed, but she wasn't. Charlie came home at the usual time, a little after 7:30, and I stood by the door. He came in and closed the door after him. When he reached for the lights, I hit him. He fell down, I hit him some more. You couldn't blame me. Anybody would have done the same. Anybody would have, the way he kicked me around.
How many times did you hit him, Marshman?
I don't know.
Was it twice? 3 times?
I hit him till he quit moving. That's all. I Took him, dragged him into the bedroom, put him on the bed with his wife. I put him over. Wiped the stains off of me and left. It's the only thing I could do.
Where'd you go then?
My place. I knew that timer had to do the trick. I put it in a shopping bag with some stuff, and I went back to the Guthries. They were still there on the bed. Parrot was on the floor.
Would you repeat that last part, Mr. Marshman?
Oh, I said they were still on the bed, the Guthries, and the Parrot was on the floor next to the bed. Put the kerosene on the carpet and the rags and paper under the bed and rigged up the electric heater and the automatic timer to set it off.
A little slower?
Yeah, would you speak up, Jack, and then slow it down just a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
How did you rig the timer to set off the heater, Marshman? Can you tell us?
Oh, it'd take all morning to tell you. You got the timer. I'll take it apart and explain it to you if you want.
All right.
What was your purpose in setting fire to the room? You knew both Mr. and Mrs. Guthrie were dead, didn't you?
Oh, sure. Sure they were. They forced me into it. I set the fire to make it look like an accident, like they'd burned it.
What would you do after you set the timer?
Oh, I left, went down the street, bought a couple of bottles of wine, talked to the guy a minute. And I walked around a while. It was too cold, so I went home.
When'd you get home?
2:30 maybe. I don't remember too well.
Did you go right to bed?
Yeah.
Did you go to sleep?
No. I laid there and read a movie magazine, drank the wine. Finally, I finished up the 2 bottles and dozed off.
What time did you get up?
A little before 6 this morning. Went down to the Guthries to nose around. That's how I met you guys. Well, you know all the rest because I've been with you ever since.
All right, Jack. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I told you everything.
All right. And this statement was given free and voluntarily, and there's been no promise of immunity or reward extended to you?
Yeah, that's right.
Was any force, violence, or duress used to induce you to make this statement?
No.
Okay. These questions and answers have been recorded by the secretary here. After they've been transcribed, will you be willing to sign it as a true statement?
Well, sure, I'll sign it.
All right, Eleanor. Can you get that out as soon as possible?
All right, Sergeant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's it, huh? All of it?
That's it.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm tired. It's been a long night, a long one.
Get used to it.
Huh?
They're going to get longer.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On July 29th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Recently, I've asked you to send me the names of cigarette dealers who are out of Fatimas. You see, the demand for Fatimas is so great that I want to make sure that all of you can buy them. So keep your letters coming. If you find a dealer fresh out of Fatimas, let me know and we'll have something done about it. Write your dealer's name and address on a card and mail it to me, Jack Webb, Post Office Box 951, Hollywood 28. And now for you, Mr. Dealer. The coming holiday season will find new thousands insisting on Fatima quality. Step up your order for Fatimas tomorrow. Get in on the increasing demand for the quality long cigarette.
John Everett Marshman was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree, 2 counts, and arson, 1 count. He is now serving a life term in the state penitentiary without possibility of parole. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Coming up, We the People, then Screen Directors Playhouse on NBC.
Presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 68. All cars are to watch for traffic violations. No one is to be accepted. Issue citations on all violations, no matter how small, and infringement of the law. That's all. Those who say.
car going?
Well, I can't. I'm so nervous.
Well, steer to the curb. We'll put you over. Jim, drive against this bumper. Give us a shove. What's the matter with you, Charlie?
It just stopped. I just pulled out from the curb, and then the engine stopped. I started to get it, and it stopped right in all that traffic.
Why, the car's all right, lady. It's just the gasoline you're using. You didn't leave out the choke long enough. Yeah, that's it, lady. Now, don't cry. You just get some good cracked gasoline in this bus, and it won't stall on you anymore.
What kind of gasoline? Did you say crack?
Yeah, cracked. You know, that Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Sure, lady. The gasoline we use in police cars. You've seen it advertised. Rio Grande cracked, the gasoline that gives police car performance.
Oh, yes. Will that make my car stop stalling?
Now, listen, lady. It's dangerous to use a gasoline that stalls. You just cause a traffic jam, but your car might stall at the wrong place sometime and cause an accident. For safety's sake, you ought to use that Rio Grande cracked gasoline.
Thanks, officer. I'll remember. The same gasoline the police cars use. Rio Grande cracked.
National attention is focused this month on Los Angeles and the wide sweeping safety campaign inaugurated by Chief of Police James E. Davis and backed 100% by municipal judges. Calling All Cars is happy tonight to offer its contribution to the campaign to end traffic murders. Chief Davis is unable to be here, but he has sent as his representative Captain Horrell, head of the Speed Squad, who will speak for him. Captain Horrell.
In this busy age of rapid transportation of city streets and highways crowded with high-powered vehicles, the saving of life, limb, and property in traffic is perhaps the most important function of your police department. The police, whose primary duty it is to preserve peace in the community and protect citizens and their property from the criminal, are faced with an increasingly difficult problem of traffic control. The police alone cannot save lives in traffic. They must have the constant cooperation of the driving and pedestrian public itself. The paramount to this is the conscientious, unrelenting cooperation of those judges whose responsibility it is to punish traffic law violators arrested by the police. Without their cooperation, it matters not how effectively peace officers enforce the traffic law. This program is dedicated to the fine work being done in traffic courts by municipal judges Edward R. Brand and Leroy Dawson. During the past 33 days, these judges, operating conjointly with the police, have prosecuted a vigorous campaign against traffic deaths, with the result that such traffic deaths have been reduced 25% over the preceding 31 days record. It is my pleasure to be able to present to you tonight Judges Brand and Dawson, who will tell you how important it is to save a life. Judge Brand.
Judges of the traffic court have been threatened with political homicide. We are told that we are making 1,000 enemies a day, and all because in handling up to 1,000 traffic violators a day we see fit to do our duty. It is my privilege to serve notice here and now to those who are resentful of the fact that they are receiving their just due in court, that I am going to continue imposing jail sentences and fines upon those who are endangering the lives of the men, women, and children of this city through recklessness on the public highways. We are going to continue the judicial drive for public safety, whether it means our death through political reprisal or not. For a judge to do less would be shirking his duty. It would be violating his oath of office. I wonder, does the public have a faint idea of the harm resulting from accidents on the highway, due mostly to recklessness? Does it know that in the last 5 years there have been 225,000 persons killed or injured in the state of California alone by vehicles? Does the public know that in the last year as many people were killed by such mishaps in California and in the United States as were killed in the entire American Expeditionary Forces in France during the World War? That 5 times as many were injured as were wounded in the World War? For that reason, Judge Dawson and I have declared war on reckless drivers and reckless pedestrians. Whether it is at the wheel or on foot, recklessness must be eliminated. Caution must prevail. We are facing a crisis. The death toll among our children is mounted. To counteract this, we judges are compelled to bring the lesson of caution home to the public. And we can do this only by setting an example for those traffic violators who are brought before us. We are going to be unsparing with motorists who laugh at the law and public safety. We are going to be equally unsparing with pedestrians who enter the highways with the thought that it is entirely up to the drivers to look out for them. The duty is incumbent upon the driver and pedestrian alike to exercise care and caution. Carelessness and recklessness must be stamped out. Accidents must be reduced. The streets must be made safe. To this end, we have declared war.
And regardless of threats or attempts at political influence, the battle will be carried on, without clemency or armistice, until a complete victory is attained. Now get this, citizens of the West. There's no excuse for you not to be familiar with the California Vehicle Act in this division. There's nothing mysterious about it. It shouts in language that any schoolchild can understand. If you want to read it, I'll be pleased to send you a copy free. Just address the card to me, Judge Edward R. Brand, in care of the Hall of Justice, Los Angeles. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. And until I receive your request for a copy of the Vehicle Act, just remember the admonition of the ancient law, the commandment, thou shalt not kill.
Tonight, let us peer into the home of the Kenny family. Dinner is over, and Mr. Kenny is deep in his evening paper, while Mrs. Kenny sits quietly mending. From the other room comes the gay voice of Sally, their only child.
What's the reason for all this gaiety in town, Sarah?
Sally's made up with Bob, and he's coming around tonight. She's terribly in love with Bob.
In love, huh? Sally in love? Why, she's scarcely past the 16th birthday. That young Bobby kid, why, he's still under 20. Love, huh?
If you remember back just a few years to the horse and buggy days, and recall young Tom Kennedy at the age of 18 and how he mooned at the gate for Sarah Evans.
Well, times are different then.
No, Tom, no different. Human nature doesn't change in a generation. Only I learned my mistake too late.
What do you mean?
I held you off for 10 years until you got a start in the world.
Well, taken by and large, that was a good idea, Sarah. Look at the results. You'll have a nice home, good clothes, a new car. You haven't had to worry during this depression. You'll never have to worry. Those 10 years gave me the chance to get my foothold, lay the foundation for all this.
I'd willingly have traded it, Tom.
Traded? What are you talking about?
Traded some of the security we have now for that handsome young John Summers, who grew old laying the foundation on which to get married.
Why, Sarah, I'm surprised
And
at
if
you.
Sally sets her mind on Bobby or any other boy, I'll never stand in her way.
Sarah, what are you saying? The idea of thinking such a thing. My daughter must have security when she marries. Why, I'm astonished at you, astonished.
Oh, that's Bobby, Mother. I'll answer. Hello, Bobby.
Hiya, Sally. See you at a club tonight.
Oh, thanks, Bobby. Come on in. Talk to me with Mother and Daddy for a minute, and I'll get my keys.
Okay. Evening, Mr. Kenny.
Hello, Bobby.
Evening, Mr. Kenny. Nice weather we're having, isn't it?
Yes, I guess the frost is over for the winter.
Yes, I guess so.
Young man,
Yes, sir.
just what are your intentions toward my daughter?
Oh, Mother.
I beg your pardon, sir?
You heard me. What are your intentions toward my daughter?
Why, I don't know. I like her a lot. Gosh, I even love her, I guess.
You love her. You guess. Huh? Did you keep a roof over her head?
Why, I hadn't thought about that.
Oh, you hadn't thought about that. Well, listen here, young man. Before you come around here with any ideas of love, you better find yourself a job that'll pay for living expenses.
Father, I heard what you said, and I don't think it's any of your business.
It's plenty of my business. I've worked hard to bring you up, and I'm going to see to it that when somebody else starts taking care of you, you'll be properly taken care of.
Well, I guess I'd better be going.
And I'm going with you.
Where are you going?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Harry, I forbid you to leave this house. Why, the impertinent.
No, not impertinent, Tom, just conviction. I wish I'd done the same thing when my father talked to you that way 25 years ago. Then we wouldn't have missed so much.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. You'll never know what you miss, Tom, and I can only guess.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry it happened, Bobby. Dad didn't have any right to talk that way.
Oh, that's okay. I don't know what got into him.
Oh, he's just funny.
Well, what's the difference? Here you are, and here am I. The top's down, the moon's out. And I got a new supercharger under the hood.
A supercharger? What's that?
A special gadget for the motor. Makes the old jalopy do over 100.
Oh, this old Ford can't do over 50.
Is that so? Well, I haven't let it out yet, but it's guaranteed to do over 100.
Come on, show me.
Too many cops out now. Let's go over to one of the beer gardens up on Santa Monica Boulevard for a while. And then after the cops have gone to bed, we'll do a little road work.
Okay.
And at about the same time, in a little rear cottage in a modest neighborhood, Harry Brown rises from the dinner table.
Son,
You haven't finished your dessert.
Yeah, I know it, Mother, but I got a rush.
Again tonight?
Yeah, the boss told me to relieve a man at the filling station over on Santa Monica Boulevard.
But, son, you worked so hard all day.
Oh, I know it, Mom, but I can't make enough money that way. I want to do things for you, big things.
You're a good boy, Harry. I don't know how we'd ever have gotten through these terrible years since your father died if it wasn't for you.
Well, what are sons for if they're not to take care of their mothers?
When will you be back?
Well, I don't know. I think they close about 12 out there. But I'll get home just as fast as that old bus of mine will bring me.
Drive carefully, Harry.
Oh, don't worry, Mother. I always do. During the World War, the fatalistic soldier used to say that there was a bullet with his name on it. If the enemy fired that bullet, then he was through. If not, he lived. In our modern battle for existence, the titanic struggle of man against man-created machines, a warfare which last year claimed the lives of as many Americans in traffic accidents as the bloody World War claimed at the front, in this new warfare, it isn't so simple. Every approaching automobile has our name on it. Yes, they lurk anywhere. In a weak tire, on the soft shoulder of a highway, in glaring headlights, in an unwary pedestrian. There is only one answer. Safety. Safety first, last, and always. No soldier during the war, no matter how brave, would go into no man's land with all the precautions, without all the precautions he put to man. Tin hats, gas masks, gun, and grenades. But we foolish automobilists and pedestrians daily fare forth into the bloodiest danger, leaving behind us our most essential safety device, our brains. But to return to the protagonist in our story. The blooded god of the highway, Death, is given to himself this night. As he squats above the city, his breath reeking with gasoline exhaust vapors, his eyes are broken headlights, his breastplate the battered mud guard from 100 wrecks, and he wears a necklace of glittering, blood-stained pieces of broken windshields. He has numbered 2 cars. He has ordered himself some entertainment with snorts that sound like Empyrean backfires. He can scarcely wait for his little show to begin. Meanwhile, in a beer garden on Santa Monica Boulevard...
Hey, waiter, another pitcher of beer.
Oh, Bobby, please don't get tired.
You get tired? Don't be silly, honey. It takes a lot more than a little beer to get you tired.
Yes, but you got a couple of highballs, too.
Why, that just settles the beer. Anyway, I needed those highballs to settle my temper.
Oh, now, Bobby, please forget it. How does it mean anything?
Well, he gave me an idea. He's going to be so tough, we might as well give him something to be tough about.
What do you mean, Bobby?
Sally, I do love you.
Do you, Bobby?
Yes. And Sally?
Yes, Bobby.
I want to marry you.
Oh, baby.
I can take care of you. I can support you. I'll show your dad. I'll get a job. What do you say, Sally?
No. I don't know, Bobby.
You love me, don't you, Sally?
Thank you. Yes, Bobby. I do love you.
Then it's all set.
Yes, Bobby.
But nothing. We're live and human. After all the picture stars go, we won't have to wait for a light. Why, with that new supercharger on my car, we'll be there for breakfast.
Oh, Bobby, it's so exciting.
You're going to be Mrs. Robert Thompson before you know it. Come on, finish your beer. Let's get out of here.
All right.
And a few blocks away, Harry Brown and his partner are closing up the service station.
Go on, Harry. You better get started home.
Oh, I'll stick with you until close up.
Oh, I only got to straighten out the cash report. Go ahead. You got to get up early, don't you?
Yeah, I'm on duty out at Slauson at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, what's the big idea? You trying to kill yourself?
Oh, but I got to do it, Eddie, for Mother's sake. Oh, she's worked her head off all her life. If I do the working from now on, I can give her the rest she's done.
Yeah, but your regular pays enough, isn't it?
No, I want to do more than that for Mother. I want to get her a nicer house and give her some luxury.
Well, you better get home and get some sleep or you'll be earning yourself a wooden kimono. Now, scram.
Okay, Eddie, I'll see you later. Down Beverly Boulevard drives Harry at 35 miles an hour. Down Fairfax rode Bobby and Sally. Crossing Melrose, Bobby throws the supercharger on.
Now, listen to her help.
What's that speed on? 75? 95. Tell me this is going to 100.
Oh, Sally, are you all right? Please give me darling. Are you all right? Oh, Lucy.
What's the trouble?
Get a doctor, please. Get a doctor. My girl's all cut.
I thought happened. His boy ran through the signal.
Oh, let's not argue about that now. Please get a doctor for my girl.
Yeah, help me lift her up. We'll carry her into the drugstore. There. Now, easy. Stop. Didn't take long getting here.
The cop?
Sure, you could have heard that crash anywhere this side of City Hall. Easy now, young fellow, until we get her through this door. Easy to see what this is, then. There's a crowd over there. On that car on the sidewalk. What a part we must have taken. Let's do this before it ends up.
Here's the police now. Train 7 news come over, sir. This poor fellow.
Who is it?
He was in the car that got hit. I saw it happen. He's in a bad way.
Let's see. Yeah. He's no longer in a bad way, ma'am. He's dead.
Oh.
It's like a fracture of the skull. Call for the morgue ambulance, then. Okay. You say you saw this thing happen?
Yes.
What's your name?
This is Ethel Stanley.
And what happened, Mrs. Stanley?
Well, I was standing at the corner waiting for the bus when I heard this awful racket coming down the street. I looked up that, and I saw it was an automobile coming like fury.
I saw him coming too, officer, and I tried to wave at him, but he kept on
And then this poor boy had stopped his car from the section, started across, and the other car hit him. He was run clear over here.
Where's the driver of the other car?
He had a girl with him. They carried her into the drugstore.
Yeah, I'll have a little talk with him.
Oh, they ought to lose the crazy Bob, and I can't think of what to do.
Oh, Sally, darling, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. I'm so sorry, Sally.
Is the driver of the other car done? Yeah, I'm badly killed. Call an ambulance for him. Have you talked to him yet? No, not yet. Okay. Now, how did it happen, kid?
I don't know. We were on our way to Yuma to get married. And I didn't see him. I don't know how it happened.
Been drinking, kid?
Couple glasses of beer?
Yeah, a little more than that if my nose isn't kidding me. How fast is it going?
I don't know.
You don't know, eh? And by the way you hit that car, you must have been doing over 80.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Now, listen, kid, you're in a mighty tough spot. Now, we want to help you as much as we can, so you might as well be honest with us.
What do you mean I'm in a tough spot? The only thing I got to worry about is Sally. I'll pay the fine for going through the intersection, and my car is covered with insurance.
And there's one thing you're forgetting.
What's that?
The driver of the other car.
Oh, yes. Is he hurt?
No, he's dead. And I'm arresting you for manslaughter. While Sally, desperately injured, lies at death's door in the hospital, Bobby undergoes the ordeal of the coroner's inquest. Is held to answer for manslaughter. Is speedily brought to trial. Patiently, the judge hears the testimony of the various witnesses. Finally, he reaches a decision. Fear and remorse play over the taut face of Bobby as he rises to face his sentence. Robert Thompson, before I pass judgment on you, have you anything to say?
Nothing to say.
Robert Thompson, I find you guilty of the charge of manslaughter. In passing judgment upon you, I wish to state that this court is convinced that you have learned your lesson, and when you've paid your debts to society, you will never again repeat your offense. But I regret that it is impossible for me to sentence you more severely, not because of any personal rancor or animosity toward you, but as a signal warning to the rest of the potential murderers who are this minute driving their cars through our streets. Those murderers who will today strike down in cold blood 100 people throughout the United States. If we cannot appeal to their common sense, we must make them fear the legal consequences. Robert Thompson, I sentence you to serve not less than 3 or more than 10 years in San Quentin Penitentiary.
10 years in prison? Oh, no.
And, yes, I just received word that your companion, Miss Sally Kenny, will recover.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Her bandages were removed this morning. I suppose you'd like to say goodbye to her before you leave for the penitentiary?
Yes, Judge. I would very much.
Then I sentence you to visit her this afternoon.
You sentence me?
To the hospital that afternoon, Bobby is escorted by a detective. Outside Sally's room, he faces Mrs. Kenny. The first time since the accident.
Mrs. Kenny, I don't know what to say. Don't try to say anything, Bobby. It's done. Nothing can change.
Won't you see me?
She talks of nothing else. I'll take you in. But, Bobby,
Yes, ma'am.
be prepared for the shock. Don't let her know. She hasn't seen a mirror yet.
Is it that bad?
Yes, Bobby, it is. You won't recognize her.
Dear God, please help me to pay for this.
Come along, Mother. Sally, darling.
Yes, Mommy?
Guess who I've got to see you?
Bobby?
That's right.
Oh, Bobby. Bobby, love you come.
Sally. Oh, my.
Bobby, don't tell me like that. It was so awful.
What?
My friend, tell me. I want to kill her.
No, of course not. I just couldn't believe you were all right. You were all here. That's all.
Oh, where have you been, Bobby? I've missed you.
Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
I've been in jail.
In jail? No, Bobby. What have you done to me?
Sent me to San Quentin for 10 years.
To San Quentin for 10 years? Oh, no, Bobby. No, not 10 years.
I'm leaving tonight.
Oh, I miss you, Bobby.
I'll think of you every minute, Sally.
Really?
Come along, kid. You got a train to catch. Okay, Lieutenant. Sally, will you wait for me?
Wait for you? Oh, yes, Bobby. I will. I'll wait for you forever.
Oh, I gotta go now. Goodbye, Sally, darling.
Goodbye, Bobby.
I'll see Bobby to the elevator, darling. Be right back.
All right, Mommy. Goodbye, Bobby.
I'll see you later, Sally.
Really, Bobby.
Oh, it's horrible. Now I know why the judge sentenced me to see her. That beautiful face of hers all scarred by... Oh, Mrs. Kenny, she'd be better off dead.
Yes, Sally. She'd be better off dead.
I'll make up, Mrs. Kenny. I'll do anything I can. When I get out of San Quentin, I'll spend the rest of my life trying to help her forget. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make up for that night.
Yeah. You ain't started to serve your time in San Quentin yet. So long, kid.
But can Bobby Thompson's kindness and tenderness to that poor girl ever make up for her scarred and mutilated beauty? Can his watchful care for old Mrs. Brown ever substitute for the love of the son he murdered? These are questions of ethics, of inevitable moral responsibility, which law books cannot solve. The answer lies with the source of the trouble, with the citizen who drives an automobile. He must be made to realize his responsibility. He must be educated to safety. Bobby Thompson presents the drunk driver's type. Our traffic cases are full of others. The reckless driver, the speed demon, the road hog, and on and on. Every man who jumps a signal threatens a life. Every motorist who drives with his own rights in mind and concludes the other motorists are watching their side of the road is in error. We all should drive with not only our own margin of safety, but allowing a margin for the other fellow as well. In this discussion of traffic accidents, the motorist is not the only villain. Many are the accidents caused by foolish or thoughtless pedestrians. Many are the traffic deaths that occur because someone tried to cross behind parked cars in the middle of a block, or thoughtlessly crossed the street behind a streetcar. We have made rules and regulations for the control of both pedestrians and automobile traffic. We are enforcing these laws. You who violate them and receive citations are being reminded of their existence so that you will not be guilty again. Our only purpose is to stop the wholesale murder of innocent victims of peacetime's greatest human menace, the automobile. Such is the job of the police department. After we catch the violators, we'll go to the court, and I will now ask Judge Leroy Dawson to tell you what will happen to those offenders who come before him. Judge Dawson.
Driving an automobile in a crowded city is an important piece of business and requires the undivided attention of the driver. You can't be a careful driver and have your mind on other things. Now get this, you drivers. You who think it's smart to go through signals and boulevard stops, and you who drive recklessly along Los Angeles streets. The police department has been arresting and will continue to arrest as many of your type as they can. They are doing fine work even though they are handicapped by a shortage of men and equipment. And Judge Brand and I are backing up their efforts by insisting that you either change your driving habits or else the means of driving will be taken from you. You yourself will either go to jail for as long as the law gives us a right to send you, or your automobile will be taken out of circulation. One of you must go. Separated, neither of you can harm any other person on the highway. The considerate and attentive driver need have no fear. But as for you reckless, careless, and drunk drivers, watch out. The speed squad will make every effort to apprehend you before you add other victims to the terrible traffic toll recorded to date. And you may rest assured that severe punishment awaits you if you are convicted or enter a plea of guilty. There can be but one answer to the challenge before us, and that is there must be either fewer traffic deaths and fewer reckless drivers in Los Angeles, or there will be a great increase in the population of the Lincoln Heights jail. The choice lies with you.
Thank you, Judge Gordon. Speaking of safety, yes, do you know it isn't safe to pay less than 25 cents a quart for motor oil? Cheaper oil was too likely to break down and damage your motor. What's the safest oil to buy for 25 cents? There's only one 25-cent oil that's dealers world famous. Sinclair Opaline motor oil. It's safe because it's sealed in cans at the refinery. You get an oversized quart for a quarter, and you get protection because Sinclair Opaline has a worldwide reputation for quality and a tremendous volume of sales all over the world. Enable Sinclair to price Opaline motor oil at only 25 cents for an oversized quart can. Opaline gives you more miles of safe lubrication than many higher-priced oils. It's an unusual value. Who sells Sinclair motor oil? You can get an oversized quart of Sinclair Opaline motor oil for a quarter at any Rio Grande service station. And you can also learn at any Rio Grande station how to avoid auto accidents. How? Look on the back cover of the Calling All Cars News. Any Rio Grande dealer will gladly give you a free copy of this publication. It's full of interesting true stories about Mae West, William Powell, Greta Garbo, true detective stories, radio and movie news. Don't miss this month's Calling All Cars News. Free at all Rio Grande service stations. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 68. Regarding the issuing of citations of traffic violators. This broadcast is to remain in effect until the traffic death rate will materially reduce. And that's all. Roll This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The stirring deeds of the Lone Ranger have become legends throughout the western United States. The masked rider of justice struck terror to the hearts of the lawless who preyed upon the law-abiding citizens of the Old West. And now, once more, the thunder of silver hoofs lead us down the trail of adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver, old fellow! Donald's waiting for us in the town of Green Tree. We must hurry! I'll sail over! As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that he was riding toward Green Tree. A number of mysterious thefts had been committed in the town. The identity of the thief was unknown, but suspicion pointed toward 20-year-old Cole Williams, who was employed in the local bank by Jason Rudd. As our story begins, we see young Cole after he's returned home from a day at the bank. He is attempting to comfort his mother, who has heard the alarming news.
Oh, son. I can't believe that Banker Rudd would charge you with such a thing.
Now, please, Ma, don't take it like that. I ain't the prowl thief that's been working around town.
I know you ain't, Cole. I'd trust you to my dying day. But the way they handle justice out here these days, there's many an innocent man framed for another's crime.
I don't want to go to the meeting if you're going to cry this way. If you haven't faith that I'll be proved innocent, no one will have.
There now. I'll be all right, Cole. I know you ain't a thief. I know you're a good, hard-working lad that's done everything a boy could to help his ma. The good Lord won't let more trouble come to our family. He knows we had more than our share.
Things are going to be all right. Mr. Rudd, the banker, and the sheriff and me are going to talk to old Baldy Bronson tonight.
Oh, are you?
Sure. I told you we'd be discussing the robberies and coming to some sort of understanding about them tonight.
Baldy Bronson was the best sheriff this county ever had.
He sure was, and he still has the best thinking head of any man around here. If his legs wasn't paralyzed from that spill he had, he'd still be sheriff.
Well, you tell Sheriff Orson and Baldy that you've been home every night when folks lost their cash, and you can prove it by me.
I'll tell them, Ma.
Why'd they suspicion you in the first place?
Mr. Rudd said it was because most of the folks that was robbed was ones that had just drawed cash out in the bank. And I'd be in a position to know just who they was.
Well, that's a pretty thin reason to suspect a man of stealing.
Of course, there's no reason to suspicion anyone else. No one else would know who the folks that drawed money was.
Except Jason Rudd himself.
He wouldn't do it.
Of course, Baldy'd know. His house being right near the bank, and he's sitting on the porch most of the time.
Not him, Ma.
I don't suppose he would. Thanks.
Well, I'll go to the meeting. Don't you worry no more about it, Ma.
I'll trust in the Lord.
Oh, Ma, what about that Injun that wanted to water his horse?
I see where he's still out front. Well, maybe he's hungry.
If he is, I'll send him in. I suppose the next thing will happen will be that folks will criticize us for always helping a pilgrim.
Well, we can't afford it. But on the other hand, we can't turn no man away.
I'll be home as soon as I can get here, Ma.
I'll be waiting for you, Cole, and trusting Baldy Bronson to find a way to locate the real thief, to clear you of any suspicion.
Bye, Ma.
Bye.
Get all the water you wanted, Injun?
Me, thank you.
You want some victuals? You hungry?
No, me go now.
Well, good camping and good luck.
Get him up, white fella. Get him up.
Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, had overheard the conversation between Cole and his mother. When he rode away, he determined to repeat it to the masked man. In the meantime, Cole left for the home of Baldy Bronson, next door to the bank. There he found Jason and Sheriff Kurt Orson waiting for him.
Evening, Mr. Rudd. I'm here, just like you said.
Close the door and come in, Cole. We got some serious talking to do.
Yes, sir. I reckon you're aiming to ask me about the robberies, ain't you?
No, we ain't, Cole. We're forgetting about them for a while. We got something a heap more serious than that to talk about tonight. Baldy here'll tell us about it.
Son, you ain't heard anything about bank robbers being around this district, have you?
Nope, I can't say as I have.
Reason we're sidetracking them small thefts is because there's bank robbers west of here.
Oh.
They've been working over this way, And Jason's worried.
But what's that got?
Baldy suggested be a good idea to hide the bank's money.
But it's in the safe.
From what we hear of these hombres, a safe don't stop them. They use blasting powder and blow it up if they can't unlock it.
Gosh.
Baldy thought we'd better take the cash out of there and hide it.
You letting me know about this?
Why not? You work for me, don't you?
But you suspicion me of stealing cash from some of the folks in town.
Oh, it wasn't that, Cole. I just said you knew who drew money from the bank.
That's a little different than you said afore.
You just didn't savvy, Cole. Forget it.
Better get on with the plans, Jason.
Yeah, Sheriff. We plan to hide the cash in the back closet of the bank, Cole. It's most all folding money, so it'll be easy to handle.
The back closet? But that ain't even got a lock on the door.
That's why the crooks never think to look there.
I see.
And we're the only four to know about it.
That's right, Baldy. You and the sheriff here's got to know, in case of trouble with robbers. And if I was hurt or anything happened to me, Cole would have to be able to get the money.
Yeah, that's so.
Well, then, I reckon that's all, gents. Me and Cole go over to the bank and take care of moving the cash tonight. Thanks for your suggestion, Baldy. I don't know what we'd do without you.
Won't them outlaws get a nice surprise if they do show up? They'll be madder than a bunch of wet hornets if they blow open the safe and find it empty.
The following morning, Jason Rudd rose early and opened the bank an hour before the usual time. He went at once to the place where the money had been hidden and discovered that the cash box had been stolen. He rushed to Sheriff Orson's home.
Sheriff! Hey, Sheriff! Sheriff! Sheriff Orson, wake up. Come on out here.
Did it work, Jason? Did it work?
Worked as slick as silk. The cash is gone.
Come on, then. Baldy's the man to call on next.
By thunder, I got to hand it to Baldy. He worked out a scheme to catch Cole Williams with a good.
I'll go with you right now. I'll get my breakfast later on.
I was so blamed anxious to see how the whole scheme would work out that I got up with the sun.
It won't be hard to pin the guilt on Williams. Inside of 10 minutes, I have a confession from him.
That ought to be easy. I didn't steal the cash, and I know you didn't steal it, and Baldy couldn't steal it.
Well, wait till we see what Baldy has to say about it. He is right on the front porch, same as usual.
Yep. Hi there, Joe.
Morning, Mr. Rudd.
Come here, Jason. I got things to tell you.
We're coming.
Joe, you can go on about your business now. We ain't needing you for a time.
All right, Baldy. Let me know when you want me to tote you back to the house.
I will. Set yourself down there, Sheriff Orson.
Well, thanks, but we gotta
make an arrest, Baldy.
So the cash was stolen?
Yep, box and all.
Well, Williams did it. I seen him.
You did?
Yeah, I was sitting close to the window watching for him. If it wasn't him that stole it, it was someone that looked a heck of a lot like him.
Couldn't see well in the dark, could you, Baldy?
No, but it was a man the size of Williams.
We'll tell Cole that you seen him good and clear. That'll help to break him down. And there won't be no question about his confessing.
And handing back the cash money he stole.
Now we check with Baldy. We'll go call on Cole. This'll end the petty thieving that's been going around town, all right.
After hearing Tonto's story, the masked man had made the acquaintance of Cole and his mother in an effort to solve the thefts in the town. We see him with his Indian companion alone in the big kitchen of the Williams home the same morning.
Being friends with the Williams folks will give us a good start at solving these crimes, Tonto.
That's right.
I'm glad we came here first thing this morning.
Here's some breakfast, piping hot, stranger.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams.
There. There now, fall to and eat your fill. I sure feel in good spirits this morning. What's happened just goes to prove that it's good judgment to put your trust in heaven.
That's right, Ma. It wasn't half an hour after you said that last night that Mr. Rudd showed that he trusted me.
I don't suppose you men have heard of outlaws working this way, bank robbers.
No, we haven't.
You not think us bad fellers?
Sakes alive, no. I don't judge a man a crook just because his face is masked. My goodness, look at that mystery rider.
Who?
Why, that man that rides the white horse, the one they call the Lone Ranger. He travels masked.
Oh.
I reckon there ain't no outlaw about him.
Baldy Bronson sure has a smart head on his shoulders, Ma. I told you last night when I come in how he planned a scheme to trap the bank thieves, or at least to fool them if they come to town.
Yes, you told me about the scheme, Cole. There's one thing I didn't savvy.
What's that?
If they figured the thieves would strike at Mr. Rudd's bank, why didn't they leave someone on hand to watch it?
Gosh, that's an idea.
Seems to me that would have been a whole lot better judgment than just to hide the money so the robbers couldn't get it.
Well, I reckon they didn't come last night anyhow. I didn't hear no blast, did you?
No.
And Baldy Bronson said they blows the safe up with powder if they rob a bank. Don't you think we'd have heard that?
Seems like.
There seems to be a group of people coming toward the house.
Oh, maybe they got word about the thieves.
I'll open the door and see who's there.
There's quite a few riders in that group.
Why, there's Sheriff Orson.
Yeah, and Mr. Rudd and a couple of deputies.
They're coming here, Cole. They must have word of the thieves.
Reckon they have.
If you don't mind, we'll step into the other room where they won't see us.
But, stranger...
Come, Tonto. I don't want to explain my mask right now. We go. Here, Mr. Williams. Take these extra plates. Put them away.
Well, all right.
Hiya, Sheriff.
Here, come on, boys. You staying where you are, Cole.
What's the matter, Sheriff?
We ought to lynch the coyote. Watch out, see, don't slip out the back way.
Leave that door open.
Oh, what are they talking like that for?
Gosh, I don't know.
They talk like they wanted you again.
But they can't. I don't know what this means.
We want you, Williams.
You robbed my bank.
And you're going to jail first.
What are you talking about?
We've been suspecting you for some time, but now we got you trapped so you won't be able to get away.
But,
You
Sheriff...
stole the money from the bank last night, and you were seen doing it.
Seen? The bank? I never did. I never stole a thing. I was not in the house last night.
There must be a mistake, Sheriff. Mr. Rudd. Cole was right here at home all night. I can vouch for it.
You boys look around. See if you can find any sign of the cash box.
All right, Sheriff.
That whole scheme last night, Cole, was just a trap for you.
Why, Sheriff, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. Don't try to pull the wool over our eyes.
We've got you now.
We suspected all along that you was the one done this thieving around town.
But I didn't, I tell you, I didn't. I never stole a thing from anybody.
You stole money from the bank last night.
That's not true.
Baldy Bronson had the idea. He figured we could trap you by making you think there was an easy chance to steal the bank's money and have some outlaws from another county get the blame for it.
Yeah, so we let you in on the plan.
There never was no bank robbers. Reckon that surprised you some, didn't it?
I didn't take the money.
Hey, Sheriff, look at what I found.
What's that, Jake?
Looks like a cash box to me.
It is. It's the box the money was put in.
All right, Williams. That's enough. Are you going to confess we have to get rough with you? Where'd you hide that money?
I didn't hide the money. I didn't take the money.
That cash box hid under the stoop is evidence enough.
I never
That's
stole...
the box the cash was in. You took the money out. Where'd you put it?
Talk, you little sneak thief, and I'll make you wish you had.
Where's my money?
I ain't got it. I never had it. I don't know nothing about it.
Ain't no use trying to deny it. There's just 4 men knew where that cash was hid.
I didn't take it. I don't know where it went. I don't know who took it.
All right, boys, take him to jail. He'll talk before I'm done questioning him.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Baldy Bronson, ex-sheriff of Green Tree, originated a plan to trap the thief who had been stealing sums of money in town. Cole Williams was permitted to know where certain bank funds were hidden. Then when they disappeared, he was jailed for the theft. An empty cash box found beneath the steps of Cole's home seemed to complete the evidence against him. But the Lone Ranger and Tonto, convinced of the young man's innocence, returned to town that night.
We'll call on Baldy Bronson, Tonto. He'll be able to tell us a lot about this scheme that trapped Cole Williams. Him, Sheriff, long time back. Yes, and he was a good one, too. There aren't many men like Bronson. Him get bad hurt in fall. His legs were paralyzed, but it hasn't made him bitter as it would most men. He's been content to watch things happen around him. Ah, there's his house right ahead. Baldy will tell us the truth. That's right. I'm not convinced that Cole Williams is the crook. Maybe Sheriff Crook. Or I'd believe Sheriff Orson's crooked as soon as I would Cole Williams.
Oh, Silver. Oh, I felt it. Oh. I'll go up and take a look in that window first, Tonto. I want to make sure no one's in the house with Baldy.
Better you talk to him alone.
Yes. Here's the window. Quiet now. There he is, sitting by the stove.
Him alone?
Yes.
What you ask him?
He's shrewd and understands the situation in town as well as anyone.
That's right.
I don't see anything in the man who runs his errands for him.
That not matter.
Go back, Tonto. Don't stay with the horses. Man up alone.
You want Tonto. You call him.
Very well, Kimosabe.
Who's there?
A friend.
Open the door and walk right in. Why, what the? You're masked.
You're Baldy Bronson?
Yes, but who the Sam Hill are you?
I'm here to ask you for the truth about Cole Williams.
Are you the fellow that rid away from his place this morning?
Yes.
You get out in here. I ain't have nothing to do with a masked man.
I came here to get your opinion about Cole Williams.
He's guilty. That's all there is to it.
Have you any proof of that?
I seen him last night. I seen him going right by my window heading for the bank.
It was pretty dark last night.
My eyes is good. There ain't many men around here his size.
What about the sheriff?
It's not the sheriff. I know that.
Why are you so anxious to see Cole Williams found guilty?
I'm anxious to see a crook jailed, that's all.
You helped frame Williams for that robbery last night.
I admit this much, stranger. Tain't none of your business, but I'm admitting it. I did lay out a scheme to trap him, and he was trapped. He stole the cash from where Jason Rudd hid it.
Sometimes facts are not what they seem.
What are you getting at?
It would have been easy for someone else to have stolen that money and put the cash box under Williams' porch.
You got any ideas?
Other men besides Cole Williams knew that money was to be hidden.
I don't know nothing about that, stranger, but the facts stand as far as I'm concerned. Williams was suspected of having stolen money around town, and what he done last night proves it.
His mother says he didn't leave the house.
You ever yet seen a lad's mother that wouldn't lie to save him from jail?
Oh, Baldy, Hey, now, stick your hands up.
Take it easy.
Keep him covered, Joe. I hanker to find out who this masked man is.
Yeah, well, we'll find out pronto. He been making trouble for you, Baldy?
No, he's here for information. But it looks to me like he's in cahoots with Cole Williams.
Lucky thing I come. Just dropped by to see if you wanted me to fetch you anything before you turned in for the night.
Yeah, I want my pipe over there by the stove.
I'll toss it to you. Don't you move, stranger. You're covered. How about your tobacco?
I got that right here. Now then, stranger, suppose you take that mask off and let us have a look at your face.
I came here for your help, Baldy, but you don't seem willing to give it to me.
If you were a friend of Cole Williams, let me give you some advice.
Yes?
Don't interfere in things that ain't your business. Now take off that mask.
I don't think I will.
Take it off. You heard what Baldy said. Take off that mask, or I'll take it off for you.
You drop them guns.
Joe, look out!
What
Get the gun, Tonto.
Me get him.
Dead-ratted Injun!
Joe, don't let him lick you.
Hold him, you.
You're covered. Stay right where you are.
You'll pay for this. You'll pay.
Here, Silver. Get to your horse, Tonto.
You won't get away with this. You just wait.
I learned what I wanted to know, Baldy. Thanks for the help you gave me.
Down square things from this.
As the Lone Ranger rode away, Sheriff Kurt Orson was questioning Cole in an effort to make him tell the hiding place of the money he was accused of stealing.
We got the boxes in. Now you may as well confess.
I didn't take it. I ain't done nothing to confess.
You want me to get real tough with you?
It won't matter if you do. You got me locked in jail already for a crime I never done. I was to home last night.
You deny you went to the bank?
Yes.
That shows you're lying. By your own admission, you went there with Jason Rudd to put the cash in that closet.
But I mean...
Now you say you wasn't there at all.
I was there with Mr. Rudd. I didn't go back there after that.
So you got the cash while you was there the first time?
No, that ain't it.
Then how did you get it?
I didn't. Oh, what's the use? There ain't no use of me denying that I stole it. You got me framed airtight. You wouldn't even believe my ma. She told you I was home all the time.
Hey, deputy. Tell whoever that is that I'm busy. Ain't going to be disturbed.
Let me see the sheriff.
He's busy, Joe.
Busy or not, he's got to come. Williams' masked partner just left Baldy's house.
What's that? What masked partner?
Sheriff, come on fast. Baldy's needing you.
What for?
Cole had some pards, a masked man and a redskin.
Them two.
What's that? What about them, Williams? Who are they?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I do know who he's talking about, but I don't know who they are.
One of them is on the same horse that rid away from Cole's house when you put him under arrest.
I remember. He was hid inside the house. What do you know about him?
Nothing.
Well, he's the one we want. He's like the one that got the cash Cole told.
Well, come on then. Get some men and start out after him. And Redskin knocked me down. The masked man threw guns on us.
Deputy. Yes, Sheriff. Keep a close watch on the prisoner. Don't let no one get to talk to him. And don't let no one in this building.
All right, boss.
Likely this masked man will try to bust Cole out before he squeals. And you ornery bank thief, you count on being busted out. That's why you won't squeal.
No.
Well, come on, Joe. We'll go hunt this masked man.
You don't need to.
What? You?
Stranger, you're in trouble to your neck.
I have you covered. Don't move fast, Sheriff.
That's him, Sheriff. That's the critter.
Oh, a gun on me, will you? Well, by thunder, you'll pay for it. You'll pay if it's the last thing I see done.
I'm here to show you the real thief. And it is not Cole Williams.
Who is it, then? Name him.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I'll have to show you and show you proof. That's why you're coming with me.
Like fun I am.
Come, you too, Joe.
But see here,
Hurry. There's not a great deal of time. I want you too, Deputy.
Me?
Yes. Just to make sure you don't cause trouble, I'm going to rope you all together and take your weapons. I'll need your help, Williams.
But, stranger, don't let yourself in for a term in jail. There ain't no way you can help me. Some dirty rat's been framing me, lying about me, and they done a complete job of it.
We'll see about that. I'll take these keys. Stand back. Keep your hands where they are.
You won't get far.
Come out of there, Williams. Take their guns and rope them while I keep them covered. We have to get Jason Rudd to come with us.
Joe, the sheriff, and the deputy were roped together. Then, guarded by Cole Williams, they were forced to accompany the Lone Ranger to Jason Rudd's home. The masked man, guns in hand, aroused the unwilling banker.
Come with us and without argument. Say, you can't get away with routing a man out of bed at gunpoint. We'll discuss that later on. You're coming with me. Cole Williams is outside.
Cole Williams? You mean he's out of jail?
Yes. The sheriff and his deputy are there also, and so is Joe.
What the Sam Hill's taking place?
One of the Indian guards is going to strike at the real criminal within the next few minutes. And you're all going to be on hand to see it.
Jason Rudd was added to the small group. Then, at the command of the Lone Ranger, they mounted and rode toward the home of Baldy Bronson. Just before they reached their destination, the masked man gave them the word to dismount.
Pull up here! Come the rest of the way on foot.
No.
Quiet now, all of you. You'll have no choice. Come on. I spoke of an Indian god. I meant the god of fire. Behind that house, you'll see my friend Tonto. He's waiting for the signal from me.
Now, look here, stranger. I can still deal lenient with you if you don't go no further.
They're going all the way, Sheriff. I'm taking desperate measures, but I know of no other way to convince you of the truth. You wouldn't believe me if I didn't show you.
Show us what?
A man who prowled this town in the night, stealing from those who drew money from the bank.
Cole Williams?
No, it wasn't Williams. It was the man you've all trusted. The man who lives in that house. Baldy Bronson.
What?
I knew you'd doubt that.
Why, I took care of Baldy ever since he was hurt. He can't walk.
Baldy knew who drew cash from the bank. He lives right next door. Baldy's the one who suggested setting the trap to frame Cole Williams.
You're all wrong, and I'll show you if you let me go speak to Baldy.
Not just yet. I went there to speak to him, thinking he'd know more about the situation than anyone else in town. I looked through that window to see if he was alone. He was. Baldy was sitting by the stove cleaning his pipe. I went to the door, and in the meantime,
He had left his chair and crossed the room. Because a little later on, he asked Joe here to get him his pipe from the stove.
That's a cooked-up yarn. Ain't a shred of truth.
Well, then you'll need more convincing. You'll get it. All right, Kemosabe.
What's that redskin going to do?
Watch and you'll see.
He's setting fire there.
Burning
Set
all
fire.
Look
at
Watch closely.
He'll be burned alive in there.
There we are. If I'm wrong, Tonto will get him from the house in time.
You'll hang for this.
Cut the ropes, Cole. They need the hands.
But, stranger...
Cut those ropes.
All right, if you say so.
I'll release you, Sheriff. Here's your gun.
And the first thing I'll do is...
Steady. I'm still covering you.
Check this. The house is on fire. He's running.
He's coming out alone.
He can walk. Look at him.
What about it, Sheriff?
If this don't beat all...
And look what he has in his hands. What's he trying to save?
The money bags. The bags I put in the bank last night.
Come on, Deputy.
What's the masked man?
Never mind him. There's the man we want. Hold on there, Bronson. You're under arrest. Why, you tried to trick me. So you've been the crook all the time. Ain't a thing you can say to offset the evidence of that money.
That fire. If it hadn't been for that, you never would have known. Yes, I can walk as good as any of you. I could never be sheriff again. That's why I did it. I confess the whole thing.
You ornery coyote.
I'm lawman enough, Sheriff, to know any defense is useless. The use of my legs come back, and I kept still about it, figuring a way to make me rich. There's your money, Jason.
Shucks, as for that sack, now that it's served its purpose, you can keep it.
Keep it?
Mean to say you ain't looked in it since you stole it last night?
No. Why?
I didn't like the trust of the law trapping Cole Williams and getting back the money, so I didn't put cash in the box. I put in blank paper instead.
And I get catched in my own trap, trying to steal blank paper.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. There's trouble ahead. Hi-yo, Silver. Away!
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. From Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Open and Shut.
It is 1:37 a.m., September 9th, 1945. John Meston, a wealthy rancher, is awakened by the sound of a speeding car screeching to a stop on the driveway outside his house. Seconds later, he jumps out of bed and reaches for a robe as the downstairs door opens. His daughter, Connie, comes up the stairs screaming hysterically.
Connie, baby. What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, Daddy, Bob. He's dead. He's dead.
Bob, dead? What happened to him? Connie, get hold of yourself. What happened?
I'm frightened, Daddy. I'm frightened. There was a man with a bandana over his face.
Where, Connie? Where?
The old cattle road east of the ranch. We were parked there and... Oh, it was horrible.
Here, sit down. Sit down while I call the sheriff. You'd better have a doctor. Get something for your nerves.
He tried to hold us up.
Quiet now.
Bob had his gun in the car. They fought over it. Operator?
Operator, get me Sheriff Sykes. I want to report a murder.
Connie Meston was in no condition to be questioned, and Sheriff Sykes had only an incoherent story to follow. He called the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case. He arrived at the Meston Ranch shortly before dawn.
Might as well wait here in the library, Ranger. The doctor's still in with the girl. He's had a mighty bad shock.
She tell you where it happened, Sheriff?
Yeah, the old cattle road east of the ranch. I got some men riding out there now. They'll call us as soon as they find the body.
If that girl isn't going to be able to talk real soon, we better get out with your men.
Oh, here's the girl's father.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Sheriff.
How are you, Mr. Meston?
Glad you got here, Ranger.
Can we talk to your daughter now, Mr. Meston?
I'm afraid not. Doctor's put her to sleep. Says she must have absolute rest for a few hours.
There's no point in our waiting then, Sheriff. We can come back later.
I'm sorry, but that'd be best. I'll walk out with you.
What's the best way to get to that cattle road?
Drive into town, then around the highway. Be shorter to cut across the ranch on horses. You got yours in your trailer. Maybe Mr. Meston will lend me one.
Take your pick of the stable, Sheriff.
Couldn't we drive across the range?
No, you got a ravine to cross and a stream to ford.
What time did your daughter get home, Mr. Meston?
Just a minute before I called the sheriff. Little after 1:30. I'd only been in bed about an hour. Locked up about 12:30 and turned in.
Is this the car she came home in?
Yeah, Bob Brady's car. I heard her drive up, then I heard her crying. Came in and tore up the stairs to my bedroom. I'm afraid it's going to take a long time to get over this.
Don't let anybody touch this car until I can get a fingerprint man to go over it. Killer may have left his mark someplace.
I'll see it ain't touched.
Well, I'll go get me a horse in the stable, Ranger.
How well did your daughter know Brady?
Well, they went around together for a spell, but this date last night was the first they'd had in a long time. Brady worked for me.
Doing what?
Accountant. Handled all the ranch business. Got an office in one wing of the house.
I see. I'll radio for a fingerprint man to come down from our lab while the sheriff's getting his horse.
Want me to ride with you for any reason?
No. Better do whatever you can to bring your daughter around so we can talk to her. We'll be back later. I made my radio call, and then Sheriff Sykes and I cut across the ranch to the old road. The riders had just found Bob Brady's body. Nothing had been touched. The riders waited while the sheriff and I went over the ground. Standing right beside the car when he was killed. The car tracks are heaviest here where it was parked.
Yeah.
Brady and the girl had been walking around, though. Prints go over that way and then turn around and come back here to the body. There's a third set of prints mixed in with theirs.
Yeah, must be the killers.
Yeah. Came up the road here and stopped beside the car and walked on again. Heavy powder burns on Brady's coat. He was shot from close up.
I only saw the girl for a minute. Couldn't make much out of what she was saying, but I think Brady was killed with his own gun.
How come?
Carried an automatic in the glove compartment of his car. He toted quite a bit of the ranch's cash on him sometime.
It's funny the killer didn't use his own gun, unless he didn't have one.
Well, the girl said Brady tried to get his gun from the car. Fellow took the gun away from Brady and killed him. So I guess he couldn't have had a gun of his own.
It doesn't make sense. He was taking a mighty big chance, staging a holdup if he wasn't armed. Although I guess it was robbery, all right. Brady doesn't seem to have a cent on him. No wallet, no wristwatch, nothing.
Yeah, no doubt about the motive. Well, I guess I better have the body moved into town. Deputy can notify Brady's mother.
Yeah. I'd better order an autopsy report. Isn't going to tell us anything we don't know, though. Keep a couple of your riders here.
Sure thing, but what do you want them to do?
Beat the brush and look for Brady's gun. And while they're looking, we can follow this extra set of tracks and see where they lead. I expected to follow the marks of a man who didn't want to be followed. The usual erratic trail a killer leaves when he's trying to throw off pursuit. But this trail led straight as an arrow.
Hey, whoever he is, he sure didn't cover his tracks very well.
No, unless he's headed for some spot where he knows his trail will be lost. Hey, wait a minute. Whoa, boy. Charco.
What is it?
Trouble may start here.
Yeah, turned off the road into the fields.
Ground's worn that way, though. It's a path that's been used before. Come on. Come on. Yeah. The grass has been trampled from regular use. Anybody live out here you know of?
Nope. Yeah, an old shack about 1.5 miles across. Used to be a line house. Owner rented to a Mexican.
We better have a talk with him. We can move a little faster, but keep your eye out for those tracks as we go.
Get up, Charlie. Get up.
We reached the shack, and the earth around it were the boot prints of a man. They matched the ones we'd been following.
Yeah. He's in there, all right, Ranger.
Yeah. He may still have that gun with him.
He was up late. Could still be asleep.
Come on. We'll see.
There he is. Still in bed.
Shh. Quiet. Take a look at these boots. Right beside his bunk. Bent nail in the heel of one of them.
Yep. Made the march we've been following, all right. He's our boy.
All right, you. Wake up.
Who's that?
Come on, get up.
Please, what have I done? Why'd you come here?
What's your name?
Jose Morales, senor.
Where were you last night?
What? I walk into town.
Anybody see you there?
Sí, senor. The man at the package store. I stopped there to buy a bottle of wine. There's the bottle on the table.
What time did you leave town, Morales?
It was almost midnight, I think.
And you walked home, too?
Sí, senor, sí. But why do you ask me all these questions? I don't know.
How long does it take you to walk back here?
Hour, maybe more. I don't have a watch, senor.
Are you sure you don't have a watch now?
Sí, I never own one, senor.
How about a gun?
I don't have a gun.
How did you come when you came home?
Well, No, I don't remember, senor. I just walked.
Well, you better remember. You came up the cattle road. We followed your boot tracks. Were you alone all the time?
Sí, alone.
You didn't see a car parked on the cattle road?
Sí, senor, sí. There is man and girl there. They will remember that they see me there.
What's that? Hold it, Sheriff. Go ahead, Morales. When did they see you?
On the way home, I passed by the car. I think maybe the car is broke down. So I took a look inside, but there's nobody there.
Uh-huh.
And then I walk a little further. I meet a man and girl. I asked them, is something wrong with the car?
Go ahead.
Well, they told me no. So I just come away. Senor, if you can find them, they will remember. They can tell you I was there.
This man's walking himself right into the electric chair, Jace.
Yeah, too easy. You better get dressed, Morales. You're coming with us.
But why, senor? What have I done?
You'll find out later. Just get dressed. Let's comb this shack, Sheriff. See if we can find that gun. We didn't find the gun or anything else that might have been taken from Brady. And the sheriff's riders drew a blank, too. But we had enough to hold Morales at the jail. We locked him up and went back to the Meston Ranch.
Before you speak to my daughter, gentlemen, I want to ask you to kind of take it easy. In here. Connie, it's Sheriff Sykes and the Ranger.
Howdy.
Miss Connie?
Hello.
Miss Meston, would you mind telling us just what happened last night?
Well, Bob called me, Bob Brady. He wanted to see me. We hadn't seen each other for some time.
I thought he worked here at the ranch.
Well, it did. I meant we hadn't been out together for a long time.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, he picked me up here. We drove. Then we parked up the old cattle road.
Lots of young folks parked there on and off, Ranger. It's sort of a lover's lane.
We'd been there quite a while talking. See, Bob was going to be married next month to a girl named Mildred Peterson.
She's a school teacher, Ranger.
I see. Go ahead, Miss Meston.
Well, he asked me if I wouldn't change my mind and make up with him before he got married, and it was too late.
Mm-hmm.
I told him we weren't right for each other. He'd be happy it was somebody else, and then, well, all of a sudden a man came up to the car. It was dark, and he had a bandana over his face.
Go on.
He held us up. He made us get out of the car.
You have a gun?
I'm not sure. I was frightened. He had something in his hand. He took Bob's wallet and his watch, and then he told us to stay right where we were.
Didn't he take anything from you?
Well, yes. Yes, he took my purse.
And then what happened?
Well, all of a sudden, Bob made a dash for the car. He got his gun from the glove compartment, but the man was right after him. They fought. The man got the gun away from Bob, and he shot Bob and ran away.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind,
Just
I
another
think
second, Mr. Meston. Miss Meston, what were you wearing?
Just a plain blue taffeta dress. It's right there on the chair.
After that, you took Brady's car and drove back here, and your father called the sheriff, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Driving back from there, you had to come through town. Why didn't you stop and get to a phone?
I was frightened. I couldn't think. I wanted to get home.
You should be able to understand that, Ranger. After all, the girl...
Sure, Mr. Meston. Just checking. You said you were in bed and heard your daughter drive up, is that right?
Yes, like I told you before. I locked up and turned in about 12:30. Connie come home about an hour later.
Came in and right up to your bedroom, is that right?
Yes. Why?
Just getting the picture. All right, Sheriff. We can go now.
Right. Oh, we can find our own way out, Mr. Meston. Miss Connie can come into town and dictate her statement in a day or so.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Well, Ranger, this looks like a quick one to me. Case against the Mexican Morales is open and shut.
I don't know, Sheriff. Somebody's lying. Meston said he locked up and went to bed. His daughter came in and went tearing up to his bedroom.
Well, what's wrong with that?
How'd she get into the house if Morales took her purse? Her keys would be in her.
Well, she might have had her key in the pocket of her dress.
Might have, except for one thing. That dress has no pockets.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
This month, the National Broadcasting Company celebrates 25 years of bringing you the best radio programs. 7 days a week, you can depend upon NBC for music, drama, comedy, entertainment of every kind, as well as the latest up-to-the-minute news from every corner of the world. When you tune where you hear the familiar NBC chimes, you know you're tuned for the finest in radio listening.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers, and tonight's case, Open and Shut, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I checked on Morales' story as best I could. He had been in town, and he had bought a bottle of wine to take home with him the night of the murder. But when I got back to the jail, the sheriff had evidence piling up against the Mexican.
Your fingerprint crew dropped off copies of prints they found on Brady's car.
Uh-huh.
These prints were found only on the door of the car. Now, compare them with these.
Yeah, same man, all right.
Matching set of the prints I rolled off Morales when we brought him in. He must have done it.
Maybe, but I'm not convinced. I'll see you later.
Here, where are you going, Ranger?
To see Brady's mother and the girl he was going to marry.
The only boy I had left. His two brothers were killed in the war. And...
Please, Mother Brady, we've got to help the Ranger.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ranger.
It's all right, ma'am. How long had it been since your son had been out with Connie Meston before last night?
6 months. I thought it was all over. I thought she'd leave him alone when she knew him and Mildred was going to be married.
Did he brood about her much during the time he wasn't seeing her?
No. He knew it was best. She was spoiled. She never really wanted him. Except when she found out she couldn't have him.
Miss Peterson, you and Brady ever quarrel about Connie Meston?
Oh, no. He was over it. He knew what she was.
She's a cruel, heartless little cheat. She made his life miserable.
Have you got any idea why he called her and asked her to see him that night?
Well, Ranger, he didn't call her. She called him.
You're sure of that?
I heard him answer the phone. He didn't want to go, but she must have been insisting, because after a while he said all right, he'd meet her just once. For the last time.
Thanks.
Ranger, is it true what we heard? You've got the killer in jail?
I wouldn't count on that. Yet. I went back to the jail and questioned Morales again. He was frightened, but his story never moved an inch from what he told us the first time. Then I saw the sheriff.
I spoke to the district attorney, Jace. He thinks we got enough to take the grand jury for an indictment.
Give me one of the mug shots you took of Morales when you brought him in.
Sure. Here's a picture.
Thanks. I want Connie Meston to look at it and see if she can identify Morales.
Well, she said the man who stuck him up had a bandana over his face.
She said a lot of things, Sheriff. Brady struggled with the man who killed him. Morales carried a bottle of wine from town to his shack. We checked that. If he had a struggle with anyone, how come he didn't drop the bottle and break it?
Yeah, seems like it would have broke, don't it?
You got a bandana here?
Yeah, the one we took from Morales. Why?
No, not that one. I want one with a different color and pattern.
Maybe one in my deputy's locker.
Get it. I want to see how many lies Connie Meston can tell. I won't be satisfied with the case against Morales until we find Brady's gun and the things that were supposed to be stolen. I went back to the Meston Ranch the next morning. Connie Meston was taking Brady's death hard. As hard as a rock. She wasn't at the ranch house. She was near the corral, training a jumper to take a fence.
All right, come on, boy, now. Let's go. Come on. Oh. Now, back again. Come on. Come on. Come on, I said. Well, I'll teach you to balk. When I want you to jump, you'll jump. Come on.
Take it easy with that horse.
Oh. Well, Ranger, I didn't see you coming.
Glad to see you recovered from your shock.
Well, I had to find something to occupy my mind. Thought I'd work my horses. Got 'em entered in the show at El Paso next Sunday.
It'd be nice if the horse lives that long, the way you use that whip.
It happens to be my horse. Now, what do you want, anyway?
A little information. We may have the man who killed Brady.
Oh, yeah, I heard. The Mexican Morales?
News gets around. Here's a picture of him. Is he the man?
Well, he could be. He looks like the one.
What do you recognize? That scar on his chin?
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, no. His face was covered.
Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Is this the bandana you saw?
Well, it was dark, but it was just like that one.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks.
That all you want to know, Ranger?
Yeah, that's all. For now. I saw Connie Meston's father as I was leaving the ranch. He seemed pale and shaky seeing me there. I was certain that Connie Meston was lying all the way. The sheriff dropped a bombshell in my lap when I got back to the jail. He was running for his car when I drove up.
Hey, Sheriff! Sheriff, where you going? Oh, I'm glad you got here. I was just heading for Morales' place. You'll want to come along, I reckon.
Why? What's out there?
I think we're going to find the gun and the stuff he stole. Look, here. Just got this in the mail. It was posted last night in the Mexican section.
The note was printed in Spanish on yellow paper. It said, "Look in cattle tank near Morales' house." That was all.
Reckon Morales trusted a friend who decided to double-cross him?
We better get out there.
Well, there's no doubt about this case now, Ranger. We find that gun, and Morales is headed for the electric chair for sure. Hey, here's something else.
What'd you find?
The watch. Brady's wristwatch.
Good.
Well, this is all of it. Come on, let's get out of this water.
Sure.
Nice haul. The gun, the girl's purse, Brady's wallet, and wristwatch, right on Morales' doorstep. That's the end of this case.
No, it isn't.
Oh, now, Jay.
Look at these things, Sheriff. Look at the muzzle of this gun. It's clogged solid with dirt, packed tight.
Well, always some mud in the bottom of a cattle tank.
Yeah, but this isn't mud. It's packed earth, and it's packed so tight it didn't dissolve in the water.
Yeah. Say, that is funny.
Sheriff, this gun was buried someplace after it was fired. Buried and then dug up again and thrown into this cattle tank.
Say, you're right. Traces of dirt packed into the holes of the watchband, too. And in the wallet.
Sure. But look at this purse. The purse wasn't buried, or the same dirt would be jammed in the metal frame. Connie Meston's keys. She had them when she ran home after Brady was shot. She brought the purse with her to plant with the stuff she dug up after she knew Morales was under suspicion.
You mean she killed Brady, buried the evidence before she went home to make it look like robbery?
Yeah, because the real motive was jealousy. You hold Morales another 24 hours. That'll be long enough to get what we need. Then Connie Meston can take his place.
But you've got no proof on her.
I'll send that anonymous note through to the handwriting division at our lab. They can get a sample of Connie Meston's writing from horse show registration blanks at El Paso for comparison.
Yes, but will that help, Ranger? After all, the note is printed, and it's in Spanish.
There'll still be similarity in letter formation. Besides, registration blanks usually ask for printed information on breeding and identification. If Connie Meston wrote that note, lab will know it. It checked. Connie Meston's printing on registration blanks for the horse show matched the printing on the anonymous note. It was almost enough, but I wanted one more thing. A trace of dirt on something she owned. A trace that would match the earth that had been packed in the muzzle of Brady's gun when it was buried. I drove out to the Meston ranch and found Connie in the stables. Mind if I come in?
Oh, you here again? What do you want this time?
I thought you might like to know we found Brady's gun. Anonymous note told us where it was. Cattle tank out at Morales' place.
You got a good case, then.
No, Morales didn't put the gun in the tank.
How do you know?
Because the gun and the other things had been buried. They were dug up again and thrown in the tank.
Well, maybe he decided to change the hiding place.
While we were holding him in jail? No, it's not likely. Morales didn't kill Brady.
Well, you know who did?
Not for sure, but we'll find out. Whoever dug those things up must have carried them in something while they were taking them to the cattle tank. Some dirt was jammed in the muzzle of the gun. We find out what it was carried in, clothing maybe, somebody's pocket. We can match the dirt in our lab.
I see. That's very interesting.
I thought you'd think so. Well, I guess I better be getting back to town. I drove away from the ranch and parked behind some trees that gave me a view of the stable. A minute after I left her, Connie Meston came out, riding like the wind. I unloaded charcoal from the trailer and followed her, always keeping cover between us. She didn't seem to be carrying anything to dispose of, but all of a sudden she came to a stop by a stream. She took the saddlebags and started to shake them out over the water. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, Charcoal, let's go. Get out, boy. Yeah. Stay right where you are, Miss Meston.
What are you doing here, Ranger? What's the matter with you?
I'll take those saddlebags.
Sure. Any law against empty them into a stream?
None that I know of.
Well, take them then, Ranger, because they're empty.
Not as empty as you wish they were. And a few grains of dirt stuck in the seam. That's all we're going to need.
Well, you can't make anything out of that.
Oh, I got a few other things. That anonymous note in Spanish matched the registration blanks you sent into El Paso. I don't think you'll be showing your horses Sunday.
Why, you...
Give me that whip. You won't be using this again either. Now, get on your horse and ride for the house. I'm taking her in, Mr. Meston. I got an idea you started to suspect she was lying the same time I did.
She's not lying, Ranger. She didn't know nothing about it. I did it. I shot Brady.
I'm sorry, but that won't work either. I got her pinned down all the way.
Daddy, help me talk to him. Well, give him some money. Well, what kind of a father are you if you can't help me?
Shut up!
Why, you hit me.
Yes. I should have started 20 years ago before I let you get to be what you are. Maybe I'm not legally guilty, Ranger, but I'm guilty of raising her the way I did.
It's too bad you didn't think of it sooner. All right, Connie. Let's get into town.
Connie Meston's trial was spotted with hysterics that failed to convince the court, although she maintained she was innocent in the face of overwhelming evidence against her. Then, as the trial neared a close, she changed her plea to guilty, and in an effort to avoid a death sentence, she confessed. She was sentenced to the women's prison at Huntsville for 50 years.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Cattle Drive. The cast included Tony Barrett, Joan Banks, Francis X. Bushman, Parley Bear, and Vivi Janis. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Next, it's The Big Show, with stars including Sophie Tucker, June Valley, Jerry Lester, Ann Sheridan, Morton Downey, and your charming hostess, Tallulah Bankhead. Then enjoy mirth and music with Phil Harris and Alice Faye. Later, Theater Guild on the Air presents Age of Innocence, co-starring Claudette Colbert and MacDonald Carey. And for pictures of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current NBC Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah, too, on NBC.
The Man Called X, tonight starring John Lund, who is taking over during Herbert Marshall's illness. The Man Called X is a regular Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. John Lund in The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Here's a word from RCA Victor. 5 in 1. 5 superb instruments in one great combination. That's what you get when you invest in RCA Victor's new television, radio, phonograph combination, the Rutland. Yes, here in one beautiful cabinet, you'll find big 17-inch RCA Victor million-proof television. Television that brings you clear, bright pictures. Steady pictures that are locked in place by RCA Victor's exclusive Eyewitness Picture Synchronizer. You'll enjoy the latest and greatest RCA Victor AM and FM radio, plus 2 superb automatic record changers for recorded music at all 3 speeds. Yes, 5 superb instruments. Yet, because you pay for only one sound system, only one cabinet, their cost is far less than what you'd pay for comparable console instruments. So when you invest in a television set, insist on the best. Insist on RCA Victor television. See and hear the Rutland and the many other fine RCA Victor television sets available now at your RCA Victor dealers. The news came over the press service teletypes early on a cheerful June morning. It was only one short paragraph in length, but its impact had immediate worldwide repercussions.
Dateline, Bucharest, Romania. Theodore Johnson, American businessman, arrested in Varsovia last week by Vladimir Boric of the Romanian Security Police, has confessed to being an American spy. Johnson's trial will be held in the People's Court in Bucharest 1 week from today.
And within 1 hour after the news broke, within the offices of the Bureau in New York City.
Something's got to be done about it, fast. Ted Johnson is as innocent as you are.
Sure, Bill, I know. But this involves the internal security of another country. It's not the Bureau's business.
Chief, it's the world's business. They forced that confession out of Johnson to whip up war hysteria against the United States.
I agree, Bill. I agree, 100%. But there's nothing we can do.
We can prove to the world that Johnson's innocent. By getting him out of Romania.
What?
You know, Ted Johnson's wife tried to call Ken Thurston. With Ken laid up, I took the call. She told me Ted was in Istanbul, Turkey, on business.
Bill, as long as you're working for the Bureau, you've got to stay out of it.
Chief, you ought to read your mail a little more carefully.
Huh? My mail?
Yeah, one of your agents has just resigned. A fellow by the name of Bill Pringle.
Bill, you...
I'll see you around, Chief. That is, if you ever get to Istanbul.
Believe me, Mr. Rex. I mean, Mr. Pringle. You're one plenty smart cook. You're taking me along. There's nothing I don't know about that Istanbul place.
All right, Pagan. How about digging out the characters who handled the underground escape route from Romania?
That's a cinch. When it comes to the underground, Huh?
Yeah. There's an underground escape route in every country behind the Iron Curtain. For people who'd like a taste of liberty for a change. I want you to find out how they get out of Romania and into Turkey.
But believe me, Mr. Pringle, it's as good as dead. I got friends who'll tell me anything. For a slight consideration, of course. Oh, shall we say, $100?
Okay.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't consider it for a penny less. Huh? You mean you'll pay?
Sure.
Well, okay. Okay. But why do you want to know about this escape route? We're not coming out of Romania.
That's right, Pagan. We're going in.
You could not have come to a more perfect, a more wonderful person with whom to discuss your difficulties, my darling Mr. Pringle. I am Baron Laszlo Tagore at your services.
I'm glad to know you, Baron.
But of course, why should you not be? Now, why is it you have come to visit the magnificent Baron Tagore?
Well,
I do so hope that it has something to do with money, my dear Pringle. I simply adore money. It has so many uses, you know.
Baron, I want to talk to you about Ted Johnson. I understand he was doing business with you here in Istanbul.
Ah, yes. Darling Mr. Johnson, what a ghastly thing to happen. So unfortunate, so sad, and so unremunerative to me.
What really happened, Tagore?
He was inconsiderate enough to have himself seized by the Romanian security police before concluding our affairs. I had not made a profit of even a single piastre out of him. It was really terribly inconsiderate.
Yeah, very. How did it happen he was arrested in Romania when his business was with you here in Turkey?
My darling Pringle, all I know is that Mr. Johnson came to me regarding certain silks and perfumes he wished to purchase. I would have made a huge profit on the transaction. But then, before giving me a check, poof, he vanished. So, we have disposed now of Mr. Johnson.
Tagore, we haven't disposed of anything. Now, look here.
Oh, how sweet of you to be so forceful. But you must realize that he will go on trial in Bucharest, confess his crimes in court, and be hanged. Poof.
Just as simple as that.
But of course, there is nothing anyone can do for him now. Not even the magnificent Baron Tagore. Please remember that, darling.
That's right, Mr. Pringle. If you want any dope about people escaping from Romania, the place to go is the Konaksim Cafe down at the docks, at table number 53.
Konaksim Cafe, table 53. Then what?
It's simple. Tell whoever sits down with you that you want to go fishing.
So, you are interested in fishing, Mr. Pringle?
That's right, Miss,
Call me Saria.
Okay, Saria. Right now, I'm looking for a guide. Know of any?
Well, there are all kinds of guides, Mr. Pringle. What kind of a catch are you after?
Oh, a big one.
Oh.
Like the one they landed near Harsovia last week. Name of Johnson.
The catching of such a prize is up to the fisherman. All that the owner of a boat can do is take him to the proper fishing grounds.
Well?
I will have my own boat ready to leave in half an hour. We are arriving at our destination, Mr. Pringle.
Arriving? I don't see nothing out there in the darkness but darkness.
The Romanian coast, are you?
Yes, 13 kilometers southeast of Constanta. The coastline here is deserted. You should have little difficulty in making your way to the railroad.
Good.
The Constanta-Bucharest Express leaves at 9 in the morning.
All right.
From then on, it will be up to you.
Well, thanks for everything, Salia.
No thanks unnecessary. Just leave the boat at once. We are in constant danger every minute we remain here.
Sure. Come on, Pagan.
Oh, look, Mr. Pringle, why don't I just give you a letter to my cousin Vasily in Bucharest?
Oh, come on.
Okay. Only a fellow could catch his death of wet feet doing things like this. Oh. Well, I hope you're satisfied now. There goes that luscious cookie Saria with the boat. Oh, we've jumped right into the frying pan.
Hold it, Pagan.
Huh?
Somebody moving in that brush over there.
You there! Up! Up, I say, in the name of the people's government!
Shut up. He thinks we're over there. Let's get going.
This is Vladimir Borek of the security police. I command you to halt at once!
Security police?
Yeah. Somebody must have tipped him off. Now they'll be on our tail all the way to Bucharest.
Oh, I should have my head examined coming along with you this way. How long do we have to stay on that board of this rattle-trap train anyways?
We'll be in Bucharest in a few minutes.
So we'll be in Bucharest. So what? It'll only make it easier for that Vladimir Borek to latch on to us.
Not if we can get to Mikhail Andescu first.
Huh? Mikhail Andescu? Who's he?
Ken Thurston and I worked with him in the resistance during the war.
Now, what's a friend of yours doing behind Iron Curtains?
The same thing he was doing then. If there's a prayer of saving Ted Johnson's neck, he'll know the people who can help us.
Oh, so who cares? Can they help us save my neck?
Good afternoon, comrades. As loyal patriots of the People's Republic of Romania, I know you will not mind sharing your compartment with a brother.
A brother?
Why, not at all. Come in.
Thank you. I would not trouble you this way, but I understand that two enemies of the state are traveling with us today.
Oh, I hadn't heard about this. What's going on?
Oh, there is nothing to fear. Naturally, those of us whose identification papers are in perfect order have nothing to be concerned about. Oh, but your pardon for not having introduced myself earlier. I am Vladimir Borek, head of the security police.
Security?
Of course. Two such loyal subjects of our great republic do not mind the slight inconvenience of showing me your identification. Merely a matter of routine. You understand?
Sure. I'll be glad to, Comrade Borek. I have my papers right here.
Oh, what did you want to conk him for? Now he'll be sore on us, and I'll bet he's got plenty of stooges aboard with him.
That's right. So, come on, out this window, Pagan. Fast. While we still got a chance to find Andescu.
You sure this is that Andescu's house, Mr. Pringle?
They haven't taken it away from him, it is.
Huh. But there's nobody's answering. Oh, he must have gone to a movie or something. He must have...
Welcome, my darling Mr. Pringle. Welcome to Bucharest.
Tagori.
But of course, my dear person. Oh, what a wonderful pleasure it must be for you to see here the magnificent Baron Tagori.
Skip it, Baron. Where's Andescu?
Ah, yes. The poor, unfortunate Mikhail Andescu.
Where is he?
He was most indiscreet. How stupid of him to allow himself to be executed by the security police.
Executed?
Ah, but do not be sad. Is not the magnificent Baron Tagori here to greet you instead? And that must be most reassuring to you, is it not, my darling?
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin. Anacin. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin, Anacin. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, tonight starring John Lund, with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. Bill Pringle has secretly entered Bucharest in an effort to rescue Ted Johnson, who is being held for trial as an American spy. At the home of Mikhail Andescu, a member of the underground, they are greeted, however, by Baron Laszlo Tagore, former business associate of Johnson's, who tells them Andescu has been executed by the security police.
Yes, my dear gentlemen, it was most thoughtless of Mikhail to disappoint you this way. But Baron Tagore shall do his magnificent best to make you feel at home. Please to enter and accept my hospitality.
All right, Tagore. Now, what's the pitch?
How sweet of you to ask, my dear Pringle, but there is no one I would rather speak about more than myself. First, however, I should like you to meet some of my friends. This is Anton Barshak.
Gentlemen.
And here we have the taciturn Leonid. And as for the last member of this most distinguished gathering...
Look, it's...
Yeah. How did you get here so fast, Zarya?
Well, when Vladimir Borek's men attacked to the landing place, I radioed to Laszlo. He flew over from Istanbul, picked me up, and we continued here to Bucharest.
Are you not most magnificently pleased, my dear Pringle?
Yeah. I'm beginning to think I am, Tagore. Maybe Andescu is gone, but looks like he left a pretty good organization behind him.
Yes. We helped you get into Romania, Mr. Pringle. We'll help you to get out.
With Ted Johnson?
What a superfluous question, my dear boy. But of course with darling Mr. Johnson.
That is where Johnson's trial will be held, Bill. In the People's Court, Stalinplatz 7.
Stalinplatz 7, huh? Looks more like a fortress than a court building.
It is. The headquarters of the security police are there. And it is where Johnson is being held prisoner.
Have you learned the name of the trial judge?
But of course, my dear Pringle. He is one Andras Principo, known to his most flattering enemies as the Butcher.
Principo, huh?
Unfortunately, we have been able to ascertain nothing detrimental about his service to the state.
Maybe not, but there's always Pagan's cousin, Vasily.
Oh, but how would our dear Mr. Zellschmidt's cousin help us in this matter?
If Principo's ever been mixed up with anything crooked in Romania, you can bet your life a Zellschmidt will know about it.
We are here, my friend, Stalinplatz 7.
Good. It's now 10:15. The trial started. Pagan, a few minutes before they recess, at 11:55, have the car at the side entrance.
Huh?
It's your neck if you don't.
I'll be there, Mr. Pringle.
Well, how about it, Laszlo? Everything straight in your mind?
My beloved friend, I can already see the pained look upon poor, dear Judge Principo's face when he enters his chambers after a trying morning upon the bench. Magnificent.
All right. Let's go in.
I can now fully appreciate the wonderful enjoyment experienced by the man in the circus who places his head into the mouth of the lion. The Baron Tagore shall be forever indebted to you.
I'll take a rain check on that, Laszlo. Where are Principo's chambers?
That door with the security police guard standing in front of it. Needless to say, I'm quite relieved to see that he is one of our men.
Where's the side entrance?
In the short corridor that runs to the left.
Good. We should be able to...
What is it, my friend?
Look, that woman leaving those offices up ahead.
Hmm?
Isn't she... Oh, I lost her in the crowd around that corner.
As much as it pains me, my darling Pringle, need I remind you that this is a time for affairs of action, not of the heart.
Whose offices are they?
The den of that most vicious of all the Romanian foxes, Vladimir Borek. Surely you do not wish to visit him at a time like this.
No. Just wondering why Sarya would want to visit him.
What? You believe that woman you saw was... Oh, no, my beloved friend. Sarya is making our final arrangements at the airport. You are mistaken.
You better be right, Laszlo, because if you're not, well, it's too late now. Let's go into the courtroom.
You admit then, prisoner, that you are guilty of the crimes against the state with which you have been charged.
I do.
You confess them freely of your own volition, without duress.
I confess them freely.
Very well. The accused will please state in his own words the actions that led to his arrest upon those charges.
I, Theodore Johnson, a citizen of the United States, was officially assigned the task by my government of entering secretly into Romania. My objective was to perform acts of sabotage against the People's Republic and to learn what military and state...
Incredible. Even to me, it is incredible.
I've seen them do it before. They make zombies out of their political prisoners. They always...
What is it?
Vladimir Borek, going up to the bench, talking to Prinkipo.
The fox and the butcher failing to observe the rigid protocol of the People's Court? A paradox, my beloved friend, is it not?
Well, they wouldn't be doing it unless there was a pretty strong reason. Oh, start heading for the door.
The proceedings of the People's Court in the matter of the American spy Theodore Johnson will now be recessed. Remove the prisoner.
Come on, let's get out.
I, Theodore Johnson, a citizen of the United States, was officially assigned the task by the government of entering secretly.
Frankly, it is most distressing to me to be involved in such an undignified flight, but apparently your eyesight is keener than my sense of suspicion. That woman you saw leaving Borek's office...
Yeah, she was Sarya, and she's sold us out.
Of course, Sarya sold them out, Prinkipo. Why are you so surprised? Did she not obtain Johnson for us so we could use him for our propaganda purposes?
But my dear comrade Borek, it all seems so incredible. A plot to kidnap me, to obtain the release of the American. How did they intend to carry out this fantastic plan?
They had not informed Sarya of the details. That is why I made you halt the proceedings so abruptly. Here in your chambers under my personal protection, you will be quite safe.
Don't be too sure, Borek.
What?
Comrade Borek, this man...
Pringle.
Yes, my darling comrade Borek. And you would be most foolish to attempt to reach for any weapons. This one of mine is equipped with a delicious silencing mechanism.
You cannot frighten Vladimir Borek. My men have this building surrounded. Without official passes, you will never leave here alive.
Thanks for the advice. We'll follow it. After we get through with Prinkipo.
With me, comrades? What is it you wish with me?
Your signature in this custodial release of Theodore Johnson.
Release?
It orders Johnson to be placed in your custody for further questioning before the trial resumes. Sign it.
But
Sign nothing, Prinkipo. They cannot get away with this.
Do you wish to know something, my darling Borek? Your voice is beginning to irritate me. As much as I detest violence, I'm afraid I must be...
Oh, comrades, please!
All right, Prinkipo. The release. Sign it.
No, I will sign nothing.
You should have thought of that in November of 49.
November 49?
Yeah. Ever hear of a man by the name of Vasily Zellschmidt?
Oh, Zellschmidt. What has he got to do with this?
He had plenty to do with you. And a black market operation in roller bearings. Maybe you'd like to explain to the Politburo how they wound up in Yugoslavia instead of the Romanian factories they were intended for.
I don't know what you're referring to.
There's another little item, June 1950. A shipment of industrial diamonds.
No.
That turned up in Western Germany instead of Russia. Does the Kremlin know what happened to your bank balance about that time?
You have no proof.
We've got a lot more proof than you have against Ted Johnson. The security police found a way to make him confess. I don't think they'll have too tough a job with you. Well,
All right. All right, I will sign.
Help him into the car, Pagan.
I got him.
You're next, Prinkipo.
What do you wish with me now? What?
You're going to be our official passport out of Romania. Get in. Laszlo?
Yes, my beloved friend.
Good. All right, let's head for the airport, fast. The plane's all ready for us?
Yes, it is, however, a Russian-built Tupolev 70. Perhaps I should have inquired earlier as to whether or not you can fly it without me.
It's their copy of our own C-47. I can fly it.
Oh, sure. Only how do we get past all the guards out there in that airport?
The same way we got out of Stalin Plot 7, Prinkipo. He's got the authority. And when it comes to using it or getting purged, we'll get past those guards.
We've been flying for hours already. When do we get to Turkey anyways?
We'll get there, Pagan.
But I don't like this flying in the clouds all the time. We could bump into something or something.
We'd bump into a lot more if we flew above them. According to the radio, every fighter plane in Romania is up looking for us.
Ooh, don't say things like that. You give me goose pimples. Maybe I should have stayed in Bucharest with that Baron Tagori. Hey, look. We're out of the clouds.
Yeah, there's the Black Sea. And that's Turkey, dead ahead.
Boy, Turkey. Oh, will I ever be glad to get down on solid firma. Well, I guess we can relax now, eh?
Not quite.
Huh?
Look back, up there to the left.
Those planes, they're diving down on us.
Yeah, 2 jet fighters, Russian-built MiGs.
Ooh, we gotta do something.
Try hanging onto your hat. The first one's making his pass now.
Oh, I'm dead.
Not yet, Pagan. Give the second one a chance.
Oh, that did it. That did it.
Oh, relax, you idiot. They just hit our engines.
They were going to crash off into the Black Sea.
That's what I hope those MiGs will think. Then maybe they'll... Hey, yeah. They're heading back to Romania.
Hey, you mean we're not going to crash?
I'm going to try for a landing. Beside that Turkish destroyer down there. If we can make it.
Well, what do you know? We made it.
Yeah. Looks like it, Pagan. And that destroyer will pick us up in a minute.
Theodore Johnson, citizen, United States.
Look that Mr. Johnson slept all through it. Oh, the poor guy. Boy, what they did do to him there in Big Romania.
Yeah. But he'll be all right once we get him back to the States. Too bad we can't say the same about the others.
Huh? What others?
The millions who are still behind the Iron Curtain. Prisoners of their people's republics. Drugged by propaganda. Tortured by their fears of the secret police. I wonder how long it'll take to make them well again.
Now, here to tell you about next week's program is our star for tonight, Mr. John Lund.
As Herbert Marshall would say, thanks for being with us. Oh, and by the way, my thanks to Will Wright, Lillian Baeff, Parley Bear, Frank Gerstel, Stephen Garay, Lamont Johnson, and, of course, Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. Next week, Ken Thurston tangles with a grain black market in India. That's right, Mr. X himself, because next week, Herbert Marshall will be with you again. So join him, won't you, when he returns as the Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. John Lund may now be seen in the Paramount production of The Mating Season. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear the magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. William Bendick stars in The Life of Riley. Enjoy it on NBC.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our Hollywood cast tonight is the distinguished American actor, the star of the Broadway suspense drama Angel Street, who has recently returned to this coast to resume his film career, Mr. Vincent Price. Tonight's suspense play, which presents Mr. Price, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, relates an episode of recent years in the unfriendly Nazi capital of Berlin. The Strange Death of Charles Umberstein by E. Jack Newman is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so, with The Strange Death of Charles Umberstein, and with the performance of Vincent Price, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I was infuriated to think I had been trapped. The thought that someone had discovered my intentions maddened me to the breaking point. Nothing had slipped. Everything had run smoothly as I had planned. No evidence, not the slightest trace, nothing. And yet, I was trapped. Trapped. But why? How? Let me see. Papers in my briefcase, train ticket, information forwarded safely to my office. And he knew. How? But he did know. I stood quietly in my room, watching him, watching me. Waiting for me, standing by the lamppost beneath my window, knowing he had trapped me, waiting for me. I recognized him almost immediately. Captain von Hind. Once before I had seen him briefly in Herr Miller's office. I had been working on some corrections. Herr Miller was escorting him through the plant on an inspection tour. They stopped for a moment outside my office. I glanced up as Herr Miller gestured my way through the partially open door.
Aha, Herr Hauptmann. Das ist unser neuer Architekt.
So, ist Ihr neuer Architekt.
Well, here it was. They were talking about me. My heart stopped. He was explaining how I had been recommended by the Fuhrer himself, my qualification. They continued on their tour. Herr Miller explained later when I went to his office.
Aha, Umberstein, there you are.
Herr Miller, you sent for me?
Yes, Umberstein. This morning, when Captain von Hind and myself passed by your office, I knew it was you.
You knew it was me?
Yeah. Captain von Hind is head of Gestapo intelligence in this area. He was conducting a routine inspection this morning, and it was he who suggested that Well, since your recommendations were by the Führer himself...
Yes?
Your work here has been excellent. I knew you were the man when I passed by today.
My work?
Huh? Oh, no, of course, not that. Why, you have become one of our best men.
Oh, thank you, Herr Müller.
No, this is it.
Yes, Herr Müller.
Through various posts, we are releasing more prints on munitions areas in this country and other countries. Huh? You are to be in complete charge of their release from the vault.
I understand, Herr Müller. As a citizen of the Reich, I am greatly honored that I have been given such an opportunity.
An opportunity to show your loyalty.
An honor.
I will give you the combinations. You will see that no other person enters the vault.
Of course, Herr Müller.
One moment, Umberstein.
Yes?
I think I should tell you that a few months ago, in one of the neighboring plants, the Gestapo apprehended a spy.
Yes?
He was working for an enemy espionage service, found in possession of certain vital documents which he had access to in his work.
And what did they learn from him?
Oh, many things. He was reluctant to speak at first, but it's difficult to hold out indefinitely. Well, he finally gave them enough information to locate other agents who had filtered in.
It was well he was detected then.
Oh, yes. The Gestapo is still on the alert for some of his co-workers, still expected to arrive. Of course, they are ignorant of his confession and his fate. So, Herr Umberstein, I must warn you to take all the necessary steps against the possibility of espionage. We cannot be too careful.
I shall be careful.
In you, Umberstein, is exemplified the efficiency of the Third Reich.
I closed my suitcase and looked down on the street. I watched him standing there. I kept asking myself, how could he know? This Captain von Hind, how could he know? The plan was perfect, the best yet, and yet I was discovered, trapped. It was a late Saturday afternoon, and the silence of the day hung heavy in the room. Outside it was cold, very cold, but in my room it was warm, stuffy. The radiator hissed and spewed as though it were the judge of the events to come. I was almost angry at it. A radiator. It was still light enough that he might see me if I crossed or raised the window. He wasn't aware that I was in the room. I hadn't turned on the lights. Now he stood there, waiting for me to return. I lay down on the bed, smoking, my thoughts troubled by the one question, how? How had he discovered me? Safely, I had avoided all connections with anyone who might have a chance to spy on my work. There was not the least cause for suspicion. An established citizen of the Reich, well-recommended, pure Aryan, employed as an architect in one of the country's largest munitions plants. Certainly there was no reason for him to suspect me, the Gestapo, this Captain von Hind, waiting to take me. Fräulein Keller. Absurd. Oh, of course not. Not she. But could you ever trust a woman? Fräulein Keller. Did I give her any reason at all? Good morning, Fräulein.
Oh, good morning.
My name is Charles Umberstein, and I am to be at the munitions factory near here. I wish to take a room.
Oh?
One facing the outer street, Fräulein, if you can accommodate me.
Oh, I think so. We have one. It is on the second floor, overlooks the street corner.
Oh, fine. I'm glad. It looks comfortable here, small and comfortable.
Oh, yes, you will like it, I'm sure. I am the owner and manager here.
Fräulein.
Sign here, please.
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thank you. Otto, would you show Herr Umberstein to his room?
Yes? Yes, who is it?
It's I, Fräulein Keller.
Oh, just a moment. Yes, Fräulein?
I have brought you some extra blankets. You may be cold.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Fräulein.
And Herr Umberstein, down the street, a little cafe. You may find nice meals and a little music, too.
Oh, wonderful. I am indebted to you, Fräulein.
Oh, but you are my charge. I look after my guests. It is my job.
Oh, that is most kind, Fräulein.
Herr Umberstein,
Yes?
I also dine at a little cafe often.
Oh. Well, I hope I see you. Here's to you, Fräulein, for your wonderful hospitality.
Oh, to you, Herr Umberstein.
Fräulein, it's growing late. I must be off. I have a great many things to do tomorrow.
Oh, and so do I. Oh, it has been a wonderful evening. Wonderful.
Yes, wonderful. Here's your coat. It's growing colder now, isn't it?
Yes, the winter will be here soon. Too soon.
Yes, but I won't be.
Eh? You won't be?
Oh, nothing, Fräulein, nothing.
You will be here long.
Certainly, Fräulein, certainly. I was just wishing.
Wishing? For what?
No, I had done it. I'd started to thinking perhaps she could...
For what?
Nothing, Fräulein, nothing important. Only the hopes of every man. They become so near sometimes. They're almost reality.
So?
What else could I do? I had to lead her thoughts away somehow. She took the lead.
You mean a woman?
Yes. Yes, Fräulein. You.
Oh, but we have known each other for such a short time. Only 2 weeks.
That's true, but I've been aware of you for a longer time, though I've just met you.
Oh, Herr Umberstein,
Charles.
Oh, Charles.
First, I was uneasy about the whole affair. Then after a while, I did grow rather fond of her. She was so accommodating, and we dined together each evening, and I played my role to the letter. Never once did she mention my work.
Oh.
Fräulein Keller, what are you doing in my room?
Well, I was...
You've been looking through my papers. Why?
I was looking for something.
But what right have you? What are you looking for?
I was looking for a letter.
A letter? What letter?
One that you haven't got. I thought perhaps you might have it.
Now, out with it.
A letter from a woman. Very well, Charles, if you must know, I suspect you of nothing filthy.
She was actually looking for a letter from some woman. Any woman. She didn't trust me. She didn't trust her Charles. No. No, it couldn't have been Fräulein Keller. Who then could it have been? I walked over to the window and looked down at the figure who so patiently kept his vigil there. Captain von Heinz, waiting. Why? If there had been something wrong with the passport, but no, that was perfect, not the passport.
All passengers will report to the trainmaster for passport examination.
Yeah, all in order. You can take your luggage to Berlin. Yeah, this way. Next.
Passport examination.
Next.
Here you are.
Name?
Charles Umberstein.
Residence?
Berlin.
Nationality?
German.
All in order. Picture, luggage, all in order.
Thank you, trainmaster.
You must be careful, you know.
When may I catch my train for Berlin?
It should be by any moment. Next.
As I stood there in the shadows waiting for my train, I examined my passport again, as I had done 100 times before. No one would have any reason to doubt anything so genuine as that.
All passengers for Berlin. All passengers for Berlin.
Guard, must we stand passport inspection again?
Yeah. The Army Intelligence will accommodate you on the train.
Jawohl. At 3 stops, my passport was inspected. A good test. If the passport had been suspected or investigated, it would only prove that I was Charles Umberstein. I had come by the passport through Hans. At the time, Hans was employed as an Austrian customs inspector. This gave him access to many such passports. According to Hans, there had been a person named Charles Umberstein who had suddenly disappeared in 1936. Since there had been no friends or relatives to make an inquest, well, you can see. No, I was Charles Umberstein. Why, I even resembled the badly scarred photograph on the identification card. From the front view, he was evidently a large man, big shoulders, large head, wore a short Prussian haircut. Yes, I certainly looked enough like the photograph. Passport was flawless. He couldn't have discovered me through that, this Von Hind. Something else. What else? The plans? No, of course not. They couldn't have discovered that. I merely made copies and left the originals. No, not the plans. Why, Hans and I... Oh, no, not Hans. Never. We'd worked so well together. Oh, no, not Hans. A strange, silent boy, perhaps, but surely... That night in 1936, when he gave me the passport, he was our man in Austria, but strange things happen even to the most loyal.
All set, Charles.
Then I will not see you again, Hans.
Until
I arrive, eh?
I will be attached to an Army Ordnance Division in the city. You will receive additional information on the first day of each month.
From you?
Yes. There's a hotel not far from the factory. Here is the address. Fräulein Keller runs this hotel. Now, on the second floor in one corner sits a mahogany table. On it are a set of silver candlesticks. 4 of them. Beneath the candlestick nearest the right, you may find your information on the first day of each month.
It will be written in code?
Naturally. Be very careful when you pick it up.
I see.
And make no effort to contact me in any other way.
And can I leave anything I might learn in the same place? Is it safe?
Yes. Now, remember, sooner or later we are bound to be introduced, you and I. My duties with the Ordnance Division will, of course...
So near and yet so far kind of thing, eh?
Yeah, very far. Once inside the city, I'm Oberleutnant Hans Neumann of Army Ordnance, understand?
I am Herr Charles Umberstein, architect.
Right.
Well, time grows short. I must go. Everything checked.
Your passport?
Perfect. I even resemble the photograph. Look, Hans, don't you think so?
Yes, not bad. Very considerate of Umberstein to have looked this way. Tickets?
Right here, through to Berlin. I report to Franz Miller in the munitions factory, produce my credentials. He's been expecting me. I haggle a little about the salary, then I accept. At first opportunity, become acquainted with MB plans.
And I will see that you are highly recommended from a reliable source.
Just as a matter of curiosity, Hans, who will recommend me?
Oh, you needn't worry, Herr Umberstein. It'll be good, I assure you.
Then goodbye, Hans.
Oberleutnant Neumann, if you please.
Oberleutnant Hans Neumann.
Well, then, my Herr Charles Umberstein, auf Wiedersehen.
Wiedersehen.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Yes, everything Hans had said came about. I picked up my information each month at the little hotel. I left an occasional report for Hans. It was the only way we ever communicated. And then Oberleutnant Hans Neumann began to appear in Franz Müller's office. And eventually Müller introduced us. In fact, Hans was with Müller quite frequently, and they dined together regularly. Hans played his part well. But one day, something was worrying him.
I will wait here for you, Müller.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Ah, Herr Umberstein. It's good to see you again.
Lieutenant Neumann.
Herr Müller speaks very highly of your work here.
Thank you.
Be very careful of this Captain Von Hind. There's something wrong. I don't know what it is. He looks at me very strangely. And there is something I recognize about the man. The eyes are...
Yes. We were just chatting a moment.
I've seen Von Hind somewhere before. Be very careful. And don't come with us in case they ask you.
Well, you all ready?
Why, yes, of course.
Umberstein, would you care to join us at luncheon?
No, thank you. I have some work to do.
Always working.
Yes.
Well, then, let's go, Hans, yeah?
Yeah, certainly. Oh, by the way, will Captain Von Hind be joining us today?
Oh, Von Hind sends his regrets. Something is delayed.
Oh, that's too bad.
Von Hind, a remarkable man. No one like him in the service. No one like him.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Von Hind. Such a brief warning. Curt and sinister. Hans was frightened. He would never have taken the chance to speak to me if he had not been frightened. Something that he recognized about Von Hind. Saturday was the first of the month, and there was no information at the hotel. Hans didn't appear again to lunch with Herr Müller. Something was wrong. Something had happened to Hans. Today I found out.
We will enjoy ourselves today, eh, Umberstein?
Yes.
We should lunch together more often, you and I. I like good company when I eat.
Good food, good company, good digestion, Herr Miller.
And this is a wonderful restaurant that we are going to. You know, they serve Norwegian smoked salmon that is exquisite. And cheap, too. Nothing like these new foods we are getting from Norway.
I've heard of Norwegian salmon.
And this is the best.
You and Oberleutnant Neumann dine here often, don't you?
Hans Neumann, yeah, we came here often, yeah. Hans Neumann will not come here for a long, long time again, I'm afraid.
I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't. You remember Captain von Hein?
Oh, yes, the Gestapo man who was inspecting our factory a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a most efficient man. He has apparently been observing Hans Neumann for some time.
Oh?
Oberleutnant Neumann is being detained by Captain von Hein, no?
Was he...
He was a spy.
Spy? How do you know?
Von Hein arrests only spies. And von Hein never makes a mistake. The man is incredible.
Was there something suspicious about Hans?
There's something suspicious about everyone to von Hein. He himself asked me to cultivate Oberleutnant Neumann so that he could better observe his action.
Yes, I noticed that you two lunch together very often.
We lunch together at this very same restaurant you and I are going to now. That made it easy for von Hein.
Easy?
Well, to study the man in leisure. Von Hein always wants to be certain of his quarry.
And where is Hans now?
Who knows? Who knows what happens when Captain von Hein takes a man? Don't you admire such efficiency, Umberstein?
Well, of course.
Yeah, well, the captain did indicate that there were others to be rounded up, too. Well, here we are. Oh, look, you see them in the window? Norwegian salmon. Oh, they are beautiful, so red, so delicious. Are you hungry, Umberstein?
What? Oh, yes. Oh, they do look delicious. Captain von Hein. I looked at him out of the window again. I could see his breath now. It was growing very cold. He was well dressed in neatly tailored overcoat and dark hat. It was too dark to tell the exact color. The only thing I was sure of were the hands and the gloves on the hands. Heavy, thick, powerfully mounted prongs encased in a gray, tightly fitting material. Style, lines running across the back. I noticed when he lifted them to light a cigarette. What beautiful weapons. His back was to me. I couldn't help but admire the fine breadth of his shoulders and the thick, closely barbered neck. He stood quietly by the lamppost, smoking, watching his breath and the smoke battle for existence in the icy air. Once when he turned to look up at my window, the single eyeglass he wore caught the reflection of the light. I wondered how much he weighed. Carefully, I retraced each step over again in my mind. I couldn't find the flaw that made me a marked man. The absurdly easy way I had gone through Mueller's office carrying an innocent-looking bundle of blueprints, then to the vault, the superstition of copies. No one could suspect what I had done. No one had any reason to. Why then was I trapped? Of course he was after me. Waiting down there. I wondered why he didn't come up and wait in my room. Surely he didn't know I was in the room. Perhaps he had searched my room one day while I was out. But what could he find? Nothing, absolutely nothing. A passport proving I was Charles Umberstein. A monogrammed suitcase bearing the initials C.U. A few letters and old papers. Nothing at all. I had never talked. I had never known anyone else in service except Hans. Franz Mueller was too stupid to suspect anything. Fräulein Keller, no. The passport, perfect. Only one other way. Only one other way could he possibly know. For an instant, the possible answer flashed through my brain. For a full 5 minutes, I watched him very discerningly. Could it be? Could it possibly be? The stillness of the street below was broken from time to time by the blare of an occasional horn and the rattle of armored cars carrying soldiers to different parts of the city. Turning from the window, I groped about in the darkness of my room, searching for the automatic I had concealed in the slit compartment of my traveling bag. When I found it, I tested the chamber. Yes, it was loaded. I jammed it in my coat pocket, and putting on my hat, I stood there by the window, watching him. He seemed very ominous, very assured, waiting for me. He must have been getting anxious with his long vigil. I watched him signal to an accomplice across the street. Walking back and forth under the streetlight, I noticed something familiar. Very familiar. A bolt from off the bed, tied to a piece of cord attached to the light switch. Near the radiator pipe, room enough to pass it through, the weighted end dragging the string to the lobby below. I picked up my suitcase and stepped out of the door. The hall was dark and quiet. I walked down the stairs. The lobby was empty, deserted. At the bottom of the stairs, I placed the suitcase by the door, and I crossed to the desk. Hastily, I jammed a few bills in an envelope and addressed it to Fräulein Keller. Now, as I picked up my suitcase, I could see him very plainly on the corner. He was only a few feet from the entrance. The cord with its weighted end had fallen just short of the door. I stood there quietly. He looked up at my room. I pulled the cord. He was startled when the light went on upstairs, searching the window for a view of the occupant. I walked to the door. As I opened it, he looked at me, looked my way, gazed at me, point blank, seemed surprised. Then, assuring himself, he took a step toward me.
Herr Umberstein. Herr Umberstein.
Oh, you are...
You are Charles Umberstein?
Why, yes,
Charles Umberstein, who entered Germany in 1936 from Austria?
Here's my passport.
Your passport, yes. I have always wanted to meet you, Charles Umberstein. I have always wanted to meet you face to face. You know who I am?
Why, yes, you
I wonder. You know, the others I have had my men pick up. But you, I wanted to attend to personally. It's because you are Charles Umberstein. Now we will just...
I'm sorry, my friend. He sat down hard on the curb. He looked up at me, mumbled strangely, then fell over with his head in the gutter. His hat fell off, and I saw that his hair was closely cropped. There were other people on the streets. I ran till I was out of breath. The next day, I picked up a Berlin paper on the railroad station. On the second page, I read the headline, Gestapo official murdered. Saturday, January 25th, Captain Charles von Hind, high-ranking official of the Gestapo intelligence service, was instantly killed last night by the bullets of an unknown assailant whom he was attempting to arrest on charges of espionage. Captain von Hind had been connected with the Gestapo since 1936. Prior to his affiliation with the Gestapo intelligence, he had been known by his real name, Charles Umberstein. His entry into such dangerous work made necessary a complete retirement from all public life. The Reich will long honor the memory of Charles Umberstein. I wired flowers from Geneva with a card marked Sympathy, signed C.U.
And so closes The Strange Death of Charles Umberstein by E. Jack Newman, starring Vincent Price. Tonight's tale of suspense. Vincent Price will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Song of Bernadette. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear. Music was composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. This is the Man in Black, who would like to draw your attention to the new day and time for Suspense, beginning next week, when Cary Grant will be our star.
Beginning next week, listeners in the Eastern and Central time zones will hear Suspense on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime and 7 p.m. Central Wartime. Listeners in the Mountain and Pacific time zones will be brought their next story of suspense on Monday, December the 6th, and each Monday thereafter at 9 p.m. Pacific Wartime. Don't forget Suspense on Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, if you live in Eastern and Central time zones, and Mondays, beginning December the 6th, for listeners in the Mountain and Pacific time zones, with Cary Grant, our opening guest star. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Are you ready to unlock the...
Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. Since the beginning of time, people have argued about the existence of ghosts. They've been called variously wraiths, specters, phantoms, apparitions, shadows, or shades. But everyone agrees that if there are such things as ghosts, they are the souls of dead persons haunting living persons. And that's what our story is about. Ghosts.
No one, Mr. Garth, whether professional ghost hunters or ordinary people, have ever been able to spend an entire night in that house.
Well, how many have tried, Mr. Flanders?
Well, I know of at least a dozen. And that's within the past 2 years.
Well, did you get any reports from the professionals?
Most sketchy ones. But they all say the same thing. That whatever or whoever it is that haunts that house, the manifestations are the most powerful and evil in their experience. They all mention nameless horrors.
Our mystery drama, A Ghostly Game of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars William Prince. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Nameless horrors. A nice phrase. But as soon as you put a name and identity to horrors, somehow they prove bearable. In the last century, people have shown that they can and do bear up under mass genocide and atomic bombings. But the horror that is nameless, that is the most fearful of all. And our spine tingler will try to put a name to one kind of horror.
You are not real. There are no such things as ghosts. I'm just imagining things. But I see you. I see you. No, don't hurt me. Whatever you are, please, stay away from me. You want me to leave the house? I will. If that's what you want. Just please let me by. I'll go right down the stairs, walk out of the house, and never come back. Is that what you want? Please. No! Don't touch me! Let me out!
Suicide. That's what all the papers say, Mr. Garth. But we know better. It's ghosts. That house is haunted.
Mr. Flanders, my field of study is the supernatural. But I can't even begin to tell you whether I can help or not until you get control of yourself.
I'm sorry, but this whole thing is just about putting our firm out of business.
Well, the house, Mr. Flanders. Do you have anything on the history of the house?
Yes. It was built in the early 1800s by a sea captain named Ephraim Hatch for himself and his bride. a young lady named Lucy Endicott. And they lived in it for some 4 years until the tragedy.
You have the details?
Well, Captain Hatch was supposedly a hellraiser in his youth, but also a great seafaring man. He was in whaling and, if the rumors are true, slave trading. At any rate, he amassed a fortune. He fell in love with this Endicott girl who was the town beauty, married her, settled down, and built this house.
The tragedy.
Well, the story goes, as nearly as we can piece it together, that the captain returned from one of his voyages earlier than expected and found his bride entertaining a lover. He killed them both. Horribly. And ever since, the house has been haunted and unlivable. We're building a condominium. This house is a key location, right in the middle of the property we own. We can't even get wreckers to tear it down. No one will go near the place.
Well, you keep telling me that no one has lived in the house. What about this girl who just died there?
Oh, that was a stupid idea of my partner's. Her name was Roberta Ginley, a television reporter. She wanted to make a name for herself, and my partner sold me on the idea that if she spent a night in the house and then went on television and told people about it, our problems would be solved. And now we're in a worse mess than before. That's why we came to you. There you are, gentlemen. The haunted house.
Well, is it always this windy, Mr. Flanders?
No, Mr. Kelly. Only when the wind blows from the east off the ocean.
Well, for a haunted house, it looks substantial enough.
Well, shall we go up to the house, Mr. Flanders?
Why don't you two go? I'll wait for you here.
You'll be quite safe, Mr. Flanders. It's broad daylight. Jim Kelly here has been with me in more haunted places and dealt with more ghosts than any man, except myself.
And don't forget Byron. Byron is my dog, Mr. Flanders. And like me, he doesn't believe in ghosts. Huh? Do you, Byron?
Oh, I'm not scared, gentlemen. It's just that I've seen the house so many times, well, I don't want to influence you.
Suit yourself.
Let's go, Byron.
You bring all our kitchen?
Well, it's back at the motel. We won't need it until tonight. Wow. They certainly built solid houses in the old days. Look at this door. What? Take it easy, Byron. Boy, everything's okay. You got the keys?
Right here.
All right, in we go. In we go. Come on now, Byron. Come on. We're on our way to meet the ghost.
Jim, keep Byron quiet.
Sit, Byron. Come on, sit.
I don't think we should bother her downstairs. Let's go up and see where we're going to sleep tonight.
All right, I'm with you. Come along, Byron.
Oh, this looks like the master's bedroom. I'll sleep here.
All right, I'll sleep in this little alcove here, right off your room. Byron, what is the matter with you?
I wouldn't try to take him into that alcove, Jim. He can stay in this room with me tonight.
All right. Hey, there's a door here leading outside to what you call the Widow's Walk. Want to come out and look around?
I'll be right with you. Just checking the fireplace. You're going to need logs.
Okay.
Where's the door?
It's right here.
Hasn't been open in a long time.
Now, what a view. Look at that ocean. Any woman waiting out here to see her husband's ship come in might be blown away.
And what Flanders tells, the captain's wife wasn't too anxious for her husband to return.
That's right. She was too busy entertaining her lover. Oh, look, you moved the rail. Oh, all right. Thanks, Mr. Strong. Hadn't caught me. I would have gone over. What happened? Oh, nothing. I don't know. I lost my balance.
Come on, Jim. We know each other better than that. What happened?
I really don't know, Alex. I'll swear. I thought someone pushed me.
Mr. Garth, I'm not at all sure I'm doing the right thing, and I'll understand if you don't want to go through with this. I'll pay all your expenses to date.
You're concerned about my safety?
Yes. A real estate deal is important, but not that important.
Mr. Flanders, you have nothing on your conscience. Tim and I will spend tonight in the house, and by tomorrow, the ghost should be at rest.
And you think there is a ghost?
Well, of course. I just don't believe in its malevolence. Have you taken care of the wooden logs for the fireplaces?
The men wouldn't go into the house, but you'll find plenty of firewood outside the door.
Fine. Then I'll be on my way.
I've never seen Byron act like this.
Something to think about.
Well, I've been with you on about 50 of these haunted house deals. You think there's something different about this one?
Well, I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Well, I've heard that sort of moan before. According to you, Alex, it's a ghost in pain.
It is.
Sounds like the evening's entertainment is about to start.
Tim?
Yes, Alex?
We've worked together for a long time, and we get along so well because I respect your disbelief in the supernatural.
Which has come in handy when I uncovered a few tape recorders and other little fake devices.
Right. But for your own sake, Tim, there's something about this house that seems different. Now, please, be careful.
Huh? You trying to scare me?
Oh, I don't think that's possible.
Right. Now, how about some wood for my fire? Oh, whoever you are, if you're trying to scare us, it's not going to work. You know, in all the years we've been working together, Alex, I've yet to see a ghost.
But you've heard them.
Oh, so you tell me. You talk with them. I just hear noises, and sometimes they're man-made.
And sometimes not.
Would you strike a match, please? That's better. Get some of the chill off the room.
The fireplaces always seem to make a room more cheerful.
The electricity must have been installed around, I guess the turn of the century, huh?
Well, I've seen brighter lights, but at least we have light.
And candles. Oh, did I share mine with you?
No, I have a supply back in my room.
Oh, all right. Here we go again. Spirit wrapping. Oh, now I've made it angry.
Listen to me. Whoever you are, my name is Alex Garth. I would like to help you, but I can't unless...
Doesn't want to talk to you, evidently, Alex.
You'll see. Although you're my friend in the lie, you are often a disturbing influence.
Now, I won't deny that I'm an unbeliever. So I'll turn in now that the fire's going. And you can go back to your side of the room and commune with the spirits.
And with each other, Tim. We'll check with each other, as we always do. Oh, quiet, Byron. It's all right, boy. It's all right. Oh, trust me, Byron. You like your ears rubbed?
Expect me to sleep with all that racket going on? Has Byron gone bananas?
Well, I'm trying to quiet him. Easy, boy, easy. It's all over. Tim, is there any way we can get Byron out of here? He's beginning to fall to the mouth. He's covered with perspiration.
Well, I don't want to let him out now. He'll just get lost. He'll get over it when he sees nothing's happening. Hey.
What?
My lights just went out. How are yours?
Going. Go. Easy, boy, easy. I know you're in trouble. Please, let me help you. If you'll show yourself, I could help you. I've helped others. Believe me. Is your name Lucy? Lucy Endicott? If you are Lucy, would you rap twice? Can you? Byron, come here. Come here right. Lucy, you're frightening a dumb animal. You're not frightening me. I'm sure you don't want to terrify a beast. He's never done you any harm. Byron, come here. Come out of that corner. Come to me. Good luck. Come on.
Alex, the fire's going out in here. So we go to the candles. You've plenty of matches, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm fine, but I'm really worried about Byron.
Oh, somebody's playing games. I tried to find the fuse box if I could, but... Hey.
What is it, Jim?
Well, whoever's at the controls is pretty good. A nice cold gust of wind just blew out the match I was using to light the candle.
Well, I've got a couple of candles lit. You want one?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm not scared of the dark. That's hounding. That's a new one, isn't it, Alex?
That's new to me. It isn't spirit rapping.
Sounds like someone wants in.
Want to go down and open the door?
Oh, no chance. Hey, Alex, your side of the room rocking like a boat?
I'm steady as a rock.
Was that Byron?
Yes.
What happened?
I'm not sure. He's dead, Tim.
What?
His neck seems to have been broken. Tim, did you hear me? I said Byron is dead. Tim, are you all right? Tim, what is it? Run! For your life!
Each man has his own nightmare. Something from which he will run, driven by the secret whips of his own fears. But I suspect that Alex Garth could not tell you what it was that Tim Kelly ran from that night in the house that faced the sea. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. Alex Garth, authority on the supernatural, has undertaken to spend a night in a house so demon-ridden that workmen have even refused to tear it down. Deserted by his friend and ally, Tim Kelly, who fled in terror from unknown fears, Garth knew that he had to face the rest of the night alone as the heavy outer door boomed closed behind Tim Kelly.
Will you show yourself now? I promise not to run away like my friend. You'll never find peace unless you let me help you. There can be no rest for you except through me. Do you think you're being punished for some sin you committed when you were alive? That isn't you. Is it, Lucy? Please, let me help you. I will not let you in, and I will not leave this house. Locking the room doesn't frighten me. I'm not afraid.
Mr. Coggins! We've split it tough, fellas. Keep her steady or I'll kill you! That letter I received in Trinidad tells me that my Lucy, my wife, is carrying on under the roof of the house that I built for her with young John Rogers. So, Mr. Coggins, we're going to drive for home and to hell with the storm.
Nightmares. We've all experienced them. But I venture to say that none of us has experienced the horrible sights, shapes, and sounds that Alex Garth saw and heard in that dark room of the haunted house for the next hour. And when he still held hard to his sanity and what remained of his courage, the apparitions changed in character. Garth no longer knew what was real and what was fantasy. He later told me that he may even have fallen asleep, hard as that may be to believe.
Alex? Alex Garth?
Lucy?
I am Lucy. Am I not there, Alex Garth?
Yes.
Even beautiful?
Very beautiful.
Would you not like to touch me, Alex?
Even if I wanted to, I could not.
You think I am cold and repulsive. That is what you think. John, tell Alex how nice I am to touch.
You are very nice to the touch, Lucy. Was John your lover?
You do nothing but ask questions, Alex Garth.
What should I do, Lucy?
Make me feel once more the touch of a man you love, and...
Lucy, you're in torment. I can only give you peace.
Torment? Why should I be unhappy? I live here in my house, and... Of course, we were naughty, John and I. We tried to frighten you. But that was only because I don't like strangers in my home. Apologize to Alex, John.
This is a childish game you're playing, Lucy.
But I adore games. I love games. Come dance a minuet with me, Alex. Isn't the music lovely, Alex?
I don't dance the minuet, Lucy.
John, you dance with me. This was how John and I first met. Doesn't he dance beautifully, Alex?
Very beautifully.
Remember, John? Remember how you looked at me that night?
Yes. And that old witch Hannah saw it and wrote the letter to your husband.
Oh, not to me, John. It was much later. Look at me that way again, John. Oh, you're no fun. No fun anymore at all, John. Alex, you come and dance with me.
No, thank you.
You are afraid, Alex.
Yes, I am afraid.
John, you heard. He is afraid.
I said I was afraid, Lucy, but not terrified.
Fiddlesticks. You play with words, Alex Garth.
And you want me to play ghostly games with death, don't you, Lucy?
Alex Garth, wake up.
I wasn't asleep.
You are here to drive me from my home.
Are you happy in your home, Lucy?
I will not leave. You shall fail. Others have tried. Would you like to see what happened to those others? I have a mirror you can look into in my room, just down the hall. Look in that mirror if you dare.
I think I've been given a fairly good idea already.
Leave this house, Alex. For your own sake, leave.
Tomorrow morning, Lucy.
Tomorrow will be too late.
It's good.
Sit down, Alex Garth, and the room will stop spinning. There. That's better, isn't it?
I'm still dizzy.
I warned you. Now, Alex Garth, now, look at me.
Good Lord.
You do not find me beautiful now, Alex Garth. Not now with the blood flowing from the wounds inflicted on me by when he murdered me.
Not murdered. Executed.
You would not like to kiss me now, Alex Garth.
Stay where you are.
You need not worry about my blood staining your clothes. It will not even show.
Stay away. Stay away.
I warned you, Alex Garth. You think no one would wish to embrace me now, with the cuts and wounds and blood disfiguring me. Is that what you thought?
I'm not listening.
Someone will wish to kiss me. Someone who loves me.
I will kiss you, Lucy. I will embrace you.
And I will embrace you, John, my love, even with the blood flowing from your poor
I can't look. I can't.
It will do you no good to put your hands over your eyes, Alex. You will still see the bloodied lovers kissing.
No, I won't witness this horror. My thoughts are mine. And they're real. You're phantoms, and you don't exist.
For many we don't. But you know that we do. We are here, and we are real. And the only way you can banish us from your mind's eye is to run. Run, as your wise friend did. Run, and you'll see us no more.
No, Lucy. I'm not leaving this house.
This is the carriage bearing me to the burial ground, Alex. If you open your eyes, you can see into the coffin. The undertaker did a fine job. I looked almost as pretty as I did before I died. I was wearing the dress you've seen me in, Alex, and the only mourner following who wasn't afraid of my husband's wrath, the only person who didn't believe I was a wanton. Do you believe that?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. Everyone feared Captain Hatch. And you, Lucy, most of all, you still fear him.
No. Oh, why won't you go?
Like you, Lucy, I am bound.
How bound?
By my knowledge, by my pride, by knowing if I leave now, I've failed.
You have stayed longer than anyone.
Not long enough.
You mustn't stay. What you have seen it will be worse and dangerous for you. Even more dangerous.
And you're afraid for me?
Yes.
Why?
You really don't know?
Of course not.
But you've seen John. Have you not noticed that you are very alike?
Well, I really hadn't looked that closely.
Would you?
No, I believe you.
Then you must see how dangerous it is for you now.
Then help me.
I cannot.
If you would trust me and tell me what the control is, I could help.
You're very wise, Alex, but this is something beyond your wisdom.
Try me.
It's impossible. I am held here by forces stronger than yours.
How do you know what my powers are?
I told you, you are not the first who has been here, but you are the bravest, and your courage will destroy you.
Hello.
Mr. Flanders?
Who's this?
Kelly. Tim Kelly.
Where are you?
Boston.
What are you doing?
Flanders, I owe an apology. I owe Alex a lot more than that. Mr. Flanders, you've got to get Alex out of that house.
What happened?
Just get him out.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Kelly. You woke me up. I'm not quite functioning yet. What do you see? What's in that house?
Demons.
I thought you didn't believe in ghosts.
No, but I believe in evil. And Mr. Flanders, in that house, you can actually feel the presence of evil. It's all around you, and it's dangerous.
Now, listen, Kelly, Garth knew what he was getting into. It's up to him to handle it.
I tell you, his life is at stake.
Well, if you're convinced of that, then it's up to you to do something about it. Not to run away.
You speak to me of powers, Alex Garth, yet you are afraid to test them.
What kind of test do you propose?
The mirror. The mirror in my room.
Let's go. Well, come on.
I'm warning you, Alex Garth.
Wait a second.
Your death machine will not help you.
Death machine? Oh, you mean the revolver?
Call it what you like. It spits fire and noise and has been used stupidly by stupid people against us. Surely you know better, Alex Garth.
No, it gives me something to hold on to. Come on.
You could try to hold on to me.
This is your room?
You fear to go in?
Well, I'm wondering what it is about this room that... This is the room Tim ran out of, isn't it?
The mirror is over here. Now, look in the mirror, Alex Garth. Look well. See, Alex Garth?
Is that you, Lucy?
It is I, Alex. She's a very young girl.
And your schoolmates? Who are they?
Schoolmates.
Is John among them?
Look. Look in the mirror.
I can't make out the faces. Now you're grown. I can't. Oh! No! No!
Mirror, mirror on the wall, what did the hunter of ghosts Alex Garth see in the mirror that so terrified him, he lost his head and shot at the images in the glass? I'll be back shortly to tell you what Garth saw when I return with Act 3. Some people believe in ghosts, some very thoughtful people. There are others who say if you believe in ghosts, you will see ghosts. And Alex Garth, expert on the supernatural, is not only seeing, but talking to ghosts. As experienced and as cool a ghost hunter as Alex Garth has just committed the childish act of firing his revolver into a mirror, shattering the glass into a million pieces, and doing the same to his composure.
Stupid. Breaking the mirror isn't going to change anything, Alex Garth. The only thing you can do is leave.
I'm not leaving, Lucy, until dawn.
If you stay, your mind becomes a mirror. A mirror for all the things you don't want to look at.
Well, if I have to look, I will.
Then farewell, Alex Garth. You and I will see each other, but we can no longer talk until you join us.
Join you?
You are doomed. You will join John and me here in my home for all eternity. And God help you, Alex Garth, because I no longer can.
Lucy, is that you? Lucy, my darling, my love, I must go now.
No. Please stay a little longer. Just a little longer, dear heart.
Why did you marry him, Lucy?
He went away, John, my love. He left and never said a word.
How could I, Lucy? You know I didn't have a penny.
You could have told me you loved me.
You knew that. You knew it all the time we were growing up.
Sometimes when people grow up, they change, John. And I was afraid you no longer cared for me.
That's why you married the captain?
I didn't want to be an old maid.
Oh, there was no chance of that.
I was afraid, John. He was so strong. John, I'm going to have a child.
What?
I'm going to have a baby, John. You're a baby.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
Then we have to leave. You must come away with me, Lucy.
Where will we go?
West. To a new place. For a fresh start. Somewhere where Ephraim can't find us.
There is no such place.
Of course there is. Lucy, you know what will happen if Ephraim discovers that...
Ephraim won't be home for at least a week. He was in Trinidad. The last I heard...
Lucy, please. Come on down and unbolt the door. What do we do?
Hide. I'm not letting in.
Where?
Anywhere. Quick. There. In my wardrobe. Behind my gown.
Lucy!
Coming, Ephraim. Just getting my robe.
Don't be wasting your time, Lucy. It's been 4 months since I've seen you last. All right, Lucy. Where is he?
Who?
John Rogers, your lover.
Have you gone mad, Ephraim?
Aye, maybe. Mad with jealousy. Stop lying and tell me where he is.
You're hurting me.
Aye, and I'll be hurting you a lot more unless you tell me where he is.
Who put those terrible ideas into your head?
The widow Davies, that's who.
And you believe that old gossip?
Tell me she lies. Tell me.
Here. Lies.
Aye. Lie there and snivel whilst I roust out your fancy man from wherever he's cowering.
There's no one here, Ephraim. God is my witness. No one. Here it goes.
Well, for your sake, I hope you're right. But the widow told me she saw him sneaking into this house tonight.
She lied. She lied.
Maybe. And now, how about your wardrobe?
Ephraim! I am with child.
Get up on your feet.
The child is yours, Ephraim. Your child.
You think I'll have my wife carrying another man's child? No.
You'll be killing your own child.
Liar! Cheat! Stop! He's here. The man who got you with child. Then come here and stop me. Come on. No. You know I can't do that. Can't? You mean you won't?
You know as well as I do. I've never had anything to do with your wife. Just as you know very well who I am. What I'm trying to do here.
Then do it. I'll match my blade against your pistol anytime.
Captain!
No, John. No.
So, you came out at last, did you? Now, tell me how you like the taste of steel.
Here, have another drink, Garth. You look as if you need it.
Flanders, there isn't enough liquor in the world to warm me. Not after what I saw at your house.
Then it is haunted.
By ghosts beyond anything in my experience.
Can you help me?
I hope so, but I'm not sure. I managed to stay the night, and I barely managed to survive. There's one room in the house that seems to be the focal point of all the manifestations. That's the room I believe was occupied by Captain Hatch's young wife, Lucy. That's the room from which Tim ran last night. And that's the room in which I saw things no man should ever have to see.
And you propose?
To hire some workmen?
Oh, that's impossible. I told you what happened when I had work.
I can understand why no workmen from around this area will go near the place. I intend to import a couple of men I've used before.
Well, you could try it, but what would you want them to do?
To dig into and around that room and see if we can find something that will account for the hauntings.
We?
Well, you and I will be with them.
Correction. I hired you, Garth. You'll be with them. And report back to me. Hello?
Flanders, this is Olive Garth. I'm calling you from a diner just down the road from the house.
With good news?
With news. My workman walked out.
Well, that's that.
If you want that house cleansed, all I ask is you meet me there in half an hour.
Well, why do you need me?
Well, for two reasons. One, I don't know what may have to be done to the house, which is your property. And two, I don't think one man can do all the necessary digging that may have to be done.
Oh, that's what you mean about this room,
Yeah, we'll try not to think about this house or the stories about it. Just hand me that hammer.
What do you mean with a hammer?
I'm going to test these walls, floors.
You think there's a secret passage or some nonsense like that?
Well, I don't know what there is, but there must be something. You'll have to take my word for it that what goes on in this house isn't an ordinary lost or restless spirit seeking solace. It's something that's planned and controlled.
How?
That's what I hope to find out. Ah! Here.
You found something?
I think so. Listen.
That sounds hollow.
Yes. And the further down you go towards the floor, the hollower it sounds. Hand me that crowbar.
Well, maybe we should let things be.
Not if you want to rid the house of the ghosts.
Well, what will we find?
Lord knows. Here goes.
And wait. Can't you handle this without me?
You scared?
Well, I think I'd feel better if I stepped outside.
Be over in a minute.
I don't think I'm going to be able to stand this.
Well, just think of something else. You get a thought, and you hold on to it.
Well, I can only think of the sea and the storm and the ship driving and a woman.
Flanders, hold on to me. Hang on. And look. Look, there's nothing down there but a room. Look for yourself.
God, Why should I be so terrified? Why do I want to run?
There are steps. Come on.
No, you want me to go down?
Come on, it's only an empty room.
I'm not so sure.
Come on. Steady now.
What's that?
It's a table.
There's something on it.
I know. Let's see.
It's just a plain saucer.
Yeah, the saucer's plain. But look what's in it.
What is that stuff?
Well, I'm not sure, but it looks to me like... or something like mercury. I'll bet there's mercury in it. We'll have to have it analyzed.
What's that on top of it?
A needle.
Look at its spin.
I see. But don't you see anything else?
No.
Well, look under the saucer.
Looks like a slip of paper.
It does indeed. Let's have a look at it, if I can get it out without disturbing the... There we are.
There's writing on it. What does it say?
As moves this needle, so moves my will. Accursed be this house and all who dwell therein. See to it that they find neither rest nor tranquility, but be doomed to eternal agony and torment beyond the ken of man and woman. To which I affix my seal and signature, Ephraim Hatch, master of the schooner Lucy.
Do you mean to tell me that this piece of paper, that saucer of liquid, and a needle...
Look out! The saucer! Be careful! Oh. Quick, the ladder! Hurry, Flanders! The smoke! I can't breathe! The ladder! Quickly! I'm right behind you!
How do you say thanks to a man who saved your life?
Oh, don't bother. You wouldn't have been down there in the first place if I hadn't insisted. I owed it to you to get you out of there.
God.
Yes?
I want to explain about my upsetting the saucer. I wouldn't say this to anyone except you, but I'll swear that something pushed my hand. Do you believe that?
Yes, Flanders, I believe it. And now your house is cleansed. The fire will see to that.
For those of you who are skeptical about the existence of such things as ghosts, I have a suggestion. Find a house reputed to be haunted and spend the night there. And then let me know about it. I'll be back shortly. Alex Garth is still an avid investigator of the supernatural. However, he has a curious reluctance to tell people about what he saw during the night he spent in that house on the New England coast. And he never admits that many times in the dead of night, he sees again the face of Lucy, her lover, and the terrible sword of Captain Ephraim Hatch. And he awakens with his mouth open in a soundless scream. Our cast included William Prince, Ralph Bell, Joan Tyson, William Redfield, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Are you saying the legend is true that Millie has offended the beast goddess and is being punished?
I don't know what I'm saying. But look at her. She's flushed, breathing rapidly. She could burst through that sedative any minute.
Kevin, I'm so hungry.
Try to rest, darling.
I'm going to speak with the hospital in Rio. I'll describe her symptoms. They'll arrange together then.
My wrist.
Arthur.
It's burning.
Look at her wrist. Look at her wrist. Something's on it. It's a design. It's the shape of that bracelet.
Kevin, it's your imagination.
Is it? Look. Do you see that symbol? It's on every ornament worn by the goddess. The design decorates her dress.
It's just a raw, ugly scar.
But it's her sign, the sign of the beast goddess.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WTAX Radio.
Thank you for visiting.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K7's headquarters.
This is K7 speaking. Send in Special Agent M for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent M, reporting for duty.
Agent M, Marie Vigneault, a famous spy, is active again. She was little more than a child during the World War. However, she was dangerous even then. After the war, she married a French officer, a Captain Boulard, and dropped from sight. Last year, her husband died. Coded messages from her have been found on 2 spies captured recently on the continent. We know nothing more except that she is somewhere in London. I want you and your assistant, Miss Durrell, to fly there tonight. Locate her and, if possible, make an arrest. Keep me informed.
Marie Vigneault is active and in London. Agent M knew the job of locating her in the great city would be difficult unless a lead could be found in Paris. Wisely, he decided to spend that afternoon interviewing some of her dead husband's brother officers.
Dear Madame, it was good to hear from you again, and to know that your business is prospering. As you requested, I have written to Colonel Hargreaves and asked him to get in touch with you. Yes? Can I help you, monsieur?
I'm looking for Captain Faraday. Does he live here?
But yes, I am Captain Faraday. Come in, monsieur.
Thank you. Captain, my credentials. I'm looking for the wife of an officer who died last year, Madame Boulard. Do you know her?
Oh, but of course I am writing her a letter now. She is in London. You are a special agent. Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, Captain. We'd like to have Madame Boula do a favor for us. We want her address.
I understand, of course, monsieur. It is here. Wait, I will write it out for you. Madame has a little bookshop near the Seine. Many of her husband's friends keep in touch with her. We place orders. You understand it is difficult for a widow. Yes. Here is the address.
Thank you, Captain. Oh, you said you were writing to her. Now, the matter I wish to see her on is confidential. I would prefer that you not mention my visit here. When I see her, I will explain.
It will be as you asked, Monsieur le Special Agent. I understand the nature of your work. It is important to my country and to Madame's. I will not say that you called.
The next morning, Agent M and his assistant Ivan arrived in London. While Agent M waited in a car outside, Ivan visited the small bookshop owned by the woman who'd been a famous spy. She arrived as the woman talked in low tones with a man who stood idly turning the pages of a book.
You're sure you can get this information we need?
Have I ever failed? My plan is a simple one. I am a widow. My former husband's friends visit me. They are my friends. Is it not natural for the former wife of an officer to be interested in military affairs? I need only to show my interest. And I am told many things.
You're a clever woman, Mademoiselle Bignon.
Please, you must never use that name.
I'm sorry.
Many in the intelligence department remember Marie Benoux. My name is now Madame Boulard. You will call me by that name.
Oh, but certainly, as you wish. Now tell me, how soon can you get the information we need?
If you will come back tonight, it will be here. I'm expecting an old colonel to visit me this afternoon. He likes to sit and talk. He will know, and it won't be hard to persuade him to tell me.
Good. I'll send one of my men before you close the shop. You have a customer.
Oui. If your friend will come in and ask for a copy of Nana, I'm sure the book will please you.
No, thank you. I'll wait until you get through with this girl.
Oui, mademoiselle. Can I help you?
Well, I'm looking for a book for a friend. You don't mind if I look around?
Oh, of course not. I suggested you look at these.
Thank you.
She will be gone in a minute.
I know that girl. She is the assistant of Special Agent M. I saw them together in Switzerland. Now, don't do anything until I return.
Are you sure of what you have just said?
Oh, of course, I'm positive. Now, she doesn't know me. I'm going outside. When she leaves, I'll follow her. Until you hear from me again, don't attempt to get the information I ask for. Now, I'll leave you.
Goodbye. Thank you so much for calling.
Thank you. Goodbye, madame.
Outside, Agent M sat in his car and waited. As he watched the shop, he saw the spy who'd been in the shop as he stepped into the street. M immediately guessed that Ivan had been recognized. Without waiting, he drove away. A minute later, Ivan came out. Finding M's car gone, she knew something was wrong and went immediately to her rooms. 2 hours later, M joined her.
M, what happened? When I came out of the shop, you were gone.
You were followed, Ivan. Did you see the man in the shop when you went in?
Yes. He was talking with a woman who must be Marie Bignon. They were in the back of the store.
That man was Alex Kroll, a dangerous spy. He must have recognized you, Ivan. He left the shop as soon as you came in. But he waited for you outside and followed you when you came out.
Oh. Well, then they must know we're here.
Yes, they probably suspect. Kroll didn't see me. I drove away as soon as he came out. Then I circled the block and followed him. You led him here. He made several inquiries about you and then went to his room.
You followed him?
Yes. Then I reported to K7. He'll be followed wherever he goes from now on.
Well, if they know we're here, it will make it harder.
Perhaps not. Marie Bignon may attempt to finish whatever she's doing and leave the country. And if she does, we'll trap her. Did you overhear anything in the shop?
Not much. They stopped talking when I entered. But I did hear her tell the man you call Kroll to send someone for the book Nana late this afternoon.
Someone was to ask for a copy of Nana.
Yes. Her exact words were, if your friend will come in and ask for a copy of Nana, I'm sure the book will please you.
Yvonne, that information may be the key to our problem. Marie Binu has never seen me.
You're going back to the shop?
Yes, Yvonne. I'm going for a copy of Nana.
A few minutes later, Agent M entered the small bookshop. It was almost closing time.
Yes, monsieur.
I would like a copy of Nana, please.
Oh, you come at an inopportune time, monsieur. I have no copies of the book left.
But I don't understand. Madame, are you sure? Monsieur Kroll instructed me to ask you for the book. He said that you would understand.
Monsieur Kroll sent you?
Why, yes, of course.
Oh, I didn't know. If monsieur will follow me, I have the book ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands over your head.
Fool. Did you think I would fall into your trap?
Quite a surprise, Polly. Did you arrange this, Kroll?
Get his gun.
Here it is.
Now, this isn't going to be any party for you, Agent M. This time you're going to pay for your interference.
I wouldn't be too sure.
We'll have time to talk later. Get him out the back way.
Who's that?
Don't move. Either of you.
K7.
All right, K7, I got my gun again. I was sure that as a result of my call to you, someone must have followed Kroll here.
There was no one available, so I took the assignment myself, Agent M.
You can't arrest me. I've done nothing.
We have 2 coded messages that were signed by you, Marie Binu. I think this book here that you've just wrapped to send out of the country will also prove interesting. I'll open it, K7. Yes. Here's the answer, K7. A small pinprick has been made under words on each page. The words with punctures under them make up the message. These books were sent out as merchandise, but each one contained a secret message.
A clever plan, mademoiselle, but it didn't work. I arrest you and Kroll as spies.
I have completed the examination of the papers found in the bookshop. Names and addresses of 4 spies were found. They're under arrest. I also found certain important military information, which has been turned over to the proper authorities. The case is closed.
Spies have used marked books to send messages in many ways. Some spell out messages by making small pinpricks under words. Others mark letters. The pinpricks are so small as to be unnoticeable except under a magnifying glass. Other tricks used by spies will be exposed in future broadcasts. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hello, anyone here?
Be right out. I was just in the... Oh, hello, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Ben. How are you? Had shipment come in from St. Louis?
They came in on the morning train, Marshal. I was going to send the boy over to tell you.
What, have you seen it yet?
I haven't had a chance to open it up. Here it is.
Oh, good. Well, let's see how it looks. Huh?
All right. There it is. Prettiest gold watch chain I ever did see.
Chester will like that.
Yeah. And look at the gleam on that elk's tooth.
Yeah.
Chester know you're getting this for him?
Oh, no. It's by way of a surprise. He thinks he's got a birthday this month sometime. Saturday's about the middle of the month, so I figure it's as good a day as any to give it.
Morning, Miss Tara.
Oh, morning, Ben. Marshal Dillon.
Morning, Tara.
Oh, how beautiful. Is it yours, Marshal?
Oh, no. It's for Chester. He's always wanted one.
It's lovely. Ben, did my hand mirror arrive?
Yeah, it came in this morning, Miss Tara.
Can I take it now?
Well, I don't know why not. It's paid for. Here. Careful now, Miss Tara. Came all the way from Boston, so don't drop it.
Oh, I won't. Don't worry. Thanks, Ben. Goodbye. Goodbye, Marshal Dillon.
Goodbye, Tara. That's a mighty pretty girl, Ben.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. She's blossomed out since I saw her last. Well, what owe you, Ben?
Oh, be just about $4, Marshal.
$4, huh? Yeah. There we are, $4.
Thank you, Marshal. And give Chester my regards.
I'll do that, Ben. Well, morning, Miss Lane.
Morning, Marshal.
Morning.
Morning, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Good morning, Chester.
Well, morning, Mr. Dillon.
Put this in the safe for me, will you?
Yes, sir.
How was the auction yesterday?
You know, Mr. Dillon, I never did see so many horses and mules.
You buy anything?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. But Asa Welton bought that old stud horse off Mr. McGovern.
No, is that so?
Yeah. You know, I feel sorry for poor old Asa. Why, that stud horse has got a ring bone so bad he can't hardly walk.
Well, Asa isn't very smart when it comes to horses, I'm afraid.
No, sir, he ain't. And I purely hate to see him lose good money on a horse like that. Why, he paid $19 for that horse.
No? Well, he'll make out if the stud can get him some colts.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, I guess. That is, if he's got a mare.
Yes, Chester, if he's got a mare.
And if he don't, well, sir, I just don't know. My.
Chester, this evening I'm going to have supper with Kitty over at Dodge House. Will you stay here? There's no work to do, but you could keep an eye on things, huh?
Well, I'd be proud, Mr. Dillon.
More coffee, Kitty?
No thanks, man.
Yeah. You mind if I smoke?
Oh, those are the longest cigars I ever saw.
Well, if it bothers you,
Matt,
I'll have...
6 nights a week at the Texas Trail, and you think I'd mind one cigar? Go ahead.
Okay.
Matt.
What?
There's something been troubling me.
Oh? What's that?
Well, I wanted to have supper here so we could talk.
Well, what is it, Kitty?
Almost 4 months ago, you and Chester brought a little girl back into town. Daddy was dead, out in the plains. You brought her back because she couldn't stay out there alone.
Well, go on.
She was real sweet. Young, I guess maybe 17.
You're talking about Tara Hantry.
Yeah, Matt.
I saw her over at the general store this morning. What about her?
Well, she's hanging around the Texas Trail, Matt. I see her there all the time. Afternoons, evenings.
Oh? Well, why are you telling me this, Kitty?
Well, it's no place for a girl. Not a young girl, not a girl like Tara.
I don't have any say about how Kate runs the Texas Trail. If they don't want Tara in the place, Kate should keep her out.
Well, Kate won't keep her out. Why should she? Tara's attractive. She's good for business.
Kitty, when I brought Tara back to Dodge, Lawrence Kells and his wife took her in. They've been treating her like their own daughter. Now, it's not my place to interfere
Well,
with
maybe
them.
they don't know, Matt.
They're church-going people, Kitty, Kells and his wife. They try to do what's right for Tara. I'm sure they do.
Matt, people like the Kells don't know the Texas Trail. They don't know the saddle bums, the spoilers, the wild ones that hang out there. Even if they did, they wouldn't see too much wrong with the man Tara's taken up with.
Well, who is it?
Jack Grace.
Jack Grace?
Yeah.
Tara's keeping company with him?
She has been since he came to town a few weeks back.
Oh, that little fool.
Well, don't blame her too much, Matt. He cuts quite a figure. Long hair, buckskin shirt, Texas spurs. She's young, and his stories make for good listening.
Yeah.
Matt, I've talked with Grace, and there's something wrong with him. He's too cold, like he's dead inside. He can charm you with a smile, and he talks just fine, almost like a gentleman. But there's nothing inside him, Matt. He's empty, like a shell.
All right. What do you want me to do, Kitty?
Thank you, Matt. Talk to the Kells.
All right. Tomorrow morning. I promise.
Morning, Marshal Dillon.
Good morning, Tara.
We're having some lemonade. Won't you join us?
I came looking for Mr. Kells.
They're both down at church, getting ready for the social tomorrow night. Marshal Dillon, have you met Mr. Grace?
Mr. Grace?
I know of you, Marshal Dillon. Down around Waco, several of the boys speak of you.
No?
What did you want to see the Kells about, Marshal Dillon? Maybe I could help you.
I think I should talk to them, Tara. It's a matter of business.
About Mr. Kells' business? The buffalo hide?
No. It's another sort of thing. I better come back, Tara. They'll be home later?
Well, you know how these church socials take planning. It may be late.
Yeah, well, I'll come back then.
Sorry you won't join us, Marshal.
Thank you anyway, Mr. Grace.
I'll walk you to the gate, Marshal.
No, fine.
I'll be seeing you again, Marshal Dillon?
Maybe, Mr. Grace.
I know why you came here today, Marshal. I know why you wanted to see the Kells.
You do, Tara?
It's about me and Jack Grace, isn't it?
This isn't the time to talk about it, Tara.
It's a fine time to talk about it.
Now, look,
The
Tara...
busybodies in this town sent you over here. They don't like my keeping company with Jack. Isn't that right?
They're not busybodies, Tara. They're people who are fond of you. Older than you and know more about Jack Grace than you do.
Blue-nosed old gossip.
Now, Tara, listen to me.
No, you listen to me. For as long back as I can remember, Pa and me worked that dried-up old homestead. Alone after Ma died. It killed Pa. Came near to killing me.
Look, when I brought you into Dodge, the Kells took you in. They treated you like their own daughter. Mr. Kells is a wealthy man. He's given you everything he can.
And I'm grateful to him. He's tried hard to do all the things Pa would have done if the plains hadn't killed him. But he still can't give me the love and excitement and fun Jack Grace can.
Oh, Tara, so help me. If you were 2 years younger, I'd put you across my knee and slap some sense into you. Now, if you hurt the Kells because of Jack Grace, or if you get yourself in trouble, I'm going to forget about this.
If I didn't know better, I'd say it was a lover's spat.
I'll be back later, Tara.
There isn't much point in that, Marshal Dillon. From what I could hear on the porch, Miss Tara seems to have said what she thinks real plain.
I'll be back later, Tara. Will you tell him?
I don't know why you bother, Marshal. If the Kells are ones to worry about loose reputations, they might not pay too much attention to you.
What are you getting at?
A U.S. Marshal who sniffs around one of the girls at the Texas Trail isn't in the best of company, and after all, everyone knows that Kitty is...
Now get up. And if I ever hear you've mentioned Kitty again, I'll come after you.
Why don't you do that?
I will.
Good day, Tara.
Oh, Jack,
I'll call back for you later this afternoon.
I'm sorry, Tara. I didn't mean for this to happen.
You're just a big, blundering, stupid bully.
Tara, please.
And if you mess up the one thing that means happiness for me, I'll help him kill you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, missed reminded? Then mind you don't miss CBS Radio's Mr. Chameleon on the first of his new Friday night broadcasts tonight on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Chester told me you wanted to see me, Mr. Dillon.
Yes, Mr. Kells. Won't you sit down, please?
Yeah, sure. Hope it won't take too long. Gretchen and I are in charge of the box store tonight, you know. Wouldn't want to be too late.
Well, it may take a few minutes, Mr. Kells. It's important.
Oh?
It's about Tara.
And Jack Grace.
You know about it, then?
I've known about it ever since she came to town 3 weeks ago. They met, heaven knows where or how, and she's been seeing him most every day since.
You know where she spends her time?
At the Texas Trail. Yes, I know. Gretchen and I have tried every way we know, Marshal Dillon. We've both talked with Tara, but she's young and headstrong. I don't know what to do. I think she'd run away with him if we interfered again.
Mr. Kells, as Marshal, this is no affair of mine, but as someone who's fond of Tara and... Well, I wish you'd try talking with her again.
Well, we'll do everything we can, I promise you that. Perhaps Grace will get tired of her and leave Dodge.
Perhaps.
Well, anyhow, you know I'll sure try.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming over here, Mr. Kells.
Sure, Marshal. You're going to be at the social tonight, aren't you?
Oh, sure. Chester and I'll be there. Chester'd be real upset to miss it.
Good. We'll see you there.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Dillon, this is Miss Honeycutt.
How do?
I'm proud to know you, ma'am.
I bought her supper box. Did you bid on any supper boxes, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester. I was late getting here.
Oh, so. That's a pity. Now, what do you do for supper?
Oh, I'll make out all right.
Well, there's really enough for the three of us, Marshal, if you'd care to join us.
Well, thank you, Miss Honeycutt, but I'm looking for Mr. and Ms. Kells.
Oh, they're not here yet. The parson was asking for them a few minutes ago. Mr. Kells was to have auctioned off the suppers, but they didn't come, so we went ahead without them.
Oh?
You sure you won't join us, Marshal?
No, thank you, ma'am. I'll just wait for the Kells. Perhaps I'll walk back toward their place and meet them on the way.
Well, all right, Mr. Dillon. Miss Honeycutt and I'll be right over there if you need me.
I don't think I will, Chester. You just go ahead and enjoy yourself.
Real pleased to meet you.
Nice to have met you, Miss Honeycutt.
Mind that bench, Miss Honeycutt.
Yes, thank you. Matt?
What? Oh, hello, Kitty.
You leaving the party before I get there?
No. I was just walking back toward the Kells place. They're not at the social yet, and this might be a good chance to talk to them.
Oh, all right if I come with you?
Well, sure. I had a talk with Mr. Kells this afternoon.
Yeah?
Yeah. He knows all about Tara and Grace. Has known for a long time.
Well, what's he going to do about it, Matt?
He doesn't know what to do. Neither do I, Kitty. Look, Kitty, you're a woman. You know about these things. You don't tell a woman she shouldn't love some man, do you?
No. No, you don't.
Kells has tried hard. He's done everything he can.
Well, he's a wealthy man. He could send her east for a few months on a visit. St. Louis, maybe.
To forget Grace?
Yeah?
Would it do any good?
No.
Oh, there's the house.
It's dark. Maybe we passed him.
No, I don't think so. Here.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Matt.
Kitty?
Yeah?
Maybe you better wait here, huh?
Matt, what is it?
The house shouldn't be dark. We didn't pass them.
What are you going to do?
I'm going inside.
I'll come with you.
All right, come on.
The door's open. Oh, Matt. Matt, look.
Stay here, Kitty. Shot, both of them.
Oh.
No wonder they were late for the auction. Kitty, go back to the church social. Find Chester. Have him meet me at the jail. Tell Doc to come over here.
What are you going to do, Matt?
I don't know. Look around, maybe.
Why this? What for?
Who knows why people kill, Kitty? Money, maybe. I don't know.
But who'd do it, Matt? Who'd kill the Kells?
Someone who hated him enough or thought they had something he wanted. Bad. Real bad.
Grace?
Will you please get Chester and Doc?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tara? Tara, are you all right? It's Matt Dillon, Tara. Are you hurt bad? Who did it, Tara? Do you know?
Yes. Yes, I know.
Well, who was it? Was it Grace?
Oh, Matt. Matt.
What happened, Tara? Tara.
Mr. Kells was waiting for him when Jack came for me. Mr. Kells wanted to talk with Jack, he said, and oh.
Well, go on.
I don't know. I don't know.
I can't help if you don't tell me what happened.
But when Jack came, there was an argument. Mr. Kells told Jack to go away, leave me alone. Told him not to come back. Jack laughed, called Mr. Kells a name, and Miss Kells slapped him. And Jack hit her. Mr. Kells tried to get his rifle in the corner, and Jack...
Yeah?
He shot him. He shot both of them. Then he turned and said it wouldn't have worked out for us. He was leaving. Just like that. He was leaving. You see, you'd be nothing but trouble, he said. I'm leaving, he said. Then he hit me.
Doc will be here in a few minutes, Tara. He'll take care of you.
You want me to go with you, Mr. Dillon?
No, you stay here. Get me that Winchester, will you?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you.
How do you figure to trail him at night, Mr. Dillon?
I don't. I'm taking a guess, that's all.
Do you know where he's going?
Like I say, it's a guess. It won't be back to Texas. He's wanted there. Might be Abilene. Ben Thompson would cover for him there.
You'll have an hour or more start on him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, but I figure to take the back country and ride hard. Maybe I'll cut his sign by morning.
You'll be riding 3 miles to his 1?
I'll take the buckskin. He can last.
Yes, sir. Don't you want me to follow you?
I should be back by tomorrow night. You stay here and help Kitty and Doc with everything. And take good care of the girl. She needs help.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Grace! You can't see me. Don't bother to try. Just drop your gun belt. Easy. And your rifle. Throw it down. Now keep your hands high, just like they are.
You travel fast, Dillon. I didn't waste time getting to here.
I know this country better than you, Grace. Roads aren't always straight.
Even so, that buckskin of yours must be quite a piece of horse.
He is. We'll be starting back right quick, but meanwhile you just sit tall right where you are.
Arms will get tired. Taking me back to jail in Dodge.
Well, what do you expect? You murdered 2 people just last night, tried a third.
I just hit Tara down. I don't know as I tried to kill her.
You must have known I'd come after you.
I figured maybe you'd start tracking me toward Texas. I didn't give you credit to think of my heading for Abilene. I guess the joke's on me.
Yeah, I guess it is. You know, I don't understand what goes on inside you, Grace.
There's no point in my getting riled. You got me cold, Deck.
Someone told me earlier you were just a shell, that you were empty inside. But by heaven, you are. You're crazy, Grace. Just mean, pure crazy.
It's you doing that talking, Marshal. Please yourself. In a way, it's all Tara's fault, I suppose. Well, it wouldn't have worked out anyway, like I told her. All right if I light up? Marshal?
All right. But watch your moves.
My makings are in my boot.
Don't, Grace!
I didn't know the Kansas marshals were so fast.
A derringer up the sleeves, an old story, Grace.
Yeah, but they sure are. Guess I won't go to trial after all.
No, maybe not. but you're going back to Dodge.
Like they say on the posters. Dead.
Yeah. Dead or alive.
Marshal Dillon, I want to thank you and Miss Kitty for everything you've done for me since...
Sure.
You got everything in the stage, Tara?
Yes, Miss Kitty.
It's a long trip, Tara. You sure you won't change your mind?
I think I'll like it back east, and St. Louis won't be as big as all this.
Marshal Dillon will be late into Haiti City if I don't get away now.
Okay, driver. Well, goodbye, Tara. Good luck.
Goodbye. Well, Matt, she's gone.
Yeah. I don't blame her for wanting to leave, Kitty. The West took nearly everything she loved. Her ma and pa, and the Kells.
And her true love.
What, Jack Grace?
Jack Grace is no good, but Tara gave him her heart. And she never got it all back.
Perhaps you're right, Kitty, but Tara's young. She'll mend.
Will she, Matt?
I hope so, Kitty. I truly do.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Special music for tonight's story was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill as Tara and John Daner as Jack Grace, with Ralph Moody, Joe Duval, and Vivi Janis, Parley Bear as Chester, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Novelist C.S. Forrester saw in the turbulent Napoleonic Wars an ideal historical background for the exploits of a seagoing hero of his own creation, Horatio Hornblower. And now every Friday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, Michael Redgrave stars as Horatio Hornblower. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Tarzan brings you his adventures Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, unless there's a warrant out.
Mr. Diamond, I'd like to talk to you about a man.
Oh, don't look so unhappy. Can't talk about girls all the time.
Mr. Diamond, this is pretty serious. I'm scared stiff of him.
Why?
Because he's dead.
And here's another exciting case from the files of Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, homicides with class. Well, that's a pretty good answer.
What kind of a slogan was that, Shamus?
Oh, my goodness. Sergeant Otis.
That's right.
Well, don't take any bets. I know a dozen people who would swear you were something else.
Oh, now stop the gags. I got something important to talk to you about.
I know what it is.
You do?
I bet you've lost your shoes.
What makes you think that, wise guy?
Well, I drove by the docks this morning and spotted 2 landing barges with laces.
Oh, I give up. Here, you better talk to the lieutenant.
Rick? Hello, Walt.
Why don't you lay off Otis? He was just calling to ask you to do a favor for us.
What kind of a favor?
The 5th Precinct is having its annual dance next week.
Oh, now, Walt.
Well, what's the matter? Just a couple of songs, and then you can go home.
Oh, sure. Just like last time. I was just going to be a couple of songs last time, too. But before those lovely cops let me go, I had a crack in my voice like the Liberty Bell.
Now, this time, I promise. Only 2 songs.
All right. If one of them's Mule Train.
Sure, but why Mule Train?
I want to whip Otis for sound effects.
Mr. Diamond?
Wait a minute, Walt. I think I spotted a client.
Okay, Rick, I'll tell the committee you'll be there.
Bye.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, unless there's a warrant out.
Mr. Diamond, I'd like to talk to you about a man.
Well, don't look so unhappy. Can't talk about girls all the time.
Mr. Diamond, this is pretty serious. I'm scared stiff of him.
Why?
Because he's dead. That's right. He's supposed to be dead.
Well, bring him over. We can make a fortune from Barnum and Bailey.
I guess I better go.
No, wait a minute. Maybe you better tell me about it.
Okay. I'm Martin White. I go to Barrett College. I'm an ex-GI. I'm a senior now because I couldn't start until I was released from the hospital 3 years ago.
Hospital, huh? What was the trouble?
I got hit at casino.
How long were you in the hospital?
2.5 years.
2.5 years?
Yeah, Okay, I fell apart up there.
Oh, psychosis?
Yeah.
Go on.
The other day I was on my way to class when I saw this man I was telling you about.
The one who's supposed to be dead?
Yeah, that's right. He used to be in the same outfit with me. I saw him killed at casino.
Oh, well, so you made a mistake. So he looks like the guy.
No, it's not like that. Maybe I better tell you, and then you'll understand.
Go ahead.
Well, his name was Jarvis, Paul Jarvis. I was a captain with the 5th Army when we went into casino.
And Jarvis?
Private. He'd been with us since we pushed Rommel out of the desert. Everybody hated him.
Why?
Goldbrick. Never missed a chance to dog it. But he was smart, plenty smart. There wasn't anything we could pin on him.
Yeah, I know the type.
He was great in a street fight because he was big. And I mean really big. Big and nasty. But up on the line, he went to pieces.
Okay, go ahead.
And one night, we got a report that a man answering Jarvis's description had killed a corporal in a fight. By the time the details got to me, the Germans had opened up with everything they had. I was ordered out on patrol, so I took Jarvis with me.
You took a big chance.
You know it. There was one witness to the killing, an old man in the town. If Jarvis knew he might be identified, he'd be gone over the hill, sure. So I figured I'd watch him. Keep him with me until the Germans slowed up and we could show him to the old man. Oh, we moved up. The Krauts had the main body zeroed in with their 88s. Our job was to move up, try to spot a path through the enemy artillery pattern. We had to belly down, and Jarvis and I ended up in the hole together.
They'll spot us, sure. They'll correct and drop those things all over us in a minute.
Keep your head down, Jarvis.
I tell you, they'll spot us.
Now, you listen to me. You raise your skull 1 inch out of this hole before I tell you, and so help me, I'll drill you myself.
Okay. You hate my guts, don't you?
Knock it off.
This is real funny, this is. 2 guys this close hating each other.
Next time I'll pick a bigger hole.
Captain White.
What?
About that murder.
Can it?
You think I killed the guy, don't you?
I don't think anything right now, just those cock tanks down there.
You're thinking about it all right. You and everybody else. You all hate me because I'm not a tin soldier like you with ideals sticking out all over your fat face.
I told you to knock it off, but you wanted it laid on the line, so I'll tell you. Yeah, I hate your guts. Okay?
That's good enough. I killed that Corporal Captain White.
You're out of your mind.
I am, huh? Well, this is as good a place as any to go over the hill.
You're crazy. Get down.
Relax. I got a bayonet pointed right at your belly.
Jarvis, don't.
Go on. Cry. Whine. I'm going to put you in for a Purple Heart. Only you'll have to pin it on your blanket.
Jarvis, Jarvis, for the love of it. Now you're only a number on the record.
Jarvis, you dirty
You're going to take a little while to die, Captain, so you can think about me getting out. I'm taking off, and I'm leaving the rest of the saps with all the honor and glory they want. So long, Captain. It's all yours.
Jarvis! Come back here! Jarvis!
Well, it was one of those lucky things, Mr. Diamond. I got out. Spent a day and a night in that hole until the medics found me.
What about Jarvis?
I'd swear he got that 88 right on top of him.
But now you think you've seen him and you're not sure.
I'm not sure of anything right now. But I saw that 88 hit, and I saw Jarvis go down.
Okay. Let's say you did see Jarvis. He got out some way. Looks pretty simple to me. Call up the authorities and tell them you spotted a man wanted for murder. There certainly should be a lot of guys from your outfit who could identify him.
No. He's done something to his face. Maybe the shell did it for him, but I know it's him. You can't miss a guy that size.
A lot of big boys.
Sure, but he's got the same rotten eyes. That didn't change, and that nasty smile he gets. I'd know him anywhere. In a dark room, I'd know him.
No, but you said you were scared. Why not go to another school?
I can't. I've got a job up there, and I've got a wife and a kid. That's why I came to you. I can't go to the police. They might put me back in that hospital. They'll think I'm slipping again. Up here.
Uh-huh. Well, let's say it is Jarvis. What in the world would a guy like that be doing in a college?
Don't you think I've asked myself those questions? Just forget the whole thing.
No, wait, Martin. Look, if I prove to you one way or another about this Jarvis, will you forget about Casino?
Yeah.
What name is he using?
Blackwell. John Blackwell.
Okay, let's go.
Don't you get a fee or something?
Your wife a good cook?
The best.
Well, I'm staying for dinner, and after you see what I put away, you'll probably wish you'd paid the $100 a day in expenses. Usually I'm pretty hard about my fee because the trouble I get into has to be balanced on the book some way. But a young guy comes in with a real problem, and old hard-headed Diamond gets a fast softening of the skull. Well, 2 hours later, Martin White, me, and my real soft skull were on the campus of Barrett College, and in the converted Quonset hut the Whites called home.
He's hungry, Mr. Diamond.
Hiya, fella. Well, nice-looking boy.
Yeah, takes after his mother.
Martin, if we're going to do something about this thing, we'd better get a move on.
All right, where do we start?
Well, I think I'd like to look at this... what's the name this guy's using, you say?
Blackwell.
Oh. Well, I'd like to look at Blackwell's school record. How about it?
Oh, I think I can fix it. Let's go.
Oh, dinner's at 6, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, we eat early because I'm night watchman on campus. I go on duty at 7.
I'll be on time, Mrs. White.
It's Nan.
Oh? Well, love corned beef and cabbage, Nan.
Well, I'll walk out with you. I have to go to the store.
Come on, Mr. Diamond. We'll walk Nan out across the street.
Martin, look out! Oh, that idiot. Must have been drunk.
Nanny, all right.
Oh, sure, but you, Martin, he came right at you.
I know. Mr. Diamond, that guy wasn't drunk.
Yeah. Well, Nan, you think you can go to the store alone?
Oh, certainly. I'm fine now.
But that car...
Now, come on, Martin. We've got to check those records.
Well, see you at dinner. And, Martin, you listen to what Mr. Diamond has to say. That man was probably drunk.
Good girl.
Yeah. What about that car?
Could have been an accident. Let's think it was for a while, anyway.
Well, this is where they keep the records. Hello, Susie.
Hi, Martin. Well, hello.
Hello, Susie.
This is Mr. Diamond, Susie. Mr. Diamond, Susie Wirt.
It's really a pleasure, believe me.
We'd like to look at the file, Susie.
You a new professor, Mr. Diamond?
No, just a friend of Martin's.
Married?
Not a bit. Why?
Pretty square, huh?
Sometimes, but I can learn.
Yeah? Well, I might just start some night classes of my own.
Sounds like fun. In about 5 years, you let me know how your education is progressing.
Oh. Age is a problem with you, huh?
My dear, when I stumbled over 30, everything got to be a problem. Now, do you think we can,
Yes?
The records, Susie. Remember?
Yeah, Susie, the records.
Oh. Okay, which ones?
We want to see the file.
Everything from B to C.
Okay. But if I get in trouble for this, you may have to make it up to me in some way.
I'll buy you a soda.
And I'll let you. Here they are. B to C.
Thanks, Susie. I'll let you know when we're finished.
Okay, be a recluse. Only I got some ideas about that, too. I'll be in the next room.
Youth. Well, let's take a look.
How come you asked for everything from B to C?
No sense in letting everybody know what we're doing. If we just asked for Blackwell's file, Susie might have said something to him. Oh. Here it is.
Yeah, it says here, John Blackwell, 28, resident of McAllister, Oklahoma.
Hey, get a load of this. Height, 6'6", weight 240.
Like I said, he's a big one.
If he fell down, he'd be halfway home. Look, Martin, where can I find this Blackwell?
Let's see. What does it say about his classes here? It's 2:30 now. Yeah, he should be in English Lit.
Take me over there.
You want to see him?
I want to meet him.
You want to meet him?
Oh, now relax. Sooner or later, you've got to talk to him. Oh, Susie. Susie.
Yes?
Oh, Susie, we're finished.
I'm not. How about that soda?
I'll take a rain check.
Lots of rain up here.
Susie?
Yes?
Bye. Well, we left Susie in the middle of a pout. Martin took me across the campus to another building. We went up a long hall and stopped at a door marked English Lit. Martin looked in for a minute and then pointed.
That's him. That's him right there.
Now, relax. Hey, he must get a bloody nose from the altitude. He's head and shoulders over the whole room.
I'm sure of it. I tell you, when I get around to that guy, I'm sure of it. That's Jarvis.
Get back from the door. The class is breaking up.
Let's get out of here, Mr. Diamond, please.
No. Now, I want you to introduce me to him.
I can't. I tell you, I got the shakes.
Oh, you're going to have to face it sooner or later, Martin. Here they come. Okay, I'll try. There he is.
Blackwell.
He sees you.
Over here.
Now, what do I say?
Just introduce me. I'll do the rest.
Yes? You call me?
Yeah. You don't know me, but I understand you're a new student. I'd like you to drop by the fraternity house and meet some of the boys.
Oh, well, thank you. I'd be glad to.
SAE. This is Mr. Diamond, Mr. Blackwell.
How do you do? Fine, thank you.
You a professor here, Mr. Diamond?
No, just a friend of Martin's. This your first year at college?
Yeah.
You're a little late, aren't you? What held you up? Service?
That's right.
Oh, well, I was in the Army myself. What outfit were you in?
I didn't say I was in the Army, Mr. Diamond. Matter of fact, I was in the Navy.
Oh.
Well, Mr. White, I have to be going now. When would you like me to stop by the house?
Oh, anytime. Around 6. Most of the boys are in then.
See you then. Nice meeting you, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah.
Well?
You've never met him before. I mean, here on the campus?
No, why?
When he left, he called you Mr. White.
Yeah, and I didn't introduce myself.
Well, I do know one way to clear this whole thing up.
How?
Fingerprints. Washington's got a record of Jarvis. If I can get Blackwell's, we can compare them.
It's a swell idea, but about as easy as going after a mountain lion's molar.
Oh, I'll think of something. You go on home and stay with the wife and baby. All right. I left Martin and cut across the street to the college malt shop. When I went in, a bunch of kids were having a time playing records and making dates, so I slipped by them and eased into a phone booth and put in a fast call to the 5th Precinct Police Station and Walt Levinson.
Fifth Precinct, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, good grief. I got the zoo.
Oh, you just call up to make wisecrack, Shamus?
Now, put the lieutenant on. But don't growl at him. He's close enough to snap a collar on you.
Oh. Yeah, what do you want, Diamond?
That's a pleasant way to answer the phone. What have you noticed been doing? Setting fire to the commissioner?
Oh, I give up. Where are you?
I'm up at Barrett College.
College?
Sure. I'm trying to talk the science department into bidding on your sergeant's brain. They've got gargantuas and they need a match set.
Now, will you please be serious?
Okay, Walt. Now, look. I've run into something that has a good chance to end up looking like homicide. I can use some help.
You know that's out of my district.
Look, I just want you to do some checking for me. Find out about a John Blackwell who's supposed to come from McAllister, Oklahoma. He's a student here.
What do you want to know about him?
Oh, how long he lived in McAllister? Family, friends, the usual things. And then do some checking on a boy named Jarvis, Paul Jarvis. Check his fingerprints with the military authorities. See if he was ever in McAllister and if he knew Blackwell.
Okay. Where can I call you and how fast do you need it?
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I just spotted someone in this malt shop.
Are you in a malt shop?
Yeah, and I gotta hang up. I don't want to lose this boy.
Well, where can I reach you?
Call the local law and tell him I'm on the campus.
Wearing a beanie?
Funny. Pretty funny. Ah, Mr. Blackwell, isn't it?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Mr. Diamond.
That's right. Mind if I sit down?
Not at all. Just finishing my malt.
Looks good. Think I'll have one.
It is good. Good for you. Makes you healthy. Live a long time.
Well, I guess that's what we're all after.
I guess so. How long have you known Martin?
Martin White?
Yeah.
Not long. How long have you known him?
Just met him today with you. Why?
Oh, nothing. Wondered how you knew his name.
Oh, he was pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I gotta be going, Mr. Diamond. This little chat has been very enlightening. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And now. Hey, waiter.
Huh? Oh, you want something, mister?
Yeah, the small glass.
Just the glass?
Don't touch it.
Well, what's wrong with it? Is it contagious or something?
Yeah. Here's $5. Give me a napkin to wrap it up in.
Oh, collector, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, take it. I had a girlfriend used to collect beer cans, but this is a new wrinkle.
Thanks.
Oh, it ain't nothing. Come back again and get a load of our ice cream dishes. You'll lose your mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't look where I was going.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't break anything of value, Mr. Diamond.
You're going to hog a sidewalk, that's for sure.
Let me help you.
I can make it.
It's a mess, isn't it? Taking one of our famous malts back home?
It might be, Jarvis.
I beg your pardon.
I said it might be, Jarvis.
Name's Blackwell, remember?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You see, Martin White says he thinks he was in the service with you.
I told you I was in the Navy.
I didn't say Martin wasn't.
Well, you're mistaken. My name's not Jarvis.
Oh, well, now, isn't that funny? Martin's so sure. He was even going into New York in the morning to see if he couldn't find some of his old buddies who might have remembered you.
I hope he has a nice trip.
I'll tell him when I see him.
But I don't get it, Mr. Diamond. Why did you tip him?
Oh, he knew it before I tipped him, Martin. I don't want him to skip before I can get the information on him.
But now he's sure to take off.
Not until he gets you.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, do you think that...
I know he'll try, Nan. Martin is the only one here at Barrett who can actually identify him. He knows I'm suspicious of him, so he'll go after Martin first and then me. He's got to make his play.
But you said that he'd...
Martin, give me your hat and coat.
Why? What are you going to do?
Take your place as night watchman. Whatever he's going to do, he'll try it tonight. I want him to try it on me.
No, I won't let you do it.
Look, I've pushed it this far. It's all set up.
Oh, honey, don't let him do it.
Yeah, Mr. Diamond,
Now, you two lock yourself in, and I'll come back, huh?
Oh, please, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, the hat fits pretty good. How about a look?
But there must be something we can do.
Oh, sure. Sure, Nan, there is.
What?
Save me some corned beef and cabbage, huh? It was dark when I walked out with Martin's hat and coat and started to cross the campus. I had a flashlight. The night was black, solid black. But I had a feeling that sat on my shoulder and raised goosebumps. When you've been in this business as long as I have, that feeling is an alarm ringing inside, telling you that trouble is creeping up. Halfway across the campus, I stopped. I heard nothing but the usual sounds that come with night. Dampened, muffled sounds. I walked on. And I heard it. The sound of someone walking well behind me. I stopped again. Maybe it was Jarvis. Maybe it wasn't. There was one way to find out. Keep going. If it was anyone with no business with me, okay, he'd stop following. I cut to my left, away from the main walk and toward the shadowy bulk of the college buildings. I kept going until I reached the gymnasium building. I was leading my pigeon to me. But who was the pigeon? My toes were beginning to turn in, so I figured I was. Then the bulk of a big building popped up in front of me. I tried the door. It was open. I went in, closed the door behind me, there was no light at all. Only a funny sound that I couldn't identify. A peculiar humming, and there was a smell. Chlorine. Yeah, chlorine. Now I knew where I was, an indoor pool. The hum was the filtering machinery. I wanted to turn on the flashlight, but in a place like this, I couldn't give Jarvis the tip on where I was. I had to get out, so I felt my way carefully along the tile floor. I kept what I guessed was the middle of the walk around the pool, and then... He was in with me. I stopped, but he didn't.
White. White. I know you're in here. This couldn't be better. You're a sap, White, coming in here. Don't be silly, White. You know that door leads to the filtering machinery. Come on, this way. It's the only way out, and I'll be waiting for you. Okay. It's all the same whether you come to me or I go to you.
Stay where you are, Jarvis.
What's that?
We met before.
You're not White.
No, I'm not.
Diamond?
Yeah. Not White, and you're not Blackwell. You're Jarvis. Surprised, Buster?
What's the difference?
None, I guess. Where's the real Blackwell?
Where you're gonna be, Diamond.
Stay right there, Jarvis.
Sure, and let you shoot off your mouth. All right, Diamond. It's all the same to me whether I get you first or White. I gotta do both. Now we'll see just how tough you are, Diamond. Well, the boy's got a gun. You missed, Diamond. And too bad the flash gave you away. Now I gotta do this fast. This is it, Diamond. Diamond, for the I can't swim.
No. Well, Buster, I got news for you. I'm not going to teach you. This won't take long. Just enough to get you a little waterlogged. Hold your nose, Jarvis. It helps.
Diamond.
Martin. Lights, Martin. Get them on.
Yeah. I have to come. Couldn't let you do it alone. I heard the shot and Where's Jarvis?
Jarvis? No, I think we can take him out now. He's done. Here, grab him.
Yeah. Is he dead?
No.
Here, give me your hand, Mr. Diamond.
Wait. Wait, I'll get my breath. You know, Martin, Jarvis was a bad soldier, but in the Navy, he had just been plain lousy.
Grateful.
We've got to pay you something.
Okay. Mail the recipe for your wife's corned beef to a gal named Helen, huh?
But, Mr. Diamond...
Forget it.
Jarvis won't... he won't...
Come back? Oh, no. The Army picked him up. They've got first crack at him. Then come the McAllister authorities who'd like to talk with him about the murder of John Blackwell.
So that's how he got Blackwell's papers.
Sure. Blackwell was alone in the world. He was going to come here to school, but Jarvis hitched a ride and... Well, once the guy killed... He'll do it again to beat the rap.
And Blackwell and Jarvis were both from McAllister.
Yeah. Jarvis figured this college would be a great hideout under a different name, papers all in order, but you saw him and he saw you, and that put a crimp in his plans. From there on, you know the rest. Now, I guess...
Oh, I'll get it. Be back in a minute.
I'll send your clothes to you when I get back to the city, Martin.
No hurry, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, the phone's for you.
Me? But no one knows I'm here but the McAllister police force, Levinson, Otis, Jarvis, Susie, the campus, and you.
Well, he asked for you.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Diamond?
Levinson?
Yeah.
Well, what's on your mind?
Are you all right?
Never better. Why?
Because we got the report on Jarvis. He's a bad boy. You watch yourself. Don't get caught alone with him.
Oh, sure, Walt. I'll be real careful. The only place I'll be seen with him is in a swimming pool.
Huh? And I'll cut the wisecrack. What's that? Did you say something?
Hold it a minute, Walt.
Oh, Bill, shh, please.
Sorry, Mr. Diamond. I guess the phone awakened him.
Diamond, what are you doing? You got asthma?
Quiet, Walt. Hold it. Martin, bring the baby here.
But he's never done this at this time.
Oh, never mind. Bring him here.
Okay, you asked for it.
Now, baby.
Stop calling me baby.
It's twilight on the prairie, and the moon will soon be high. She'll be herding every star up in the sky. We'll lope along to dreamland, and we'll bid each care goodbye, while the wind blows through the sagebrush with a sigh. So hush, little darling. Little dear, go to sleep, little darling. I'm right here. Let my shoulder be your pillow. You'll be safe as you can be. Little darling, you mean all the world to me. We'll always be together, and I promise faithfully that your dreams will all come true. Just wait and see. So hush, little darling. Shh. Little dear, go to sleep, little darling. I'm right here.
Hello?
Hello. Say, what's going on over there?
Oh, now, hold it a second, Walt. I got somebody who wants to say hello to you. That's a good boy. Now, say hello to the lieutenant.
Otis, get off the line.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Paul DeBob, Sammy Hill, Jerry Hausner, Jane Webb, and Dave Ellis. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC? Phil Harris celebrates his birthday this evening by getting into just a little more trouble than usual on the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Theater Guild on the Air presents Jane Wyman, Beatrice Pearson, and Mel Ferrer in the psychological melodrama The Willow and I. It's the best entertainment on the air, and it's yours for the listening today on NBC. Now stay tuned for James Melton and the Harvest of Stars on NBC.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow's latest adventure starts in just a moment. Right now, I want to tell you about a new kind of tire that will stop you quicker, safer on wet, slippery roads than you've ever stopped before. It's the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown with the amazing lifesaver tread that actually dries wet roads. Impartial tests made by the independent Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory prove this fact beyond dispute. Not one of the regular or premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers came up to the new Goodrich Silvertown in resistance to skid. These exhaustive tests also prove that the new Silvertown averaged 19.1% more non-skid mileage than any other tire tested in its own price range, which means you get every 6 mile free. Equip your car with Goodrich Safety Silvertown. Then you'll know what it means to be saved by a Silvertown stop. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Creeper.
Mother, is that you? Is the storm frightening you? Mother!
Be quiet. I won't hurt you. I'm just going to take you away. Away where nobody will ever find you. Nobody will ever find you. And you won't be lonely. There are other fine young ladies like yourself where I'm taking you. They were rich and beautiful, too. Once. Once. Yes, once.
Yes, Margot, what do you want?
Oh, Lamont, forgive me for making you rush over here to my apartment at this time of the morning. I've just learned that something's happened to one of my dearest friends, Edith Day.
Edith Day? I remember her, Margot. Came out 2 seasons ago. Isn't she that beautiful little dark-haired girl I met at the Allendale?
Yes, that's the one, Lamont. Her mother just phoned me. She's frantic, terrified.
Now, Margot, supposing you compose yourself and tell me exactly what's wrong. Just as Margot Lane, my assistant in criminal investigation, would do if it was someone who meant nothing to you.
But this is such a shock, Lamont. Edith's missing.
Missing?
Yes, she disappeared from her bedroom last night. There were signs of a struggle.
And where's the house located?
In the Mayfair district.
5-block section where all those recent robberies have occurred?
Yes, and 2 murders and 5 other disappearances.
That's right, but the paper said every block has a private guard and the finest burglar alarms have been installed in all the houses.
But, Lamont, it's terrible. People just disappearing into thin air without a trace, without any clue as to what's happened to them. Something awful must have happened to Edith.
No ransom note?
No, nothing.
Police are there, of course.
Oh, yes, swarming all over the house. Commissioner Weston himself is conducting the inquiry. Mrs. Day asked me to come over here and stay with her, but I want to talk to you first. Oh, poor Edith.
The police must have searched the house, I suppose.
Yes, from top to
She
bottom.
might have been carried across the rooftop.
No, the door to the roof was bolted and locked on the inside. It's equipped with a burglar alarm, too.
You go ahead and console Mrs. Day, Margot.
I was hoping you'd come with me.
Not at the moment, Margot.
But it's a case for you as the Shadow.
Yes, Margot, the Shadow will take a hand in this game of violence and death. Mrs. Day, are you absolutely certain your daughter did not leave the house after midnight?
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Weston. You asked me that before.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, but... Come in. Callahan, the watchman's here, Commissioner. Oh, have him come in.
Morning, Commissioner.
Callahan, your report shows you tried all the doors of this house every hour on the hour last night.
That's right. They were okay. They were all locked.
And nobody could have opened a door or a window in this house without setting off the burglar alarm in your agency's central office?
Yes, that's right, sir.
Then Miss Day must still be in this house. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Have your men made a complete search all through the house?
Oh, yes, Commissioner, from top to bottom. But ain't a place we haven't looked what about. I mean, where Miss Day might be.
Oh, my poor baby. Oh, Edith, Edith.
Company. This is Mrs. Claremont. I'm moving out of the Mayfair district. Yes, I want a van today. Yes, I'm moving to a hotel. I won't spend another night in this section.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Spence, that I'm giving notice. I've been your butler for 10 years, but also the things that have happened with Mr. Mayfair.
Dick, about that Mayfair crime wave story. Make it hot. Pour it into Commissioner Weston. List the unsolved crimes. 2 known dead, 6 persons missing without a trace. Demand action. Results. Smear it all over the front page. Go to town on it. Oh, there you are, Margot.
Lamont, what on earth are you doing here in the public
I've been
library?
discovering things about this fair city of ours that I never knew before, Margot.
I don't understand, Lamont.
I'm trying to find Edith Day, Margot. It may seem a very roundabout way, but the police and the private detective agencies have proven the futility of direct methods.
Then you have discovered something. Oh, Lamont, what is it? And why did you come here to the public library?
Because I wanted to look up some old maps and records of the city.
But why? What could that possibly have to do with Edith's disappearance?
I'm not sure, Margot, but it may have everything to do with it. I'll show you something that may surprise you.
Lamont, what are you driving at? That's just an old map.
Exactly, Margot. An engineering map, a plan of the proposed water conduit, surveyed and laid out in the year 1896.
But, Lamont...
Wait, Margot, I'll explain. This plan calls for a 12-foot water main from the West Park Reservoir to the Central District, a distance of 1.5 miles. Margot, 1 mile of that water conduit was built. Then the Spanish-American War came along and the project was abandoned. It was sealed up. It's all here in the old city records. But in some way, the whole project became lost in the tangles of official red tape and forgotten.
What are you driving at? I still can't see what this has to do with...
I'll show you in just a minute. Here. Here's a rough sketch of the Mayfair district, Margot, on tissue paper. I've marked the location of every house in that district where a murder, robbery, or abduction has taken place in the last 2 months. Here. Place it over this old map. Now, look. See what happens?
Why, Lamont, every one of those houses is located directly over that old abandoned water main.
Yes, Margot, and unless I'm badly mistaken, that is the answer to the disappearance of Edith Day, and it'll lead us to the solution of this crime wave in the Mayfair district.
Lamont, that water main must be way down underground. The police searched the basements of those houses. There'd have to be an entrance big enough for a man to get through.
I believe there is, Margot. It's the only possible answer. In every one of these crimes, the story's been the same. No one was seen going into the houses. No one was seen going out. The burglar alarms were intact, yet people vanished.
Oh, Lamont, only you're right. If there's still some chance Edith and those other poor people are still alive, down there in that abandoned hole in the earth. But who could do a thing like that, and why would they do it?
Must be the work of a monster, Margot. I checked up on the things that were stolen in the other crimes. Richly upholstered furniture, tapestries, paintings. Never any money or jewelry. Things you would ordinarily expect a thief to take.
Good heavens, Lamont. You think someone's taken those things down into that black hole?
Yes, and he's taken something else that is doubly significant. Food. Storerooms have been stripped. Case after case of canned goods has been carried away, Margot. Food enough for 12 people. But more than anything else convinces me that the people who vanished are still alive somewhere down there in the labyrinth of tunnels carved out of solid rock.
Oh, Lamont, if only you're right. There's only some way we can get down there.
I believe there is. I believe there is a way. A way the shadow can get down there with your help.
I'll do anything. Anything. You know that, Lamont.
Margot, I want you to go straight from here to Mrs. Day's. I want you to stay there tonight.
But what about you? Where will you be? Can't I do something to help?
Later, Margot, but don't worry. You walk through the door of the Day Mansion, the shadow will be with you. For I'm sure that somewhere the wall, the floor, the basement of that house will yield the answer to this ghastly riddle.
Mary, I tell you, I heard something down there in the cellar. A sort of a tapping sound.
Oh, don't go down there, Henry. Don't do it, I tell you. Henry, this house has given me the creeps. I won't work here another day. I'm giving notice to Mrs. Day in the morning. She'll have to get another maid.
You're right. I don't hear nothing now. Maybe it was just imagining things after what happened last night. I'm a butler, not a detective. If Mrs. Day insists on staying in this house, I'm leaving her service, too.
Oh, shut the door, Henry. I can't stand the looks of that dark cellar. It just hit me. Oh.
Yes. You have good reason to be afraid to stay in this house. Unless I find what I'm looking for. This big stone slab has a hollow ring. This is it. This is the answer.
Oh, Margot, you don't know how much it means to me to have you stay here. All my friends want me to leave this house, but I can't. And the servants, they're afraid. Oh, I'm sure they'll leave tomorrow.
I'm glad I could be with you, Mrs. Day. But now, don't think any more about it, please. Try to get some rest. You're exhausted.
Well, I'll try, Margot, but I'm afraid I can't rest. All I can do is think of what's happened and what may be happening to Edith. Oh, my poor darling. Oh, so awful, Margot, not to know.
What's that, Mrs. Day?
Oh, it's the house phone in the hall, Margot. Will you answer?
Yes, I'll answer it right away. Try to get some rest, Mrs. Day, please. Hello?
Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
You come down to the basement immediately. Try to get here without being seen. The servants have gone to bed. Hurry, Margot.
Lamont, it's Margot. Where are you?
Right here, Margot. Be as quiet as you can. I'll turn on my flashlight.
What have you found?
Come over here a minute. Look, that stone slab.
Then you were right, Lamont. This is how Edith was carried away, down through that hole. But how in the world did you get the slab up?
For quite a while, I found an iron bar. Now, be careful. Don't get too close to that hole, Margot. There's no telling how deep it is.
Lamont, now what are we going to do? Hadn't we better notify the police?
No, Margot. Calling the police now might mean the death of every one of his victims, if they're still alive.
But suppose whoever's doing this heard you tapping down here, heard you lifting the stone. Suppose he's waiting for you down there in the dark somewhere.
I've got to risk that.
Oh, well, how will you get down? There's no ladder.
There's a heavy clothesline in the laundry room at the other end of the cell. I noticed it when I was examining the walls in there. I'll get it.
All right, but I wish you'd let...
Ladies and gentlemen, before the Shadow's exciting adventure continues, I have a word about auto trips. Because there are so many motorists who risk life and limb without knowing it.
Yes, the Shadow knows. Many a motorist rushes through the rain, puts himself in real danger of skidding, spinning, swerving on wet roads, can't stop quick, can't stop short, can't control his car. And many a motorist faces a death-dealing, accident-dealing blowout.
Why should you risk your life through skid or blowout when today, without paying a cent extra, you can get life-saving protection against both of these hazards? Yes, motorists, a new kind of tire. The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown with its lifesaver tread grips dry roads, dries wet roads, overcomes the hazard zone of motoring where a slippery film of water on the road may make complete control of your car almost impossible. This means that you stop quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before. And the exclusive Golden Ply gives you real protection against dangerous high-speed blowouts. The new Goodrich Silvertown is the safest thing on wheels. It's here to save your life. Yes, save your life at no extra cost. Don't forget, your car and everyone in it will be safer if you ride on Goodrich Safety Silvertown. Williamson, did you hear that?
Yes. Yes, do you know what it means? The creeper is bringing you another victim to keep us company in this living tomb. There was only something we could do. We could only get these chains off.
No, it's no use. We're helpless.
Dr. Conrad, do you think there's any chance, any hope?
We mustn't give up hope, Miss Day. Sooner or later, the police will trap the creeper, find the tunnel.
The police? Listen, all of you. Some of you have been here a day, a week, 2 weeks. I've been here 2 months. Nothing but that creeper and rats for company. Chained like an animal, half-starved. I thought the police would find me. I had hope, too, but now I know. We'll die here. We'll never get out. Never. Never get out. Never get out.
He'll come use that whip again. I can't stand anymore.
Be quiet, William.
I will. What difference does it make? Sooner or later, the creeper will kill us all. We'll never see the light of day again. Never see the...
Oh, why did you hit him? He didn't know what he was saying.
I had to. He's unconscious now, and it's better that way. Can't stand much more. Heaven help us if someone doesn't get us out of here soon.
Now, so you find out how I catch all the fine, beautiful ladies and bring them down here.
Wait, you don't have to put those chains on me. I won't try to get away.
Nobody gets away. Nobody ever gets away. Nobody knows about this old tunnel. I found it long ago.
How long have you lived down here? Who are you? And why have you crawled up into people's homes and dragged them down here? What have you done with them? You haven't killed them, have you?
No. Only one. And because he wouldn't talk to me, always kept trying to get away. I killed him so he wouldn't run away. But then there was no one to talk to. I got lonely. That was long, long ago.
But the others, and Edith Day, the girl you carried away last night, where are they?
Oh, you'll see them real soon. It's not far from here down the tunnel. A great wide place in the tunnel. It's like a big room. You shall see.
Wait, let me rest here a minute more, then I'll go with you.
No, you don't. You come now and quickly.
Don't. Let go of me. Let me tell you something. How do you know someone else won't find your hiding place just as I did? Hadn't you better go up and the shaft and lower that stone?
No, you come now. You try to trick me. I'll come back and fix that when I've chained you up with the rest of them.
Maybe too late. Someone knows I'm here. He was in the basement when you pulled me down here.
Well, let him come. I'm not afraid of any man. All men are afraid of me. I make them afraid. I make them my slaves. They call me the Creeper.
Creeper?
So, you are the Creeper, and all men fear you.
What was that? What was that? I heard laughter. A voice.
Yes, the laughter and voice of the shadow.
But there's no one here. I see no one, and yet
Yes, someone is here. Someone you can't see. Someone who's not afraid of you. You're hearing the shadow.
Shadow? But shadows do not laugh. They do not speak. No. For years I have lived among shadows in the darkness.
Your crimes have found you out, Creeper.
The voice of a man. Why can't I see him? There's no place he can hide, not here.
I am here, close to you, Creeper. Even by the yellow light of your lantern, you cannot see me, because I have the power to cast a shadow across your mind, a veil across your eyes.
No! It's like a dream. Like the dreams I used to have when I lived down here alone. I used to pretend. I used to talk to people. Pretend they talk to me.
No, Creeper. Those others who spoke to you were fantastic creatures of your imagination. I am here. Watch, I'll prove it to you. See? I was close enough to snatch that chain from your hand, throw it away. And now you are going to lead me to your other victims. Margot, get back. Get away from me.
No, you keep away from me. Keep away or I'll kill you.
Is that the gun you used to kill Haggerty, the night watchman, Creeper?
Yes, he almost caught me. Yes, I killed him. And I'll kill you.
Why don't you try? Why don't you shoot, Creeper?
If I can only see you, No, that doesn't matter. There's a better way. I can see the girl. Keep away from me, Shadow. You keep away or I'll shoot her.
You'll never have the chance.
Let go of me. You'll never take me. Never. I told you. I told you I'd kill her. I told you, Shadow.
Margot. Oh, what a fool I was to expose you to this.
Did he get away?
No. I knocked him out, but not quite soon enough. Did he shoot you?
Nothing, Lamont, nothing. Bullet hit my shoulder. Only a flesh wound. I'll be all right. Find Edith Day and the others, Lamont. Get them out of here.
No, Margot, that can wait. I got to stop this flow of blood.
I'm all right. Let me get up.
No. Don't try to get up. Hold still. Till I get this handkerchief. Steady, Margot. Steady. Got to tie this tight. That's the best we can do till I get you to the doctor there.
I've got to find some way of getting you back up that shaft.
No, please, Lamont. It's only a flesh wound, I tell you. The bleeding's almost stopped. I'll be all right. Just leave me here and go help the others. Lamont!
What?
The creeper. The man's still there,
Yes?
but he's gone. You said...
Good heavens, I thought I knocked him out.
You've got to go after him. Now that he knows someone's found his hiding place, he'll kill Edith. He'll kill all the people he's got down here.
I'm afraid you're right, Margot. I hate to leave you here like this, but I
Lamont,
don't...
go on, please. I'm all right. I'll try to find a way to get up the shaft and notify the police.
All right, Margot. You think you can. There's a ladder, but be careful. It's old and rotten, and some of the rungs are gone.
I'll get out. I'll get help, but it may be too late unless you can find the creeper and stop him from murdering those poor people he's dragged down into this awful place.
If I could only be sure which way he went.
He's going to take me that way, down the tunnel. Hurry, Lamont. Hurry. Take the lantern.
All right, Margot, but get out of here if you can. Notify the police. Tell them the creeper shot you. Tell them you saw him escape down here through the cellar, but don't come back down here, Margot. There's no telling what may happen, what this fiend may do.
Conrad, look. The creeper's come back.
Oh, yes. Something's happened today. Maybe the police have found this horrible place at last. Oh, his face is bleeding. His eyes.
Horrible, being chained up like this, like animals.
We're helpless. If the police are coming, he'll kill us. I know he will.
Wait. He's going to that chair he calls his throne.
Why doesn't he say something? Do something. Why is he standing there?
He's turning this way. Something's happened, all right. I'm afraid something worse is going to happen.
Oh, nothing could be worse than this. Nothing. Oh.
Why don't you get it over with?
Why don't you kill us and be done with it?
Yes! Why don't I? Why don't I kill all of you? That's it. That's it. Then he won't be able to take me away from my castle in the earth. And it's so easy. I have the dynamite, and it's all ready. All I have to do is light the fuse. That's it. That's it. That'll seal the tunnel, and we'll all die. But we'll all be together. I won't be lonely.
It's too late for that, creeper.
Shadow! So you followed me here?
Yes, creeper.
Did you hear that? It's the shadow.
Listen to me, all of you. You have nothing to fear from me. Nothing to fear from the shadow. I've come to help you. Get you out of this death.
But you won't, Shadow. You'll never take them away from me. Look. Look what I have in my hand. See? Dynamite. Dynamite. I stole that, too. I knew that someday I might need it. Someday someone would come. But it'll kill us all. And it'll kill you, too, Shadow.
No, creeper. I'm not chained. I can get away from you. Why don't you follow me? Follow my voice.
You're afraid, Shadow. You're running away, but you won't get far. You don't know this tunnel like I do.
Then follow me. Follow my voice, creeper. Follow my voice.
I'm following you. You can't go much further. You've come the wrong way. Behind you is the end of the tunnel. The end of the tunnel. And the end of you.
Yes, this is the end of the tunnel. What are you waiting for, creeper? Light the fuse. Now is your chance.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Now. Now is my chance. Now. You can't get away.
Throw the dynamite. Throw it, creeper. Can't you guess where I am by the sound of my voice?
Yes. Yes! You're caught! You're caught, Shadow! With you out of the way, no one else knows except that girl. And I killed her! She can't tell! And I'll be safe! I'll be safe!
Yes, Margot, I know. I've read the papers. They gave the shadow a very fine obituary, don't you think?
Oh, but Lamont, what really happened? When the police got there, Edith Day and Mr. Conrad and the others told them the Shadow arrived just as the Creeper was going to dynamite the place and kill them all. They said the Shadow tricked the Creeper into following him down the tunnel away from the others so they wouldn't be killed. And then there was an explosion. They said the Creeper and the Shadow were blown to pieces.
Do I look blown to pieces, Margot?
Oh, but Lamont, how did you escape?
The old trick of voice projection, Margot. Ventriloquism. Easy in that tunnel. The Creeper followed my voice, hurled the dynamite where he thought my voice was coming from. Ahead of him. But all the time I was behind him. Far enough behind him to be safe.
Oh, I'm glad. Oh, I'm so glad, Lamont. I was afraid that this time it was true, that the Shadow was dead.
No, Margot. As Mark Twain once said, the report of my death has been grossly exaggerated. The Shadow is still alive. Very much alive, as the criminal world will discover to its sorrow.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Norma. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. There's a party around who's been shown how to parlay a 2-bit pocket knife into a killing. So naturally, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the curious cop. In just a moment, another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about an adventure you can have any day in the week, right in your own kitchen. For several weeks now, we've been telling you on this program about Kraft Salad Oil, the wonderful new salad oil created by Kraft that's lighter-bodied because it's super fine. Now, here's a suggestion. Tomorrow, go to your grocer's and get a pint or quart bottle of Kraft Salad Oil. Look up your favorite recipe for homemade salad dressing, chiffon cake, or anything else that requires liquid shortening. Then, that night, tomorrow night at dinner, surprise your family with an old favorite made this lighter-bodied, superfine salad oil way. You'll know the difference, and so will the family. Get Kraft Salad Oil. now, the case of the curious cop. It's late Sunday evening in New York, and Hunter's famed gambling club on East 84th is closed for the night. But that doesn't seem to deter plainclothesman Jack Craven or his partner Frank Walsh from their decision to look in on Mr. Hunter.
You ask me, Craven, we're wasting our time.
You think so, Frank?
Sure. Hunter's probably gone.
What about that light we saw from the outside?
Must have forgotten to turn it off.
No, not Mr. Hunter. He watches his pennies. If I will get you 10, he's still here counting the take. Where was the light coming from?
This room here, I think. Yeah.
Then this must be the office.
Want me to go in with you?
No. You wait out here. If you hear any commotion, get back to the car. Understand?
Right.
Come on in, Brock. Did you get to... Just a second, you're not Brock.
No, my name is Craven, Mr. Hunter.
What are you doing here?
Ever see one of these before?
It's a badge, isn't it?
Also known as a buzzer or a potsy.
So?
So I don't like people running gambling houses on my beat.
I see.
Especially without consulting me.
And suppose I did consult you?
Well, that might be different. Now, if you were to consult me, say, once a week with $500...
You'd have no objections at all?
No. Live and let live is my motto.
$500 is a lot of money, Mr. Craven.
Well, I can be a lot of trouble, Mr. Hunter.
Suppose I had you reported to the commissioner.
You'd be wasting your time. They've been trying to get rid of me for years, but they never could get anybody to testify against me.
Maybe I'd be willing to.
Are you kidding? You don't like publicity any more in your racket than I do in mine. You better give in, Hunter. I can make an awful nuisance of myself.
I can see that. All right, Craven, don't move.
Now, what do you think you're going to do with that gun?
Something the police commissioner couldn't do. I'm going to get rid of you, Craven.
Now, listen, Hunter. If you don't put away that rod, I'll break you in two.
Hey, where you are, Craven. I mean that.
You soup.
Give me another bottle, Hazel. This one's gone.
But Frank,
oh, for Pete's sake, can a man get anything in his own home without a million arguments? Now get it.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Answer that first. If it's Sergeant Corbett, tell him I'm still sick and the doctor says I can't see anybody.
Hello?
Mrs. Walsh?
That's right.
This is Sergeant Corbett again.
Oh, how are you, Sergeant?
Can't complain. How's Frank?
Just the same.
Can I talk to him?
I'm afraid not. He's asleep.
Okay. Tell him I called, will you?
I certainly will, Sergeant.
Well?
I think he's suspicious.
So what? He can't prove anything.
What's all this about, Frank?
What's what all about?
Why are you avoiding Corbett? Ever since the night Craven disappeared...
I told you I didn't want to talk about that.
But you were with him.
I was not. Craven got out of a car to see somebody. He left me on Lexington and 84th. I never saw him after that.
Then why did they suspend you from the force?
Because they're a bunch of thick-headed jerks.
Frank, you're not telling the truth.
What are you calling me, a liar? All right, Hazel, so you want to know what happened to Craven, do you? Well, I'll tell you. He was murdered.
No.
Yes, now do you feel better?
Who did it?
I have no idea.
Then how do you know he was murdered?
I'm psychic.
Frank, you've got to tell Sergeant Corbett.
You're nuts.
If you don't, they'll drop you from the force.
Who cares?
I do. What'll we live on?
Don't you worry about that, Hazel. From now on, it's easy street.
And you do know who killed Craven.
Yeah, that's right. I bet this party will appreciate me keeping my mouth shut.
You're not thinking of blackmail.
No? What am I thinking of, baby? Where's my coat?
No, I won't let you go.
Get your hands off me, Hazel.
No, Frank.
I said get your hands off.
Stop it, Frank. You're choking me. Frank.
Yes. I hate to break in on you like this, Mr. Hunter, but there's a party outside waiting to see you.
I'm busy, Brock.
Yes, I know, but I suggest you clear a little time for this boy. I would if I were in your position.
But then you're not in my position, Brock.
Oh, it's true. Just the same, you ought to see him. His name is Frank Walsh. He's a cop.
So?
So he was Jack Craven's sidekick.
Craven?
The dick who disappeared so mysteriously.
Oh, of course.
Will you see him?
What have I got to lose?
Hey, Walsh.
Yeah.
Come in here.
Sit down, Mr. Walsh. My name is Hunter.
Never mind the introduction, Hunter. I know all about you.
Not all, I trust.
All. When can I talk to you?
What do you call what you're doing now?
I mean, alone.
Would you be a good fellow, Brown?
Why not?
Nice knowing you, Walsh.
Yeah, likewise.
Now, what was it you had on your mind, Mr. Walsh?
Well, last Saturday after you closed, you had a visitor up here.
Did I?
Yeah, a dick named Jack Craven.
And you think I know something about his disappearance?
I think you know everything about it. You see, I was outside when Craven went in to shake you down. A few minutes afterward, I heard a shot, so I beat it to the car. But 20 minutes later, I saw you coming out of here alone.
So you put two and two together.
And got 4. You killed him, Hunter. I don't know what you did with his body.
Then you might as well stop there, Mr. Walsh. Didn't you ever learn that to substantiate a charge of murder, there must be what the pulp writers call a corpus delicti?
Now, look, Hunter, you're not brushing me off like this. We can settle this easily enough. I'm no pig like some guys. Give me 20 grand, and you'll never hear from me again.
I think it would be only fair to warn you, Mr. Walsh, that I have a distinct aversion to being blackmailed.
Well, you better kick through, because if it's the last thing I do, I'll find Craven's body.
I wish you luck. And if you experience too much difficulty, perhaps I can arrange to have you join him. Good day.
What's the matter, Sergeant? You look worried.
I am, Mike.
Still thinking about that Craven mess?
Yeah, a cheap, rotten grafter.
Well, if you ask me, you've heard the last of that cookie.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
You think he's dead?
I don't know. Maybe he skipped. Who knows?
It's funny about Frank Walsh having a nervous breakdown so soon afterwards.
Very funny. Turn right at the next corner.
Where do you want to go?
Over to see Frank Walsh. He lives a couple of blocks down.
Didn't his wife tell you he's sick?
Well, doctor's orders or not, I'm going to have a talk with that guy. Hey, hold it, Mike. Stop the car.
What's the matter?
Thought I saw something in the gutter. Back up. No, I guess I was...
Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, turn on your spotlight.
Oh, it's a drunk.
Wouldn't you know it? Okay, let's get him. Can't leave him laying there. All right, mister, what do you think you're doing? Come on your feet, Buster. Give me a hand with him, Mike.
Yeah, right. Let me go. Drunk, look at your hand.
Holy...
Yeah, he's been shot. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring, the Falcon.
Well, you made it.
What?
But I bet it was pretty difficult.
What do you mean?
And you couldn't do much looking through that veil. Come on in.
Thanks.
Just make yourself...
What's the trouble?
Well, I was going to ask you to make yourself comfortable, but somehow I've got a feeling you don't quite trust me.
I don't trust you?
Why else would you carry a gun in your purse?
What are you talking about?
Well, don't tell me it's a compact, Angel. Because nothing Elizabeth Arden ever turned out was shaped like that. Is that the gun that killed Frank Walsh?
Killed Walsh?
Yeah, your husband.
You're crazy.
Aren't you Hazel Walsh?
No.
Well, lift your veil. Well?
Who told you who I was?
Well, it doesn't take an Einstein to figure that out. The police are looking for Hazel Walsh in connection with her husband's murder. So when a heavily veiled woman carrying a heater walks in on a private detective 12 hours later, the chances are she didn't come to consult him for pleasure.
I didn't kill Frank, Mr. Waring.
I was with Sergeant Corbett when we found him. He named you as his killer.
I didn't do it.
You had a motive.
If you mean his insurance policy,
No,
I
I'm not
wouldn't...
talking about money. According to Corbett, Frank's favorite indoor sport was bouncing you around.
That's not true.
It'll be easy enough to prove.
Look, Mr. Waring, I swear I didn't kill Frank.
And you've got nothing to hide.
Who are you calling?
Sergeant Corbett. We're going over and have a talk with him.
Put down that phone.
Now, look, Mrs. Walsh.
Put it down.
If you want me to work for you...
No, thanks. I've just changed my mind.
Now, look, you're acting like a 6-year-old. Now, I'm going to call the police.
And I say you're going to do nothing of the kind. Oh. See what I mean? Pleasant dreams, Mr. Waring. It's lighter body. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. When the Kraft Foods Company puts a new product on the market, you can be sure that it's not just another product of its kind, but that there's something really new and different about it. And that's exactly what you'll discover in Kraft Salad Oil. Not just a new salad oil, but a new kind of salad oil. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, lighter-bodied to blend smoothly and perfectly with the other ingredients. And the reason Kraft Salad Oil is lighter-bodied is that it's superfined. Yes, superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Don't wait to try this wonderful new salad oil in those distinctive homemade salad dressings you make, those wonderful chiffon cakes you bake, in every recipe you have that requires liquid shortening. Remember,
It's lighter body. It's superfine.
and it's at your grocer's now. Get Kraft Salad Oil in either the pint or quart size tomorrow. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 3 hours have passed since Mike was lulled to sleep by Hazel Walsh. And now, as we find Mike, he's recuperating in Ed's luncheonette under the tender administrations of Sergeant Corbett.
Hey, how about some service here?
What'll it be, Sergeant?
A cup of Java for me and a couple of aspirin for my friend here.
What's the matter, Mike? Got a headache?
Yes.
Temper.
I get my hands on that Hazel Walsh.
And you're not going to work for her?
Of course I am. Just want to teach her you don't go around slugging people who are trying to help.
You're making a mistake.
Oh, now, look, Sergeant, I tell you, she didn't kill her husband.
Then why did she bop you when you were going to call me?
Well, because she was panicky.
That still doesn't explain why Frank named her as his killer.
Well, he didn't, really. He said something about 20 grand. Maybe he wanted to leave a message for her.
About 20 grand?
Well, why not? Suppose he was trying to tell her something.
You're crazy.
Oh, look, Sergeant, Walsh was a grafter.
I don't like that kind of talk.
I don't blame you, but you've got to face the facts. There are always a couple of rotten apples in every barrel. How many times have you had Frank Walsh and Jack Craven on the carpet? You just couldn't make it stick, that's all.
Go on.
Well, now, my guess is that Walsh tried to shake down Hunter and
Pay off from Hunter just to let him keep running his joint.
he wouldn't. Quiet.
What are you talking about?
Walsh must have known who murdered Jack Craven. Well, he went there last night for a payoff. Got it.
Well, assuming you're right, now all we have to do is find the one party in New York he tried it on.
Well, that shouldn't be so hard, Corbett. Where was Walsh's and Craven's beat?
The east side from 76 to 85th.
9 blocks. All right, who's operating a new joint in that district?
What makes you think this is a new operator?
Human nature. Once a man allows himself to be shaken down, the odds are he'll go on that way without squawking. So my guess would be that Craven got his when he tried his graft on a new customer.
Yeah, you know, Mike, sometimes I think you've got the makings of a pretty good detective.
No, thank you. And when did Craven disappear?
4 days ago.
Okay, then we can narrow it down even finer. Craven would probably give this boy a chance to operate a week or two, so he'd have some idea what to charge. Now, who do you know that opened a joint around the middle of March?
Well, I heard rumors a guy named Hunter opened a club around the 14th. But every time a raiding party gets near the place, they fold up their tables and run.
Okay, let's see.
Come on, Mike. Get away from that wheel.
Ever tell you about my system, Sergeant?
Some other time. See any sign of... Where is it?
I think your store. Yeah, that room down the hall.
Want me to flash my badge?
No, let's keep this unofficial for the moment. We can close up the joint tomorrow. We've got a murder to worry about.
Come in.
Hello, Brock.
Well, the Falcon, isn't it?
Are we interrupting anything?
Nothing that can't wait. Oh, who's your friend, Mike?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Brock, Mr. Corbett.
Hi.
Glad to know you.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Hunter.
What for?
Well, I just want to congratulate him on the establishment he's got here.
Well, I'll tell him when I see him.
Could you arrange for us to do that?
I'm afraid not. Hunter's out of town.
Any idea where?
No, I think he said he might take a little run down to Mexico.
When was this?
About a week ago.
Funny, I would have sworn I saw him on the street Friday night.
Well, you're imagining things.
It must be. Of course, if he's been gone a week, he wouldn't know anything about Walsh and Craven, huh?
Walsh and Craven?
Those two cops who ran into bad luck.
Oh, seems to me I read something about that.
Of course, that's all you'd know about it, huh?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Brock. I'll be seeing you.
Yes, do that.
Coming over?
Huh? Oh, sure.
So long, Brock.
Boy, you really handled that brilliantly.
Shut up.
Listen, Mike.
Shut up and cover me in case anyone comes.
You know, it's not polite to peek at keyholes.
I know, but it can be awfully informative.
What's he doing?
Making a phone call.
Who's he calling?
Well, if you keep quiet, I'll find out.
Hello, is that you, Mr. Hunter? This is Brock. No, business is all right, but some of the customers could be better. You know who was just asking for you? Waring. Yes, that's right. Mike Waring, the Falcon, and there was a cop with him. Oh, of course I'm not making a mistake. You asked me. What? Wait a minute. Someone just walked in.
Oh, it's all right, Brock. It's only us. Told you we'd be back. Oh, now you went and hung up on Mr. Hunter. That's not nice, Brock. He's going to be awfully hurt.
What do you want, Waring?
Well, I think you owe Mr. Hunter an apology. And what would be nicer than if we all went over together while you paid it? All right, Brock. What floor does Hunter live on?
4. But you won't find him there.
That's right, Mike. We forgot. Hunter's down in Mexico.
Okay, be smart. But I tell you, I wasn't speaking to him.
Cut it out, Brock. We heard you as plain as could be.
You're wrong. I was talking to a girlfriend of mine.
Yes, whose name, by an odd coincidence, was Mr. Hunter. Okay, where do we go now?
It's apartment 4C.
Oh, that should be it. Sure enough. Walter Hunter. All right, Sergeant, where are your keys?
Suppose he's inside?
No, not a chance. Must have skipped after Brock here warned him. But I don't think he could get too far in those 10 minutes.
He got far enough, Mike.
Hey, what's the matter with him?
Well, if you don't know Brock, take a good look at his face. That bullet hole ought to be a dead giveaway.
Holy smoke.
All right, Mike, out of the way.
What's the matter?
I want to see where Hunter was standing when he got it. Judging by the course of the bullet, he must... Well, what do you know?
Hey, there's a gun under the chair.
Where?
The one you're sitting on, Brock.
What?
Leave it alone. There may be prints.
Okay.
Isn't that a police special?
Yeah, and I'll take even money that it's Frank Walsh's service revolver. His wife was awfully careless, Mike.
Oh, now, don't tell me you think...
Well, what do you think?
I don't know, but at least I'm not going around making wild guesses. How do you know it wasn't suicide?
Are you kidding?
Well, it could be.
Don't talk like a chump. We had nothing on Hunter. Why should he blow his brains out?
Well, why should Hazel Walsh do it for him?
Maybe she figured that he knocked off her husband.
Oh, then you admit she wasn't guilty of that.
I admit nothing of
Excuse me, gentlemen, but can I get a word in?
What do you want, Brock?
There's a hunk of paper under Hunter's leg.
Oh, never mind, Mike. I'll take care of that.
Well, what is it?
Give me a chance, will you? To whom it may concern, I killed Jack Craven and Frank Walsh.
Huh?
I should like my remains to be cremated. Walter Hunter.
What do you say now, Sergeant?
I say, don't shmee.
There's someone at the door.
Turn off the lights. Stay where you are, Brock. Okay, pal, what do you want?
Let go.
Behave. Let go. I said behave. Turn on the lights, Mike.
Fine. Crummy-looking bum.
Hey.
You know him?
Yeah, and I wish I didn't. This is Detective Jack Craven.
Jack Craven?
Yeah, my long-lost buddy.
Tomorrow when you shop, don't forget about that wonderful new Kraft salad oil that's waiting for you at your grocer's right now. It's Kraft Salad Oil. The salad oil that's lighter-bodied to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Lighter-bodied because it's super-fine. Try this wonderful new aid to kitchen artistry in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. Remember, it's lighter-bodied because it's super-fine. Get Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just 5 minutes have passed since Jack Craven made his dramatic entrance, and strangely enough, Sergeant Corbett doesn't seem any too pleased by his reappearance.
Come on, Craven, start spilling. I want to hear you make like Niagara.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant.
Why, you cheap little...
Watch it, Corbett.
You keep out of this, Mike. This is strictly departmental. How do you think all the other boys on the force feel? We work like dogs to make the public trust us. And along comes a rotten grafter like Craven and gives every honest cop a black eye.
All right, but there are strangers present.
Oh, don't mind me, folks. I'm broad-minded.
You keep your mouth shut, Brock, if you know what's good for you.
I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
All right, Craven, I asked you a question.
Let go.
Answer me. Why did you kill Hunter?
I didn't.
No? Then why did you come back to his apartment?
I didn't come back. That was the first time I was there.
Don't give me that.
Can I put my 2 cents in, Sergeant?
Go ahead.
You've been gone for almost a week, Craven. Where you been?
Los Angeles.
Why'd you go there?
None of your business.
Listen, Craven, you answer Waring's questions just as if I was asking them. Why did you go there?
I wanted to see my relatives.
And you certainly didn't travel in the Super Chief. From the look of it, I'd say you did most of your riding in a cattle car. What's the matter? Couldn't Hunter afford any better transportation?
Hunter had nothing to do with it.
Your pal Frank Walsh doesn't support your story.
Walsh? Did he stool on me?
What do you think? You had a fight with Hunter, didn't you?
Yeah, he plugged me.
Over what?
That doesn't matter. He dumped me in a cattle car. When I came to, I was in L.A.
Why didn't you wire us?
I had no dough.
You could have done it collect.
I didn't want to involve the department.
Well, that's understandable. Especially if you wanted to come back to kill Hunter.
I tell you, I didn't kill him. I just got into town tonight.
That doesn't prove a thing. Where were you at 10:15?
Why?
Because according to the coroner's report I just got, that's when Hunter was killed.
Now, listen, Sergeant.
Don't start that suicide routine again, Mike. If Hunter wrote that note, he would have known darn well he hadn't killed Craven here. Where were you at 10:15, Craven?
Being chased all over the freight yards by some railroad dicks.
What?
If you don't believe me, you can call the yards and check.
And don't think I won't.
Just a minute, Sergeant. Does this mean you're riding off Hazel Walsh as a suspect?
No.
Well, then I'd like you to double the force looking for her.
Let me understand you, Mike. You think Craven here is telling the truth?
I do.
Then Mrs. Walsh is our party.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I ask you, Brock, ain't it enough to drive a guy bats?
Oh, don't ask him, Sergeant. If this thing is driving you crazy, who do you think is responsible?
Just what is that supposed to mean, Waring?
Just what it sounded like, Brock. You killed Walsh and Hunter.
I don't know how I can ever repay you, Mike.
Now, forget it, Hazel. I'm only glad it ended the way it did.
So it was Brock who killed my husband.
Yeah, but he didn't mean to frame you. He thought it would take care of Hunter. But when Frank blurted your name to Sergeant Corbett and myself, that upset his plans.
But why did Brock want to frame his boss?
Well, Hunter had a very nice thing in the club. And Brock figured he was capable enough to handle it with Hunter out of the way.
I still don't see why he murdered Frank. According to that note, Brock thought that Hunter had killed Craven.
Yes, but that didn't do him any good because there was no trace of Craven's body. And a corpus delicti is essential in any frame. That is why it was necessary for him to supply a body that would lead directly to Hunter.
But Frank never even mentioned the man's name to me.
Well, Brock had no way of knowing that. Then when it looked like all his plans were going for naught, he wrote that suicide note and killed Hunter, thinking that would tie up all the loose ends.
Well, where did Brock give himself away?
When Sergeant Corbett and I were at the club. Before we went into the office to see Brock, I asked Corbett the time. He said it was 11:15. A few minutes after that, we eavesdropped on Brock talking to Hunter on the phone.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it was a conversation that never could have taken place. According to the autopsy report, Hunter was killed at 10:15, a half hour earlier.
And that business on the phone was...
staged by Brock to give himself an alibi. He felt pretty sure that Corbett and I were listening in. So, does that answer all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
I'll suppose you answer one of mine.
Hmm?
Where did you bury yourself so that the entire New York police force couldn't find you?
I stayed with my sister, Lenore.
Your sister Lenore, huh?
Yes.
She looked like you.
She's much prettier.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned from this case, never to believe any testimony based on hearsay evidence.
Well, I don't know what I can do to convince you.
Oh, that's very easy, Angel. Just give me her address and let me see for myself.
Folks, let's talk about enjoyment. That's a pleasant subject, isn't it? Specifically, I'd like to say a few words about candy enjoyment. The kind you find in Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. Kraft caramels are tops in delicious good eating. Here's the reason why. The Kraft folks spent years developing fine caramels, making them chewy soft and flavorful, making them good so you'd enjoy them. And Kraft caramels have plenty of nourishing milk and other pure ingredients in them, so they're good for you, too. Next time you're at the grocery store, pick up a big pound bag of Kraft caramels. And at your candy counter, get the 6-piece bar for a nickel. Kraft caramels come in regular caramel flavor and in chocolate flavor. Both flavors are delightful. The important thing to remember is this. Whenever you want real candy enjoyment, be sure you get Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. The Case of the Unwelcome Wife. The Case of the Unwelcome Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when a girl pretends to be married to an already married man, the results can be murder. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Raymond Massey and Shirley Booth star on Theater Guild tonight on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is tree. T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with a mountain of Mazuma. $4,000 for one of our couples. Mr. Fenneman, who's first to try for the $4,000?
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected two ladies. Mrs. Martha Hendley, who works in a health food store, and Miss Nancy Williams, a young lady who climbs mountains as her hobby, and here they are. Ladies, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, girls, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Nancy Williams, which one is... You're Nancy? You're Nancy, huh? You're a mountain climber?
That's right.
Where are you from?
Chicago.
Oh. And, Miss Hendley, huh?
Yes.
Are you from Chicago, too?
Yes, I am.
Oh, what a coincidence. I'll call you Nancy, huh? No, you're...
Martha.
I'll call you Martha, huh?
All right.
Well, you call me Nancy. I don't know.
All right.
Let's talk about your health foods. Where do you work?
328 North La Brea, Alfred's Health Foods.
Alfred's, huh? Is Alfred pretty healthy?
Yes, he is.
Well, what is health food exactly?
It's food that hasn't been denatured, live foods.
Live foods?
Live foods.
You mean you chase a cow and eat him while he's running?
Food that hasn't been denatured, unbleached. Yeah. Unrefined and unbleached.
You used to have a dame like that, huh? She finally did bleach, but you never did get refined. Could you give me a good reason why I should eat health foods?
Yes.
Well, don't stare at me that way. Why are they good?
Full of vitamins and minerals.
They're full of minerals?
Minerals and vitamins.
Mrs. Henley, I've been wondering exactly what is a vitamin?
You find it in your foods.
What do these vitamins look like?
You can't see them.
Well, how do you know they're there?
They're on the label.
Well, in that case, I'll just eat the label. They don't taste very good, but they certainly stick with you. Well, how many minerals are there in the body?
90 in our bodies and 40 in the food.
I see. Well, there's really 41 because last week I found a nail in my scrambled eggs. What happened to the other 50 minerals that are missing?
The Department of Agriculture hasn't discovered
Could you talk a little
it.
louder?
The Department of Agriculture hasn't discovered the other 40.
They haven't, huh? Well, how do they know there's 90? If they've only discovered 40. That's pretty ridiculous, isn't it? That's Washington for you, though. 50 minerals missing, and they don't even have an investigating committee. Let's talk about mountain climbing, Nancy, huh? Why should anyone want to climb a mountain? I mean, what is the object?
Get to the top.
Oh, is that the direction they go in? After they get to the top, I mean, what's up there?
Not very much, just the top.
Well, that makes sense, I guess. Then what do they do?
Climb back down.
I apologize for saying that made sense. Don't they even look at what's on the other side when they get up there?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sometimes they even go back down the other side.
Why don't they just go around the mountain? They'd get to the same place, wouldn't they?
They wouldn't be mountain climbers saying that they just went around.
No, but they'd be pretty shrewd cookies. Are there many enthusiasts in Southern California?
Well, yes, there are many enthusiasts all over California, as a matter of fact. I belong to the Sierra Club of California, which is devoted to mountain climbing and conservation.
Is that all you're devoted to, just mountain climbing?
Well, no.
No. What else are you devoted to, Nancy?
That's a leading question.
Yes, it is, and I'd like a leading answer. What do you have to know to be a mountain climber?
Oh, you should know a good deal of technique, particularly. You need to know something about the kind of snow you can climb on, this kind of snow you can't climb on.
Well, suppose you're slipping off ice. What happens?
You reach for the ice.
You reach for the ice. Huh? Do you have bourbon with you, or just the...
You take it straight.
I suppose I'm climbing and my foot slips. What do? Pick a soft spot 3,000 feet below?
Well, you're supposed to, the person who's climbing, you're supposed to yell out, fall, first.
You holler fall before you're falling? How do you know if you're going to fall if you holler?
Well, if you fall, you're falling. Then you call fall.
Well, isn't that too late? Once you're falling, isn't that pretty late to holler?
That warns your belayer that you're going to fall, and he can catch you.
That warns who?
The belayer.
Oh, this is a new character. I haven't met him. Now, is this the fellow you're going with, Steady?
He's the one that stops you from falling.
Well, what happens specifically when somebody falls down a mountain? What happens?
Well, the person who's belaying, the climber, is in such a spot that the jerk won't pull him off.
Why do you go out with a jerk in the first place? Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two. Of course, I still didn't know whether to get my health out of a bottle or hanging at the end of a rope. Neither one sounds very healthy. However, let's see how you make out in the battle for the $4,000. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. But first, I want you to pay close attention to this.
It's great. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that is new, completely new. DeSoto Plymouth dealers want to show this car to you. So see the new DeSoto. Drive the new DeSoto. No other car rides like a DeSoto.
When folks get together and start talking about new cars, you'll find the car that's creating the most interest is the new 1951 DeSoto. Because no other car rides like a DeSoto. One ride in this great new car, and you'll be amazed by the feel of that new higher-powered engine that's raring to get up and go. You'll get the smoothest ride of your life, thanks in great part to those new Oriflow shock absorbers. You'll appreciate the extra safety you get from DeSoto's safety rim wheels that protect your family in case of blowout. Also, those big new 12-inch brakes. No other car in America has larger brakes. Yes, these are the features that are really getting talked about. Features that make this new DeSoto a revelation to ride and to drive. So if you're planning on buying a new car, you owe it to yourself to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and see the new 1951 DeSoto. What do you say to that, Groucho?
No other car rides like a DeSoto. Now, let's see if you'll get the chance at the $4,000. Mr. Fenneman.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind explaining the rules?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $4,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected historical American sites. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try? $10. Where did Lincoln make his most famous address?
Gettysburg.
Gettysburg is right on the nail.
And you're off to a good start. You have $30.
Remember, you're going for $4,000 tonight. Now, how much of your $30 you're going to bet this time? 20. Where was gold discovered in California in 1848?
Not at Sutter's Mill, but...
Sutter's Mill is right. You said it. We had to squeeze that out of her that time.
You now have
You were
$50.
halfway up the mountain that time, Nancy. You have $60. Here's your $50. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
The Declaration of Independence was adopted by the Continental Congress in what city?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia is correct.
You now have $90.
All right, you have $90. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 90? Shoot the works. In what river did Robert Fulton launch his first steamboat? Come on, kids.
The Hudson River.
The Hudson River is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $180. Thank you very much.
We'll see you later, girls. What have you to say, Mr.
Groucho, the secret word is still tree. We looked through our studio audience tonight for housewives and house renovators. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Harold Wood. He's the house renovator. And his partner is a housewife, Mrs. Lily Anderson. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Lily Anderson. What kind of a name is that, Lily?
It's a Swedish name.
Swedish, huh? What part of Italy are you from?
County Cork, Ireland.
You're from County Cork, Ireland, huh?
Yeah.
Why did you leave Ireland?
Well, I couldn't take it, could I?
No, you couldn't take it, but you could have pulled out the cork and drank it. Mr. Harold Wood, where'd you come from?
London, England.
Oh. Why did you leave London?
Because I liked it better here.
You crossed me, didn't you? Huh? Mrs. Anderson, you were married, I presume. How'd you meet your husband?
Well, I was coming home from work in an automobile factory, and I noticed he was tagging on behind me.
What do you mean? He was hiding on the back of the car?
No, I wasn't on a car. I was walking. I was on Shanksmere. So?
You're on where?
On Shanksmere.
You're welcome. What is Shanksmere?
That's your feet.
Oh,
what we use back in Ireland.
It's my feet, huh?
My feet.
Well, my feet were never in Ireland, so I don't...
Well, anyway, he was tagging on behind me, making it more American, and I left him.
You weren't even married to him, and you left him already?
I left him tag on.
Oh, you left him tag on.
Oh, well, I got him home anyway, and he kept outside the house giving a little tap at the fence, and my mother said, "Get out and give that fella the brush off." So I went out and said I made a date.
Where was this?
In Cork.
Why did you leave Ireland?
I better answer it. I left Ireland because my husband came to California
and you
sent
wanted to be,
for me,
you
and I had to be with him.
Well, I don't blame him for sending for you. And Mr. Wood, you're a house renovator? What kind of... Now, stop bowing. You're not Shank's mayor, you know. Just what is a house renovator, Mr. Wood?
Well, we clean private homes.
Let me see. I used to have a friend who cleaned private homes. He's now in jail. Don't look at me that way, Mr. Wood. I didn't mean it. I'd throw myself at your Shank's mare. Now, just what do you mean you clean private homes?
Well, we clean ceilings, walls, woodwork, and things like that.
How much do you get for a job like that?
Well, according to the size of the home, maybe around $400 or $500.
I don't know whether you clean the home, but you're saying you clean the customer. What are some of the hazards of your job, Harold?
Well, cleaning ceilings is a pretty hard job on planks.
What else? Did you ever have any accidents while you were cleaning?
Well, I got my head stuck between a stove and an icebox. I tried to get it out.
Your head was stuck between a stove and an icebox?
That's right.
You must have blown hot and cold there. How about you, Mrs. Anderson? Anything embarrassing ever happened to you?
Anything? Yeah.
What?
Even last Monday night.
What happened last Monday?
I think it was very embarrassing anyway. I went down to Newbury's to buy something, and, I went down to the basement. I suppose you know where the basement is.
Yes, it's down below.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, I made a purchase there, and after a while, I made my way to come up. Came over to the escalator, and I kept on going up, but I was still not getting up. And I thought, what the heck is wrong?
Steady there, Mrs. Anderson.
I looked around.
Steady, there are sailors out front here tonight. We can't afford any loose talk here, Mrs. Anderson. Here you are, halfway up the basement. Now, what happened?
Yeah, well, I was coming down again, you see, so there was a man next door.
Now, when you went back again, did you have to make another purchase?
I did not. I just looked at this man. He looked at me in amazement. He says, Madam, if you want to get up, go to the other side. That's an escalator coming down you're on. I think I was embarrassed enough.
Well, you're accustomed to Shank's mare, and it's hard to get used to an escalator.
Well, I have worse. That's one. I had many.
Do you ever have any complaints against your customers, Mr. Wood?
No.
This is one of the densest woods I've ever been in. Come on, out with it, Harold.
Well, I tell you.
And about time, too.
I was cleaning a place where we cleaned the wrong room, and the woman wanted me to put the dirt back on the wall to make it even with the other rooms.
Now, when it comes to cleaning walls and scrubbing the floors and other hard work, do you use any special equipment, Mrs. Anderson?
Nothing, only my husband.
That's a typical wife for you. She'd rather mop the floor the old-fashioned way with her husband. Well, thanks to you two, I know all about spring cleaning. Now, let's see if you can beat the other couples and get the chance at the $4,000. Now, you run your $20 and no more than the others. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but George Fenneman, Mr. Squire Fenneman, is off stage to remind our listeners.
Our two ladies, the health food clerk and the mountain climber, won $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected male of the species. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to risk?
Try 10.
All right, try 10. All right. Here we go. For $10, what do you call a male cow?
A bull?
A bull is right. And one more, you have $30. She looked at Harold and got the answer immediately. That's right. All right, remember you're going for $4,000. How much of the $30 you're going to bet this time?
Bet half it.
Half it.
All right, what do you call a male pig?
A sow. Oh, no.
One answer between you now.
You can't answer. Female.
I'm sorry, it's a boar. You should have looked at me and got that, huh?
You now have $15.
You got $15. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
You decide. How much is it?
15.
Okay.
Harold, hurry up before inflation gets us, huh? The money will be worthless by the time you get it there. How much you going to bet? 15? $5. What do you call a male sheep?
A ram.
A ram is right.
Now you're back to $20.
This is your last chance to be the other couples. How much you going to bet?
10.
10.
Yeah.
All right. What do you call a male goat?
Billy Week.
That's right. A billy goat is right.
And you wind up with $30.
Wind up with $30.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Harold. I'll see you as soon as you wake up. Huh?
Groucho.
Yes, Mr. Fenneman.
The secret word is still tree.
Who's next?
I was going to say we looked through the studio audience for couples, married couples, who have unusual occupations. And just before we went on the air, Mr. and Mrs. E.R. Cross were chosen. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And you say the secret word, and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. and Mrs. E.R. Cross. Mr. Cross, what does the E.R. stand for besides
Those are my initials.
Those are your initials? What is it? What do the E.R. stand for?
Ellis Royal, but I never use it.
Well, you have my sympathy, Mr. Cross. What does your wife call you, Ellis?
She calls me Cross.
Why do you call him Cross?
Well, that's his name.
Excellent reason. What does your husband call you, Mrs. Cross?
He calls me Jerry.
Uh-huh. Now, you two were selected because of your unusual occupations. Ellis, what do you do?
I'm a deep-sea diver.
Oh. Well, most of us have a hard time keeping our heads above water these days. And what is your unusual occupation, Jerry?
Well, I help him.
You help your husband?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's unusual for a wife these days. You mean you're a deep-sea diver, too?
Yes, I am.
You're awfully dry for a deep-sea diver.
I feel very dry, too.
Do you know what Shanks' mare is?
Sure, your feet. Your legs.
Everybody knows that but me. How did you meet your husband? Were you taking a stroll at the bottom of the ocean, Jerry?
No, I met him in a nightclub in Panama.
Well, that's appropriate. You met him in a dive. Now, how many times have you gone down in the water?
300
Mrs. Cross,
times.
huh?
I've been down
300 times. You must have a strong constitution. Most people get down 3 times and it's curtains. How does it feel to go deep under the water?
Well, I always get very lightheaded and very giddy and also very happy.
What you actually mean is the lower you get, the higher you get, is that it? Aren't you afraid when you're walking around underwater? What worries you most down there?
What worries me most underwater?
When you're down deep.
Well, I guess the thing that worries me the most is getting my air hose twisted.
There's a woman for you. 50 feet underwater, and she's worrying about her hose being twisted. Vanity, vanity, all is vanity. Now, Mr. Cross, what are some of the hazards of deep-sea diving? How about sharks? Don't they bother you?
Well, sharks and other fish, too, will bother you if they're agitated or cornered.
Uh-huh.
I think, from my own experience, the seal has been about as troublesome as any of them.
Mm-hmm. Are they ferocious, the seals?
No, they're just playful.
What kind of fish are?
What kind of fish
you
are
ever
ferocious?
encounter a whale down there, or don't they go that deep?
Normally, the whale is hazardous from the standpoint of upsetting your boat. He likes to scratch his back on the bottom of your diving boat.
Well, who wouldn't? What's the deepest you've been down, Mr. Cross?
320 feet.
And what is it like that far down?
Oh, the visibility is very poor, sort of a bluish light. And
how far can you see?
Oh, all you can see is 6 feet.
6 feet? Who do they belong to, the Andrews sisters? What is the deepest you've submerged, Jerry?
152 feet.
Only 152 feet? Is that the best you could teach your wife, Mr. Cross?
Well, that was the world's record for the women.
Well, I didn't know that. It's... I want to tell you that it's an honor to meet the one woman who sunk lower than all the rest. I want to congratulate you, Mrs. Cross. And you too, Mr. Cross.
Thank you.
Well, you're an interesting couple, and I'm sorry I didn't learn more about diving. Deep-sea diving. But the whole thing's too deep for me anyway. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $4,000. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The health food clerk and the mountain climber are still leading with $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Here's your first question. Now, how much of the $20 you're going to try?
10, I think.
You selected islands of the world. Is that right? Here's your first question. You're going to bet $10. What country owns Sicily?
Italy.
Italy is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $30.
Remember, you're going for $4,000 tonight. Now, how much of your $30 you going to bet?
20.
$20. What country owns the island of Bali?
The island of Bali?
Well, I think that's right. It's Netherlands, but I think Holland is... I think that's a good answer.
Now you have $50.
Here's your third question. Now, how much are you going to bet this time? You have $50.
40.
$40. What country owns the island of Corsica?
I think it's Greece.
Talk it over. All right. Is that...
I guess. You'd say Spain.
What are you going to say now? One answer. What are you going to say?
Countries left.
Corsica.
Come on.
I'll say it's Greece.
All right. I'm sorry. No, it's France.
France. Oh.
They now have $10.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 10 are you going to go for?
I have to go all.
All right. What country owns the island of Honshu? H-O-N-S-H-U. Japan is right.
Well, you wind up with $20, and that means the health food lady and the mountain climber with $180 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $4,000 question.
It's great. It's new. No other car rides like a DeSoto.
Friends, the brand new 1951 DeSoto meets every demand you can ask of it. Take comfort. DeSoto's new Oriflow shock absorbers cushion every inch of your ride. No other car rides like a DeSoto. As for safety, DeSoto has big 12-inch brakes that stop you quicker, safer. In fact, no other car in the United States has larger brakes. And when it comes to beauty, well, the new DeSoto is in a class by itself. The best-looking car on the highway. A car that you'll really be proud to own. Add to all these DeSoto's chair-high seats, completely waterproof ignition, increased visibility, and a host of other features, and you'll begin to realize just how much extra value DeSoto really gives you. Yet it costs very little more than the lowest price cars. Yes, folks, we think the new DeSoto has everything you would put in a car if you were designing it. So see the new DeSoto. Drive the new DeSoto. As Groucho says,
no other car rides like a DeSoto.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell the great new Plymouth.
All right, George, now bring out our winning couple.
All right, Groucho, here they come. The health food lady and the mountain climber, all set for their try at the $4,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Here we go for $4,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully, and no help from the audience. Here it is. 5 of our presidents had the same first name. For $4,000, tell me, what name was it? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
George.
No, I'm sorry, it's James. It was Madison, Monroe, Polk, Buchanan, and Garfield. We're all named James. I'm sorry. Better luck next time, and thanks for coming over. How much did they win?
They won $180 in the quiz, Groucho.
That's not so bad. So that means the big question next week will be worth $4,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $180 in the quiz. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $4,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, every time you look at a front page or listen to a news program, you're reminded of events that make the American Red Cross more vital than ever. Answer your 1951 Red Cross appeal. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Wild Bill
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. With both their war bags and 6 guns loaded for trouble, Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles are headed for the town of Pleasantville. After covering 30 miles yesterday, they made camp on the banks of a clear little stream called Singing Creek. This morning, they are just about to jump into the only bathtub known to Western trail riders.
Last one in's a rotten egg, Bill. Here I go.
Right with you, Jingles.
Man, does that feel good.
Yeah, it sure does. We sure hit a lot of dust yesterday.
Oh, you said it. Hey, throw me the soap, Bill, before somebody decides to plow me up and plant potatoes.
Here you are.
Oh, boy, I could just stay in here and wallow in this creek all day like a happy little hog.
Hey, don't sit down. You'll plug up the creek and leave me high and dry.
Oh, now, Bill, I'm not that big.
Then let's just say it's a small creek.
Yeah, let's. Hey, say, Bill, what are we going to Pleasantville for?
To see if I have any messages. I left word at Abilene that I'd stop in Pleasantville.
Then you mean that for once we're not heading for trouble?
Nope, we're just a-riding. Better get your boots on. It's time we're hitting the trail.
Okay. But that no trouble business sounds too good to be true. I'll still keep my fingers crossed till after we've checked that telegraph office for a message from Abilene.
Whoa, boy, whoa, whoa.
This the place, Bill?
Yep, this is it, Jingles. Let's go in.
Well, I still got my fingers crossed, and I've been hanging on to my rabbit's foot all the way into Pleasantville.
Well, howdy, strangers. What can I do for you?
We just dropped by to see if you had a telegram for us.
Yeah, but we don't want any.
What's that? You don't want any?
You heard me.
Well, you're not likely to get any, unless I know your names.
The telegram would be for Joe Smith.
Joe Smith? Now, Bill, you know that.
Never mind, Jingles.
Oh, okay.
What's going on here, gents? First you want a telegram, then you don't. You give your name as Joe Smith, but this big fella calls you Bill, and you're calling him Jingles. It just don't sound right. There's something fishy.
Yeah, kind of mixed up, huh? But it's all right, mister. You see, my partner's name is Joe Bill Smith. But his ma used to call him Mush in the face.
Don't make no difference. Ain't got no telegram for none of them fellas.
No, you haven't?
That's what I said. Nary a thing.
Woo! Hey, my rabbit foot's working today. No telegrams, no trouble. Come on, Bill, let's go paint the town red.
All right, Jingles. We'll be back later, mister, if a message comes.
Can if you want to. But in the meantime, you better be careful about painting the town red. Folks around Pleasantville like our town just the color it is.
Hey, Jingles, look up ahead there.
Yeah, medicine show. Come on, Bill, maybe we'll find something to do after all.
Now, gents, step right up close to the platform. That's it. I, Dr. T. Buddington Shoes, am about to perform some of the most amazing feats of prestidigitation ever to confound the eyes of man.
Bill, did you hear what he said he was going to do?
Yeah, I heard him.
Closer, boys. Now, in order to perform these amazing tricks, I shall need an assistant. You, my good man, you. The one with the shape like a bale of cotton.
Now, who's got a shape like that?
You, laughing boy.
Who's he? Who, me?
That's right. Step right up here and give me a hand.
Oh, no, not me.
Go ahead, Jingles. You were looking for something to do.
Well, all right.
That's right, my good man. Come right up those steps.
Well, I don't think I'm going to like this.
That's it.
Well, here I am.
Good afternoon, sir. May I introduce myself?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
I am T. Buddington Shoes, Doctor of Health and Happiness, actor, traveler and musician, and originator of that wonderful nostrum, Dr. Chew's famous magic snake oil remedy, which I shall offer for sale in just a few moments. I also sing.
My goodness, all of that? Just imagine.
Every bit and more, sir. I am also a proponent of the theory that the hand is quicker than the eye.
Well, do tell. Well, go ahead and prove it.
Then what, may I ask you, sir, are you planning to do with that chicken under your hat?
Chicken? Oh, are you loco? There's no chicken under my hat. Now, look, I'll just take it off and show you. Well, what do you know?
And now, my good friends, I shall further amaze you by performing that famous trick of sawing a human being in half, right before your startled eyes. Here you are, sir. Will you be good enough to lie down in this big black box?
Yeah, the big... Who, me? No.
Certainly, sir. Without someone to saw in two, I cannot saw.
Oh, well, now, if you look real good, you can tell your friends you saw me heading down the street just lickety-cut. Hey, Bill, let's get out of here before I get separated from my other half.
What's the matter, Jingles?
Why, that smooth-talking galoot was going to saw me in two pieces.
That was only a trick, Jingles.
A dirty trick on my stomach, that's what. Hey, look who's coming.
Hey, you gents. Hey, wait up just a minute. Oh, yes, that there telegram you asked about, but didn't want, it come anyway, just a few minutes ago, for Joe Smith. And here it is.
Thank you, mister.
Oh, now, don't open it, Bill. Oh, now you've gone and done it. What did it say?
Looks like our fun's over, Jingles. This telegram spells trouble, and plenty of it.
Howdy, partners.
This is Panhandle Jim. And you know what I just did? I turned my radio up. Got to munching my corn pops so loud I couldn't hear so good. I figure most of you wranglers are eating Kellogg's Corn Pops right now. If you aren't, here's what you're missing. Corn Pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up big and smiling. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this. They're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or when you chow down at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. You've never tasted anything so downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops. Yes, sir, I'll stake my new 10-gallon hat you never enjoyed better eating. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops, so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, listen to this little saying I always use. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Just when Jingles has escaped being sawed in two by Dr. T. Buddington Shoes, the telegraph operator runs up to deliver a telegram to Wild Bill Hickok. Bill takes one look and says it means trouble, and plenty of it.
I knew it. Bill Trouble follows you around like a stalking lion. What's the telegram say?
Headquarters in Abilene says there's a couple of confidence men in this area. They want us to smoke them out.
Confidence men? You mean those buzzards that swindle old men and widows out of their land or money?
That's right, Jingles.
You want to send them an answer, Mr. Hickok?
Hickok? Now, how'd you know it wasn't Joe Smith like he said?
You don't think he could fool me, do you?
You're smart, huh?
All right, mister, so you know me. Well, don't spread it around, huh?
Oh, I won't, Marshal.
And send this reply to Abilene. Message received, wire complete description of criminals. And sign it Hickok.
I got you, Marshal. Hope they ain't closed for the day. It's kind of late.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. What time is it, Jingles?
Well, now, I'll just take a look at my old turnip and tell you it... Bill, my watch is gone. Some light-fingered salamander stole it, that's what.
Might have been a pickpocket in that crowd or on the medicine show.
Then let's go back there and cut him out of the herd.
Well, looks like the show's over.
Yeah, the crowd's breaking up and... Hey, hold it, gents! Hold it. There's a snake among you, and if I can find him, I mean to pull his fangs.
Take it easy, Jingles.
What's that, stranger?
I said there's a sidewinder in this crowd somewhere that stole my watch, and I'm about
That's
to...
mighty big talk, fat boy.
Oh.
Unless you mean to back it up, you better button that sagging lip.
You're doing some talking, mister. Maybe you're the one that got his watch.
Nobody talks to Slash Barker that way and lives. Draw, mister.
Did you see that draw? That's the fastest draw I ever seen.
You winged him, Bill.
Why'd you get into this, mister?
This is my partner. No one picks a fight with him without figuring on me, too.
Yeah? Well, you ain't seen the last of me. You got the drop on me once, but there'll be another time. And when it comes, they'll carve a slab for you on Boot Hill.
Don't be too sure about that. All right, men. Show's over. Break it up.
My land of living, Dr. Chews. It was sure thoughtful of you to come riding all the way out here with my bottle of remedy.
Not at all, my dear Mrs. Wilson. I was just closing up my show after a very successful day when I said to myself, Buddington, you haven't called on the widow Wilson this trip. Tonight is the night.
Oh, how sweet. You thought of me. My, it's been so long since a man has thought about me. The fair sets my hair to curling.
And a very pretty curl it is, too, Bedelia.
You call me Bedelia.
Please don't think me forward, ma'am.
Oh, I don't. Buddington.
Then I may hope, Bedelia.
Yes, Buddington. And now that I have found a man I can trust, I want your advice.
My advice about what, my love?
My money.
Money? How much money do you have, Bedelia?
$9,000.
That's a lot of money, Bedelia. Is it in the bank?
No, Buddington, it's here.
But you should not keep it here. If you want my advice, why don't you let me take it for you and put it in the Rock Falls Bank?
Oh, would you, Buddington? Here's the money.
You had it there in your chair all the time?
Yes. I knew I could trust you, Buddington.
Yes. Well, I must be going now.
So soon, Buddington?
Yes, but when I return, I may have something very personal to ask you, Bedelia.
Personal? Oh, Buddington.
But now I am off. I shall guard this money with my life until it is safely in the bank at Rock Falls. Goodbye, my fair Bedelia, until we meet again. Steady on, O mighty steed, whilst I the... What's the matter, Beelzebub? Is my poetry not to your liking? Then here is one I know you prefer. Looking at the upturned faces, Wayne cried, let our motto be, to the one who fights for freedom, God will give us victory. Belch the cannon's fire and thunder, burst the shells to left and right.
All right, you old fossil, reach for them stars.
Who dares to accost Dr. T. Buddington Chews?
Or get down off that horse pronto, or you'll be breathing through your skin.
Why do you wear a mask? What business have you with me, sir?
$9,000 worth of business, you old goat. I'd hand it over, fast.
This is an outrage, sir.
Here it is. This'll buy me a lot of what I want, mister. And just to keep you from spreading the word too fast, I'm going to tie you up. Hold still.
You, sir, are a sneaking varmint and a low-life villain.
Instead of calling me names, you ought to be thankful I ain't plugging. Yeah. There, that'll hold you. Adios, sucker. Give my thanks to the widow when you see her. Yeah!
Bill, I've been thinking.
You mean that supper we had started your brain to working?
Well, now, that might have had something to do with it. But I've been wondering whether that coyote / Barker could be one of those men you got a telegram about.
Might be, Jingles. We'll wait for a description and see if it fits.
Well, you got to watch out for him. He's out to get you, you know, and me too, come to think of it.
Jingles.
Yeah, somebody's limbering up a 6-gun.
The shots came from over this way. Let's go.
What do you reckon it is, Bill?
Hey, Jingles, look. Up there on the road.
Yeah, it's a man, and there's somebody on a horse riding away.
Too dark to see much. I'll take a pot shot anyway.
He's too far to hit, Bill.
Yeah. Let's stop and help this gent. Whoa, whoa, boy. Whoa, hold up.
Whoa.
Jingles, look who it is.
Did I hear you say Jingles, sir?
Oh, Bill, that sounds like Dr. T. Buddington Chews.
It is Jingles. What happened, Dr. Chews?
Here, now, I'll untie you while you tell us.
It's a tragedy, my friends. I was entrusted with some money by a very dear friend. But just now a masked bandit held me at gunpoint and took the money.
Whose money was it?
The widow Wilson's.
How much money?
$9,000, and that road agent is getting away with it.
Why, that ring-tailed lizard?
I'm not so sure he's getting away.
What do you mean, Bill?
You'd never catch him now, sir.
Can you make it back to town, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Then go to the sheriff's office and wait. Jingles, go get Widow Wilson and bring her into the sheriff's office.
But what are you going to do, Bill?
I'm going to track down that thieving snake and drag him in at the end of a rope.
Well, partners, we're really getting both barrels on this show. But how about taking a minute to catch your breath while your old sidekick Panhandle Jim does a little chinning about something real good? It's about Kellogg's Corn Pops, a wonderful eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now listen close here. Corn Pops are hearts of corn all puffed up big and happy, with plenty of tasty sweetening on them. Now, you can eat 'em the way I eat 'em when I listen to Wild Bill Hickok, right out of the box by the handful. But come breakfast time, pour 'em out in a bowl and add a little milk. Now, just leave the sugar bowl in the pantry, because like I just said, they've already got the sweetening right on 'em. Every single corn pop. If you're eating 'em right now, look at the bag inside the box. That bag's pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's corn pops fresh up to 10 times longer. Now, don't go fussing with one box of corn pops. The way your family's going to go for 'em, you're liable to miss out on some. Get your mom to load up big. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's corn pops you want. And you'll want plenty. Now, all together, let's tell everybody who loves corn pops. Kids love pops. Moms love pops. And pops love pops. Now, let's hustle on back to the show.
Now, Wild Bill has been riding for miles in full chase after the bandit when suddenly he stops his horse on a dark trail, dismounts, and puts his ear close to the ground, then listens.
Sure glad the Indians taught me this trick. Yep, there he is. With my ear close to the ground, I can hear his horse running. He's closer, and I'm gaining. Well, we haven't lost him yet. Come on, boy, let's get him. Up, boy. Up, boy. Let's go. Run!
Land of living, Mr. Jingles. Getting a body up in the middle of the night is enough to start me ailing all over again.
Well, I hope not, ma'am, but when Wild Bill Hickok says to get you, I just gotta get you.
Goodness, I hope you're right about poor Buddington not being hurt.
You ain't gone a little sweet on this Buddington, have you, ma'am?
Now, you just tend to your driving, young fella, and let's get on into town before I catch my death.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, mister. You might as well give up.
You ain't taking me in.
Now your gun's gone. Rein up.
You'll never catch me.
Okay, I've got a loop swinging to pull you off that horse. Here it comes over your head. All right, mister. Now I'm going to take you back into town like I promised Jingles. At the end of a rope.
You say Wild Bill Hickok told you to come here and wait, Doctor?
Yes, Sheriff, that's what he said, but it doesn't look like he's going to show up. So if you don't mind, sir, I think I shall take my departure.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't know what it's all about, but if Wild Bill Hickok says to wait, you wait.
But, Sheriff...
None of that button now. Just you wait.
My land of living, that was a wild ride. Evening, Sheriff. Or is it morning? Oh, there you are, Buddington.
Evening, Miss Wilson.
Evening, Sheriff. I'm Wild Bill Hickok's partner, and my name's Jingles.
Well, glad to make the acquaintance of any friend of Wild Bill's. By the way, where is he?
Oh, he's rounding up a varmint, Sheriff. He'll be along. Well, hello, Doc. So you made it back all right.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Buddington, are you really all right?
My dear, I cannot tell you how sorry I am about the money.
Doc, wait a minute. Do you mind if I take a little closer look at that watch chain you're sporting across your vest?
Why,
who's this coming?
Just me, Sheriff, and a customer for your jail.
I knew you'd get him, Bill.
Well, he wouldn't have if he... Hey, Doc, what are you doing here?
Shut up, you idiot.
Well, now, do you two know each other?
I'd say they do, Jingles. They've been partners in crime for a long time.
What do you mean, Hickok?
A very clever scheme, Sheriff. They travel from town to town with a medicine show. Dr. Chews makes love to the widows, get their confidence and their money.
Then that's what you mean by confidence men, huh, Bill?
Exactly. When the doc starts for town on a dark road, Slash Barker comes along and holds him up.
Then Slash takes the money and skedaddles.
Oh, Buddington.
Later, they meet and split. Barker told me all about it.
Slash Barker, I'll kill you for this.
He's loco, Doc. I didn't tell him nothing.
No, Doc, he didn't. But what you just said is a confession if I ever heard one, and I've got plenty of witnesses.
I guess we won't have to wait for that wire from Abilene, huh, Bill?
No, Jingles, the description would fit these two perfectly. Here's your money, ma'am. I'd be mighty careful from now on.
Oh, I will, Mr. Hickok. But he talked so pretty.
Yes, ma'am. But you'd better stay shy of those sweet-talking hombres. With all that honey running loose, there's bound to be a bee in the neighborhood, and, well, you might just get stung again.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, Andy and I will be back next week with more adventure and trouble.
Yeah, Guy, you always get the adventure, but what do I get? Nothing but trouble.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting transcribed story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Herbert Butterfield, Paul Frees, Howard McNear, Gene Vanderpyle, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
I came here to tell you I'm not an executioner. It doesn't feel good to kill a man. Not a bit good. But your husband didn't leave me any choice.
Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Sounds wonderful. And then, Mr. Paladin?
And then, perhaps a cordial for a nightcap.
I do believe I'll be looking forward to this evening a great deal, Mr. Paladin.
And I, too.
Mr. Paladin.
Oh, what?
I've been looking for you. I find you.
Hey, boy, your timing is abysmal.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Paladin, but credit must go to mailman. He just brings special delivery letter for you.
Excuse me, my dear.
What?
Oh, say, I'll meet you in the lounge later.
Well.
Oh, she in very high dungeon.
Dudgeon?
Yes, sir, that's what I say. Very high dungeon.
Dear Mr. Paladin, I need you for an important assignment immediately, and so forth. There's a $3,000 bonus for you upon completion. Something. I appreciate seeing you at your earliest convenience, so... Very truly yours, E.J. Randolph, Coloma Bank. Coloma?
Oh, you there not long ago, yes?
Yes, about 2 months ago.
Oh, yes. Here are your 2 tickets for opera tonight.
Take them back, hey, boy.
Yes. What?
I'm leaving for Coloma tonight.
Oh, must be real big trouble to interfere with lady who was almost kissed.
And wire Mr. Randolph. Tell him I'm on my way.
Dandruff bothers most men, most women too, so listen. Today you can get rid of embarrassing dandruff in just 3 minutes. Yes, with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. That's not all. Using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And never forget, gentle Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
Coloma was a poor excuse for a town. It's out alone and awkward in the center of a dry, scorched plain with a few ranches stretching back towards the low mesas behind it. I'd been there before, and I killed a man there. I didn't like the town. I didn't like the people. But Randolph had offered me a lot of money. I found him sitting behind his desk at the bank.
Well, Paladin, sure good to see you.
Hello, Mr. Randolph.
Sit down, sit down.
Thank you.
How about a little rye to cut the dust, huh?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Hey, didn't waste any time getting here.
The distance between San Francisco and Coloma is shorter when there's a $3,000 fee involved.
Right to the point. That's what I like about you, Paladin. That's why I sent for you. Well, here's luck.
Thank you. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Randolph?
You did a job for John Griffin about 2 months ago. He hired you to bring back Steve Morrow. Remember him?
You don't forget someone you've killed.
Didn't mean any offense.
No, I'm not offended. Morrow tried to kill me. I had to kill him. Griffin wanted Morrow because Morrow had killed his son. What's that got to do with you?
Morrow robbed this bank before he killed that Griffin boy. He took $30,000.
I still don't see the connection.
Paladin, I've got to have that $30,000 back by the first of the month or I'll lose everything I own.
And you need help?
Yes. Yes, I need help. Badly. 15 years of hard work, building a business and a name for myself, gone, just like that. Gone and signed over to John Griffin.
John Griffin? Well, how does he figure in this?
He's the biggest depositor the bank has. He knows about the stolen money, and he's using that knowledge. He's given me notice that he wants to withdraw $30,000 on the first. If I don't have it, the deed to this building and most of the other property the bank owns will be signed over to him. And I don't have it, Mr. Paladin.
Well, then, that makes my job fairly easy.
Well, how's that?
Find Morrow's widow. She must have the money, or at least know where it is.
I don't think so. She's still living in that cabin up there on the mesa. Well, the sheriff and I have been up a dozen times searching the place, trying to talk her into telling us where it is. She hasn't got the money. Well, if she had it, she'd have left Coloma and gone someplace else to spend it. Either that or at least paid up the back taxes on the farm.
Huh. I thought for sure Rose had that money.
Rose?
Steve Morrow's widow.
You mean Lucy Morrow. Her name's Lucy.
Oh? I'm going to check into the hotel and freshen up a bit.
And then what?
Ride out and talk to Lucy Morrow. Morning, Mr. Randolph.
Yes?
Good afternoon, Miss Morrow. I'm Paladin.
Did you think I could forget you, Mr. Paladin?
No, I suppose not. I'd like to talk to you, if I may.
I'm going to work on the rose garden. You can talk there if you wish.
Yes, I noticed them as I rode up. They're beautiful.
They are.
It's an eastern variety, Calinaris.
Oh? Must be rather difficult to grow them out here.
Oh, it's worth the trouble to have one lovely thing here. They were a present from Steve. He brought me some cuttings after one of his trips back east.
Why have you stayed on here?
Simple. There's nowhere else to go and no money to go with.
Your husband took $30,000 from the Coloma Bank. It's never been found.
This house was turned inside out. Do you think I'd be living here like this if I had $30,000?
Perhaps not.
I don't know anything about that money, Mr. Paladin.
I don't mean to bother you, Mrs. Morrow.
Why do you bother me then? You knew this before you came out here.
I killed Steve. If it hadn't been me, it would have been somebody else, somewhere else. He was an outlaw, a killer. I suppose I wanted to come here and tell you that I'm not an executioner. I was bringing him in, and he went for his gun. Doesn't feel good to kill a man. Not a bit good.
I know you're not the kind to kill for the sake of another notch on your gun, but Steve was my husband. Please don't come back here again. Or if you have to, wait until I'm gone.
You're leaving?
Yes. They're auctioning the place for $276 back taxes. Oh, don't look so pained. I'll get along. Maybe it'll be best. Get out of here, Paladin. Leave me alone, please.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morrow.
I'm a mean widow, kid.
And are you pleased with yourself?
Sure, 'cause I'm a germ. A bathroom germ. Bathrooms is where the meanest germs get to live. Do I have fun causing odor and spreading disease?
Well, you better watch out, son, or your landlady may find out about Lysol brand disinfectant.
Lysol?
No, Lysol.
That's what I said. Lysol.
Well, anyway, a lot of women are finding that a dash of Lysol in their cleaning suds every week wipes out nasty bathroom disease germs like you, disinfects from one cleaning to the next as no other product can, wipes out many deadly viruses, too. Lysol makes every cleaner work better. It's the easy, modern way to get bathrooms really clean and free of odors.
Lysol can do that?
And what's more, now, besides regular Lysol, there's a new sweet-smelling, pine-scented Lysol, and they're both out to get you.
Hey, was you ever a mean little kid?
One more remark like that, and I'll open this bottle of Lysol.
The Griffin Ranch was the same as it had been. Old, and solid, and well kept. Run by a man who was old and solid and tough. A man who had lost one son by Steve Morrow's gun and had one son left. A man who could not forget or forgive.
Well, you look about the same, Paladin. Come on in, set a spell.
I'd just soon sit out here in the fresh air, Mr. Griffin.
Fine, fine. What brings you back to these parts?
$30,000.
Stolen money, eh? A lot of people like to get their hands on that. You ought to have a pretty good idea where it might be.
Why do you say that?
Well, you were the last person to be with that murdering fool. The way I had it figured, Morrow had the money with him when you killed him. I hear you've been living pretty high on the hog up in San Francisco.
Those are harsh words, Griffin.
Oh, now, don't get itchy. I was just only joshing. You wouldn't be back here if you had it.
Steve Morrow didn't have that money when I found him. And according to his wife, he didn't even have it when he left the farm.
Oh, you talked to her?
I just came from there.
Well, it takes a lot of nerve for a man to go up and talk to the wife of somebody he killed. Hey, you suppose Steve Morrow hid it on that farm of his?
Mr. Randolph and the sheriff searched it.
I know. Old Randolph's getting fidgety. A while back, he got the idea that Morrow buried the money up on the mesa. You never saw such digging and poking around. I swear the mesa's 10 feet shorter on account of it.
That farm adjoins your property, doesn't it?
Yeah. On the south. Why?
I hear it's up for auction. Should be worth at least a couple of $1,000s to him.
I'll get it for $276. The taxes.
Someone will outbid you at that price.
I don't reckon so, Paladin. Nobody else is going to bid on it. Those who can afford to bid on it don't have any use for that farm.
Randolph might have use for it.
That old pussyfoot. He wouldn't know how to plant potatoes.
He might know how to dig for stolen money.
Hey, tell me something, Paladin. You working for Randolph?
Maybe. Maybe not.
You are working for him. I might have known. You know, I'd just assume the money doesn't get back to the bank.
Oh?
I'd lose about $60,000 in holdings that belong to it. Those holdings will be mine come the first of the month. Oh, that's not a pretty way to talk, but at least it's the truth.
I see. What happens to Randolph, then?
Out in the cold where he deserves to be. If I ran my ranch like he runs that bank, I'd have been out of business a long time ago.
Well, getting close to sundown, I think I'll be heading back to town.
No, Paladin, I hate to see a man like you working on the dark side of the fence. I thought you always roamed the green fields.
Which are the green fields, Griffin?
Mine are.
By the way, you buy that farm just for the taxes. Steve Morrow's widow won't get a cent.
Well, now, ain't that a downright shame?
She didn't kill your son, Griffin.
No, but her husband did. All I hope is that his kin are going to suffer on account of it. That's how I feel about Morrow and her.
Come in.
Paladin?
Well, Mr. Randolph.
You, make it a habit staying up this late?
I do my best thinking when the town's settled for the night.
You've covered a lot of ground today. Getting discouraged?
Did you come here to discourage me?
Yeah, there's a lot of territory between Coloma and the Mesa. Morrow could have hidden that money anywhere.
Not without telling his wife.
Now, since when does a killer stop to worry about his wife?
Randolph, whatever you want to say about Morrow, he loved his wife. He'd have wanted to make sure she was provided for. Why, he even spoke about her when he was dying. His last words were, Rose, tell her that... Wait a minute. Tell her...
What are you talking about?
Randolph, that money's up there on the farm.
You mean she does have it?
She doesn't know it, but it's there.
Where is it, then? Why, we've torn that place apart.
You just didn't dig in the right spot. I'm going up there now and get your money. You wait here.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
And I'll be digging by 2.
Now there's a luxury car that fits regular parking spaces and ordinary garages that's easy to handle in traffic. It's America's compact luxury car, the Ambassador by Rambler. Now, medium-priced car buyers can have the room, comfort, luxury, and performance they expect in a fine car, but without excessive length, width, and bulk. If other medium-priced cars have sized and priced you out of the market, then you owe it to yourself to test our best. American Motors' finest, the luxuriously compact Ambassador. Note the quality construction and careful attention to detail. Thrill to the superbly responsive 270-horsepower V8 engine. Enjoy luxury features like individually adjustable front seats that glide back and forth separately. 5 minutes at the wheel of an Ambassador will change your ideas about luxury cars. Test our best, the Ambassador V8 by Rambler. Finest car ever priced so close to the lowest. See, drive the luxurious Ambassador, now at Rambler dealers.
When I dismounted at Lucy Morrow's, I thought I heard a horse nicker in a nearby clump of cottonwoods. I waited, but all was quiet except for the wind through the trees. Lucy Morrow was a light sleeper. She answered my second knock.
What do you want?
Put the shotgun down, Miss Morrow.
What are you doing here this time of night?
The money. It's here on the farm.
We've been through that before, Paladin. They ripped my place apart. Every floorboard, every inch of this cabin, the yard's full of holes. You saw it this afternoon.
I know, Mrs. Morrow, but...
The money isn't here. Look, this is my last night in the only home I ever had, and I don't mean to be bothered.
Mrs. Morrow...
Now get away from here before I blast that shirt right off your back.
You wouldn't have to leave tomorrow if I find the money.
I'm not wasting any more words with you.
Miss Morrow, in your rose garden, is there a bush not doing well?
Paladin, it's late and it's cold.
Answer me, is there?
Well, yes, there is one, but what's that got to do with the money?
Flowers need soil at their roots, Miss Morrow, not gold.
What?
You get me a shovel, I'll show you what I mean. You know, it took me a while to figure out that a dying man wouldn't call his wife Rose. Her name was Lucy. Ooh. Hold the lamp a little closer. I think we've got it. Now. Yeah, this is it. A leather bag from the Coloma Bank.
We'll open it.
Yeah.
Gold coins.
$30,000 worth.
Here in the rose garden all the time.
Drop that.
Huh?
Raise your hand.
What?
Come on, do what I say. Good. Now just stand steady. All right, Cleet. Let's move in. Keep that light high, woman, so as we can see you both.
Lucy.
Yes.
When I say the word, throw that lamp at them high, eye level, then hit the ground fast. I'll say when.
All right.
Now.
No more! Don't shoot again.
Just stand easy, mister.
You shot him. You shot my boy.
I didn't have much choice.
Cleet, boy. You hurt bad.
I'll be all right, Pa.
I'll get you for this, Paladin.
Don't try anything foolish, Mr. Griffin. You're already in enough trouble.
I'm in trouble.
Trying to hijack stolen money, trespassing, attempted murder.
Paladin. Paladin, there's someone coming.
Yeah, I heard him. I think it's Randolph.
Randolph?
He knew I was coming out here. He probably couldn't stand waiting in town. After all, the money belongs to his bank.
Paladin! Paladin, you all right?
Yes, we're all right. We're over here, Mr. Randolph.
Well, what happened? What was all the shooting?
Well, there was a little discussion as to who was going to get that bank's money. I won.
You mean you have the money? You found it, all of it?
I think so. Here.
Oh, good. Good, that's it right enough.
Now, in regards to my fee, Mr. Randolph.
Yes?
I want you to give it to Lucy.
What?
Lucy?
I think a woman ought to be able to keep her home if she wants to. At the auction tomorrow, you can decide whether you want to stay or leave this charming town.
Thank you, Paladin.
As for you, Griffin, get your boy back to your own ranch and bandage that leg of his. I don't think Lucy Morrow cares one way or the other what happens to you. Mr. Randolph wants to bring charges later. That's up to him. As for myself, I'm saying goodbye to Coloma for the last time.
Oh, you're back, Mr. Paladin.
And ready to see the city bright and shining?
Oh, best you go away 2-3 more days, maybe.
Why should I?
Her.
Who?
Her. Her lady over there. He very unhappy when you no take her to the opera.
Well, didn't you explain it was business?
Oh, yes, sir.
Important business?
Yes, sir, but her business more important to her, I think, Mr. Paladin. He maybe kill you, huh?
I hope not. Well, the best way is the direct way. Excuse me.
Hmm? Oh.
I hope you missed me. You did miss me. Oh. I have no other cheek to turn.
Then kindly turn yourself around and leave me alone.
I can hardly do that. You see, I've thought of nothing and no one but you all this time.
Really?
Really?
Am I to believe?
You are to believe only that which will make you feel better and me feel better, and both of us enjoy a lovely evening together. That, to me, would be a simple solution.
So?
Dinner?
Well...
Please.
You are a very convincing man.
The current issue of TV Radio Mirror has a feature story on the man who portrays Paladin every Sunday night on CBS Radio, Mr. John Dehner. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Albert Alley and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Eleanor Tannen, and Joseph Kearns. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.